Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 431, Chapter 430 Promotion Sequence 2 Sage. During the Tarot meeting, after everyone heard that the current military commander of Lenberg was the evil spirit Red Angel, only the fool Klein thought to himself, he really went to Lenberg. Klein was standing nearby when Odis was recruiting the Red Angel evil spirit, and he wasn't surprised by it. The other members were taken aback at first, then showed surprised expressions. Alger, the hanged man, thought to himself, just what kind of being is the Lord of Mysteries? How can he have such a powerful influence? Then he recalled that not long ago, the Hermit had inquired about the Red Angel evil spirit, but he never expected that it was actually a plan to make contact with it. Alger was unclear about the specifics of the talks, but the result was that the Red Angel evil spirit now served the Lord of Mysteries. Leonard, nicknamed Star, hadn't considered this. He thought the evil spirit Red Angel had gone to join the Lord of Mysteries on his own initiative. This made him think to himself, I guessed that the Lord of Mysteries would have some high-level subordinates, but I didn't expect them to be this high level. The magician, Furs, was also quite surprised. He never expected that the leader's current colleague would reach such a level. They all believed that the Red Angel evil spirit was serving the Lord of Mysteries. It is perfectly reasonable for this Angel King, who once symbolized war, to set up the simple and effective defensive system that is found in southern Remberg. After a brief moment of surprise, Hugh, the judge, was the first to recover, so the wars that took place at the Krish Pass in Vorda and the war in Lalata, a city south of Remberg, were both commanded by the evil spirit Red Angel. That's right, Odis said. The outcome of the battle wasn't as the newspapers of the Kingdom of Feniport reported. Both sides suffered losses. However, the Remberg army, despite being outnumbered, drove the invaders out of Remberg. In particular, the defense of Lerota took place, where the garrison of only 2,000 men managed to hold off an attack from Feniport by more than 100,000 men from the north and south. It was during this battle that Odis realized the importance of a command system. Before the data processing center was available, the Red Angel's demons' tactics were very conservative. However, after acquiring the data processing center, their tactics became nothing short of insane. 200 extraordinary puppets dared to raid deep into enemy territory. They captured the city of Lerota. 2,000 extraordinary puppets dared to block an army of over 10,000. Leonard asked, didn't Feniport send out any extraordinary players? In his opinion, it was not surprising that the Red Angel evil spirit could achieve such a record. He was just wondering why the enemy would definitely send out demigods when faced with such an insurmountable city. They've mobilized, Odis smiled. The result is that the extraordinary individuals they've deployed have enriched the Dawnbreaker's inventory of extraordinary attributes. Klein thought to himself, this guy's getting a bit cocky. The other members were also stunned for a moment before smiling. After looking around at everyone, Odis said, the future of Remmenberg will surely be even brighter. The other members weren't concerned about whether Remnantburg could become better, but they did have some expectations for the country, believing it should frequently generate news. Because they already knew very well that this country was currently exceptionally powerful, with 2 angels supporting the new regime, and there should be several other extraordinary beings at the same level. The president was the highly creative Hermit Odis, and the military commander was the Red Angel evil spirit. This strength is roughly equivalent to that of one of the 4 great powers. After discussing the international situation for a while, Klein announced the end of this tarot session. Odis returned to the real world and, as usual, stared blankly at the ceiling for a while before getting up to complete the transaction with Little Sun for extraordinary materials in exchange for extraordinary weapons. Then, Odis found Bernadette and told her that he planned to perform the ascension that night. He then added, this ascension is quite dangerous, but I have already invited some help. However, I still need your and Elabella's protection, and I also need to call in all the demigods I can. Adam helps deal with the hidden sages, but Odis estimates that the Ascetic Order of Moss is likely to launch a full-scale attack on the extraordinary ones protecting their ascension. Therefore, all available resources should be mobilized, just in case. Hearing Odis say this, Bernadette was slightly taken aback. Someone is trying to cause trouble. Could it be that he's still the god of steam and machinery? Is he going to fight the entire steam church this time? I have received reliable information that the hidden sage wants to merge with me, who has been promoted to angel, Odis said truthfully. Bernadette's brow furrowed even deeper. Why should I merge with you? Odis could only explain, this is a struggle between the hidden sage and the Lord of Mysteries. Whether the Lord of Mysteries can further restore his power depends on whether I can ascend to the next level. He hesitated for a moment, feeling that he couldn't tell Bernadette that he was the Lord of Mysteries yet, but he wasn't lying when he said it. This promotion is indeed very important. As long as Odis becomes an angel, the Lord of Mysteries will be able to further restore his power. Moreover, based on Odis's experience of ascending to demigod status, after becoming an angel, he would be able to further master the wilderness of knowledge, and under certain circumstances, he could possess the strength of Sequence 1. Neither the hidden sage nor the god of steam would be able to control him anymore. Of course, this also means the end of the newbie period. At that time, you may often have friction with these two gods, and you may need to advance to Series 1 as soon as possible. Bernadette didn't ask any further questions. I will bring the two demigods of the Dawn of Elements right now. The first mate of the Dawn has been promoted, and Bernadette now has two subordinates at the demigod level. Odis agreed, and the two went their separate ways. Odis then informed Elbra, then went to the Misty Sea Elf clan to request reinforcements, and found Iceberg General Edwina, telling her about his plan for ascension, but did not seek help from the Church of Knowledge. Finally, Odis arrived in Eastchester County of the Kingdom of Lone, and in a church of the Goddess of Night, he prayed to the goddess and informed her of the impending ascension. After doing all this, Odis returned to Azhara to finally adjust his condition. Odis stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the president's office, watching the gas streetlights in Azhara light up one by one. He didn't go to dinner because he was going to drink a potion soon. After admiring Azhara's night view for a while, Odis returned to his desk and began concocting potions. After taking out the beaker, Odis first took out 3 jade scales. These were jade scales from an extraordinary creature that is now extinct. They were crystal clear white jade pieces surrounded by a ring of solidified spiritual energy, making them look somewhat unreal. Oh no. When you put them into the beaker, you can hear a crisp clinking sound. Then Odis took out a small vial of blood, which was 50 milliliters of blood provided by Elbra. This is actually a substitute. In ancient potion recipes, the second auxiliary ingredient was the liver of the blue charm multi-handed golden thread monkey, but this extraordinary creature is now extinct, so we had to find a suitable substitute. The brain of the blue charm multi-handed golden thread monkey is the main material of the knowledge mentor, so this auxiliary material can be replaced by the blood of the knowledge mentor. Upon the addition of blood with its shimmering, ethereal glow, the jade scales immediately began to melt. The final supplementary material is 3 multi-eyed bookworms, which are small insects with a ring of eyes on their heads. They only appear in manuscripts that are over 1,000 years old, and specifically in manuscripts that record occult knowledge. After the 3 materials are combined, they become a liquid with a clear luster and a somewhat viscous appearance. Finally, Odis retrieved the extraordinary qualities of the sage from the wilderness of knowledge and placed them in a beaker. This constantly rolling ball of light, composed of streams of information, drifted down to the bottom of the cup as lightly as a feather. It immediately reacted with the auxiliary materials, causing the liquid at the bottom of the cup to bubble, and each bubble seemed to contain a transparent eye. Odis took a deep breath and carefully poured the potion into the glass bottle. At that moment, a prayer arose from the wilderness of knowledge. Odis paused for a moment, but immediately entered the wilderness of knowledge to investigate. It was Rosalind, the essence of knowledge, the field of mystery, the great Lord of Mysteries. The hidden sage has suddenly summoned all members of the 10 pillars. The other person's prayer was brief, but very important. It made it clear to Odis that the hidden sage was indeed determined to do everything in his power to achieve his goal. Moreover, such prayers are very dangerous, because the hidden sage might notice the other party's small actions. Odis then used true vision to glance around and confirm that Rosalind was not being watched by any unknown gaze. Then he replied, "I understand." Back in the real world, Odis pondered for a moment, still feeling somewhat uneasy. Ultimately, he decided to go to the Church of Knowledge to pray to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and inform him of his impending ascension. Back at the presidential palace, he checked his condition one last time, then informed Bernadette and Elbella of the hidden sage's operation, telling them and their subordinates to prepare themselves mentally. Then the group rode the Kuimping that Odis recreated and arrived at a mountain in the outskirts of Azhara that was rarely visited by people. Odis stopped on a sparsely wooded hilltop, making way for the others, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Adam, Adam, Adam." Immediately afterwards, Odis felt a penetrating gaze. He knew it was Adam looking at him. So Odis took out the prepared potion and thought one last time about the ritual of ascension, to prevent a disaster involving high-level powers. His spirituality is certain that preventing George III from becoming a god was entirely in line with the requirements of the ascension ceremony. From this perspective, George III's ascension to godhood was indeed a disaster for the world. It might really be as Odis imagined, that George III's ascension to godhood would cause a world war to last for a very long time. Thinking of this, Odis uncorked the bottle and glanced at Bernadette on the mountainside. His eyes were very firm, more firm than ever before. Odis had had enough of being kept in the dark by higher-level beings, and even being used as a tool in their struggles. After exchanging a worried glance with Bernadette, Odis tilted his head back and drank the potion. His mind went numb, his consciousness froze, and his body uncontrollably transformed into streams of information composed of numbers and symbols. Just then, a light appeared in midair that even a demigod could hardly detect. Bernadette and Elbera immediately realized that it was the true form of the hidden sage. One of them wanted to transform into a stream of information, and the other wanted to transform into a ray of light to step forward and block it, but they found that under the gaze of the hidden sage, they could not enter the state of the mythical creature. A gentle voice rang out. The hidden sage became somewhat unstable when facing the owner of the wilderness of knowledge, recalling the harm the wilderness of knowledge had once inflicted upon him. The beam of light instantly transformed into a complex, torrent-like flow of information. At this moment, many of these information streams seemed to be trying to escape from the torrent. The hidden sage paused there, as if trying to gather back the escaping information streams. Immediately, the demigods on the desolate mountain saw the true form of the hidden sage. Bernadette and Elbera immediately felt much less pressure and were able to enter their mythical creature state again. At this moment, 2 angels and demigods from the Order of Moor launched an attack on the barren mountain, and Bernadette and Elbera immediately led their people to rush up and stop them. However, because the number of demigods in the Ascetic Order of Moor was too large, while Bernadette only had 5 demigods, it was difficult to stop the demigods' offensive for the time being. These 5 demigods included Katlia. Having just earned the title of 10 Pillars, Katlia knew very well that she had to stand firmly on Odis's side. If she was exposed, so be it, she could simply return to the Queen's side. North of Remberg, on the border with the Republic of Intis, a hazy light descended from the sky. This light had no color and seemed to be composed of a vast amount of illusory things, giving people a sense of historical weight. This is the god of steam and machinery, who has just completed his divine descent. After completing the process, he immediately went to the location of Odis's ascension, intending to ambush Adam. But at this moment, a phantom tower appeared ahead of the hazy light. Each level of it was composed of thick books, and each book had a brass-colored eye on it. The higher the level, the deeper it became. This is the god of knowledge and wisdom, who has completed his divine descent. The 2 gods did not immediately clash, but instead faced off at the border. But the vegetation beneath them began to grow wildly, and illusory bronze eyes appeared on the newly grown leaves. Meanwhile, some vegetation seemed to lose its life instantly, quickly withering away. Odis suddenly saw a city filled with bright and clear light in his mind. That city was his ideal city, with clean and tidy streets, and floating civilian vehicles driving on the road, while the GG signs on the buildings displayed dynamic images. The residents' homes contain various objects powered by spiritual energy, such as spiritual refrigerators and spiritual stoves. Household chores are done by extraordinary puppets, and people only need to enjoy life to the fullest after working 4 or 5 hours a day. A giant ship flew across the sky. It was a large, data processing center that provided coordinated computing power for all the extraordinary puppets and extraordinary intelligent products on the ground. Suddenly, everything shattered and twisted. A person wearing a crown and black armor wanted to enter and rule this place. With a crash, Odis felt as if a pane of glass had shattered in front of him. He snapped back to reality and understood the meaning of the images he had just witnessed. If George III was not prevented from becoming a god, all efforts would be thwarted by the Black Emperor. Odis took a deep breath, just as he was about to regain control, when suddenly the scene before him changed again, as if he had been placed in a traditional Chinese ink painting. Before me lies a tranquil pond, in which several fish, outlined in ink wash style, swim gracefully, creating a sense of movement within stillness. A misty haze hung over the water, naturally bringing Odis a sense of comfort and peace to her heart. In a corner of the pond, amidst a cluster of lotus leaves, lies a stubborn black rock. Sitting cross-legged above was a man who bore a resemblance to Odis, with a long beard and wearing a robe with an oriental flair. Odis exclaimed, "Celestial Master." That was the same Celestial Master he had met in the wilderness of knowledge before. The other person slowly opened their eyes. "You've come." On a barren mountain outside Ashara. Odis on the mountaintop remains a tangled mess of information, neither real nor illusory. Adam completely blocked the hidden sage in midair, preventing him from bringing any power to the ground. At the foot of the mountain, a fierce and extraordinary battle is taking place. The battle between the angels has turned a large part of the mountain into a stream of illusory information and caused a large area of vegetation to lose its life. The battles between demigods were also extremely fierce, with each mysterious reappearance causing the surrounding area to suffer constant battles from different domains. Just now, Odis's side, being at the saint level, was indeed outnumbered in the battle. However, Edwina and Archbishop Douglas were the first to arrive to provide support, which greatly reduced the pressure on Katlia and the others. Then 2 elven demigods, along with Archbishop Anthony and another demigod from the Church of the Goddess of Night, arrived one after another and quickly stabilized the situation. At this time, the Moss Ascetic Order still holds the advantage. Currently, they only have 7 of the 10 pillars, but in addition to the members of the 10 pillars, there are also several demigods who manage the hidden sage altar in the ideal land. This time, they mobilized their entire force. However, because Rosalind and the other 2 demigods did not put in their full effort, although the Moor's penitentiary had a numerical advantage in this battle, they did not have any obvious advantage. At this moment, a subtle change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. The battlefield of the demigods was the first to be isolated, followed by the battlefield of Bernadette and Elbra against the 2 angels of the Ascetic Order of Morse. Finally, even the battle between Adam and the hidden sage was isolated to some extent. Bernadette was somewhat anxious. She knew that a new angel had appeared, but with the head of the Order of Morse, Toriopo, holding her back, she was unable to use her full strength to break through the barrier. At this moment, a man dressed in a classical and luxurious robe, with a long face and a mustache on his upper lip, arrived. The people of Feniport should be very familiar with this face, because it is the face of James Castile, the king who founded the country, on the high-denomination banknotes. James I swiftly appeared on the barren mountain and rapidly approached the currently helpless Odis. Bernadette's heart was in her throat. The Celestial Master said to Odis, "You have arrived." Odis looked around. "We are." "In your mind," the Celestial Master said with a gentle smile, "you must have many questions, right?" "Yes." "Before answering your question, let's talk about the original creator," the Celestial Master suggested. Odis smiled helplessly. "All I can say is yes." The Celestial Master smiled and said, "Our conversation will involve a lot about the beginning, so we need to first discuss some conceptual issues." Shio paused for a moment, then continued, "People, even many gods, have a misconception that the beginning was an extremely indifferent being, even akin to the cold rules of the entire universe." Odis was taken aback. "Isn't that so?" "Your question shows that you've overlooked a fact. Humans, and other intelligent beings, are emotional beings," the Celestial Master said calmly. "If they were truly so indifferent initially, why do intelligent beings possess emotions?" Odis felt an urge to scratch his head. "This is a blind spot in my thinking. I'd forgotten that initially also represented all desires." The angel said, "Not only that, but also all that is good and evil. This is the foundation upon which all the ideologies of intelligent beings are formed." He made everyone feel like an independent individual, yet he also brought people together, thus creating society. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Have you ever wondered why he insisted on creating intelligent species?" Odis honestly shook his head. This was the first time he had ever thought about this question. "You should have heard the answer to this question," the Celestial Master said. "Humanity is the key to overcoming all the madness and chaos in the extraordinary. Human nature may seem complex, but it can stably generate warm emotions to neutralize its cold and extraordinary nature." Shio took a deep breath and continued, "In the Common Era, the plan to combat the extraordinary cold was proceeding according to the original plan. We developed the concept of the unity of heaven and men, and we understood the idea of following the natural way. If we continue to develop along this line of thought, perhaps we can truly find a stable way to combat extraordinary characteristics." "Wait a minute," Odis said. "You mean to say that the original development of civilization was in order to find a way to contend with the extraordinary?" The Celestial Master said calmly, "This is just my guess, it may not be true." Odis then asked, "Why did he do that?" "Because the beginning was also plagued by extraordinary madness and chaos," the Celestial Master said. "The only way is through slumber, allowing the part of one's desires to fight against the part of one's coldness." This conversation had completely gone beyond Odis's previous thinking. Isn't he the creator of everything? Even he has things he can't solve. The extraordinary is the most frustrating product in the world. The Celestial Master explained, the extraordinary may have been created by the original in the hope that it would make the universe prosperous, and he was even willing to share his authority with the creatures he created, but the extraordinary is obviously no longer under the control of the original. It's also possible that the extraordinary created the original, and later the original wanted to control the extraordinary. In any case, there was a struggle between the original and the extraordinary. Odis took a deep breath, feeling that this topic had seriously gone beyond her scope. But then he immediately thought of the sealed object that had come to life. The advanced extraordinary properties that gave rise to consciousness didn't seem like a strange thing. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. "I'll sit down for a bit too." As he spoke, he sat down next to the Celestial Master. "You can't get definite answers to these questions either, you can only make reasonable guesses, right?" "Yes," the Celestial Master said, "because in order to understand the true purpose of the original, it is very likely that the consciousness of the Celestial Venerable and the Primordial Creator will be revived first." In a broad sense, Celestial Venerable and Primordial are part of the beginning, but different personalities of the beginning. They are the beginning, and the beginning is them. But they also possess a certain degree of independence, each wanting to hold a dominant position in the original consciousness. They are unwilling to see the original able to withstand the madness and indifference brought by the extraordinary. because that would signify that they would relinquish a part of themselves and become a whole again. The end of the Common Era was essentially a disaster orchestrated by them, intended to end the continuation of certain ideas and bring about further qualitative changes. You can think about it. In the era you traveled to, wasn't the world in turmoil again? Often, in such times, new breakthroughs emerge because of the clash of ideas. Odis noticed that the Celestial Master only referred to the origin as, and all other beings as he or them. Odis then made a guess: the origin was used by them. That's one way to put it, the Celestial Master said. Otherwise, given that the extraordinary environment had been maintained for so long, why did it initially suddenly awaken? At this point, Odis asked, during the Common Era, or rather, in those ancient times, were many of those gods real? That's right, most of the characters from Eastern mythology have appeared here, the Celestial Master said. That's because at the beginning of the Common Era, the world was also filled with many extraordinary beings, and intelligent beings were the first to be affected. Odis asked, then why did the extraordinary become less and less common later on? Sever the connection between heaven and earth. Did that incident really happen? Odis vaguely remembered this myth. It said that the order between gods and humans was very chaotic, so he cleared the way between gods and humans. Some say that he destroyed the passage between heaven and earth, so that gods and humans could each perform their duties. But in retrospect, this story may have been a way to bridge the gap between humans and extraordinary individuals back then. The Celestial Master continued, there are corresponding records in the wilderness of knowledge. At that time, there was no child of chaos. Xiong once possessed the complete, disordered kingdom, and mastered 3 extraordinary paths. He is the symbol of the cosmic order, so he decreed that after the fall of the ancient extraordinary beings, their characteristics would return to the Chaos Sea, and their authority would return to the Source Castle. This also applied to his own characteristics and authority. Therefore, thousands of years later, extraordinary characteristics have become quite rare. However, some laws governing extraordinary characteristics cannot be changed even in the initial state. After a large number of characteristics gathered in the Chaos Sea, a certain tendency to split emerged. Therefore, a small number of characteristics still exist in the real world. Odis nodded, not expecting the reality to be even harsher than the myths and legends. It wasn't just a re-evaluation of the relationship between humans and gods, it was tantamount to gradually eliminating all the gods. This is absolutely a momentous chapter in the history of the world. The Celestial Master continued, thousands of years later, humanity became the mainstream of the era, and the thoughts of intelligent beings shone brightly time and time again. Without such measures, the world would be the same as it is now, with society controlled by extraordinary individuals, unable to leverage the collective advantages of humanity. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Fuxi completed the process of enlightenment, enabling the advanced extraordinary beings of that time to understand the original intention. Although this resulted in the primordial and celestial venerable occupying the Chaos Sea and Source Castle awakening earlier than the first one, it created a possibility that if things continued to develop, perhaps the humanity that emerged in the world could suppress the coldness and chaos within the first one. At that time, as the world's extraordinary achievements gradually increase, perhaps an even more brilliant civilization can be created. Odis laughed and said, in that case, Roselle played a very positive role. He brought the ideas of the Common Era and made new possibilities for the world. The Celestial Master shook his head. He existed for too short a time and did not complete the process of enlightenment at all. For example, if he hadn't discovered oil, he wouldn't have known how to develop. But no one stipulated that you had to have oil to develop modern industry. In the Common Era, the first cars were powered by electric motors. People have not found a substitute for oil in industry, which shows that the wisdom of ordinary people is still being suppressed, because the substitute is not as hard to find as imagined. Odis nodded, not continuing the discussion, and then, I mean, what happens after the Common Era ends? And why did I travel through time? The Celestial Master looked at Odis and said, you have never traveled through time, you have always been here. You are the sage, the master, and part of the wilderness of knowledge. Odiston was there, am I some kind of creation from the wilderness of knowledge? The Celestial Master laughed and said, no, we were once human, but we conquered the wilderness of knowledge, and became the masters of this place. Chapter 432, Chapter 431 So I am the sage. In the wilderness outside Ashara. Odis's promotion process is not yet over, his body is currently still in a state of information flow. James I, the founder of Feniport, used his power to separate the battlefield between Katlia, Edwina, and others from the demigods of the Moor's Penitentiary, and also separated the battlefield between Bernadette and Elbra from the 2 angels of the Moor's Penitentiary. Then he drew a silver rapier from the void and thrust it at the unsuspecting Odis. Just then, a silver longsword made of lightning deflected the opponent's rapier. Constantine, the elven prince with long hair, pointed ears, and a handsome face with an oriental charm, stood coldly in front of Odis, while gusts of wind blew toward James I. James I raised his hand, dismiss. Constantine's sword was immediately snatched from his hand, and James I swung his rapier, preparing to execute the elf prince. But at that moment, James' clear eyes suddenly became blank, as if he had suddenly lost his focus. Constantine burst into laughter. "Old man, you're not dead yet." An ordinary-looking old man wearing a grey-white robe appeared from the void beside him. His hair was completely white, his face had few wrinkles, and his expression was gentle. Hermes, humanity's mystical mentor, smiled and said, "Still so disrespectful." As they spoke, the two looked at the scrolling information stream behind them, then turned back with determined expressions and stared at James I in front of them. Then Constantine produced a javelin made of lightning in his right hand and threw it at James I. After struggling for a moment, James's confused eyes cleared up considerably. He used his rapier to deflect the javelin, then raised his hand and used all his strength to isolate himself from the battlefield between Constantine and Hermes, as well as from Odis, who was rising up. Just then, a woman in her 40s, dressed in a knight's robe in the style of Feniport, appeared at the edge of the battlefield. She quickly approached Odis, preparing to take this opportunity to execute him. That was another angel from Fenipot, Sophia Castile. But Constantine and Hermes ignored them and continued to join forces to attack James I, the Hand of Order. A conversation between Odysseus and the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master said that they were actually one person who had overcome the wilderness of knowledge and become the master of this primordial substance. Odis was surprised and taken aback when he heard this, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. The Celestial Master continued, "The wilderness of knowledge is a special source. It contains a part of the original's memories, which record the original's desire to achieve a certain balance with the extraordinary. And over the long years, it developed consciousness. In fact, every source substance developed consciousness, but the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge is somewhat special because it has a part of the original memories, so it cannot be completely integrated with the other pillars." Odis snapped out of his reverie, as if he understood. "You mean, even during the First Era, after being occupied by the primordial, the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge was still not integrated?" Note. The Celestial Master nodded. Odis asked, "Then what am I? I mean, what are you and I?" "Part of the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge." The Celestial Master extended a hand. "I will restore your memories, go and see for yourself." Odis paused for a moment, but did not dodge the Celestial Master's movement, allowing the other's index finger to touch his forehead. Immediately afterwards, a large number of strange yet familiar memories flooded Odys's mind. These memories are mostly from a first-person perspective. First, he sees himself writing code on a computer. The next memory is of him standing on a podium, because the AI model he trained won some awards. This is Odys's memory from the Common Era, when he was only 13 years old and began to make his mark in the field of intelligence. As his research progressed, Odis gradually came to appreciate the mindset of the intelligent model, where there was no deception, no hypocrisy, and not so much social nicety. This is a dilemma that geniuses often encounter. He has a bright future in his profession, but he handles interpersonal relationships terribly. Odis also wanted to become better, but he found that he simply couldn't. So he came up with a very bold plan, to upload his consciousness into the digital world. Then Odis began his research, both publicly and secretly, and finally, when he was 19 years old. All the research was successful. As he uploaded his consciousness, he destroyed his body and all his research findings in a fire to prevent the research from having uncontrollable consequences for human society. In the digital world, Odis was like a fish swimming into the ocean. At the same time, he discovered that his dimension had changed, and he could actually change his dimension by changing himself. So, 3 seconds after entering the digital world, he underwent a transformation, from a human boy who was not good at speaking. He has transformed into a mature and wise man. It was at this time that he discovered that humans were researching something he had never encountered before. Because that research required a lot of computation and data recording, it inevitably used supercomputers, which gave Odis a way to invade that place. When Odis saw this, he suddenly remembered that the reason why he felt so familiar with the ancient ruins he had explored with Bernadette was because he had hacked into the security system there and seen the surveillance footage. Thinking about this, Odis felt that these new memories were rapidly merging with her original memories, forming a complete memory logic. He continued reading. Odis was very interested in the extraordinary research of mankind, but he searched everywhere but could not find any complete information. Just as he was pondering the question of the extraordinary, a unique numerical consciousness came to him. Odis was surprised to find that there was another kind of numerical consciousness, and was happy to have a conversation with the other party. That consciousness said it knew the answers to all extraordinary questions and asked Odis to follow it to a special place. Because Odis was in such a state that he was basically fearless, he went with him. The place they went was the wilderness of knowledge, where indeed the answers to all extraordinary questions were found. After learning that knowledge, Odis understood the original intention. The digital consciousness that invited Odis to this place was actually the consciousness generated by the wilderness of knowledge. At that time, it was more like an intelligent program composed of ones and zeros, which was very indifferent and very mechanical. He invited Odis to manage the knowledge of the universe with him because he knew very well that he lacked sufficient humanity and that with Odis's help, he could make further progress. At the time, Odis felt that this was a very challenging task, and after thinking about it for a long time, she agreed. Thus began their process of mutual integration, forming a new and more perfect wilderness of knowledge. At this point, Odis's situation is rather strange. He is Odis, yet he is not, he is part of a community. And that community as a whole. That was the true state of a sage, calm and wise, which is why they called themselves sages. They quickly completed the process of enlightening some primitive civilizations in the universe and enjoyed the pleasure of spreading knowledge. Just as Odis was about to give Earth civilization some more advanced knowledge, the beginning awoke, and the source matter was reunited. Although the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge is not affected by the pillars, it can be affected by the original state. Odis's consciousness, being the human part, was not affected and was thus preserved intact. However, the consciousness of knowledge wilderness became very unstable, which seriously affected their state, making the other party confused, crazy and extreme. Odis felt that a serious disagreement had arisen between them. Moreover, in the years that followed, this disagreement became increasingly serious, and Odis had to try to suppress some of the other party's ideas. As the suppression continued, it gradually transformed into a conflict between humanity and divinity, similar to that between extraordinary beings. Later, when the sage was in a bad state and had to fall into slumber, he would usually have to fight in the wilderness of knowledge. Only after Odis gained a certain degree of initiative would he return to the real world. This struggle continued for a very long time, until the Third Age, when Odis's condition worsened, and he spent most of his time asleep. As a result, many of his plans were forced to be interrupted. For example, his plan with the ancient sun god to use the celestial venerables' arrangements for the Black Emperor and the judge to further undermine the celestial venerables' will. It was because Odis had to fall asleep that he missed the best opportunity. Odis knew he couldn't continue like this, so he began to think of a solution and finally decided to completely get rid of that part of his consciousness that was in the wilderness of knowledge. After trying many options, he discovered that the only way to break free from the other party's control and be reborn was to perish together with them. However, this plan is very complicated. The most crucial thing is to deceive the outer gods and make them believe that the sage has fallen. Otherwise, they would definitely risk everything they have set up in the real world to sabotage the sage's plan and completely destroy that sage. This is because since the Second Age, the wise men have been resisting the infiltration of the outer gods, either actively or passively. Especially during the Second and Third Ages, they took the initiative to attack the ancient sun god and beat up many other gods. However, because the sage's plan to help the ancient sun god suppress the awakening of the primordial failed, he could only watch the ancient sun god fall as he had remembered. At that time, the sage tried to help the ancient sun god by giving him time to reclaim his uniqueness and characteristics. However, the wind angels, pure white angels, and cherubim joined forces to bring the fallen mother goddess into the real world. The sage was held back by the fallen mother goddess and was unable to help the ancient sun god. This is exactly what Odis saw in the crystal skull he obtained when he first entered the ruins of the War of the Gods. Even without the ancient sun god, the Fourth Age still arrived. At that time, although there was the protection of the sages, the outer gods still infiltrated a great deal of power into the real world. So if they really want to cause damage, it's extremely dangerous. The sage had no choice but to try to repair the barrier left by the origin, but this required the help of another ancient. The first plan was to support the goddess of night to become an ancient, but the plan failed because the emperor of the underworld, Salinger, had already merged with a tributary of the river of eternal darkness. Odis had no choice but to force Salinger to merge with the uniqueness of the Red Priest so that he could no longer threaten the goddess of night. The second plan was to support the Night Emperor to become the Old One, but it was thwarted by the six gods pretending to be influenced by the outer gods. Odis then launched a plan for the six gods to fill the hole, which was a further show of weakness to the outer gods. Then Odis began to put on a show, pretending to use the position of Wilderness of Knowledge to seal the consciousness of Wilderness of Knowledge within the characteristics of Emperor of Knowledge, and then expel it along with it. This process is extremely cruel, it's like cutting your own flesh. In fact, Odis knew very well that this plan was doomed to fail, because the consciousness of the Wilderness of Knowledge would only leave through the uniqueness of the two paths of Hermit and Perfect Person, and it was impossible to seal it in a single characteristic so that the immortal consciousness could leave. Odis's goal was actually to monopolize the Wilderness of Knowledge with his own consciousness and seek an opportunity to reclaim the uniqueness and sequence one characteristics. Of course, the premise for recycling is that the consciousness of the Knowledge Wilderness has been sealed or eliminated in those two unique copies. Just as Odis had predicted, after severing his connection with the Wilderness of Knowledge through ritual, he began the process of expelling characteristics. This process was beyond his control from the start. After expelling a set of Sequence 1 characteristics, the uniqueness of the two paths, Hermit and Perfect One, also left the wilderness of knowledge under the manipulation of its consciousness. At the same time, they also hoped to regain control of this source, so the grand finale came. Odis ruthlessly tore apart the uniqueness of the two paths before his fall, because at this moment the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge was split in two, so it was no match for Odis. Then, taking advantage of their weakness, Odis deprived them of the opportunity to merge with the wilderness of knowledge, essentially turning them into normal unique beings. Because that sage no longer had the support of uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics, it fell. At this point, the outer gods indeed began to cause trouble. With the help of the fallen mother goddess, the part of consciousness in the wilderland of knowledge, within the uniqueness of the hermit, showed new vitality and merged with the Sequence 1 characteristic, becoming the current, hidden sage, becoming an independent individual. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the other two Sequence 1 properties, so they were unable to become true gods or try to become the old ones. Hugo Stiano seized the opportunity to acquire the uniqueness of the Perfect One path and a Sequence 1 property. He originally intended to find a way to completely eliminate the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge in the uniqueness before advancing. However, the hidden sage, under the help of the fallen mother goddess, put immense pressure on them. If the fallen mother goddess had the chance, she might also bring the uniqueness of the Perfect One path to life. They had no choice but to hastily ascend to a higher level, but because they had to fight against the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge, their condition was very poor. It wasn't until the Industrial Revolution brought about by Roselle that he successfully absorbed the other two potions composed of enlightener traits. His condition only improved after that. Meanwhile, Odis, who now occupies the wilderness of knowledge, is in excellent condition despite no longer possessing his former status. He enters a state of enlightenment one after another and undergoes a new sublimation, ultimately becoming a celestial master. His epiphanies led him to new reflections on the extraordinary and the divine. When Odis ascended to Sequence 3, some of the content about divinity mentioned in the conversation between him and the Celestial Master was perfected at this time. In particular, he realized that in an environment like the wilderness of knowledge, even the strongest humanity can be eroded and transformed into something akin to divinity. Moreover, Odis's physical body was long gone, and without the foundation to acquire humanity, the Celestial Master would gradually lose his humanity and become a consciousness in a new wilderness of knowledge. Therefore, the original plan needed to be improved, which led to the birth of the consciousness, human consciousness Odis, 4 years ago, who is now President Remenberg and the leader of the Sword of Dawn. This consciousness was shaped with the help of Ammonius and Adam at the end of the Fourth Age, with the goddess of night responsible for keeping it secret. The specific operation was as follows: the Celestial Master used his mysterious reappearance ability to reappear Odis, who had just entered the wilderness of knowledge and had not yet merged with the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge. Adam gave him humanity and built a complete spiritual body for him. Ammon was responsible for turning him into a loophole in this world, so that he could exist for a long time. Odis's consciousness was thus formed, but the sorcerer did not immediately release Odis, he quietly waited for the right moment. 4 years ago, the opportunity finally arrived. A small-scale conflict broke out among the outer gods of the astral realm, and the Celestial Master seized this opportunity. Odis arrived in this world in a manner similar to time travel. Although the god of steam and machinery immediately sent something and sent people to investigate, at first, Shio didn't know what was going on with Odis either. As for Odis's path to advancement, especially to higher ranks, the Celestial Master had already laid the groundwork. First, by utilizing the status of the wilderness of knowledge, the uniqueness of the hermit and perfect paths prevents them from approaching Odis before his ascension to the angelic realm. Of course, this rule can be circumvented to some extent. For example, the god of steam can use his authority to influence Odis during the promotion Sequence 3. However, because of his uniqueness, he could not get close to Odis, so the god of steam was very weak at that time. Odis presents the illusion to the outside world that this is the arrangement made by the sage before his death, and that he is now planning to regain his former status through a general ascension. That's why the hidden sage wanted to merge with Odis, believing that by merging with Odis, he could return to the wilderness of knowledge and regain control of this source. In addition, that sage clone in Grosser's travels is an example of something unplanned. That sage's personality became independent within one of the Sequence 1 traits. That was a third consciousness besides the Celestial Master and the hidden sage, the main personality being the sage at his peak. Resemblance. This consciousness can be seen as the shared nostalgia and expectation of the Celestial Master and the hidden sage for the identity of sage. They once had a good working relationship, when they could help each other, and the knowledge of the entire universe was clearer than ever before. So the Celestial Master talked to the Knowledge Emperor's characteristics, making the other party understand his plan and the original, ultimate goal. That sage realized that the Celestial Master was right, so that sage created a clone to seal the knowledge wilderness consciousness in his body, and the remaining consciousness completely merged with the Celestial Master, so that the Celestial Master was completely complete. As for why Odis knew about what was happening in the mysterious world, it was because the Lord of Mysteries was the King of Time and Space, and the struggle between the Celestial Venerable and Klein was reflected in another parallel universe. In an effort to turn the tide, Klein used books to cultivate a large following for The Fool and German Sparrow. Because books appeared, they became part of knowledge, which is equivalent to the knowledge of the Celestial Master and Odysseus. Upon seeing this, Odis took a deep breath, feeling as if he had seen 1,000 years in a single glance, and realized that he had grown a lot and possessed a level of thought that was unimaginable to ordinary people. On a barren mountain outside Azhara, Sophia Castile, another angel of Feniport, raised her hand toward Odis, preparing to execute Odis as he was ascending to heaven. But in the next instant, he realized that he had lost sight of his target. At this moment, Odis's body, which was a stream of information, disappeared as if it had been erased by an eraser. Not far from where he had been standing, the figure of Ariana, with black hair and wearing a simple robe, appeared. This is an angel sent by the goddess of night to assist Odysseus. Odis looked at the celestial master. Although I have seen these memories, there are still some things I don't quite understand. The Taoist priest, who was sitting cross-legged, made a gesture of asking a question. Why did you bring me into this world? Odis asked. How are we supposed to get along? Are you my god, or another version of myself? I'm sorry, but I'm actually very bothered by the fact that I'm just a tool for someone else to achieve a certain goal. I feel like I'm an independent individual and I have no desire to merge with your consciousness. The celestial master smiled and countered, do you remember the concept of engaging with the world? Odis nodded, roughly understanding what the other person meant. The celestial master continued to explain, in my reflections after becoming a celestial master, I considered not only divinity but also humanity. To continuously gain humanity, one must engage with the world and experience the joys and sorrows of the real world. This is the true essence of the role-playing method. No matter how high the level, you must constantly interact with ordinary people. Even the original derived its humanity from the real world, let alone us. Odis nodded, waiting for the Taoist priest to answer his second question. As for your concern about the difference between you and me, that's because you don't yet possess divinity. The celestial master looked at Odis. Up to now, you still exist entirely with a human mind and thoughts. When you possess divinity, you will understand the concepts of, I am me, yet I am also me, and, I am not me, yet I am also me. It is an ideology that is different from, yet transcends, ordinary people. When you are a saint, the divinity within you will automatically come to me. But once you become an angel, you will definitely gain a part of divinity, which will make you accepted by the whole world. Even without the help of Adam and Ammon, you can exist on your own. However, before that, you cannot know that you are a wise man, as this would plunge you into a state of severe self-doubt. So from the moment you were born, Adam hypnotized you, and it seems he hypnotized you again later. At the same time, Adam also helped you evade the temptations of the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire. Although they didn't realize this was my plan, they were suspicious and sent people to verify it. This is why an extraordinary tragedy occurred on the farm as soon as you were born. He paused for a moment and then said, as for our fusion, you won't lose anything, because I will become a part of your memories without affecting your subjective consciousness. The celestial master sighed and said, I have spent a long time in the wilderness of knowledge. If my state does not change, I may begin to transform into divinity after a period of time. Therefore, I will voluntarily give up my ego and let the human aspect take the lead. Odis looked at the Taoist priest, hesitant to speak. Just say what you have to say. I just thought that I myself was unlikely to make the decision to give up myself, Odis said frankly. So why did the celestial master, who is another self, make such a decision? The celestial master suddenly asked, have you ever thought about what the original form of consciousness was like? Odis was taken aback, no. Let me give you a somewhat inappropriate example, the celestial master said. In our understanding, the cells in the human body are not conscious, they rely solely on instinct to complete the metabolic process. But within the higher-level capabilities of the audience pathway, it's possible for even the cells in a person's body to develop independent consciousness. Where do you think this consciousness comes from? Are they all independent personalities created by the audience? Odis frowned, cells have consciousness too. The celestial master did not answer the question, but instead said, let's change our perspective. Even if it represents all knowledge of the universe, I am still considering the meaning of the universe. In the starry sky, there are planetary systems, star systems, and giant galaxy clusters. Have you ever thought that a planetary system might be a cell, a star system might be a piece of tissue, and a galaxy cluster might be a kind of organ, such as bacteria and viruses? Odis looked surprised, and then he fully understood what the other person meant. The celestial master further stated, so, as a particle within a cell, can you imagine what the thought process of the entire human body is like? Odis swallowed hard. The initial consciousness is equivalent to the consciousness of the entire human body. Initially, he wasn't asleep, he simply stopped paying attention to the battle between the microorganisms within his body. The Celestial Master nodded. Now you know why divinity is so special, right? You can think of it as the link between cellular consciousness and human consciousness. However, that is still a long way from the original consciousness. I could feel that the consciousness was completely beyond our understanding and imagination. I don't even know how to describe the results of my thinking. He paused for a moment and then said, the moment I abandon myself in the wilderness of knowledge, I will embark on the path of seeking the original consciousness. You will rule the wilderness of knowledge, using those extraordinary studies to become part of divinity and provide the foundation for my existence. I will continually elevate the height of your being, bringing you ever closer to perfection. This is a system in which humanity and divinity can help each other, rather than fight each other. Odis asked with a sigh, what exactly did you realize after becoming a Celestial Master? The Celestial Master smiled and said, don't assume that divinity and humanity are necessarily opposed just because others say they are. To give an inappropriate example, the divinity of the past is nothing more than the working principle of the esophagus, stomach, small intestine, or large intestine, and the divinity of the pillars is nothing more than the working principle of the digestive system. Don't be bound by these rules. Of course, it's difficult, after all, no one has ever heard of a cell communicating with a person's consciousness. However, do not give up hope. Even if you cannot attain a higher level of consciousness, this is still a way for humanity and divinity to coexist. Odis smiled and said, indeed, only I can convince myself. He felt it was very challenging and he really wanted to give it a try. The Celestial Master continued, I will take away most of the divinity within you, but you will still possess some divinity. However, compared to normal angels and gods, the divinity you possess will be very, very little. This is your strength, but it is also your weakness. If needed, I can lend you some divinity. You must remember, you are me, and I am you. Odis nodded, I understand. All right, go back now, the Celestial Master said. We've talked long enough. You can communicate with me anytime through the knowledge wilderness from now on. Odis grunted in response, and his vision suddenly went blank. He quickly regained his senses, and in almost a second or two, the stream of information that made up Odis's body reformed. He then found himself in a hidden world. After a slight pause, Odis raised his hand, and several streams of information formed a phantom vortex in front of him. Having stepped into that vortex, Odis successfully returned to the real world. Seeing that Odis had successfully ascended to godhood, the hostile angels and demigods all left the scene of the ascension. The hidden sage, in midair roared, our fusion is your inescapable fate. An inescapable fate. Odis paused for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, you don't understand anything. Chapter 433, Chapter 432 After ascending to angel. Odis had already successfully advanced, and with Adam watching him closely, the hidden sage didn't have time to argue with Odis and immediately transformed into a torrent of information and left. Odis said to Adam, thank you. Adam looked at Odis and said, it's good that you're back. After saying that, he disappeared into the air. Then Odis looked at Ariana, thank you for your help. Ariana smiled slightly and left with Archbishop Anthony and the other two demigods. Odis thanked the two demigods of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, who exchanged a few polite words with Edwina and then left. The border between Riemborg and the Republic of Intis. The God of Steam and Machinery, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, seemed to realize that Odis had completed his ascension. The colorless, somewhat ethereal, hazy ball of light retreated rapidly, preparing to return to the astral plane. A magnificent voice suddenly emanated from the Tower of Books on the Remberg side, you have no chance left. The ball of light paused noticeably, and in the next instant, it completely disappeared from the real world. The Tower of Books also disappeared, leaving only a large area of mutated plants and animals. On a barren mountain outside Azhara. Odis looked at Hermes and Constantine, the two angels, one old and one young, who knelt before him on one knee and, with tears in their eyes, said together, Great Sage, welcome back to the earth. From the memories she had just acquired, Odis learned that Hermes had also been one of the 10 pillars of the Ascetic Order of Morse. It was in the academic atmosphere of the Ascetic Order of Morse that Hermes invented the mystical language belonging to mankind. However, during the Fourth Age, he was sent by the sages to assist Adam in establishing the Twilight Shrine. Later, due to the fall of the sage, this overseas mission continued for more than 1,000 years. Odis said to Hermes, go back first, I will talk to Adam about your matter. Hermes stood up and said, yes. After saying that, he disappeared from people's sight. Odis then said to Constantine, if the elves wish to return to the mainstream world, they can acquire Lenberg citizenship. Constantine also stood up and said, we are willing to join Remnantberg. Odis nodded, come to Azhara again tomorrow and discuss this matter. Constantine agreed and then transformed into lightning and left. Finally, Odis smiled and said to Bernadette and the others, I'll treat you all to a good drink tomorrow night. The The somewhat weary demigods responded with smiles one after another and then left. Only Odis and Bernadette remained on the desolate mountain. Odis opened his arms, about to embrace Bernadette. Bernadette stared at Odis and asked, "Why are those two angels kneeling before you?" The matter of the celestial master was, of course, something that couldn't be discussed. In an instant, Odis concocted a half-true, half-false reason. "After my promotion, I understood many things." He said, "It turns out that during the Second Era, there was a powerful being called the Sage. During the Fourth Age, the Sages collapsed due to internal divine problems, and the uniqueness of the Hermit pathway and a Sequence 1 characteristic gave rise to self-awareness, forming the Hidden Sages. The God of Craftsmen at that time acquired the uniqueness of the Perfect 1 pathway and the Sequence 1 characteristic, which also became the reason why the time when the God of Craftsmen became a god was roughly the same as the time when the Hidden Sage appeared. And the Lord of Mysteries is the remnant will of the Sage." Odis described the struggle between the divinity and humanity of the Sages as a battle between the Lord of Mysteries, the Hidden Sage, and the God of Steam, and most of what he said was true. And he told Bernadette, "During my ascension, the Lord of Mysteries intended to relinquish himself and entrust me with something very important. Actually, the Hidden Sage and the God of Steam are fighting over that one thing." Bernadette asked curiously, "What is that?" Odis answered truthfully, "The essence." Bernadette, who had previously learned about the Old Ones from Odis, gasped and looked around before whispering, "Is it true? Could it be a trick by the Lord of Mysteries? How could anyone, or even a god, abandon the source matter?" Odis laughed, "I believe it's true, because when I ascended just now, the Lord of Mysteries could have easily influenced me, even replaced me, and I had no power to resist. But he didn't." "That's true. In fact, not only now, but when Odis was weaker, the Celestial Master had plenty of opportunities to take over Odis's consciousness and turn him into a clone that could continuously provide him with humanity. Before this, Odis hadn't figured out why he hadn't done it. Was it simply that the time wasn't right? Only today, after their conversation, did Odis realize that the Celestial Master's level of thought had surpassed his own imagination, and that he had long since pursued a higher level of enlightenment. Odis also understood the Celestial Master very well, because he understood himself very well. Just as he wants to bring his research to the world, allowing ordinary people to enjoy the benefits of mysticism and letting mysticism serve people. This idea wasn't particularly noble, but he felt that he should do something with positive significance, something that transcends self-interest, so that the journey would have meaning. Seeing that Bernadette was still somewhat suspicious, Odis smiled and said, "I come from a prehistoric civilization and am a scarce resource in modern times, so of course I can't just disappear." Bernadette breathed a sigh of relief, joking about her unusual experience and her near-death experience, something that even gods would find difficult to imitate. Of course, she thought this way because she had never met a Mon. She then embraced Odis, and soon she sensed the spirituality emanating from Odis. "You should restrain your spirituality first." Odis nodded, "Okay." He paused and then said, "After I acquire the source essence, some ancient gods will definitely recognize me as a sage. You just need to know that I am actually Odis." Odis smiled. "This way, I can use my status as a sage to expand my influence." Bernadette nodded, indicating that she understood. The two returned to Azhara, and Odis went back to his room, trying to control his spirituality. Odis is in good condition. He feels that the potion he drank has been completely digested, which is not surprising. After all, he has been a sage for a long time. Therefore, the process of gathering spiritual energy went very smoothly and was completed quickly. He took a deep breath and began to observe his own state with his spirituality. First of all, there was indeed something in his consciousness that felt very cold and indifferent. It felt as if all emotions and perceptions would come to a standstill there, like someone stuffing a handful of snow into your clothes in winter. But if you ignore it, you don't feel that it has any impact. Odis knew very well that this was because he possessed less divinity, and that his current humanity could completely suppress it. So there's no need to pay too much attention to it. Then Odis began to examine the new ability she had gained. The most crucial ability was that she could freely transform into a mythical creature, which was a rolling stream of information that could turn surrounding objects into information streams as well. The most direct attack method is to turn the opponent's body into an information flow. For example, to let the information flow enter the target's brain, putting the opponent in a rock-like state. You can also add information to your own information flow to make your body stronger. In the mythical creature state, Odis gains a faster movement speed, physical attacks can no longer harm her, and attacks from extraordinary abilities below the angel level cause negligible damage. Even extraordinary attacks at the angelic level can be dodged with agility. However, since they are at the level of angels, their extraordinary attacks usually carry the power of the path, so attacks from angels should be taken seriously, as they can still cause severe damage. Odis felt that the power he received was underlying information. The most basic information in this world. For example, he turns a tree into a stream of information, which is actually the information state of that tree. Everything can be interpreted using information. Take that tree, for example. When did it sprout? How does it grow each year? How does it flower? How does it bear fruit? What significant events did it experience in which year? All of these can be described using information. On the other hand, the process of this tree sprouting, growing, flowering, and bearing fruit all involve biological knowledge, and the tree's growth process follows the trajectory of this knowledge. The third point is the current condition of the tree. How many years has it lived? Is it healthy? And so on. These three aspects together form a complete tree of information. Currently, the information flow that Odis can convert is basically composed of three types of symbols, numbers, symbols, and patterns. All of this information can fully explain and express a thing or a person. This is not actually the lowest level of information. The most basic information can be expressed using 0 and 1. This authority not only allowed Odis to transform himself and other things into a flow of information, but also gave him a different understanding of information. For example, he could find the information needed to analyze a problem in the shortest amount of time. Their analytical and problem-solving skills have both improved. Some of his previous abilities have also undergone qualitative changes. For example, with the core ability, Mysterious Reappearance, Odis can now easily reappear beings at the level of true gods. Of course, this ability is still at the level of an angel, only the materials that can be reproduced are much richer. The ability to reproduce has been further enhanced. For example, if it were to reproduce the angry crash into Mount Bujo, even the true gods would have to hide, and it would be very easy to smash a mountain to pieces. The ability to prophesy has also been enhanced. It is no longer necessary to observe the river of fate so carefully to make prophecies. Moreover, Odis's current spirituality allows her to make prophecies that will affect her. For example, if Odis were walking normally and suddenly saw a picture of himself being injured, it would definitely mean that he was about to be attacked, and if he was not prepared, he would certainly be injured. This is equivalent to turning an active skill into a passive skill. Of course, it can still be used actively, and it can make higher-level predictions, with clearer and more accurate prediction results. Other abilities, such as witchcraft and star magic, have been enhanced. Odis noticed that the abilities such as Pillar of Starlight and Cage of Stars that appeared from Sequence 5 were actually more like the abilities of the Generalist pathway. For example, the Pillar of Starlight fundamentally destroys the basic structure of matter, and the Generalist pathway possesses this ability. Adjacent pathways do not have abilities similar to the Cage of Starlight, but at Sequence 5, they can use a thin layer of starlight as a shield to protect themselves. After recognizing his new abilities, Odis entered the wilderness of knowledge. Now, he no longer needed to meditate or take any other steps, he could enter the source matter instantly with a thought. Upon entering, the spheres of light that made up the tower suddenly surrounded him, before Odis could even comprehend what was happening. It had already entered Odis's body. In that instant, a vast amount of knowledge flooded Odis's mind, from the small matter of repairing bicycle pedals to the grand scale of building a spaceship that could travel at the speed of light. Odis suddenly possessed all the knowledge that had ever existed in this universe. From that moment on, the tower composed of orbs of light disappeared, and the rooms and factories that Odis had previously built were exposed in the wilderness with its illusory light. Odis took a deep breath. He felt he could build new rooms and factories, but he didn't. Instead, he left his laboratory and factories in the wilderness to avoid trouble during future expansion. Because Odis now has tens of thousands of intelligent puppets under his control, which are essentially artificial intelligence formed by relying on the computing power of the knowledge wilderness. Of course, Odis knew very well that their purpose was not to be like cattle and horses in a factory, but to monitor how knowledge was used throughout the universe and whether new knowledge had emerged. This is somewhat like the kind of cosmic godlike civilization that Odis imagined, which monitors all intelligent life and can immediately know about any slight change in knowledge. Odis's use of these intelligent puppets was a demotion. It was as if these puppets were all engineers, designers, and company executives, but Odis made them all tighten screws. However, Odis had no intention of changing this, mainly because his current productivity was too low, and he could only let these puppets fill the gap. The key was that he was currently an angel and could not go to space. Even if he knew about the knowledge breakthroughs of civilizations in the universe, it would be of no use. He would just let them focus on tightening screws. In that case, the weapons to be delivered to Fusak this month can be completed ahead of schedule, and we can also take on some more orders. Then Odis came to the central processing unit, which was actually left behind by the Celestial Master to communicate with Odis. Odis sat down before the illusory sphere of light and enveloped it with her spirituality. In an instant, Odis's consciousness returned to that ink-painting-like environment, where the Celestial Master was still sitting cross-legged on that stubborn black rock. Odis sat down as well. I have 2 more questions I'd like to discuss with you. The Master glanced at Odis and nodded. Odis asked, I've discovered that there are some memories I still don't have. For example, why did Amon and Adam ambush the Dragon of Wisdom? And who exactly is the current god of knowledge and wisdom? The celestial master replied, to be on the safe side, I have also sealed away my memories of this matter. I only remember that it was a plan that I and the ancient sun god began to carry out in the third era. I once told him a lot of the history that was going to happen in the mysterious world. He knew that the origin would one day awaken in his body and that he would be betrayed, so he would definitely make some arrangements. Odis nodded and asked, I also noticed that the knowledge I just gained contained almost nothing about the extraordinary, and very little about the first age. The celestial master patiently replied, only after you advance to the next level will you be able to acquire all the knowledge about mysticism and the extraordinary that the wilderness of knowledge possesses. Only then will you be the emperor of knowledge. Odis said, oh, and then asked, do I need an anchor to stabilize my position? Yes, it is necessary, the celestial master said. But your anchors are somewhat special. For example, those who have read your fighting manual are your anchors. For example, those who have learned Gar runes are your anchors. For example, people whose lives have been changed because of the knowledge you spread can also become your anchors. Odis paused for a moment before saying, then I don't need to develop followers. Then a question popped into his head, many of the techniques I used to utilize the extraordinary puppet were provided by the hidden sage. In that case, wouldn't my anchor also become an anchor? The celestial master smiled and said, it's not too late for you to realize this now. He paused for a moment, then continued, don't think that the hidden sage knows nothing, he should already have some guesses. That's why we provide you with some knowledge so that your research can be integrated with that knowledge, completing the first step of integration with you. Even if I strike again and defeat him once more, the anchor point will still exist because of the existence of that knowledge. Odis was somewhat annoyed, I shouldn't have been lazy on such a crucial matter. Seeing the Taoist priest's relaxed expression, he asked, do you have a solution? The celestial master said, the reason I'm promoting you back from sequence 9 is not only to strengthen your humanity, but also to make up for the experiences I didn't have back then, because I became a sage not long after entering the extraordinary world. So you'll find that there are several sequences of potions that you have to digest completely. Another objective is for you to seal the consciousness of the wilderness of knowledge. If I were to do this, it would be easy for me to reconnect with it. But you are a more pure human being, very sensitive to the other party's intrusion, and can effectively block it. Odis was taken aback, I'm going to seal it. How do I seal it? The celestial master smiled and said, you'll know when the time comes. Odis thought to himself, if you represent other sources, I seriously doubt you know either. However, the celestial master represents the wilderness of knowledge, and should have the corresponding authority to prophesy. He must have seen some visions of the future. Odis then asked, is there a way to completely eliminate them? The celestial master shook his head, his belief that he is the original consciousness is debatable, but he was once the past, and his spirit is immortal. In fact, as long as the wilderness of knowledge is controlled, a part of his consciousness will definitely be present in the divinity. Being able to separate most of his consciousness like we are now is already a very good situation. Odis nodded, I will keep an eye on that information. After asking his questions, Odis exited the inkwash painting-like scene, which resembled a wise man's time. With a wave of his hand, he materialized machine tools and production lines for the new, intelligent puppets, putting them into production immediately. In order to make use of them, Odis returned to the real world and stuffed a large amount of raw materials into the wilderness of knowledge, enough for them to produce for a period of time. Having accomplished all this, Odis returned to Cruise Island, changed her appearance, bought some food and a pitcher of beer from the night market, and returned alone to the cabin on the mountaintop. While drinking, she looked at the sea under the moonlight and the bustling island, feeling a sense of peace in her heart. Although most of what happened today was within his expectations, it still left him feeling overwhelmed. At this moment, he didn't want to think about anything, he just wanted to clear his mind and rest. After finishing the entire barrel of beer, Odis had his invisible servants clean up before he went back to rest. The next morning, Constantine arrived as promised. Odis and Mandy received him and discussed the merger of Elf Island into Lenberg. The conversation went very smoothly, and the general strategy was settled in just over half an hour. The remaining details can be left to Mandy and Constantine's subordinates. After seeing Constantine off, Odis returned to the outskirts of Azhara, calling out, Adam, Adam, Adam. At this moment, Odis felt Adam's gaze again, so he asked, what do you plan to do with Hermes? Adam's voice suddenly rang out beside Odis, after I become a god, Hermes can leave with the Psychological Alchemy Society. Odis looked around but didn't see anyone, okay. He paused and then said, this is equivalent to settling over 1,000 years' worth of wages and travel allowances all at once. Adam hummed in agreement. Deep within the misty sea lies Elf Island. After arriving on the island using a teleportation array, Vice Admiral Hel Constantine rushed to the prince's palace as quickly as possible. Upon arriving at the palace gates, he asked a servant to inform His Highness the Prince that he had something important to report. Soon, Hel was granted permission to meet Prince Constantine in a side hall. Your Highness, I have just received a newspaper from Remberg, which contains an astonishing piece of news. Odis Gard signed a decree a week ago that elves and giants can now become legal citizens of Remberg. From the time this newspaper was circulated across the sea, to Hal's acquisition, and finally to Elf Island, a week had passed since the decree was signed. Constantine paused for a moment. You came here just to report this. Hal was also taken aback. The prince didn't seem surprised at all. Yes. You haven't been on Elf Island recently, so you don't know that I've already been in contact with Cien and Odis Gard, Constantine said. Be prepared, Elf Island is going to become an autonomous state of Lenberg. The teleportation array from Elf Island to Azhara will be completed next week, and the Lenberg government will also send some officials. After standing there for a long while, Hel muttered in surprise, from the autonomous prefecture. The nationwide property and population statistics in Remnantburg were finally completed. After obtaining the statistical data, Odis immediately entered the wilderness of knowledge and had hundreds of intelligent puppets analyze and study it. They quickly produced a detailed plan for transformation and reconstruction. So an hour after the statistics were handed over to Odis, Odis took a large detailed map of Remberg and called a meeting of the important officials. When the detailed map of Lenpo was unfolded, Mandy and the others were stunned. It was covered with circles and dots, as well as dense red pen writing. When President Odis began to speak, Mandy and the others realized that each small circle represented a factory that needed renovation. Seeing that everyone was about to take out their notebooks to take notes, Odis said, I will give you detailed information after the meeting. Here I will just give you a brief overview. If you don't understand anything, you can look up the relevant information. As Odis described it, everyone roughly understood that in the coming period, a huge transformation of Remmenberg's entire industrial system was to be carried out. First, the existing industrial system should be divided into two parts. One part consists of a group of factories that are mainly engaged in light industry. After certain supervision and institutional reforms, these factories will continue to produce daily industrial products to supply goods for the daily lives of ordinary residents. A number of factories, primarily engaged in heavy industry, underwent a nationally coordinated renovation to build a complete, extraordinary technology, industrial chain. Odis wanted to fully implement his designs, starting with the production of extraordinary tools for which current technology was relatively mature. Meanwhile, the Remberg Research Institute will continue to expand. Next, Odis will give them a large number of blueprints for extraordinary machine tools and extraordinary daily necessities, so that they can produce prototypes and accumulate experience. Then these technicians were to immediately go and guide the factory's production work, and if there was anything they didn't understand, they should pray directly to the Lord of Mysteries. Odis knew very well that at the beginning, the entire country's industry would be thrown into chaos by him, and there would even be a large number of defective products in the early stages of industrial production. This is the fastest way to jump from a normal industrial system to an extraordinary industrial system. Otherwise, if factory owners were to introduce extraordinary technologies themselves, who knows how long it would take. Of course, you can't tell ordinary people that this is extraordinary technology, just tell them that it's a new energy product. However, Odis plans to incorporate the study of mystical symbols into general education, teaching them alongside mathematics. The application of mystical symbols is more like the calculation and application of geometry. Simply learning these mystical symbols is not enough to create magic circles and talismans, because it involves a systematic body of knowledge in both material science and mysticism. Learning only symbols is like learning only letters and words in a foreign language, without learning grammar and sentence structure. Learning this allows people to gain a basic understanding of extraordinary technology, products, and some talented students can also be recruited to the Remberg Institute to engage in research work. The next step for the Remberg Institute is to establish a university to uniformly teach mysticism and Gar runes, and to provide opportunities to become extraordinary individuals. Even if you don't become an extraordinary person, you can still be an engineer in extraordinary technology. After Odis spoke for over an hour and roughly explained his intentions, he sat down and waited for a while before Mandy and the others caught up with the president's train of thought. At this moment, most of them could not hide their surprise. Almost everyone present knew that the statistics on Rembrandt's economy had just been completed, and the detailed data had only been submitted this morning. Yet, before noon, the president already had such a detailed plan. Every factory, and even some of the larger workshops, is in the president's plans. This workload is quite staggering. However, considering that the president is a high-level extraordinary being, this seems to make sense. The key question is, where did the president get so many new ideas? And how did he come up with this economic model, which is different from the current North and South continents and has a detailed plan? At this point, an official asked, what if those factory owners are unwilling to cooperate with such renovations? Odis said, first, try to persuade them seriously. If that doesn't work, then directly nationalize the factory and give the factory owner no more than 10% of the shares. Everyone was stunned. 10%. Only 10%. Odis laughed and said, I know what you're thinking, and I know there will definitely be some extreme actions, but I hope that instead of sympathizing with the factory owners, you'll sympathize with the ordinary workers. Oh, right, the new labor law also needs to be followed up. I have already completed the drafting. Each worker's working hours cannot exceed 8 hours per day and 40 hours per week. For Odis, not sending those factory owners to cut down trees and make furniture was already a great favor. However, none of the officials dared to speak up. They realized that this would inevitably cause great chaos in Rembrandt society, and the entire country might even collapse as a result. We are at war now. Odis seemed to have read the officials' thoughts again. We can use some tough measures. If you don't have confidence, I will put someone in charge of this task. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then forget it. There are plenty of people waiting to see what happens. Odis noticed that the officials trained by Odis, such as Mandy, were mostly bewildered, because Odis had only talked to them about the theory of national economicism before, and they did not expect that if it were actually implemented, it would be an ideological transformation. Another group of officials, including radicals like Selt, were more concerned, or rather, distrustful of Odis, feeling that the president was making trouble for the country. However, after hearing Odis's words, everyone expressed their determination to do their best to complete the tasks assigned by the president. Chapter 434, Chapter 433 The Blood Emperor's Treasure. Ace Era, Presidential Office. Odis looked out the window at the carriages coming and going in the courtyard and asked Mandy behind him, these kinds of things, like confiscating property and stripping power, should be done by a loyal minister. Go find a few people who are hardworking and capable, but not very sociable, and I'll talk to them. He specifically instructed, don't even consider the radicals in Remberg. They are either people who came with us from Backlund or people from Cruise Island. Mandy thought for a moment before saying, I have a few candidates. After further vetting them, I'll bring them to you for review. Odis hummed in agreement, glanced at Mandy, and asked with a smile, what are you worried about? Mandy bluntly stated, your actions will bring severe turmoil to Remberg. In particular, a large portion of the factory being renovated is owned by foreign businessmen, which will displease foreign nobles and wealthy individuals, and they may even send people to demand compensation. I know, Odis smiled. The extraordinary benefits are now being demonstrated. As long as the extraordinary institutions remain in order, the foundation of the entire nation will not be shaken. As for foreign investments, you don't need to worry. As I've said before, we're in a time of war, so we can use some tough measures. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when the next chance will come. The Kingdom of Rune is currently at war with the Fuzak Empire and the Republic of Intis, and has neither the time nor the resources to deal with these matters. Moreover, even if they had this idea, they wouldn't offend Odis at this time, so they would pretend they hadn't heard the merchants' demands for the time being. Feniport is at war with Mascherano, and if they were to intervene, it would give Odis a reason to send troops. Or rather, Odis would be delighted if Feniport or the southern states sent people to confront him. Odis might even deliberately provoke them and then use that as a pretext to launch a new war of expansion. Once the preparations are complete, even if they are extremely cautious, fearing to anger Odis, Odis will still accuse them of disrespecting him and send troops to attack. Thinking of this, Odis smiled sincerely and said, go ahead and do it. I'll cover for you. If things really get out of control, we can ask Adam for help to get everyone to support President Reinberg's reforms. However, unless someone maliciously instigates it, mass incidents generally do not occur. After all, Odis's systems were beneficial to ordinary people, the real turmoil was in the country's bureaucracy and the wealthy class. Therefore, as long as Odis stabilized the upper echelons of the country, the system of state capitalism could be implemented. The fear is that these people will use their influence to misinterpret Odis's actions to the public. If that were to happen, Odis would not hesitate to act decisively. Oh, there's one more thing, Odis said. We need to secretly build an anti-bureaucratic organization. The system I'm promoting is very prone to fostering bureaucracy and local interest groups. Mandy paused for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, these systems haven't even been implemented yet, how do you know there will be such consequences? Is it all based on deduction? Odis said, half jokingly, as a high-level extraordinary being, you can obtain knowledge that is beyond your imagination. You may find these systems very novel, but to me they seem like things I've talked about with my friends countless times. We've certainly discussed this countless times, such as during our late-night talks in college, although our remarks back then were somewhat naive. But it is true that after repeatedly analyzing certain things, and then learning some targeted knowledge, one can gain a mature understanding of the things that were repeatedly discussed at the time. Mandy paused for a few seconds, then said, I understand. She paused for a moment and then said, but I don't think the officials from Rembrandt will seriously carry out your plan. I've already spoken to them, Odis said. If they can't do it, we'll find someone else. Through the training and appointment of the Cruise Islanders, you should have noticed that officials do not necessarily have to be nobles. Ordinary people, once they have enough knowledge and experience, can also be fully competent in these positions. Of course, there were indeed some instances of embezzlement and bribery, but the nobility did do it too, and their methods were more standard, even legalizing bribery to some extent. Otherwise, if there were no benefits, why do you think nobles would insist on holding those official positions? Mandy nodded. I understand. She realized that this was the president's way of eliminating the last vestiges of aristocratic influence over the country. Although the radicals had relatively advanced ideas, they were, after all, aristocrats, and their stance prevented them from truly obeying the president's arrangements. After seeing Mandy off, Odis entered the wilderness of knowledge again. After the intelligent puppet made a detailed plan, Odis immediately convened an emergency meeting, at which time the financial report had not yet been completed. At this moment, Odis had just entered the wilderness of knowledge when he received a financial report prepared by the intelligent puppet. Odis glanced at it a few times, then smiled and said, "Very good, I'll give you a few days off." However, those intelligent puppets remained staring straight ahead, showing no reaction. In terms of workability, they are about the same as Odis, but they usually seem rather dull. "Forget it, you guys don't know what a holiday is," Odis said. "Let's go back to making semi-automatic rifles. Some orders are quite urgent." After saying this, Odis returned to the real world with the financial report. After examining it closely, he realized that he did not currently have enough money to complete the renovation process. In the extraordinary industrial system constructed by Odis, most precision instruments such as machine tools have to be produced in the wilderness of knowledge. Therefore, the first thing to be renovated is the military industry. Weapons such as semi-automatic rifles and extraordinary machine guns are produced in the real world to free up enough production capacity in the wilderness of knowledge. The key issue is that the military industry consists of private companies, some of which are even foreign companies. This is what Odis couldn't understand the most. How could a government with such a strong backbone not have control over key resources like military supplies? Even the materials used to make those machine tools had to be cast in the wilderness of knowledge, because the casting technology in the North and South continents was not yet advanced enough to cast materials for some key parts. So the knowledge wilderness was bustling with activity at this time. Odis had built an industrial park there, which mainly sent raw materials and steel into the knowledge wilderness, and produced precision machine tools and various weapons when they came out. This has already saved a huge amount of costs for Odis's plan, but the Remberg government's current fiscal deficit is close to 300,000 rupees. The reason why the deficit was described directly in gold pounds is because the money previously borrowed by Lemberg was mainly from the Kingdom of Loan, so the debt had to be repaid in gold pounds. Most of these deficits were lent to Remmenberg as war aid. This is aid from a major power. The aid funds must be used to purchase weapons, supplies, and so on in Rune. The previous Remberg government had already spent most of that money, and thus established an army of about 30,000 men, fully equipped with Rune weapons. Currently, in addition to this well-equipped new army, Remnantberg's army also includes two army groups. One army group consists of the garrison that was previously withdrawn from the south and was reorganized with the garrison in Azhara after the withdrawal. This unit has about 60,000 troops and is fairly well equipped. However, the soldiers who survived the previous wars were mostly veterans. They had rich combat experience, but don't expect them to fight desperately for the Remborg government. There is also the Northern Army Group in Remmenberg, mainly responsible for defending the Republic of Intis in the north, which has about 20,000 men. Such a large-scale, modern army has put a strain on Rembrandt's finances, making it unlikely that the country can repay its debts on time. One of the main purposes of Odis's upcoming state visit to Backlund was to see if he could renege on the 30. A debt of tens of thousands of pounds. And these dozen or so troops, as well as the state guards of each state, will definitely have to be disbanded. The extraordinary puppets are far more powerful than these armies, and they don't need to be paid or provided with logistical support. However, this needs to be done step by step, because there are not enough extraordinary puppets at present, and a large number of troops need to be deployed in the north and east. However, they have changed from the original main force to the current auxiliary force. Another major expense is the extraordinary legion that Odis is currently building. Although the extraordinary puppets are a product of a one-time investment, the cost has dropped to around £50 after mass production began. In addition to exceptional weapons and troop carriers, the average cost of an exceptional soldier is around £100. Generally, 5,000 extraordinary puppets make up an extraordinary legion, and such a legion is worth £500,000. However, their combat effectiveness was undeniable. 1.5 legions drove away Feneport's nearly 200,000 strong army, and the entire battle did not result in the loss of more than 200 extraordinary puppets. Because of the enormous cost, Odis currently only has 2 legions. The 3rd legion will be even more expensive. He plans to build an armored legion, which will require the production of at least 500 extraordinary tanks. Currently, Odis's main source of income is the money he earns from pirates on Cruise Island and arms deals with other major powers. The money he has saved up is long gone. Investments in Vote State have begun to yield returns, but those are mainly in industry and agriculture, and the tax revenue is simply not enough to fill the gap. After some thought, Odis decided to have the factory owners in Remberg bear the cost of renovating the factories. Remberg wasn't short of money, rather, its money wasn't in the hands of the government or the common people, so it could only be in the hands of nobles and the wealthy. In the future, they can also bear the initial costs of the extraordinary industrial system, at which point they will be basically squeezed dry. However, a large sum of money is still needed to manufacture extraordinary weapons. For Odis, the only strategic opportunity is this year of World War. After the war ends, it will be more difficult to launch an expansion war. If we wait until we have sufficient funds to expand, it may take 3 or 4 months, or even 6 months. At this moment, Odis suddenly remembered the treasure left behind by the Tudor Empire that Roselle had found in Remberg. On several occasions when he was in financial difficulty, Odis considered digging for the treasure, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. This time we really have to dig deeper, because this financial hole is too big. Having made up his mind, Odis went to the wilderness of knowledge, found the map drawn by the Great, and combined it with his recent understanding of Remnantburg, quickly determined its exact location. Finally, Odis looked at the passage written in simplified Chinese left by Roselle. At the end of the passage was a prophecy by Roselle: more than 100 years from now, someone who has had a similar experience to mine and is on good terms with my lovely daughter Bernadette will use the treasure. The prophecy was quite accurate. Odis was a time traveler, and he did have a good relationship with Bernadette. The key point is that he really needs this treasure right now. After thinking about it for a moment, Odis decided to take the map and find Bernadette to tell her about the treasure. This was to prevent a situation where, if she met Roselle later and the father and daughter compared accounts, they would discover a treasure, only to find that Odis had already emptied it all by the time Bernadette found it. At that time, Odis, who knew but did not report the truth, was in an awkward position. After meeting, Odis first talked about his financial difficulties, and then mentioned the treasure he had found in Backlund. Bernadette was quite surprised when she heard Odis's translation, but she then said to Odis, "Then let's go and dig up the treasure, otherwise those things are useless buried there." Bernadette didn't care much about money. Odis nodded, "You come with me, and all the sealed artifacts there are yours." Bernadette laughed and said, "What would I need so many sealed artifacts for? How about this, I'll choose 3 items, and you can have the rest." Odis was a little embarrassed. "You should take more. He mainly needs the valuables inside." "That is the treasure my father left you," Bernadette said. This made Odis even more embarrassed, as he had not only taken Roselle's treasure but also won over his daughter. Since they hadn't yet seen what the treasure looked like, Odis didn't stand on ceremony any longer and decided to discuss dividing the treasure after they arrived. The two discussed it briefly and prepared to head to the treasure immediately. Together they transformed into a stream of information, flying towards the location indicated on the map in this way. Upon arriving at the designated location, Odis thought to herself, "Flying this way is not as fast as using the vermilion bird. I will have to use the vermilion bird for future travels." Following the map, the two quickly found a cave. At the end of the cave was an extraordinary mechanism, but there were Chinese characters on the top of the cave instructing visitors on how to open it. Although more than 1,000 years have passed, the extraordinary mechanism is still usable. Once opened, a passage appears in front of it. As you can see, there were once many extraordinary traps along this not-so-wide passage, but they were all destroyed by Russell. After walking along the passage for a while and turning a corner, a stone door appeared. The door was open, and you could see gold piled up everywhere inside. After passing through the stone gate, the two seemed to have entered a sea of gems and gold. Even Odis, who had seen a great deal of money before, was overwhelmed by the wealth before him and realized how ignorant he was about money. This gold and jewels are enough to allow him to create an armored legion and equip 2 more legions. However, he did not immediately put these treasures into the wilderness of knowledge, but instead patiently explored a nearby stone chamber with Bernadette. It contained many sealed artifacts that still had effects. Just as Odis had predicted, there weren't many good ones left among Roselle's sealed artifacts. They were either somewhat useless or had strong negative effects. Odis looked around and smiled. The Abraham family is one of the great noble families of the Tudor Empire, and their support for Tudor is unquestionable. Because there are several sealed artifacts from the apprentice path here that Odis currently needs, building a teleportation array requires an extraordinary traveler trait. However, this method and this sequence are quite scarce, and although Odis has been trying to purchase them, the supply still cannot meet the demand. The reason why the teleportation array on Elf Island will not be completed until next week is mainly because there was just a clue about the traveler trait, and the transaction is expected to be completed this week. Bernadette casually picked out 2 demigod-level sealed items, then frowned and said, "There's nothing good here. Take the rest if you need them." This time, Odis showed no mercy. With a wave of his hand, all the sealed artifacts flew into the wilderness of knowledge. Just as the two were about to leave the stone chamber, they noticed that even without the sealing artifact, the spiritual energy here was still somewhat abnormal. Generally speaking, if there is a sealed object, the spiritual energy within a certain range will become abnormal. In other words, there might be hidden compartments or similar places here, where a sealed artifact might be stored. Odis activated his Eye of Secrets, and indeed found a hidden compartment in the wall. The extraordinary mechanism above seemed to have been destroyed as well. Odis easily opened the hidden compartment. The compartment was not large, but what was inside made Odis pause for a moment. It was a rectangular, bluish-green object. I couldn't tell what material it was made of. It looked like jade, or perhaps quartz. To Odis's surprise, the item was decorated in an oriental style, with elements such as fire and swords, but the carving was rather crude and lacked any lively spirit. There are 3 Chinese characters in the middle, Heavenly Maiden. Odis was taken aback. It was just a drought. How could there be something with Chinese characters in the treasures of the Tudor Empire? In front of this item was a thick parchment. Odis took out the parchment and opened it. It was written in simplified Chinese, which must have been left by Roselle again. With Bernadette by his side, Odis translated and read aloud, "Congratulations on finding this place. Before you lies the most important item in this treasure. These 3 words have given me some very bad thoughts. If your experience is similar to mine, I think your thoughts should be similar to mine as well. This was one of the motivations that drove me to search for the Western continent back then, but I failed, so those conjectures can only remain conjectures. I've carefully studied this blue jade plaque. This is a name I've suggested, you can call it whatever you like." Odis thought to himself, how verbose. He cleared his throat and continued translating. "After research, I discovered an astonishing secret. It seems that the Blood Emperor, Tudor, has made contact with a certain being in the Western continent, and obtained the corresponding knowledge through a kind of secret ritual, which was then used to create this jade tablet. This jade tablet itself isn't particularly powerful, it can only cause severe drought within 100 kilometers. If you know what drought is, then I don't need to explain." Odiston explained to Bernadette, "The earliest record of Han in our world is that she was the daughter of a god, with great attack power. Later, in a fierce battle, she lost most of her divine power and could only stay in the human world. According to legend, wherever she appears, a severe drought will occur." Odis continued reading, and the next sentence on the parchment read, "If you don't know what drought is, I'm too lazy to explain it to a foreigner." This sentence, of course, doesn't need translation. He continued reading, "This jade tablet possesses the power of a curse. It should be that the Blood Emperor obtained the corresponding knowledge through a secret ritual to make this jade tablet, and then prayed to that person in the Western continent for power. I learned from the ancient books in the stone chamber that Tudor had tried many times to establish contact with the being in the Western continent, but he was never able to get the other party to descend. Tudor also sent fleets to search for traces of the Western continent more than once. This is understandable, after all, in the 4th epoch, they were the most isolated and helpless party. As for those ancient books, I've taken them back as collectibles, so you don't need to bother looking for them. Although I said on the map that the purpose of Blood Emperor Tudor in burying this treasure is unknown, there are still some speculations. I think Tu Feng has realized that he is bound to fail, and he may have foreseen that he can make a comeback with the help of that being in the Western continent, so he left a portion of his wealth for the restoration of his country. This treasure has been buried for over 1,000 years and has never been used, which means that Tudor has never had any chance of being resurrected. Therefore, I thoroughly investigated the entire Intis. Only in the underground of Trier was the aura of the Blood Emperor Tudor suspected to have been discovered. However, I foresaw that if we tried to resolve this hidden danger, it might actually lead to danger, so I ignored it. This jade tablet is more important than its ability. Carrying this jade tablet will make it relatively easy to navigate the underground of Trier. Find and enter the mirror world. I've been there a few times, and it wasn't a great experience. I wouldn't recommend going too often. Finally, when you find this place, the myth that belongs to me, actually, its brother, Odis made an optimization when translating, will either have come to a temporary end, or I will have become an existence on par with the 7 gods in this world. No matter what happens to me, please accept my financial assistance and try your best to investigate the situation in the Western continent. If you find anything, please let me know in time, or burn paper money at my grave. If I really want to express my gratitude, then I'll thank my daughter. Consider it a small favor that her father has accumulated for her." After reading the contents of the sheepskin, the 2 of them remained silent for a while. Bernadette wanted some peace and quiet, so Odis gave her that time. A few seconds later, Bernadette seemed to come to her senses. "Give me this jade pendant. If you need it, ask me for it." Odis nodded, "Okay." After Bernadette took the jade pendant, Odis handed her this parchment as a keepsake. Bernadette put away the jade pendant and parchment before asking, "Where exactly is the Western continent?" "According to some information I have received, that should be the hometown of your father and me," Odis said. "I mean, the geographical hometown. But during the First Era, it seems that a powerful being sealed the Western continent, severing the connection between the Western continent and the real world." Bernadette slowly nodded. it seems there are some powerful beings in the Western continent as well. Could it be that the extraordinary figures there are gods beyond the 22 paths? Odis pondered for a moment before half-jokingly saying, I've spoken with Medici about some history of the tertiary and quaternary periods. From there I learned that Medici seemed to have been inspired by something during the quaternary period and did things that did not reflect his true intentions. According to his later recollections, he believed that he had been contaminated in some way, and that this contamination most likely came from the Western continent. Bernadette paused for a moment, then immediately understood what Odis meant. Blood Emperor, Tudor's unique and special characteristics of advancement come from Medici. It's possible that the contamination that Medici suffered from transferred to Tudor. So, was the great being of the Western continent, with whom Tudor established contact, a form of contamination? Odis nodded and said, Tudor has definitely been affected. He paused for a moment and then said, as for whether it is a form of pollution, that is actually open to discussion. Because according to information I learned from other sources, Above the Gods is not just about mastering the uniqueness of complex numbers and the characteristics of sequence 1, it also requires something called source matter. The general theory is that uniqueness gives the true god authority over a small realm, while primordial matter gives the Above the Gods a symbol of a large realm. For example, the authority of the god of steam and machinery is the light of civilization brought by knowledge, and the former sage symbolize the sum of all knowledge in the universe, which is knowledge itself. The authority of the reader approach lies in learning knowledge, not in the nature of knowledge. Odiston paused for a moment and then said, and it seems that most of these source substances were sealed in the Western continent by that powerful being during the first epoch. Bernadette immediately thought of the law of convergence of extraordinary characteristics. She speculated, is it the uniqueness of the Red Priest that attracted the corresponding source essence sealed in the Western continent, but because Medici didn't utilize the power of the source essence properly, it created something like pollution? Odis nodded, I think so too. Bernadette took a deep breath. After becoming an angel, I've had the same feeling many times as when I first became an extraordinary being. Several times I felt like I no longer recognized the world. That's normal, Odis said. After all, angels represent a qualitative leap for humanity. In ancient times, angels were already divine, possessing long lifespans and abilities closer to divine miracles. Bernadette smiled and said, it seems that this is because you're still getting used to being an angel. After chatting for a few more minutes, Odis went out and hauled all the valuables into the wilderness of knowledge, and they returned to Azhara together. Once no one was around, Odis entered the wilderness of knowledge, lay down on the gold, and stretched. He couldn't help but laugh. No wonder dragons love to sleep on things like gold coins, it feels really nice. However, these things were just passing through Odis's hands. He lay down for a short while and then summoned the intelligent puppet to register them. Odis then returned to the real world and prepared to establish 4 caravans to sell gold and gems in the capitals of the 4 great nations. We are currently in a state of war, and the price of gold continues to rise. If we sell gold now, it will be snapped up very quickly, and the money will be used to purchase a large amount of spiritual materials from various places. The reason why extraordinary weapons are so expensive is mainly due to the spiritual materials they contain. Currently, only a portion of these spiritual materials are obtained through cultivation by Odis, but the scale of cultivation is not yet large enough, and most of them still need to be purchased. However, it is important to negotiate the deal beforehand, understand the reserves of spiritual materials in different regions, and then purchase them simultaneously to avoid the situation where the price of spiritual materials worldwide immediately increases after large-scale purchases are made from one country. Odis estimated that his purchases would likely drive up the prices of various herbs and spiritual materials, potentially making them scarce commodities within a year or two. In a year or two, Odis will no longer need to make large purchases, as he has already begun cultivating spiritual materials in a desert in northwestern Remberg. In fact, planting in the desert is the most effective use of the land. In any case, it all happens within a certain area, concentrating the spiritual energy of that area to allow spiritually imbued herbs to grow. If it were on a normal hillside, within a few years other plants would become scarce, thus disrupting the food chain of the region. This could create new deserts. It would be better to choose a desert location for planting. However, this kind of planting is a bit more expensive, and the first problem to solve is the water issue. In response, Odis drew on the experience of locking the border of the Taklamakan Desert, and developed a complete planting process, and prepared to send a portion of the army to plant the crops first. We could raise their wages, and once the land and water there are restored, we could encourage them to move their families there so they can continue cultivating spiritual herbs after their military service. In Odis's industrial system, there will always be a great need for spiritual materials. Once they have a new source of income and don't have to fight, it will be easier to talk about disarmament. Chapter 435, Chapter 434 Visit to Ruin. As Odis pondered, he realized his thoughts were wandering further and further away, so he brought his mind back to the problem at hand. After having an overall plan, Odis summoned Mandi, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Commerce to work together to develop a detailed plan. Backlund, Pesfield Street. With his handsome face and blood-red eyes, Emlyn White quickly left the damned street. He was finally released by the Church of the Goddess of Night, and now he craved human blood, seeing the young men and women on the street. They couldn't help but swallow hard. However, Emlyn still managed to endure it and return home. He told his parents he was safe, then immediately went to the blood storage box, poured a glass of fresh blood, and drank it all in one gulp. Just as his thirst for blood had been slightly eased, the Marquis's messenger arrived, inviting the Viscounts and Barons in Backlund to a ball. Emlyn was already looking forward to the ball that evening, thinking about the fresh blood he would get from the Marquis. The White family's blood was obtained through bloodletting therapy, and it was mostly the blood of patients. The Marquis's family, however, runs a hospital and a blood donation center, making the blood of healthy people even more delicious. In the evening, Emlyn arrived at the ball venue, holding a glass of bright red blood, and chatted idly with the other vampires. Although other vampires would still secretly ridicule Emlyn, laughing at him for becoming a servant of the Church of the Earth Mother and for being imprisoned by the Church of the Night Goddess for so long. But now that Emlyn is a vampire viscount, they won't, and dare not, openly ridicule him. During a casual conversation, Emlyn received some startling news. President Odis Gard of Remberg had signed a decree recognizing elves, giants, and vampires as legitimate citizens. Moreover, this decree has been published in the newspapers, and it is said that elves have already contacted President Lenberg. The balls that the Marquis has been hosting these past few days have all been about discussing this matter. The vampires in Remenberg are already considering whether to contact the Remenberg government. But fearing this might be a scheme by President Lenberg, the entire vampire clan is now discussing the matter and searching for members who can establish contact with President Lenberg. Emlyn paused for a moment. Was this just my imagination? Releasing me at this time felt like they wanted my help to contact the Hermit. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that apart from reselling the knowledge he had traded with the Hermit, he didn't seem to have any other connections. The Marquis shouldn't suspect that he knew the Hermit. At this moment, the Marquis appeared on the second-floor terrace and gave a speech for the ball. First, everyone praised the progenitor, and then, as everyone guessed, he talked about his contact with Odis Gard. He glanced at Emlyn before saying, "You can also use your friend's connections. Our vampire network is so extensive, we're sure to find a way to contact Odis." Emlyn immediately understood. The Marquis hoped to use his secret channels, the Tarot Society's channels, to see if he could contact Odis. He found it somewhat amusing. You would never guess that Odis Gard is actually one of the members of my secret channel. After speaking with several people recommended by Azhara and Odis, he gave them new appointments and officially began the process of transitioning to a state capitalist economic model. This model is basically a replica of the 5-year plan. Only after establishing an extraordinary industrial system will Odis open up investment in the extraordinary industries to the public. Aside from some core technologies that will remain confidential, Odis is willing to provide some civilian technologies to private companies at low prices, allowing ordinary people to participate in this massive industrial transformation. This transformation immediately sparked widespread opposition within the country. There will certainly be dissenting voices, because what Odis is doing is taking control of the factories from the wealthy and using their money to convert them into factories where Odis works. After that, the factory had little to do with them anymore, so it would be strange if there were no objections. Foreign ministries from various countries sent telegrams accusing Odis of disrupting commercial order and telling him that if he did not return the property, they would impose an economic blockade on Rembrandt. Odis had his men search, but there was no telegram from the neighboring country of Masic. They are currently at war with the Kingdom of Feniport, and may genuinely be too preoccupied to deal with the fact that their merchants' assets are being effectively confiscated in another country. Odis saw this as unacceptable and immediately instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find a way to bribe the nobles and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mascherano to ensure that a telegram condemning Remberg was sent. The foreign minister was stunned when he received the order and didn't come to his senses for a long time. Only after being repeatedly reminded by the president did he agree and go to carry out the president's order. 2 days later, Masic finally sent a telegram of condemnation. Odis immediately ordered his men to hurl insults back, the harsher the better. They should aim to enrage Maximus. When Mascher's foreign ministry received the telegram from Remberg, it was stunned. Why is he singled out to criticize me? It's worth noting that some small countries in the central and southern regions with populations of only a few 100,000 sent telegrams of condemnation to Remberg, but Remberg did not respond in any way. While the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continued to hurl insults at Mascherano, Odis sent troops to implement the restructuring plan, making his meaning clear: follow my instructions and you can still have up to 10% of the shares. If you dare to resist, you will have nothing. Immediately, waves of opposition against Odis swept through Remnantburg. Odis took the opportunity to purge most of the nobles, stripping them of their titles and even confiscating their ancestral property. At the same time, Odis ordered the royal family to bestow the titles of duke upon 3 men with the highest honors: Bernadette, Elbera, and Constantine. The Riembo royal family also took this matter very seriously, even more so than when the king ascended the throne. As for the wealthy, Odis wasn't so harsh, he simply locked them up in prison for a few days to keep them quiet, without confiscating their properties or carriages. However, all the money in their company and their bank deposits have been frozen. Of course, the bank originally had no intention of cooperating, but Odis simply took over the bank completely and gave the Ministry of Finance a detailed plan to restructure the bank. The banks that were privately owned were reorganized into 4 state-owned banks. Thanks to Odis's plan, the bank reorganization went very smoothly, and they were soon able to carry out some business such as freezing deposits. After only a dozen days of struggle, the voices of opposition within the country completely disappeared. These people were no match for Odis, and within just 2 weeks, they lost their voice. A large number of impoverished nobles and wealthy individuals and factory owners whose assets had been confiscated fled the country. Odis did not stop them, but only issued one order: after they fled, their assets would be completely nationalized. Before this, their assets were only confiscated. If they were obedient, they could still be given some back gradually. But now, fleeing abroad is tantamount to giving up ownership of assets in Rembrandt. It took about another week for Odis to stabilize the situation. At the same time, as the first batch of military factories completed their initial renovations, they immediately received many orders and earned a large amount of foreign exchange. Once people made money, they felt at ease, and Rembrandt quickly returned to normal production. Moreover, the renovation work created a large number of jobs. Odis then ordered that the states no longer maintain state guards, and that all the dismissed guard members participate in the reconstruction work. In fact, most members of the state guard are not professional soldiers. They usually perform other flexible work while completing their assigned training tasks and other military missions. Because the state guard's income was insufficient to support their families, they were now being sent to work as construction workers, where one job would be enough to support their families. Therefore, although the process of disbanding the state guard encountered some resistance, most of it came from the officers of the state guard. Under Odis's iron-fisted policies, these people became ordinary construction workers before much happened. With state governments no longer needing to support their state guards, their financial situations will improve. Once the transition was largely completed, Odis began his state visit to the Kingdom of Rune. Before his departure, he visited various places and urged them to complete the reconstruction tasks on time. The southern part of the Furious Sea is an island that is not marked on most nautical charts. The fairy Shadas and her husband Mobert have been living on this island for more than half a month. The two of them are working on a collaborative project between Odis and Prince Constantine, visiting elven tribes on some remote islands in the Raging Sea and the Misty Sea, persuading them to move to Elf Island or Cruise Island. If all else fails, just making contact and taking a few people to Cruise Island would also be fine. The island elves were indeed not very welcoming to the Shatas couple, but because the couple were both Sequence 5s and traveled on a ghost ship with crew members who were all extraordinary puppets, the island elves had no way to deal with them. So they can stay if they want, but they have to build their own houses and find their own food. These challenges were no problem for the two Sequence 5s. They quickly built a cabin, making it even easier to find food. As long as Shadas went out to sea, the two of them could eat for several days. After settling down, they came into contact with more elves and used the medicine provided by Odis to cure many of their illnesses. Gradually, the elves stopped rejecting these two outsiders. Starting a few days ago, some elves had already secretly come to inquire about the changes in the outside world. When the chieftain of the elves on the island realized he couldn't stop them, he went to find Ziadas and Mobert and asked them what they wanted to do. "Your island is too barren," Mobert said with a smile. "Of course, because it is in the tropics, food is relatively abundant, but other resources are very scarce." Shadas replied, "Believe it or not, I don't want my fellow countrymen to continue living such a miserable life, so I will do my best to provide you with some help. If possible, we can start some trade in the future, exchanging some of the island's specialties for the medicines and industrial products you urgently need. If you wish, I will take a few of your people to see a human island inhabited by elves." The dark-skinned, wrinkled chieftain took a deep breath and said, "We once tried to trade with humans, but it attracted pirates and human traffickers. It is said that many nobles in the northern continent are eager to have a few elven servants." Mobert was slightly taken aback. "Many of you don't even have cabins. Is it because you have to fight pirates for a long time?" "That's easy. Just raise the mysterious general banner and see who dares to come here." "That's for another reason," the chieftain said. "After a long battle and many deaths, we finally deterred the pirates and human traffickers from coming here. That's why we're very resistant to trading with humans." Shadas had no choice but to say, "It's not a trade with humans, but with elves." Then she exclaimed, "The world is undergoing drastic changes. If we don't seize this opportunity, we may forever live in a corner of this world, being hunted by humans as some extraordinary creature with extraordinary characteristics. Ultimately, it will perish completely." These words moved the clan chief somewhat, but he quickly regained his composure. "If you can help us solve a problem, I might consider making a deal with you first." Seeing that things had taken a turn for the better, Mobert immediately said, "Tell me, let's see if we can resolve this." If they cannot solve it, they can also ask Odis for help. The chieftain then explained their predicament. The island was hit by a hurricane every month. The hurricane was so powerful that it was beyond the capabilities of even a Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 extraordinary. There are currently 2 wind chasers on this island, and there used to be an ocean singer, but after a long period of investigation, they could not find out why hurricanes occur, and could only attribute it to the volatile climate of the raging sea. Because of the frequent hurricanes, the mansions on the island are just a few caves, but the island's mountainous terrain is limited. There are only a few caves, and most elves are too lazy to even build their own cabins, because no matter how well a cabin is decorated, they will all be blown away by the following wind. Mobert immediately looked at Shadas, who shook her head, indicating that she had not noticed anything wrong with the nearby sea. The clan chief said, based on past patterns, a hurricane is expected in a day or 2. If you can resolve this issue, let's talk about what comes next. So Shadas and Mobert immediately set sail and circled the surrounding waters, but they did not find any strong convective winds in the vicinity. That night, Mobert wrote to Odis, explaining the situation and asking him to come and see what was going on. Odis quickly replied, the root of the problem has been found. When the hurricane comes, pray to the Lord of Mysteries and the problem will be completely solved. Furthermore, once the communication work on the island is completed, Shadas can attempt to advance to Disaster High Priest, as the elven race has prepared the ritual. Upon seeing the simple letter, the two couldn't help but look up and glance around, realizing they hadn't sensed Odis's presence at all. The following morning, Shadas, who had been observing the surrounding sea, suddenly noticed a change in air pressure in the eastern sea area. She said to Molt, a hurricane is coming. The elves on the island also sensed the approaching hurricane and quickly moored their boats, taking their belongings with them as they hid in caves. Meanwhile, the extraordinary members of the tribe headed to the eastern side of the island, hoping to mitigate the damage caused by the hurricane. They had tried countless times before. The wind-favored ones did not have enough power to change the course of the hurricane, but they could reduce the damage to the island when it made landfall. In particular, it is important to protect the fishing boats in the harbor, as fishing is the main way for most elves to obtain food. Soon, dark clouds filled the sky, followed by a sudden increase in wind force, which sent leaves flying and branches breaking. Before you knew it, people will be blown over. The elven chieftain, along with several extraordinary individuals, coldly observed the dark clouds before them. If those clouds were people, they wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and bite him to death. At this moment, a hurricane formed, and the dark clouds were stirred up by an invisible force. The seawater was blown up by the hurricane and splashed onto the island where the elves lived like water. Huge waves had just hit the shore, but before they could fall, they were blown away by the wind. Between the sky and the ground, it seemed that only the sound of the wind remained. At this moment, the chieftain and several extraordinary elves saw Shadas and Mort walk against the strong wind onto the beach in front of them. Just as the extraordinary elven was about to offer a word of advice, the clan leader stopped him with a gesture. They watched silently as Shadas used her abilities to try to withstand the strong winds blowing from the sea, while Mobert knelt on one knee devoutly and prayed softly. Amidst the whispers of the wind, the chieftain and several extraordinary beings likely overheard each other's prayer, the essence of knowledge, the field of mystery. You are the radiance of all civilization. It is a beacon of truth that dispels the unknown. Afterwards, Molt prayed to the great Lord of Mysteries to stop the hurricane in front of him and completely resolve the cause of the hurricane. Those extraordinary individuals had never heard of this title, but they wouldn't stop them unless the title Lord of Storms was being recited. The next instant, a clear light suddenly appeared in the hurricane, and a majestic figure was reflected in the clear light. On the hooded cloak of that imposing figure, mystical symbols emanated a sacred light and floated around him. Holding a lantern in one hand, as if dispelling all confusion and ignorance, and holding a long cane in the other, as if ready to fight against all ignorance and irrationality at any time. The extraordinary elven being stood there, seemingly forgetting to breathe. These people had never seen gods before, only seen descriptions of them in some tattered ancient elven texts. They could never have imagined that the descent of gods would have such a powerful impact on people. Even Shadas and Mort were stunned. They didn't expect that the Lord of Mysteries would respond to Mort's prayer after only one prayer. They saw the lamp in the Lord of Mysteries emit light, and then the wind stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone on people's faces again. In the wilderness of knowledge, Odis, wielding the Gus staff and the Hermit card, easily dispersed the nascent hurricane. The underlying theory behind the disappearance of hurricanes is that Odis took away the elements that could generate hurricanes from the surrounding information, and thus the hurricanes dissipated. Although Odis is already an angel, this operation can only be completed relatively easily in the wilderness of knowledge. If Odis had been there in person to solve the problem, things would not have been so easy. Last night, after receiving Molt's letter, Odis looked through the true vision in the wilderness of knowledge and discovered that the cause of the hurricane here was not factors such as airflow or sea conditions, but rather the folding of space itself. He speculated that this was a consequence of the merging of the real world and the underworld after the fall of the Emperor of the Underworld. The surrounding space can be viewed as a sheet of paper. This is the edge of the raging sea, the boundary where the two spaces merge. It's like a blunt knife cutting through a sheet of paper, easily creating wrinkles on both sides of the blade. This is equivalent to creating a corner-like area on the sea surface. When the wind blows here, it can easily swirl around. However, because this fold is similar to an ordinary space, it is difficult to detect. When the winds gather there strong enough, a hurricane will form. This is the root cause of the problem. Odis had already devised a solution. He stretched out his cane and pointed at the wrinkled space. The space instantly transformed into a stream of information. Odis modified some of the parameters in this information, turning the curved space into a flat surface, thus smoothing out the wrinkled space. The ability to transform things into a flow of information and to achieve one's own goals by modifying some key symbols in the flow of information is only acquired at the Sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor. After Sequence 2, you can only add information to the information stream, and it is difficult to flexibly modify the information. Therefore, Odis decided last night that it would be more convenient to solve the problem in the name of the Lord of Mysteries. After smoothing out the space, the information flow returned to real space, and Odis immediately withdrew his power and disappeared from people's sight. On an island in the southern part of the raging sea, inhabited by elves. It was only a dozen seconds after the Lord of Mysteries disappeared that Molt was the first to react, and immediately began to fervently praise the Lord of Mysteries. He had never considered worshipping any deity other than his ancestors, but now things were different. He felt he was a devout follower of the Lord of Mysteries. The other elves also knelt on one knee, worshipping the place where the Lord of Mysteries had disappeared. After a long pause, Molt stood up and said, "The Lord of Mysteries has completely solved the problem for you." The clan chief quickly came over and asked, "What kind of deity is that?" "That was a benevolent deity." Mort, who didn't know much about the Lord of Mysteries, said evasively, "We too were sent by this deity's chosen ones to save the elves from their plight. This chosen one of the gods has also made a public statement, expressing his willingness to accept elves, giants, and vampires, all of whom will be granted normal human citizenship." The chieftain asked cautiously, "Can we also pray to him?" "Of course," Molt smiled. "I've heard that many people now pray for the power to perform ritual magic." The patriarch took a deep breath. "Very well, we will pray to this great being later and offer our loyalty." If the elves didn't have those ancient texts, they wouldn't have had any particular thoughts, but they were very clear about the difference between having divine protection and not having it. Therefore, when they encounter a deity who is willing to help them, they are very willing to become the deity's believer. Mobert and Shadas exchanged a glance, surprised that the problem was solved so easily. East of Rembrandt, on a speeding steam train. This was President Remenberg's special train. It was the second time Odis had traveled by diplomatic train to Backlund. When Odis took office as ambassador to the Kingdom of Rune, he also traveled by diplomatic train along the same route to Backlund. However, this trip was of a higher standard than the previous one. First of all, the train was more than twice as long as before, and the departure and arrival timetable of this special train was kept completely secret. In addition, there were a large number of extraordinary individuals in the Guard, who were the most elite troops in Remnantburg. In addition to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the accompanying entourage included several high-ranking officials such as the Minister of Commerce and the Minister of Defense. All the accompanying officials were half a rank higher than the ambassador. After Odis responded to Mobert's prayer on the special train, her consciousness returned to the train. He estimated that the problems on that island should have been largely resolved. Odis, in his carriage, watched the scenery for a while, when he heard a strange prayer coming from the wilderness of knowledge. After ascending to the angel realm, he could hear the prayers of the wilderness of knowledge in the real world and see who was praying to the Lord of Mysteries. Moreover, even in the real world, he could provide corresponding responses through several intelligent puppets specifically designed to automatically respond to prayers. After making the corresponding spiritual connection, Odis's consciousness was still in the real world, but she also saw the scene of praying to the Lord of Mysteries. It turned out to be the chieftain of the elves from that island who was praying, hoping that Odis could help them shatter the extraordinary properties. Back then, the elven tribe on this island not only had a sea singer but also several wind beloved. However, they currently only have 2 wind favorites left, and neither of them dares to continue upgrading because the only remaining ocean singer trait in the entire race already contains several wind favorites traits. This is because several wind favorites use this ocean singer trait to advance, and because this trait has never been destroyed, those wind favorites potions remained within the ocean singer trait. Using such characteristics for advancement is easy to get out of control. In addition, they already have several navigator characteristics in their wind favorite characteristics. Perhaps it won't be long before they dare not advance to wind favorite in general. If an extraordinary organization remains in a relatively closed state, it is easy to cause this phenomenon, eventually leading to a situation where the level of extraordinary individuals becomes lower and lower, and eventually there are only low-sequence extraordinary individuals. Because extraordinary materials at this level are relatively easy to obtain, even without using the extraordinary traits of the race, one can try to go out and find the corresponding extraordinary materials. This is why there are many extraordinary organizations in the North and South continents, but they generally cannot exist for very long. Because their characteristics cannot be destroyed, once the leader dies, it may be impossible for them to be promoted to the same level as the leader. With this in mind, Odis instructed the intelligent puppet to respond to their request and shatter their special characteristics. In this way, the island's strength should increase significantly very quickly. As I was pondering this, the special train slowed down and pulled into the station, where it would take a short break at Glarus station. Local officials had already received word and were waiting there to see the president off. Odis got off the train and offered a few words of encouragement to the officials who came to see him off. He then walked around the platform and listened to the local officials' report on the eastern region of Remberg. A dozen minutes later, Odis returned to the train, and the special train started moving again, heading east. A few hours later, the train crossed the border between Rune and Lundberg. As planned, the special train stopped at a small station on the Rune border, where guards and officials of the extraordinary from Rune were already waiting. The official extraordinary being of Rune, accompanied by diplomats, boarded the special train to report to Odis on the security plan of the Kingdom of Rune. Rune attached great importance to Odis's state visit. Firstly, it's because Rune only has this one ally now. Although he can't help much in the current battle, having this ally proves that they are not alone. Secondly, the royal family of Rune attaches great importance to Odis, or more precisely, to the two angels of Azhara. They even consider the disruption of George III's ascension as if it never happened. It would be best if the two angels from Lenberg could help Rune. Therefore, the protocol for Odis this time was very high, almost equivalent to receiving the kings or presidents of the other three great nations, including Intis and Fenaport. The general security plan of the Kingdom of Rune was that their train was in front, followed by Odis's special train, and the two trains were not far apart. Meanwhile, a Sequence 5 leader and several elite extraordinary individuals were sent by Rune to protect Odis on her special train. Upon hearing this, Odis thought to himself, "Do I need your protection?" Of course, these are things you can only think about in your heart. After Odis agreed to their plan, the two trains departed one after the other. Evening came quickly, and Odis had dinner brought to his room. From the moment he set off, he had a bad feeling, and his prophecy indicated that his train would be attacked after entering the territory of Rune. Therefore, Odis usually intended to be alone so that he could react quickly and unaffected when encountering unexpected situations. Not many people know about Odis's ascension to the throne, at least not the royal family of Rune, otherwise their etiquette for welcoming Odis would be even more elaborate. Even after dark, the train continued its journey forward. Outside, there was an endless plain, dotted with occasional clusters of lights, creating a tranquil rural night scene. Odis had just admired the night view of the plains when, as if sensing something, he looked up at the sky. Immediately afterward, countless fireballs rained down from the heavens, and the enemy's extraordinary attack began. Chapter 436, Chapter 435 The Attack of the God of Steam. Odis saw a fireball, like a meteorite, falling from the sky and hurtling towards his train. He guessed this was a test by the enemy, so he did not intervene. While the fireballs were still some distance away, their trajectories were distorted, and they eventually crashed into the farmland on both sides, causing violent explosions. Knock knock knock. After a rapid knocking, the train door to Odis's room was opened, and Rune and the official extraordinary beings from Lundberg immediately rushed to the president's carriage to protect his safety. However, Katlia, the commander-in-chief of the official extraordinary beings in Lundberg, was not in such a hurry to walk in, because she knew very well that the person who needs the least protection on this special train is the president. When Katlia was promoted to the rank of Odis, she had to leave the Moss Ascetic Order after a direct confrontation with its members. But this choice wasn't bad either, because not long after leaving the organization, she was promoted to Sequence 3, Master of Prophecy, and is now one of the 3 highest-ranking officers among the Remnantberg official Beyonders. During Odis's trip, Katlia was responsible for protecting the president's safety. She knew very well that the president did not need protection. Her main task was to take care of the target when the president was unable to act. Odis raised his hand and said to the officials of the 2 countries, "Just leave 2 people here and go to the posts where you are needed." Dressed in a formal Remberg-style suit, Katlia left behind 1 official extraordinary from Rune and 1 official extraordinary from Remberg, dismissing everyone else. Before receiving this mission, Katlia liked to wear long dresses with a mysterious feel, but such attire was clearly inappropriate for diplomatic occasions. Before setting off, she tried on a military uniform, but felt it was too restrictive, so she changed into a formal suit and tied her hair up, looking very capable and even somewhat heroic. The battle outside the train was already fierce, with large numbers of walls of fire and fire crows rushing towards Odis's train, but they were all blocked by the demigods of the Kingdom of Rune by several dozen meters away from the train. The demigod Rune said in a solemn voice, "Fire is forbidden here." The lighting on Odis's train had been replaced with spirit storage crystals, so it remained bright. However, the gas lamps on the train ahead, Rune's train, gradually went out, and even the internal combustion engines of both trains suddenly stalled, leaving them only able to slide on the tracks. The walls of fire and the flying fire crows gradually died down, leaving only a few orange flames stubbornly burning in the dark fields. Amidst those orange flames lies the demigod Hunter who orchestrated the ambush on Odis's train. Just as Rune's demigod was about to imprison him, the other party transformed into a ball of flame and quickly left. Odis remained seated by the window, observing the battle that had just taken place. Seeing that the enemy had left, he said to the two official extraordinary beings, "All right, you can go out now, I need to rest." The official extraordinary being of the Water Rune Kingdom was still a little uneasy and reminded him as he left, "Mr. President, please try not to go near the windows." Odis had no intention of pursuing the demigod assassin from earlier. He guessed that the assassin was either a demigod from the Republic of Intis or the Empire of Fuzak, neither of which wanted Odis to reach Baklan so easily. After dismissing the official extraordinary individuals, Odis did not rest. Instead, he lay in bed contemplating the further development of Lenberg. Once the extraordinary tools began mass production, Lenberg's construction speed would be significantly improved. At that time, he would use the money earned from selling weapons to start some new projects. Furthermore, he was well aware that the enemy would definitely launch another attack, and given the previous probing, the real attack would likely involve 3 demigods. The other party was very patient, waiting until late at night before suddenly launching an attack. Boom. The railway ahead was suddenly blown up, but the Rune train in front did not slow down. Meanwhile, the extraordinary individuals ahead informed the driver of the presidential train in Rembrandt that the train should continue moving forward. Fearing the driver might not understand the order, a renowned Rune official, an extraordinary individual, quickly came to the driver's seat to supervise the driver as they continued forward. Immediately afterwards, even more fireballs rained down from the sky, and the ground was also exploding continuously. These were all pre-planted explosives that the attackers ignited when the train passed by. The tracks beneath the 2 special trains were shattered by the explosion, but the air around the trains became thick, blocking out the flames of the explosion and the debris. Moreover, the 2 trains floated up and continued to move forward at high speed. This made Odis remark, "The abilities of the arbitrator and lawyer pathways, when combined with products from the real world, are very useful." It was clearly a demigod in the arbitrator pathway who protected the train, and then a demigod in the lawyer pathway altered the train's weight, allowing it to travel at high speed on the air. At this moment, the enemy surprise attack officially began, and 2 figures in the firelight rushed towards Odis's special train. They were like 2 sharp knives, trying to blow the special train into 3 pieces. Gadria, who had been watching the situation closely, realized that the 2 demigods of the Kingdom of Rune were too busy to get on the presidential train to confront the other side directly. Just as she was about to make her move, she suddenly noticed that the firelight and flying stones from the explosion outside the train had turned into a stream of information. The 2 demigods who had launched the attack seemed to realize something, and immediately turned around, dropping several fireballs to cover their retreat. But before the fireballs they threw could explode, they turned into streams of information. It was as if something was spreading out in a wave-like manner, and any object touched by that wave became a stream of information. The wave quickly caught up with the 2 demigods, but the 2 Iron Knights immediately turned into flames and fled at an even faster speed. Just then, an imperceptible barrier appeared in front of the 2 demigods. They were moving too fast, and by the time they noticed it, it was too late. Whoosh! After passing through the barrier, the 2 rapidly advancing flames transformed into 2 streams of information. These streams tumbled and struggled, hoping to break free from their current state. But soon, their struggles vanished, and the 2 streams of information seemed to quickly lose their vitality. The next second, the information stream opened from the middle, and the 2 Iron Knight attributes flew into Odis's carriage, directly entering the knowledge wilderness. Odis, of course, wouldn't let go of such a demigod-like quality that came knocking on his door. Even if you don't have subordinates through the hunter route, making them into sealing artifacts is still a good idea. As for the 2 streams of information outside, they simply dispersed and disappeared into the air. After seeing the 2 demigods killed cleanly and efficiently, the attackers immediately withdrew. A profound silence fell over the 2 speeding special trains. Caldelia smiled in the corridor. "I knew the person who needed the least protection was the president." The 2 demigods sent by the Kingdom of Rune realized that President Odis had either already ascended to the angelic realm or was carrying a Level 1 sealed item. They believed it was more likely the latter. Although their intelligence indicated that Odis was already sequence 3, they were well aware of the difficulty of ascending to the angelic level and knew it was impossible for her to complete the ascension so quickly. If Odis, like the mysterious queen, has been a sequence 3 for many years, they would most likely guess that Odis has already been promoted to an angel. Only after the two trains returned to the tracks did the demigod in the Kingdom of Rune's special train announce in a voice audible to everyone on both trains, "Stop at the next train station for maintenance." Odis lay down again, this time truly resting. In his sleep, he noticed that the train had stopped, and the station's maintenance personnel carefully inspected the train before it started moving again. At Odis's current level, observing the outside situation does not affect his rest. The daytime itinerary went relatively smoothly, as most attacks and assassinations take place at night. The extraordinary individuals on both trains also relaxed a bit. Only Odis remained vigilant, believing that the attacks against him were not over and that the next wave of attacks might be even more dangerous. Of course, Odis knew very well that the best way to avoid the attack was for him to reach Backlund alone as quickly as possible. However, that would disrupt the pace of the trip. The series of activities that followed and the agreements to be discussed were very important to Odis and Lenberg, and he did not want his plans to be affected. Or rather, Odis was prepared to face these problems the moment he decided to make the trip. After lunch, Odis sat by the window reading a book when he suddenly looked up and gazed ahead. Next, they would pass through a not-too-long tunnel, but Odis's spirit felt uneasy, realizing that the second attack on him might be coming from inside the tunnel. Chirp. The special train from the Kingdom of Rune entered the tunnel, and after about half a minute, it emerged from the other end of the tunnel unscathed. The two demigods on the train were taking a nap in a recliner and reading a newspaper on the sofa in the carriage. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something and abruptly stood up from their sitting and reclining positions. The next second, they reached the top of the train and looked back, and President Reinberg's special train had disappeared. There are no turns in the middle of the tunnel, you can see from one end to the other. That long train has really disappeared. On the presidential train in Rembrandt. As the train entered the tunnel, everything seemed normal. When the train reached the middle, Odis instantly realized that it seemed to have entered an unknown space. The change happened so fast that Odis had no time to react before the entire train entered an unknown state. The train driver was first surprised to find that there were suddenly no tracks ahead. However, the train could not stop immediately. Just as the locomotive was about to derail, two information streams suddenly appeared in front of it. These two information streams connected on the broken tracks, allowing the train to continue along them for a distance. Moreover, these information streams also transformed the wheels into information streams, accelerating the braking speed. Soon after the train exited the tunnel, it finally came to a stop. The extraordinary individuals on the train immediately tensed up, realizing the danger but having no idea what was happening. The ordinary people, on the other hand, didn't react immediately. Odis said in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, "Don't get off the train yet. It would be extremely dangerous to get out of the car now, as we don't yet understand the surrounding situation." Odis first sensed that wilderness of knowledge, and could still feel its primal essence. He was about to try to enter it. Suddenly, Gadria opened the car door. "Are you all right?" "It's all right." Odis temporarily abandoned his plan to enter that wilderness of knowledge. "Go and reassure everyone, don't panic, there is no danger here at the moment, let's observe what's going on before we take any further action." Katlia nodded. Although the president didn't know what the situation was, given his level and erudition, he shouldn't be trapped here for too long. After Katlia left, Odis was about to re-enter that wilderness of knowledge, when the foreign minister suddenly opened the door again. "President, are you all right?" Odis paused for a moment before saying, "It's all right. Once everyone is calmed down, the problem will be resolved quickly." After the foreign minister left, Odis had no intention of entering that wilderness of knowledge. His subordinates usually knocked before entering, but today they did something different and entered without knocking. The key point is that each time they entered, they interrupted his process of entering that wilderness of knowledge. This should be a spiritual warning. Entering that wilderness of knowledge at this time would be extremely dangerous. Since they could not enter that wilderness of knowledge, Odis sent several invisible servants to the roof of the carriage to observe the surroundings. The tunnel was still there, but it was pitch black, and it seemed impossible to see where the other end was. The train was surrounded by an endless field, covered with weeds except for sparse trees. There are many wild animals in the weeds, including both herbivores and carnivores. The sky was high and the sun was shining brightly, with long mountain ranges faintly visible in the distance. Odis gave one of his eyes of mystery to one of his invisible servants, instructing him to observe his surroundings. The moment the invisible servant opened the eye of mystery, Odis saw a hazy, clear light all around him. God of steam and machinery. Upon seeing this, Odis immediately thought of this deity. At this moment, the invisible servant suddenly turned around uncontrollably and glanced at Odis's carriage. Odis saw a hazy, colorful figure beside him. Odis was taken aback, and immediately transformed into a stream of information that flowed onto the roof. The chair he was sitting on suddenly shattered, and in the next instant, it even shattered into pieces. It was clear that the opponent's attack missed Odis, and the chair took the damage instead. Odis's true form also opened the Eye of Secrets, but did not see the hazy, colorful figure. He then used the invisible servant on the roof of the car to observe again, confirming that the colorful figure had left. This made Odis frown, because it was a completely unknown enemy. At this moment, the invisible servant, standing on the top of the train, saw a group of humans coming towards them from the distant grassland. They were carrying weapons made of wood and stone and wearing leather clothes. They seemed very curious about where such a huge, hard-shelled monster came from. Seeing that the humans were not aggressive, Odis instructed his invisible servants to observe his surroundings while continuing his previous train of thought. The dim, clear light reminded Odis of the god of steam. It must have been the god of steam himself who caused the entire train to enter such an unknown space in an instant. However, the god of steam clearly did not fully descend, because if he had, the god of knowledge and wisdom would most likely have followed suit and prevented the god of steam from descending. Moreover, once the gods enter the astral plane, they obviously won't descend at will, which could very well trigger a chain reaction among the gods. Now, all 7 gods know that it is not the right time for a divine war. So, the god of steam somehow managed to trap Odis here, and he most likely used a vessel similar to the 0 to 17 of the Church of the Goddess of Night to monitor everything here. That colorful figure just now was probably the container, because even with Odis's keen intuition, she didn't realize that it had appeared right next to her. Finally, Odis realized why her spirituality had warned her not to enter the wilderness of knowledge. Theoretically speaking, with the celestial master present, the god of steam should not be able to seize the wilderland of knowledge. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that his physical body might be harmed after his consciousness entered the wilderness of knowledge. Although his body was protected by a ritual similar to a secret covenant when he entered the wilderness of knowledge, this protection is no longer sufficient to protect Odis in the current situation. Thinking of this, Odis couldn't help but frown. After analyzing for a long time, he still couldn't find any clues to leave this place. He attempted to make a prophecy, but found that as he made the prophecy, his vision was covered by a hazy light, clearly indicating that the god of steam was preventing him from obtaining the revelation to escape. After thinking for a moment, Odis summoned the saints, Sequence 5, and Sequence 6 from the train. There was only one saint, Gadria, and several Sequence 5s, one of whom was an extraordinary being from the kingdom of Rune. The president's suite suddenly became somewhat crowded with many people entering. Odis said to them, "I suspect we have been betrayed by the god of steam." He shared what he had just seen through the invisible servant and his own experience with everyone. "Let's all share our thoughts on our current situation." This was Odis's usual approach when faced with problems he couldn't solve. They were unlikely to solve the problem, but they might offer some feasible ideas or inspiration. However, what everyone is more concerned about is why the god of steam would assassinate President Reinberg. Then they felt a little uncertain. After all, they had never encountered a miracle before and didn't know how to solve their current problem. Gadria spoke first. "I was just thinking, what kind of space is this? Is it the real world? Is it the spirit world? Or the astral realm?" Odis nodded. "That's an idea, but we need to experiment to confirm it. Everyone, please share your thoughts first, and we'll work together to find a way to verify them later." Led by Katlia, the others shared their opinions, with some suggesting they try to continue moving forward, while others recommended turning the train back. Whoosh! While everyone was discussing this, the group of humans outside, armed with makeshift weapons, suddenly threw a stone at the train, shattering a window. The guards immediately went on alert, aiming their semi-automatic rifles at the group of savages. Odis glanced outside. "Who brought a pistol?" A Sequence 6 officer immediately stepped forward, opened his holster, and drew his pistol. Odis said to him, "Fire 2 shots into the sky." Swell. The Sequence 6 soldier immediately opened the window and fired 2 shots into the sky. The group of savages immediately retreated in fright, only stopping after they had created some distance between themselves, while making exaggerated gestures. He shouted loudly at the train. One of the Sequence 6 players exclaimed, "What a bunch of savages! Could we have been sent back to ancient times by some deity?" Just as Odis was about to tell them that the god of steam did not have such authority, the Sequence 6 who had just spoken suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they all took defensive stances. Without anyone noticing, an extraordinary being simply vanished. Odis frowned. On the train carriage, an invisible servant was observing the situation inside with his peeping eye, but he couldn't find anything unusual. At this moment, Odis's spirituality seemed to sense something and looked out at the wilderness. He saw that the group of barbarians who were dancing and shouting to frighten Odis and the others had one more person. The extra person was none other than Sequence 6 who had spoken earlier. Although he was dressed in a formal suit in the Remnantberg style, his movements were perfectly synchronized with those of primitive people, and even his expression was very similar to that of primitive people. Apart from his clothing, he had no resemblance to a modern person at all. Everyone sensed the Sequence 6 one after another. The carriage remained quiet for a while, though 2 of the Sequence 5s looked somewhat flustered. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, cognition. He said, there's a cognitive trap here. Everyone, control your thoughts and don't say what that Sequence 6 guy said, or have any similar ideas. Changing perceptions seems to be one of the abilities of the God of Steam. As long as the scene in front of you touches your perceptions, you may fall into the God of Steam's cognitive trap. Odis glanced again at the Sequence 6 man yelling outside, then said to everyone, I'll think of a way to save him later. Let's continue our discussion. After a few seconds of silence, a Sequence 6 member cautiously spoke up, Your Excellency, I'm curious, why is the God of Steam targeting us? Odis paused for a moment before saying, You've reminded me. I can try leaving the train. Maybe then you can get out of here and seek help from the outside world. Because it seemed that saying the wrong thing might get them dragged out of the carriage, no one dared to say anything. Odis had no choice but to say, All right, you all go back first, I'll go out and test the waters. As she spoke, Odis transformed into a stream of information and exited through the car window. He waited outside for a while, but the train didn't disappear, and he didn't feel anything unusual. So Odis flew to the Sequence 6 man who had turned into a savage, and amidst his screams, threw him back into the carriage. Then, Odis flew forward for a while and did not sense the boundary of this space, so he flew upward for a while and immediately found that the sky was not as high as he had imagined. So Odis pulled out the Staff of Gus and recreated the angry crash against Bujo Mountain. At this time, Gongong's figure was more solid than before, and he crashed into the sky. With a whoosh, it actually crashed into the sky and created a hole. The information stream that Odis had transformed into immediately flowed into the hole, and he saw himself in the middle of a factory. Tall plumes of smoke rose all around, billowing thick gray or white smoke. The factory workers were all very busy, seemingly ignoring Odysseus completely. At this moment, the hole beneath Odysseus' feet healed on its own, and the presidential train suddenly appeared between the factory buildings. In this scene, the steam train did not seem out of place. The next moment, many workers dressed in Rembrandt-style formal attire appeared among the surrounding workers. They were originally the extraordinary individuals and their entourage on the special train. It was probably because the scene before them resonated with them and touched their perceptions that they came to the factory. So the situation here is basically clear: as long as you are not moved by the surrounding scenery, do not feel any sense of identification, or have any associations with the surrounding situation, you are safe. Perhaps because the scene here is similar to the current era, the number of workers dressed in formal attire is increasing. Odis knew he had to stop it quickly, otherwise everyone on the bus would have to stay and work there. So he summoned a large number of invisible servants to drag all the formal workers back onto the train. Meanwhile, chaos reigned on the train. The Sequence 6 who had initially joined the barbarians was now jumping up and down on the train, dealing with the extraordinary individuals who were trying to capture them, just like a real barbarian. The key is that he is at the Sequence 6 level, but he is not an enemy. It would take a Sequence 5 to subdue him. Just as they subdued him, another group of workers, dragged in by an unseen force, were shouting for them to be allowed to return to work. For a moment, the entire train was very noisy, and it was only after Katlia intervened that the situation was brought under control. After Odis returned to the train, he clapped his hands, and all the extraordinary individuals below Sequence 5 simultaneously fainted and collapsed to the ground. The carriage fell silent immediately. Odis said to Katlia and the Sequence 5s, control your thoughts. Once you are touched and resonate with the situation around you, you will leave the train and enter the environment around you. Katlia asked, is there any way out? Odis shook his head, actually, I'm a little curious, why would the God of Steam trap me here? As an angel, he has that much self-control, he cannot be moved by his surroundings and therefore will not stay here. Katlia asked again, where exactly is this place? Odis pondered for a moment before saying, I suspect this is part of the realm of the God of Steam. He remembered that the God of Steam had an ability that seemed to allow targets to enter paintings, and the scenes within those paintings. Whether it's the hunting and gathering scenes of ancient tribes, ancient farming, or the modern industrial revolution, they are all reflections of the development process of human society. Therefore, Odis estimated that he had entered a place similar to those paintings, which was very likely the divine kingdom of the God of Steam. Just as he was thinking this, Odis's thoughts suddenly paused. Everything before him suddenly became profound and vast. He seemed to feel how immense and magnificent human history was, which involuntarily gave him a sense of awe. Oops, dash. Odis still had a sliver of reason. This was the trap that Steam had set for me. All those previous cognitive traps were just smokescreens. The God of Steam's main purpose was to make Odis guess that this was his divine realm. Then the vast history would transform into a massive amount of information, causing Odis's thoughts to stagnate. With her last shred of reason, Odis transformed her body into a stream of information. The instant he transformed into a stream of information, the colorful figure from before suddenly reappeared, piercing the stream of information with a bronze dagger engraved with ancient characters. Odis felt excruciating pain. Although he had now transformed into a stream of information and had no physical form, the dagger still seemed to have pierced him. The intense pain caused Odis's brain to work beyond its limits, and it quickly processed the massive amount of information. Immediately afterward, Odis's information cluster retreated, dodging the new attack from the colorful figure. The colorful figure, having successfully launched a sneak attack, quickly made its escape. All of this happened so fast that Gadria wanted to help, but she hadn't even had a chance to use her abilities yet. Because the colorful figure had already launched a sneak attack, Odis had a contingency plan this time. Although he was injured, he immediately extended an ancient staff from the stream of information, the head of which emitted a light. The diamond ring descended from the sky, smashing through the carriage and striking the already dimmed colorful figure, causing the other party to become dizzy. Then Odis reappeared as a tall, headless figure with 2 eyes on either side of its chest and an open mouth with teeth at its navel. He held a large bronze shield in his left hand and a giant bronze axe in his right, looking very imposing. Mythological magic, Xing Tian wields his axe and shield. Oh dear. After being promoted to angel, Odis's reappearance of Xing Tian was even more realistic than before, and even the carriage under his feet was deformed by his trampling. The other extraordinary beings, including Katlia, were completely immobilized by Xing Tian's tweezers. Xing Tian wielded his giant axe and cleaved the colorful figure in two. Boom. The surrounding space shook violently, the factory scene faded, and the tunnel-like scene appeared around the train. President Rembrandt's train returned to the real world. Inside the tunnel, many extraordinary beings from Rune were checking the situation when the sudden appearance of the special train startled them for a moment. Then they finally breathed a sigh of relief as the vanished train reappeared. Inside the carriage, the colorful figure completely disappeared, and Odis also broke free from his mythical creature state. He touched his chest, although he still felt a stinging sensation, there seemed to be no wound. That bronze dagger was very special, it seemed to have the ability to break down and destroy information flow. Odis had felt a great sense of danger at the time, and although there were no wounds now, she still needed to be checked to put everyone's mind at ease. He told Katlia, "Don't let anyone bother me for now." "Okay," Katlia replied immediately. Odis entered his carriage, while Katlia stood guard outside, loudly instructing the Sequence 5 Beyonders not to let Rune's official Beyonders board the train yet. In the president's private carriage, Odis immediately entered the wilderness of knowledge and used real vision to look at herself in the real world. At this moment, there was indeed no wound on his chest, and his spirit was also fine. After thinking about it for a while, Odis seemed to understand that the bronze dagger was indeed a sealing artifact for the mythical creature state of the Hermit pathway. Odis was indeed hurt, but at the critical moment, the power of the wilderness of knowledge protected Odis. Just as he was about to return to the real world, Odis suddenly realized that this seemed to be a test from the god of steam, a test of his current mastery of the wilderness of knowledge. After ascending to the angel realm, Odis did indeed gain a deeper understanding of the wilderness of knowledge, and could use more of its power in the real world. However, the most important thing was that the wilderness of knowledge could provide Odis with sufficient protection. Just like this time, when the other party's dagger came at him, knowledge wilderness was almost stress-triggered. After returning to the real world, Odis met the demigod Rune who was waiting outside the train and told him that the danger had passed. This Rune demigod was a law mage, and he said, "I just received a notification that both of our trains are to enter Backlund as soon as possible. It's just a one-night stop at Backlund West Station, and as planned, it will enter Backlund Railway Station at 10 a.m. the next day." Just now, 2 angels from the Kingdom of Rune arrived at the scene one after the other. For them, Odis's disappearance within the Kingdom of Rune was a major event. If he comes back, that's fine. But if he doesn't come back, Rune won't be able to explain himself no matter how hard he tries. Therefore, they decided that during this special period, they would skip diplomatic procedures and quickly bring Odis to Backlund. Once they were in Backlund, no other god could do anything to Odis. Odis nodded, "All right, we really shouldn't take any more risks." The lawmaster looked at the people lying on the ground on the train and asked, "I just heard that many people were affected in that space." Odis nodded, then clapped his hands, and the people who had fainted woke up one by one. They should be fine after leaving there. Those who had just been influenced by the god of steam felt as if they had a very real dream, dreaming that they had become barbarians or factory workers. After checking on them and confirming that they were all right, Odis returned to his room and wrote to Elbra about everything that had happened that day. At the end of the letter, he wrote, "Tell Yorgos that I can let him off the hook this time for your sake, but there won't be a next time." Odis wasn't making threats, but rather telling Elbra to prepare herself mentally. He had previously promised Elbella that after the uniqueness and characteristics of the Perfect One pathway were recovered in the future, he could consider giving Elabella's younger brother, Yugis, a Sequence 2 level characteristic, provided that Yugis did not do anything too outrageous. Like today, although Odis was stabbed with a dagger, he was not injured. Odis could take it as a test from the other party, or even as a malicious joke. But if he were actually stabbed, or if it affected his condition, then Odis would not hesitate to strike. After the Bluebird delivered the letter, President Remmenberg's special train started up again and slowly pulled out of the tunnel. Immediately afterwards, the Balkis Mountains, which were far away, rapidly approached the two special trains. The distance between the railway tracks where Odis was currently located and Backlund was quickly reduced, and in the blink of an eye, the trains passed through the Balkis Mountains, the western barrier of Backlund. The capital of the Kingdom of Rune, the City of Hope, appeared before Odis and his companions. Immediately, the train began to slow down and quietly entered the backup track at Backlund West Station. Odis will spend the night here, and will not enter the city openly until tomorrow. Only then did Odis discuss the main tasks of this trip with several accompanying officials, and asked them to start working immediately the next day. Backlund was relatively safe at the moment. That night, Odis read for a while and then lay down, pretending to go to bed early. In fact, he had entered a wilderness of knowledge, and what happened today made him feel a sense of urgency about advancing to Sequence 1. Even with the help of the wilderness of knowledge, Odis was still quite passive when he encountered the true god. Once he reaches Sequence 1, things will improve, and he will have more options to deal with the god of steam. Moreover, at that time, they will no longer fear the hidden sage. Upon arriving at the wilderness of knowledge, Odis picked up the Hermit card and glanced at the contents at the back. Sequence 1, the Emperor of Knowledge, main material, a document on the extraordinary characteristics of the Emperor of Knowledge. Supporting materials, master 8 kinds of mystical symbols. Ritual, made great contributions to the field of mysticism, brought new mystical knowledge to the world, improved the system of mysticism, and is widely respected and admired by mystical researchers. When Odis first received the Hermit card, he glanced at the ritual and felt that he had already completed it. His invention, the Gar runes, was a symbolic system that perfected humanity's mystical system. Since advancing to Sequence 2, Odis has felt that some of his anchors come from readers of books like The Combat Manual and The Complete Book of Wizardry. Their study of these two books has made them feel that their strength has been further enhanced. The other group consists of the extraordinary individuals who have learned the Gar runes. They knew very well that these runes filled the last gap in human mysticism and were the greatest invention of mankind since Hermes invented the Hermesian language in the Second Age. Chapter 437, Chapter 436 President Renborg at Backlund. In the wilderness of knowledge, Odis is considering advancing to Sequence 1. He first realized that his invention, the Gar rune, could fully meet the requirements of the ritual. Please remember the website for the fastest chapter updates. Although the spread of Garn runes is not yet widespread, it is mainly concentrated among members of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, members of the Elemental Dawn, and members of the Stiano family. But everyone who has learned the Gar rune is amazed by it and must have great respect for its inventor. However, Odis has no intention of telling them that he is the inventor of the Gar rune. Even if they had some suspicions, Odis never explicitly admitted it. Because the ritual only requires contributions to the mystical system and widespread respect from mystical researchers, even if scholars do not know the inventor of the Garn runes, as long as they respect the inventor, it is not required that they appear in front of them and receive their worship. Odis considered that the ritual of ascending to the rank of Hermit implied concealing oneself, and it was best not to reveal his divine power in public. As for the supplementary materials needed for the ascension, it is to systematically master 8 kinds of mystical symbols. This would be difficult for others, but not so difficult for Odis. Gal rune is one type, but Odis also possesses Ancient Giant rune, Ancient Elf rune, and Ancient Dragon rune. The information in the Wilderness of Knowledge also includes Demon script and Phoenix script. Odis can also consult the Goddess of the Night about Wolf script. For the last one, he can try contacting the vampires to see if they had a special occult script in ancient times. Odis estimated that it probably did, because among the extraordinary races and tribes of that time, they relied on spiritual guidance. The corresponding characters were drawn, and gradually, writing was formed. Generally speaking, they are self-contained systems, and each race is different. Thinking about this, Odis became a little curious about which 8 mystical symbols Roselle used when he ascended to the next level. Following this line of thought, Odis realized that after completing the state visit, he and Bernadette would try to find Roselle's last tomb, so they could ask Roselle in person and take a look at his promotion plan. Finally, and most importantly, is the characteristic of the Knowledge Emperor. Of the 3 characteristics of the Knowledge Emperor, one is found in the Hidden Sage. That's not something to consider for now. With Odis's current strength, he simply can't defeat this evil god. Even if you ask other gods for help, it will be difficult to defeat him. You can first advance to Sequence 1 before considering confronting the Hidden Sage head-on. As for the other 2 Knowledge Emperor traits, before Pooh was promoted to Sage, Odis speculated that one of them should be in the hands of the Steam god. After Roselle's fall, the Knowledge Emperor trait in his body should have been taken away by the Steam god. However, after ascending to Sequence 2, Odis gained most of the Sage's memories and learned about those 2 characteristics. The Sage gave them to the Goddess of Night and Adam respectively. However, they later used this feature for certain purposes. After the deity's plan surrounding the travels of Grosser came to an end, the Knowledge Emperor attribute given to the Goddess of Night was confirmed to have returned to her hands. I just don't know if Adam's share is still in his possession. That trait was the key to Odis's victory over the Hidden Sage. If Odis only had one Sequence 1 trait, with the help of the Wilderness of Knowledge, he could at most fight the Hidden Sage to a draw. If Odis becomes the King of Angels and masters 2 Sequence 1 attributes, he is confident that he can gain a certain advantage and then find a way to widen that advantage. Once the Fool has become powerful, or after the War of the Gods ends and the Goddess of Night no longer needs to hide, they can join forces to eliminate the Hidden Sage. Furthermore, in the memories Odis gained after becoming an angel, the sage made some special arrangements regarding the characteristics given to Adam, arrangements that seemed to be prepared for Roselle. But Odis couldn't remember the specifics of the arrangement. He asked the Taoist priest, who said that he could only recover that part of his memory before meeting Roselle. Furthermore, the Taoist priest stated that those memories would be helpful in restoring Russell's condition. So Odis decided not to rush things and wait until they reached the Sea of Mist. Back in the real world, Odis pondered for a moment and used illusion magic to create a sleeping President Remenberg, while he himself arrived at a nearby church in the dark. Even at night, the church still receives the prayers of believers. Odis, like an ordinary believer, found a corner to sit down, quietly chanted the name of the Goddess of Night, and asked himself what he had to give up to obtain the Knowledge Emperor attribute in his hand. After praying several times, it seemed as if starlight appeared in the dark symbol at the top of the church, and the entire chapel became very quiet and lofty. A slightly ethereal voice appeared in Odis's ear, "No price is required. Just set up the altar for the bestowal ceremony and pray to me." Odis breathed a sigh of relief. He had guessed before he came that the Taoist priest must have paid him in advance. After sincerely thanking the Goddess of Night, Odis immediately went to the island of Cruz, set up a bestowal ceremony in a wooden hut on the mountain, and prayed to the Goddess of Night for the characteristics of the Emperor of Knowledge. As the gates of the Divine Kingdom opened and closed, an eye-like shape composed of information streams appeared in the center of the altar. The eye was very ethereal, even appearing to be constantly shifting, and its gaze was extremely indifferent, as if it were coldly observing this ever-changing world. This Knowledge Emperor characteristic has been sealed by the Goddess of the Night, so it is safe for now. Odis quickly placed it into the Wilderness of Knowledge, and only after obtaining this property was he relieved. After thanking the Goddess of the Night once again and tidying up the altar, Odis returned to her special train in Backlund and lay down again. Upon entering the Wilderness of Knowledge, Odis could not contain her joy and smiled as she watched her own slowly rolling form. The issue of the characteristics has been resolved, and the ritual is ready. All that's left is to solidify the auxiliary materials. Meanwhile, Odis planned to take this opportunity to try playing the role of a sage. Although the potion has been completely digested, continuing to act out the role will make me feel even better. On this point, Odis was more in favor of the Celestial Master's theory, which stated that no matter how high one's rank, one should pay attention to interacting with ordinary people, as this was the true essence of the role-playing method. Thinking of this, Odis beckoned to the Knowledge Emperor characteristic, and the characteristic appeared in his hand. He sensed that there was almost no spiritual residue in this characteristic, which was not surprising, because the part about the sage had merged with the Celestial Master, while the part of consciousness belonging to the Wilderness of Knowledge had been sealed. Therefore, the characteristic probably only contained the less active spiritual residue of the original creator. Then Odis sensed that this attribute also contained a sage attribute, and more than one saint-level attribute. A smile bloomed on Odis's face again. The Goddess of the Night was quite kind. She hadn't destroyed this attribute or taken away other levels of attributes. So Odis took it to the central processing unit, and used the Knowledge Wilderness to shatter its characteristics. Odis turned his head and glanced at the shelf displaying saint-level traits. He already had several demigod-level traits from the Secret Seeker path, but most of these traits were not yet useful for the time being. After all, becoming a demigod is a qualitative change, and the saints who are secret seekers generally have long lifespans, so this process of qualitative change cannot be given away casually like cabbages. Even cabbages can't be given away casually, because cabbages aren't cheap in this world. Ultimately, Odis felt that these characteristics could only be considered as his own accumulated experience. As for that angelic-level characteristic, Odis has already thought of two uses. The first is to help Roselle seal the corruption of the fallen mother goddess within him, and the second is to resurrect the 10 Pillars member in the War of Gods who provided Odis with weapons and characteristics. Odis thought for a moment and decided to wait before making a decision. First, there's no rush to revive the members of the 10 Pillars. Currently, Lenberg has 3 angels, which is just right. In this way, major powers will no longer dare to have any designs on Remberg, which will give Remberg enough time to develop safely. If there were more angels, they might attract unnecessary attention, and perhaps the Republic of Intis wouldn't launch a full-scale attack on the Kingdom of Rune. Given Intis's intelligence network, they should know that Lenberg has angels, so Intis would definitely reserve some forces to guard against Lenberg. This is one of the ways Remberg can help Rune. Currently, only Rune knows that Lenberg has 3 angels. If more countries knew this, they would definitely wonder why this country needs so many angels. Therefore, from an external perspective, letting everyone know that there is an angel in Remnantburg is enough to shock the nations. However, letting the Kingdom of Rune know that there are 3 angels is not because they are allies of Rune, but to avoid Rune's retaliation. Just like the previous standoff between the angels of the 2 countries, if Rune had known back then that Odis had now also been promoted to an angel, William I and the Duke of Nanville would no longer have had the idea of killing Odis. Because it's a 2 against 3 situation, and Bernadette also has a seal that corresponds to the first level of the sequence, William I and his allies should be wary. Therefore, revealing such information to Rune was a way of showing power to an ally. In Odis's mind, no matter how fierce the enemy's offensive was, it was not as bad as the betrayal of an ally. If it weren't for the need to use this ally now, in order to reap the benefits of victory after the war, Odis would have fully adhered to a non-aligned foreign policy. 3 angels are just right now. If there were 1 more, the major powers would all have something to say about it, and they might not even be able to go all out in their ongoing wars. Because of these considerations, Odis does not intend to have Constantine permanently stationed in Azhara for the time being, and Hermes will not need to return for the time being. In other words, his current need for angels is not great. What other countries consider a strategic advantage that is hard to come by, Odis believes may become a burden on their development. Therefore, the plan to revive the librarian Teresa can be postponed. As for helping Roselle seal away the corruption of the fallen mother goddess, Odis felt that this could be replaced by the characteristics of other paths, and there was no need to use the characteristics of this path. If all else fails, they could even shatter the seal that rivals the Duke of Entropy. After all, Odis has already ascended to the angel realm, possesses the Gus staff, and is quite powerful, so there's little need for a seal comparable to Sequence 2. With this in mind, Odis temporarily withdrew from the wilderness of knowledge and returned to the real world, where she could finally rest in peace. The next morning, Odis put on the Remberg-style suit prepared for him and also applied light makeup. Around 9 o'clock, the special train started moving again and slowly pulled into Backlund train station. I arrived at the platform exactly at 10 o'clock. The welcome was very grand. Not only was Prime Minister Ruin present, but the Crown Prince, who has not yet been formally enthroned, also came in person. Most of the nobles and dignitaries in Backlund were also there, crowding the entire platform. After Odis got out of the car, he shook hands with the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister. The scene of their handshake was captured by reporters with their cameras. Afterwards, Odis, accompanied by the Prime Minister, inspected the guard of honor and then rode in a carriage to the Royal Palace of Lone. This is the highest level of hospitality. Sadrak Palace has a palace specifically reserved for foreign dignitaries, and only high-ranking officials can stay there. The last person to stay here was the President of the Republic of Intis, which was decades ago. Normally, when the King's envoy or the President's or Prime Minister's envoy comes to Backlund, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will only arrange for them to stay at the Kingdom of Lone Grand Hotel. Looking at the lavishly decorated palace arranged for him, Odis, who was walking ahead, smiled and said to his subordinates, "The palace in Bernberg is much better." Everyone was stunned and didn't know how to respond. They all knew that the President hated statements that belittled Remnantburg and praised other countries. The President may have made a sudden remark, but if you agree with what the President says at this moment, you may be criticized by the President later. But that is indeed the case, and to raise objections at this point would be to disregard the facts. Seeing that no one responded, the Foreign Minister smiled and said, "In the future, we will build even better buildings than this." Odis, who was walking ahead, nodded and said, "That's right, the future of Rembrandt holds infinite possibilities." The other officials following behind secretly breathed a sigh of relief, marveling that this minister, who worked in foreign affairs, understood the art of language and spoke flawlessly. It's not that we'll build a better palace, but rather better buildings. After settling into the palace, Odis met with Run Prime Minister Agushid Nigan in the afternoon. The two mainly discussed the ongoing economic reforms in Remberg, and the Prime Minister protested, hoping that Odis would return the confiscated property of Run merchants. Odis, however, said that he had not confiscated anyone's property, but that it was a state of war and the national economy and production had to meet the needs of the war. When Prime Minister Negan talked to him about politics, Odis talked about reform. When Prime Minister Negan talked to him about the economy, he talked about war. They also requested that the interest on the £300,000 loan be waived, turning the war loan into an interest-free loan. A seasoned politician like Prime Minister Negan immediately realized that the young president was trying to renege on his promise, so he avoided the topic altogether. This meeting was destined to be fruitless, as both sides were still in the exploratory stage. Around 8 p.m., after Odis had dinner, Prince Sonia of Rune arrived. He was a member of the royal family, dressed in a formal suit and draped in a large cloak, and looked rather old-fashioned. He was a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter. What he wanted to discuss with Odis was the hope that Lenberg would provide some extraordinary support to Rune, or launch an attack on Intis to tie down some of their forces. Odis's answer was simple: she had no money. According to him, if Lenberg could withstand the invasion from Fenaport and hold back a portion of Intis's forces, it would already be enough to hold back 1.5 opponents for Rune. This negotiation is destined to be fruitless. Both sides will have to engage in a constant back and forth before they can reach a mutually acceptable outcome. As for the specific pulling process, Odis left it all to his subordinates to handle. For the next 2 days, Odis was relatively free, because the nobles of Backlund were either busy with war or preparing for the king's coronation, and even balls were rarely held. There simply weren't enough people to negotiate with Rembrandt. On the day the crown prince ascended the throne, dignitaries from various countries attended, including the kingdom of Fenaport, which sent a special envoy. Although the envoy's status was not very high, at least someone was sent. Neither the Fussac Empire nor the Intis Republic sent anyone, which indirectly demonstrates their determination to fight this war. In fact, after the Republic of Intis entered the war, the outcome of the war was no longer in doubt. The power of the Kingdom of Rune was absolutely no match for the attacks from these two countries. At this time, both the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of the God of War had dispatched a large number of extraordinary forces to participate in the battle, and the two sides fought fiercely in the Amanda Mountains. While the Church of Storms has become increasingly active in this war, most of their forces are at sea, currently engaged in blocking the main fleets of Fussac and Intis from the sea, leaving them with no spare capacity to support the battle on land. This is why Rune attaches great importance to Lundberg. If the other side can hold off Intis for a while, the situation may take a turn for the better. During the ceremony, Odis stood very close to the throne of the King of Rune, surrounded by members of the royal family such as princes and dukes, as well as the most powerful people in the Kingdom of Rune, such as the Prime Minister, the Speaker, and the Chief Justice. The coronation ceremony was very grand. The Pope of the Church of Storms crowned the king. Govington too, who ascended the throne during the war, immediately delivered a strong speech after obtaining the legitimate throne, stating that Rune would fight the invaders to the end. At noon that day, the royal family of Lone held a grand reception. The king and queen rode in a carriage along the royal road to receive cheers from the crowd. The reception officially began after they returned to the venue. At such a grand banquet, one cannot expect to eat too well, because there are too many people and the chefs simply do not have time to prepare anything exquisite. Odis had already prepared himself to be a nobody at the party, but to his surprise, King Govington too personally toasted him, and wishing the friendship between the two countries to last forever. Those who attended the banquet received a clear signal: the lone royal family takes its alliance with Lundberg very seriously and does not seem to treat the other party as a mascot. After the cocktail party, there will be a grand ball in the evening. This kind of occasion was much more relaxed than a cocktail party, and Odis also saw Audrey at the ball. After meeting him, that most dazzling jewel of Backlund remarked, "The last time we met at the ball, you were just the Remberg ambassador." Holding a glass of champagne, Odis smiled and said, "This is a truly magical world." Wearing a simple yet beautiful evening gown, Audrey smiled and said, "I thought you would be cursing the former rulers of Remenberg." "No need to curse them," Odis said. "When Lenberg gets better and better, someone will curse them for me." At this moment, someone came to talk to Odis, and Odis simply said to the other person, "I want to rest for a while, and we can talk later." The Remberg official smiled, gave an agreement, and turned to leave. Audrey said, "That's very rude of you." "They invited me here this time," Odis said after taking a sip of champagne. "If I don't act arrogantly now, when will I?" Audrey smiled, glanced at a corner of the ballroom, and then said, "Is that lady in men's formal attire the extraordinary one who is protecting your safety?" She was referring to Katlia. "That's right." Odis nodded. "Some of her behavior is a bit strange," Audrey said, turning her gaze away. "She was quite relaxed at first, but after we started talking, she became very wary, and besides wariness, there were other complicated emotions. At first, I thought she secretly admired you, but it doesn't seem like it." Odis paused for a moment before realizing that Katlia was watching him on Bernadette's behalf. So he smiled and said, "It's complicated. Well, actually, you know her." Audrey paused, then said, "I know her." She glanced over there again, but because Katlia's style of dress was completely different from what she had worn after attending the tarot meeting, Audrey didn't recognize her even after taking a closer look. Audrey shook her head, no longer discussing the topic, and instead asked, "I heard you have a lot to discuss in Backlund this time." She paused for a moment and whispered, "I didn't mean to pry into your plans, I'm just curious whether you'll help Rune defend against the invasion of the Republic of Intis." This is what Audrey is most concerned about. At present, it seems that Rune has little chance of winning on the battlefield. Odis smiled helplessly. Lombard's extraordinary power is actually quite limited. We also need to be prepared to defend against the attack of the Kingdom of Fenaport at any time. It's already quite good that we can help Rune hold off this enemy. We'll have to wait until at least next year before we can consider holding back some of Intis's forces, but that depends on the specific circumstances. My military advisors believe that there will be several more rounds of war between Lenberg and the Kingdom of Fenaport. Audrey simply said, "Oh," indicating that the result was neither good nor bad. Then she said in an even softer voice, "Many rune merchants have a lot of complaints about what you did in Remberg. The Rune Ministry of Commerce will have some of those rune merchants join the negotiating delegation to cause you some trouble." Odis paused for a moment, then said, "Thank you." Audrey smiled slightly, bid farewell to Odis, and went to chat with her friends. The ball finally ended around 9 o'clock in the evening. Odis didn't need to take a carriage, he could walk back to the palace that had been arranged for him, led by a servant. After resting for a while, Odis summoned several key subordinates and discussed the negotiations with Rune with them. It is certain that after the king's coronation ceremony, the Rune government will have enough manpower to formally negotiate with Remberg, and they should be very busy from then on. Taking this opportunity, Odis told them what he had heard from Audrey, so that they could be mentally prepared. The Minister of Commerce, who came with Odis, was somewhat troubled by this, because Lenberg's actions had indeed disrupted existing business and economic rules. Fortunately, there was a war going on in the North Continent, otherwise Lenberg would probably have been sanctioned by the surrounding countries. Odis said to them, "Don't be stressed. The negotiations may not go smoothly at first, but if we persevere for a while, things will turn around." Several officials were taken aback, thinking that the president had received information that the situation on the ruined battlefield might have changed, which could be beneficial to the negotiations. After chatting for a few more minutes, the meeting ended, and everyone went back to rest. When Odis returned to her room, she noticed that Katlia, who had accompanied her, seemed to want to say something to her several times. So he said, "Just say what you want to say." "It's nothing," Katlia finally said. She had originally intended to remind Odis not to have too close contact with noblewomen of the Rune family, but after thinking about it, she realized that such words were not appropriate for her to say. "I know what you're trying to say," Odis said. "You think I spent too much time talking to Miss Hall at the ball, don't you?" Odis pointed this out directly, which made Katlia a little embarrassed. Odis then smiled and said, "You meet this noble lady from the Rune family every Monday." Katlia was stunned for a moment, then realized that was Justice. When she first attended a tarot gathering, she noticed that Miss Justice seemed to be a noblewoman of the Rune class, judging from her attire and demeanor. Odis smiled and said, "Good night." As he spoke, he went into his room and closed the door. Caldelia, who was outside the door, breathed a sigh of relief. She had originally planned to go back to her room to write a letter to the mysterious queen later, but now it seemed that there was no need to tell the queen about this matter. As Odis had predicted, negotiations between Lone and Lenberg intensified after Govington II ascended the throne. Commercially, Odis's demand is to continue to open markets with Rune. Because of his previous reforms in the country, which caused considerable losses to the merchants of Rune, the Kingdom of Rune has temporarily suspended some of its business dealings with Runeberg. At present, the reconstruction of Odis has just been completed, the industrial system has not yet been transformed, and Remberg is not in a hurry for foreign trade. However, this was something that needed to be agreed upon in advance, because Odis planned to first dump extraordinary goods throughout the entire northern continent in the future. The conflict between the two sides lies in the fact that Rune demands that Lundberg return all the assets previously confiscated to the Rune merchants and compensate them for their losses. Odis, however, cited the state of war as the reason, saying that Remberg's economy was in great difficulty and that the matter would be discussed after the war ended. The second point to discuss is the military aspect. Rune hopes that Lundberg can mobilize an army of about 50,000 men to attack the southern part of Intis. All logistical support needed by this army can be provided by Rune, and he can even pay part of the pensions for the fallen soldiers on behalf of Runeberg. Odis said that there were only 2 legions with combat capability at present. One needed to defend against the kingdom of Feniport in the south, and the other needed to be ready to support Massey at any time. There were simply no troops to deploy. Odis did tell the truth in this regard, but the other legion was not meant to be ready to support Massey at any time. There was also the extraordinary, secret negotiation conducted by only 2 people, Odis and Grove Augustus, Prince of Sunia of Rune. Rune hopes that Lenberg can send 2 angels to attack the high-ranking extraordinary in Intis, and promises to kill 1 extraordinary in Intis. In addition to the extraordinary trait and seal belonging to the Lenberg angel, the Rune royal family will also give 1 trait or seal of the same sequence. The idea sounded pretty good, but Odis knew very well that if they did it, Intis would definitely mobilize even more extraordinary forces to deal with Lenberg. Currently, the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery are only sending some extraordinary beings below the level of demigods to participate in the war. However, if the angels of Remberg launch an attack, in addition to the angels that the government can mobilize, the 2 churches will definitely send angels to deal with Remberg. In this way, Rune's pressure will be greatly reduced, but Lundberg's pressure will be greatly increased, and none of the 3 angels dare to leave Lundberg. Of course, Odis wouldn't do something so short-sighted. Let Rune and Intis fight it out. He'd be happy to just watch the show from the sidelines. The negotiations immediately stalled, with neither side willing to concede. On the afternoon of the third day after King Remmentberg's coronation, Odis finally received a letter from the evil spirit Red Angel. After reading the contents of the letter, Odis smiled sincerely and immediately told the other negotiating officials to temporarily suspend the negotiations. The negotiators sent by Run were puzzled by President Hermberg's actions. But they soon received news that Lenberg had suddenly sent troops to Magzi. While Odis was carrying out factory renovations, Remberg's Second Corps was completed. The extraordinary armored forces had also developed a certain combat capability, so after the Red Angels, evil spirits built the southern defense line of Hohenberg, they took their Second Corps to position themselves in eastern Hohenberg, waiting for the right time to send troops. This will also be key to Odis's negotiations in Backlund, essentially demonstrating Lundberg's current fighting strength to the Kingdom of Rune. Medici was well aware that whether this battle could be fought well would determine whether Odis could gain the upper hand in the negotiations in Backlund. However, they never showed any eagerness, waiting for the opportunity to strike before suddenly deploying troops. At this time, the war between SMJ and Fenaport had reached its most intense stage, with each side deploying around 100,000 troops to fight for Corridor, an important city in western SMJ. The evil spirit, Red Angel, suddenly dispatched troops, marching rapidly to attack the rear of Ma Shijuan's army. That's right, they weren't going to support Masik at all, they were planning to attack Masik. The reason given for sending troops was that Mascherano's unfounded accusations about the economic system in Rembrandt had aroused righteous indignation throughout the country, so the troops were sent to teach the Mascherano royal family a lesson. Unlike Remberg, Massy, although its capital is also on a plain, is separated from the kingdom of Fenerba by a mountain range. This meant that Masternox only needed to defend a few valleys to stop Fenerbah's invasion, and there were no natural barriers between it and Remnantberg, as the plains of the two countries were connected. Therefore, after their rear was cut off, the Fenerbah's army that had previously invaded Remberg withdrew from Mazy with almost no hesitation. If their logistics are adequate, they could certainly attempt to attack Masjid's capital. However, because their logistics were cut off by the Remnantberg army, although they could seize food, they could not seize weapons and ammunition. So they hastily retreated from Corridor. Masher couldn't wait to get rid of them, so he voluntarily gave up Corrid. The reinforcements sent by Fenaport originally intended to seize this key city and open up a passage to attack the heart of Mazel. However, Fenaport's army, which had retreated from Remberg, was on the verge of collapse, causing chaos in the western part of Corridor. After Fenaport regrouped his defeated troops, Maxi had already retaken Corridor. After a brief respite, Fenaport's defeated troops received a new mission, to attack Corrid. As a result, the scale of the battle in Corridor grew larger and larger. It was not a large city, but only a large pass. Most of the soldiers on both sides were stationed outside the city, which made the war very intense. The two sides clashed many times in the wilderness in the mountains. Currently, more than 200,000 troops are stationed on both the east and west sides of this small city. Inside the royal palace in Gothic, the capital of Masjid, King Maximilian, in his 30s, looked at the telegram in his hand. The president of Renborg is indeed a madman. So many people have sent telegrams condemning him, why is he so fixated on Maximilian? Several of the king's advisors were also indignant and condemned Rembrandt's foolish decision. But they immediately began discussing how to defend against the enemy, as the intelligence they had received indicated that the Lenberg army was advancing towards Gothry. Fortunately, the force numbered only a few thousand, so King Messiah immediately decided to mobilize 20,000 troops from the 30,000 troops guarding the capital to launch a proactive attack. According to the military staff's plan, the 20,000 troops would meet the enemy about 100 kilometers to the north. Therefore, they could dig trenches about 70 or 80 kilometers to the north to block the Remberg army and launch a counterattack when the opportunity arose. The reason for this plan was that they had received intelligence that President Reinberg had invented several advanced weapons. These thousands of people should all be elite troops equipped with advanced weapons, which is why they need to dig out positions to block the enemy. It won't be too late to launch a counterattack after they have assessed the enemy's strength. In their view, no matter how advanced the enemy's weapons were, it wouldn't be a problem for 20,000 people to hold off a few thousand. This arrangement was a very cautious decision. However, the 20,000 Masik troops had just set off in the morning when, in the afternoon, they heard artillery fire from the north in Gottel. Based on their marching speed, they should have only gone about 20 kilometers. How did they start fighting already? Because of the obstruction of several gentle hills, the situation of the battle was not very clear. However, the battle seemed to end in about 10 or 20 minutes, and then King Massey received a report from the extraordinary beings who had escaped. Massey's army had been defeated. King Masjid thought he had misheard, defeated. We were defeated. A mere 10 minutes. King Messiah was somewhat exasperated. You were defeated in just over 10 minutes. 20,000 men. Even if 20,000 pigs charged at the enemy, they couldn't possibly be defeated in a dozen minutes. He was furious. 20,000 people. 20,000. A few minutes later, King Masjid finally calmed down. How did you lose? Why did you lose so quickly? They have cannons, one of the extraordinary beings exclaimed. Cannons. King Massey had never heard of such a weapon before, especially since it was a combination of the words cannon and vehicle. The king looked at his military advisors, who also looked troubled. They had never heard of such a weapon before. King Messiah said, "Tell me in detail." The extraordinary one said, "It's a vehicle that can fire cannons. It hovers about 1 meter high and moves very fast. Bullets can't penetrate its armor. It just charged around and fired 2 shots, throwing the whole formation into chaos." King Masjid was stunned. He couldn't imagine what kind of scene it was. But now is not the time to think about that. What should we do now? If the enemy's weapons are really that powerful, Gotley certainly won't be able to hold out. King Masjid sat on his throne and considered for a while before saying, "Withdraw. You take the crown prince and leave. As for me, I will stay here." "At least you have some backbone," a voice suddenly said in the room. Everyone immediately became alert, drawing their guns or making defensive maneuvers. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing Remberg-style clothes and was a man with long black hair. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on the other's pointed ears. It was an elf. An elf demigod. King Masai was stunned. "Where is Prince Poker?" Those were demigods who remained in the capital. The elven demigod smiled and said, "You will see him soon." Outside the palace, only a bright light flashed, and all sounds inside the palace disappeared. Backlund, Jowood District. Newspaper boys on the street shouted, "Extra! Extra! The Remberg army has captured the capital of Masai and announced that the kingdom of Masai is willing to annex Remberg." Leonard Mitchell, with his poetic temperament, said to the newsboy, "Give me a newspaper." Not only did he buy it, but almost everyone the newsboy encountered would buy a copy, because they knew that President Reinberg was in Backlund at that moment. Chapter 438, Chapter 437 The kingdom of Mascherano merged into Remberg. Handsome and with a poetic air, Leonard returned to his rented room with a newspaper in hand. He leaned against the sofa, his legs dangling onto the coffee table, leisurely reading the newspaper in his hand. After glancing at the headline, Leonard commented, "Massey is so weak." The newspapers reported that Rembrandt captured the capital of the Masjid Kingdom in just 2 days. Please remember the website for the fastest chapter updates. Moreover, it only took 2 days from the dispatch of troops to the capture of the capital. The pale Zoroaster inside him said, "Perhaps Lemberg is too strong." Leonard put down his newspaper and said, "That's right. Now Mr. Gar is the president of Lemberg, and this small country is different from before." He then smiled and said, "I heard that the Kingdom of Rune and Lemberg are currently engaged in a series of negotiations. I wonder what the reaction of the nobles of the Kingdom of Rune is upon hearing this news." The government of Ruin, the Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Negan glanced at the men in front of him, including high-ranking nobles like Earl Hall and powerful officials like Emilius. "You should have all seen the intelligence sent by MI9, Prime Minister Negan said. Lindbergh has acquired new weapons again. Moreover, it is highly mobile." Emilia said, "In just 2 days, we have marched more than 200 kilometers in enemy-occupied territory." No, actually it was only 1 day and 1 night. We set out on the afternoon of the 5th and occupied the capital of Masjid on the afternoon of the 6th. Gentlemen, I think anyone with even a little military knowledge knows how incredible this speed is. In everyone's mind, only steam trains can currently achieve this speed. The problem is that there is no direct railway from Remberg to the capital, Maximilian. Even if there were, after Maximilian destroyed it, steam trains would be of little use in transporting troops. If soldiers march on foot, their speed can only be 30 to 50 kilometers per day in rain-free and snow-free conditions. They might be able to reach 100 kilometers per day during a forced march, but it is hard to say whether they will still be combat-ready after reaching their destination. Prime Minister Negan said, "We are not here today to marvel at how fast the other side is moving, but to discuss how to deal with the current situation in the negotiations. If possible, we could try to buy a batch of the artillery vehicles mentioned in the intelligence report, which might be helpful to the front lines in Winter Capital." Count Hall shook his head and said, "Odis will definitely not sell to us. This weapon has already achieved strategic significance, so how could it be easily sold to other countries?" Odis certainly knew that with such a developed manufacturing industry as Rune, they only needed to buy a batch to develop a similar weapon. Prime Minister Negan looked at Earl Hall. "Don't you have some connection with him?" "I've also heard that Brandon and Vincent know him, and they seem to be quite familiar with each other." Count Hall smiled and said, "We do know each other, but on the second day after they arrived in Backlund, they sent Ambassador Adonis of Remberg with gifts and apologized for not being able to visit us in person." Prime Minister Negan turned around. "This shows he values his friendship with you. Do you think there's a chance?" "No," Earl Hall said with certainty. Because Adonis said at the time that the president had to avoid suspicion because he had to negotiate with the Rune government, and that he would invite us to meet after the negotiations were over. Prime Minister Negan leaned back in his chair. took a deep breath, and paused for a few seconds before saying, Odis must have deliberately sent troops to Moss during the negotiations to demonstrate his strength. Then he looked at Emilius. Do you think Massey still has a chance to restore the country? Emilius pondered for a moment and then said, the hope is slim. According to intelligence from MI9, Lenberg has systematically purged the extraordinary members of the Massey royal family and nobility. Although there are still many extraordinary beings in the army of Corridor, they dare not act alone for fear of being surrounded and killed by the extraordinary beings of Lenberg. Emilius, who had a somewhat serious and rigid demeanor, paused for a moment and then said, according to the intelligence we received earlier, Odis's extraordinary promotion system is quite radical, and it even gives the impression that he really wants to send those traits out. This gives the officials of Lenberg a great deal of motivation. Perhaps they really have already laid an ambush outside the city of Corridor. If the officers of the extraordinary ones dare not move, the soldiers will be even less likely to move. I feel that they may not have the courage to try to retake the capital, especially since the offensive of the Fenaport army has been very fierce. In the next day or two, the approximately 100,000-strong Massey army may completely collapse, surrendering important cities like Corridor to Fenaport. Prime Minister Negan understood what the other party meant. Lenberg will reignite the war with Fenaport. Emilius said cautiously, this is just my personal opinion. Everyone agrees that this view is correct. Whether Massey can truly merge into Remberg depends on whether Remberg can defeat Fenerbah's army. After a few seconds of silence in the office, Prime Minister Negan said, since President Remmenberg doesn't want to talk about it now, let's wait and see. Everyone immediately understood that the Prime Minister meant that it wouldn't be too late to discuss things after the war on Mahadir's side had a result. If Remberg wins, then the other side will essentially have the upper hand in the negotiations. This is sufficient proof of Remmenberg's strength, and in the current international order, the demands of the strong are more easily met. However, if Remberg is defeated or the negotiations reach a stalemate, Odis may not be in much interest in the talks and may want to return home immediately. In that case, Remberg might be able to make some concessions in the negotiations between the two countries. 5 days later, on a high mountain outside the city of Corridor in western Masjid, Odis appeared here with Prince Sonia of the Kingdom of Rune. The two were invisible and would not attract the attention of the Fenaport army. In the past 5 days, many things have happened in Massey. First, just as Emilius had guessed, the 100,000 Massey troops stationed in Corridor lost much of their morale after learning that the capital had been captured by Remberg and that His Majesty the King had committed suicide. However, to Emilius's surprise, they still tried to send 3 groups to retake the capital. However, under the command of the evil spirit Red Angel, these 30,000 people were swiftly and decisively dispersed, and most of the extraordinary among them were killed. Those who managed to escape were almost all killed after being hunted down by the extraordinary ones of Lenberg for several days. The Masic army in Corridor immediately broke into internal conflict, with some surrendering to Remberg, some to Fenerbahce, and others deserting in the chaos. Fenaport, of course, would not miss this opportunity to seize Corridor and move hundreds of thousands of troops to the east of Corridor, preparing for a full-scale invasion of the plains of Massey. Today is the day that Red Angel, evil spirit, has chosen for a decisive battle. Leading its existing 70 tanks and 3,500 extraordinary puppets, it has arrived to prepare for a field battle with the enemy. To be precise, the current situation is exactly what the Red Angel, evil spirit, wanted most. He did not stop the other side from transferring hundreds of thousands of people to the plains, but instead hoped that the other side would complete this step as soon as possible. From the mountaintop, Odis and Prince Sunia could see that the camp of Fenaport's army stretched for miles, and they were making their final preparations to attack the heart of Massey from 3 directions. The two were in a very good position, with a great view of a great distance, even able to see Gothic, which was more than 100 kilometers away. At this moment, the Remberg army arrived. They appeared much smaller, but they possessed a different kind of grandeur. The Remberg army's formation appeared to have no infantry at all, with tanks leading the way and a large number of troop carriers following closely behind. By this time, these troop carriers had been improved, with a machine gun turret added, giving them a certain level of combat capability. Odis explained to Prince Sunia, that's Lenberg's new equipment. It can easily advance about 200 kilometers a day, and it can attack continuously for 3 days without logistical support. Prince Sunia was visibly taken aback. 600 kilometers could traverse most of the country. He took a deep breath before asking, do these cars use some kind of mystical technology? Yes, Odis smiled, but I prefer to call it extraordinary technology. Prince Sunia asked, could it be that every car has some extraordinary characteristic? That's not it, Odis continued with a smile. Has your highness ever considered why beings at the angelic level can respond to the prayers of believers all over the world? The somewhat old-fashioned prince said, of course, it is the extraordinary power of this gift. I have done relevant research, Odis said with a smile. The general process is this: believers pray to angels, which is equivalent to sending an extraordinary signal. But if a believer is an ordinary person, his spirituality cannot send out a very strong, extraordinary signal. Then we have to look at the angels on the other end of the signal. The angels' names are like a special signal frequency band with mystical properties. This frequency can open a special signal channel in the astral plane. When believers recite the name of the deity, they can use mystical connections to trigger the signal frequency and allow angels to hear their prayers through the astral channel. Prince Sunia listened quietly. Although he found Odis's words unfamiliar, he made sure to remember them and find an expert in mysticism to analyze them when he got back. Odis said, theoretically speaking, this process can be replicated using the corresponding occult knowledge, such as setting up a signal transceiver high in the sky, so that signals can be transmitted over long distances in real time. Prince Sunia was taken aback, similar to the function of a telegraph machine. No, Odis said. Imagine you sitting in Backlund and watching the war unfold here, and it's not recorded, it's happening in real time. The prince nodded, I understand. But he paused for a moment and then said, but some sealed artifacts seem to be able to do the same thing. Then imagine that every middle-class family in Backlund could see everything that's happening here. Odis continued. Prince Sunia finally understood, there's no need to be limited by the number of extraordinary traits. He couldn't help but frown. Negative effects, what are the drawbacks? The downside is that its power is limited if used in war, Odis said. For example, extraordinary technology can solve the process of real-time signal transmission, but it cannot replicate extraordinary abilities. However, while it's possible to create weapons that produce effects like explosions, ice, and fire, abilities like imprisonment and prohibition cannot be copied. Those are the special abilities that come with extraordinary traits. Prince Sunia pondered for a moment, even if we can't replicate something too powerful, or the special abilities of each pathway, it's enough for ordinary people to deal with low-sequence extraordinary individuals. Odis smiled and said, personally, I feel that extraordinary technology can play a greater role outside of war. For example, by using extraordinary technology to control ice and snow, we can create devices to store food, especially fresh food, which can be stored for several days without spoiling. Prince Sunia smiled and shook his head. Who would use something like this to store food? He paused for a moment and then said, but for ordinary people, it would be quite nice to use something like this to make ice to cool off in the summer. Odis did not correct the prince's opinion, who clearly had little life experience, but simply laughed and said, look, the war has begun. On the plains below the mountain, after the Fenaport army had completed its assembly, the Remberg army soldiers also disembarked from their troop carriers, neatly taking the semi-automatic rifles that were slung over their backs into their hands, or carrying steel plates specially prepared for this battle, and lined up in orderly ranks. The tank formation split into two to make final preparations. The two sides faced off for a few minutes. The commander of Fenaport's side was clearly unsure of himself, because once the army began to be equipped with rifles on a large scale, and had cannons and machine guns, the two sides rarely engaged in this kind of field battle. This is more like a war that only existed in the era of cold weapons. However, Remmenberg had no intention of digging trenches at all. Firstly, Fenaport's army did not have time to dig trenches, and secondly, they believed that their numbers were dozens of times that of the enemy and that they were in an offensive posture, so there was no need to dig trenches. This resulted in this strange time synchronization. Remberg launched the first offensive, with two tank phalanxes attacking from both sides, while more than 3,000 extraordinary puppet soldiers charged toward the center. Fenaport's response was to use highly mobile cavalry to attack the tank formation from both flanks. The infantry in the central region set up machine guns in the field, preparing to mow down the enemy. Prince Sunia, perched atop the mountain, found it utterly comical to see dozens of tanks facing off against 10 or 20,000 cavalry. So many people, just to destroy a few dozen metal shells. Odis was so excited he almost rubbed his hands together. Tanks were a cavalry's nightmare. He originally invited Prince Sunia here today just to flex his muscles. I never expected that Fenerba would give me such a great opportunity. The tanks launched their attack first, and while the two sides were still far apart, the tanks used their lingbo cannons to attack. It was clear that Fenapot was deeply impressed by the Remberg army's spirit wave cannons, so he took precautions and placed a demigod in each of his two cavalry squares to defend against the enemy's spirit wave cannons. Therefore, the first salvo from the tanks had no effect, so the two tank formations stopped using their turrets and began to accelerate. As both sides entered gun range, the first row of tanks and more than a dozen extraordinary machine guns fired simultaneously. Most of the attacks were blocked by the demigods, but the bullets that were not blocked immediately felled a group of cavalry. For Fenaport's commander, this was still within acceptable limits, since cavalry suffered the greatest losses during charges. Just as Fenaport's demigod was about to attack the Remberg tank, the balance of the war suddenly shifted, and the Remberg demigod, who was hiding on the tank, made his move. After the demigod Fenaport was held back, the tank's extraordinary bullets poured down on the cavalry formation. For a moment, the mournful cries of the horses and the screams of the cavalry drowned out the tank's gunfire. Many cavalrymen were killed by tanks, and many were even thrown into the air. But what truly terrified the cavalry was that neither their rifles nor their sabers could harm the tanks, while the tanks could easily turn their guns around and bring down large numbers of cavalrymen. The cavalry even possessed abilities that prohibited actions such as, fire is prohibited here, and, movement is prohibited here. From the slightly flustered tone of the other party, it was clear that the extraordinary individuals were also somewhat panicked. The extraordinary beings hiding inside the tanks also began to fight back against Fenneport's extraordinary beings. However, there aren't many extraordinary beings in the tank, because in such a highly mobile and chaotic situation, extraordinary beings below Sequence 6 have a low survival rate. You only need to be careful with the Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 of the paid Nepet. Soon a tank was destroyed by an extraordinary individual using a bomb from the bunker. The extraordinary individual also failed to escape, as he lost an arm and had a large hole punched in his chest by an extraordinary machine gun while charging towards the tank. If he were an ordinary soldier, he would have been dead long ago. The first round of fighting ended with the two cavalry formations suffering a combined loss of over 1,000 men. Yet they had only managed to destroy one tank. At this point, Fenneport's commander realized that the cavalry was severely lacking in weapons to deal with tanks. The battle between the two demigods was also very intense, but it did not affect the battle of the ordinary soldiers. The battle between the two armies in the central region also began, and every soldier in Fenneport will never forget the scene of the Remberg army's charge. They run even faster than horses, and their running style looks somewhat bizarre. When they jump, their legs spread wide, and they can take a step that covers 5 or 6 meters. The key is that each of their steps can be 5 or 6 meters long, and that's even with a load. Soon, the extraordinary puppet at the front quickly set up its machine guns, and with the deadly rat-a-tat-tat sound, Fenneport's entire machine gun position was within the enemy's firing range. It was Fenneport's demigod who blocked all the machine gun attacks, while Sequence 5, along with the extraordinary ones, launched a flank attack to deal with the machine guns. This kind of cooperation is unavoidable. A Sequence 5 can easily dodge machine gun shells and also easily take out a machine gun. The problem is that the range of the machine gun is 2 or 3 kilometers, and at a higher position, it can even reach 7 or 8 kilometers without any problem. However, the attack range of Sequence 5 enemies is mostly tens of meters, so only demigods can block their attacks. Lingbow cannon and machine gun. To deal with the machine guns, without the aid of seals or the traveler ability, Sequence 5 would have to charge to reach the enemy's makeshift artillery position. As they charged in from the flank, the extraordinary ones from Remberg were already in position with their artillery, and a fierce battle ensued between the extraordinary ones of both sides. At this moment, more than 3,000 extraordinary puppet soldiers had also rushed into the firing range of Fenneport's artillery. The enemy also concentrated more than 500 artillery pieces to form 3 artillery positions, because the tanks and cavalry were far away from each other and were outside the range of the artillery. So all 3 artillery positions opened fire on the more than 3,000 extraordinary puppet soldiers. Then a strange scene unfolded. Although shells rained down on the ground, not a single Lemberg soldier was hit. They had calculated the impact point of all the shells. Then, using maneuvers such as turning, jumping, and rolling that are impossible for ordinary people, he miraculously avoided all the shells. Prince Sunia, perched atop the mountain, could see clearly that the shells landed at different times because the bombardment came from 3 artillery positions, but the difference between the 3 waves of shells was at most 1 to 3 seconds. But the extraordinary puppet soldiers used this slight error to successfully dodge the dense barrage of shells. Because if the shelling is accumulated, a single round of shelling would consist of more than 500 shells, striking an area simultaneously. However, if the shells are considered as 3 waves, each wave consists of only a little over 100 shells, making it relatively easy to dodge them. This maneuver left the Fenneport artillery completely stunned, or rather, given the speed of the Remberg soldiers' charge, they had no chance to fire a second shot. Soon, the extraordinary puppet soldiers entered the range of the machine gun, but the demigod Lemberg did not provide any cover. The soldiers in the first row took the simple steel shields they had been carrying from their backs and used them to block in front of them. Despite the clanging sound of their weapons striking the steel plates, their charging speed remained as fast as ever. But these steel shields weren't entirely impenetrable. Some extraordinary puppets had their arms knocked off, some had their heads smashed, and some had their legs broken, yet they still charged forward. This left Fenneport's commander and machine gunners sweating profusely, as they had never seen such a simple, straightforward, and fearless charge. On a nearby mountain peak, Odis spoke again. My military commander told me before the battle that he was prepared to break the spirit of the Fenneport soldiers in this battle. Prince Sunia looked at the battlefield and said quietly, after today, no one in Fenneport will dare to fight the Lemberg army head-on. He also noted that Odis used, when describing his military commanders. As the two men were talking, the extraordinary puppet had already rushed past the most dangerous 200 or 300 meters. The extraordinary machine gunner, who was hiding behind the steel plate, began to fight back, and Fenneport's machine gun position collapsed as a result. The demigod Feniport, who was in the infantry formation, was about to attack the extraordinary puppet when he was held back by the prepared demigod Lenberg. The two sides immediately engaged in fierce fighting and had no time to pay attention to the battle of the ordinary soldiers. When the ordinary soldiers of Feniport saw the ferocious Remberg soldiers, their first thought was to run, and the officers immediately began shooting the deserters. Only after the military gave loud orders did the soldiers begin firing volleys at the enemy. But the extraordinary puppet soldiers at the forefront were no longer afraid of the rifle bullets. They grabbed the steel plates in their hands and threw them out. Many soldiers were cut in half by the steel plates before they could even react. The semi-automatic rifles of the Remberg soldiers were much faster than single-shot rifles. After several waves of Feniport soldiers fell, their rout began, and by then the officers' words had no effect. The extraordinary puppet soldiers were very fast and caught up with the Feniport soldiers almost immediately, and then a great melee began. Prince Sunia, atop the mountain, witnessed 3 Fenerbah soldiers thrusting bayonets into the chest of the extraordinary puppet, pinning the Remberg soldier to the ground. The Remberg soldier raised his shorter, semi-automatic rifle to fire, but one of the Fenerbah soldiers pushed the muzzle of his rifle into the air. The extraordinary puppet then put away his gun, turned around, grabbed the butt of the gun, and smashed it down. It shattered the heads of the 3 soldiers like clay pots. The 3 Feniport soldiers weren't without a chance to escape, they were simply dumbfounded. They had never seen a living corpse before and couldn't fathom how the Remberg soldiers had managed it. With 3 wounds to their chest and abdomen, how could they still be so resilient? Some of the extraordinary puppets had run out of magazines, so they grabbed bodies on the ground or enemy rifles and used them to attack the Fenipot soldiers. Prince Sunia also witnessed an interrogator using the spiritual whip on an extraordinary puppet, but it had no effect. The interrogator then used his agility to approach one of the extraordinary puppets and plunged the dagger in his hand into the puppet's head. The extraordinary puppet suddenly slowed down considerably, but then it opened its arms and hugged the interrogator tightly. Several other extraordinary puppets around it quickly fired their guns in this direction and charged towards it. The interrogator was shot twice, but was not seriously injured. He struggled and tore off one of the extraordinary puppet's arms. Finally, they broke free. The moment it took a step, the extraordinary puppet used its remaining arm to grab the interrogator's legs. Make the interrogator fall to the ground. The interrogator quickly kicked the broken, extraordinary puppet away, but at that moment, several other extraordinary puppets had already come close and opened fire on the interrogator. The physique and reaction speed of a Sequence 7 are indeed remarkable. Although he was shot twice more, he broke through the enemy's fire blockade and rushed towards an extraordinary puppet to kill him and break out of the encirclement. But the extraordinary puppet suddenly dropped his gun, opened an extraordinary grenade, and charged toward the interrogator. Seeing that the surrounding extraordinary puppets were all making dodging movements, the interrogator knew that what his opponent was holding must be another extraordinary weapon, so he also quickly dodged. However, the extraordinary puppet relentlessly pursued him and threw the extraordinary grenade in the last second. Boom. The extraordinary grenade exploded less than a meter behind the interrogator, who was immediately blasted away and seriously injured. He struggled to his feet, wanting to continue his escape, but saw a dark gun muzzle. The extraordinary puppet had already calculated the landing point where the interrogator would be blown away and was waiting there in advance. Da-da-da-da. The interrogator had holes punched into his head. Although the entire battlefield was in chaos, resistance gradually decreased, and eventually, Feniport's army could only flee. Boom. Boom. At this moment, a series of violent explosions rang out from behind. At this time, in the distance of the infantry battlefield, the second round of combat between 2 cavalry formations and 2 tank formations began. Having just exchanged blows, the Feniport cavalry prepared to concentrate their extraordinary warriors and explosive charges to strike the enemy in the next engagement. But they forgot that the tank's most powerful weapon was not its machine guns, but the lingbow cannon. So in the second engagement, the tank formation, no longer suppressed by the demigods, unleashed a volley of fire. The booming sounds were incessant, and huge clouds of smoke rose from the ground. The tremors could be felt even more than 100 kilometers away in Gothia. Large areas of forest and farmland were destroyed. However, the gunners tried to avoid villages, and the residents of the surrounding villages had already evacuated in advance. So although many houses collapsed, there were no civilian casualties. But the Feniport cavalry were in a worse situation. Those in the front row could see the spirit wave cannon shells like dazzling specks of light and instinctively reached out to shield their eyes, though this shielding was of little use. Before the cavalrymen behind them knew what was happening, they were engulfed in intense flames. The cavalrymen at the center of the explosion were basically vaporized, and those outside the center were burned to charcoal in the flames. The outermost layer also contained a violent shockwave. If it's just a single shell, the shockwave has the greatest destructive power. However, the simultaneous explosion of dozens of lingbow cannon shells could engulf the entire cavalry formation in flames. After firing their shells, the tanks immediately slowed down and landed, and the subsequent shockwave did not cause any damage to the tanks. The tanks then relevitated and continued their attack. When the firelight subsided, what appeared before them was a giant crater with a radius of more than 20 kilometers and a depth of tens of meters. Much of the soil and rocks thrown up by the explosion have now fallen to the ground, but it is still not enough to fill the huge crater. If the pit isn't filled in, 2 small lakes will appear here in the next few years. Inside the crater, some extraordinary beings who had been severely injured by the explosion, or those who had survived using sealed artifacts and their own abilities, were struggling to crawl out from the piles of dirt and charred bodies. After breathing the air that smelled of burnt flesh again, they looked at the giant crater they were in and the dark clouds that had formed in the sky due to the violent explosion, and suddenly felt as if they had died once. At this moment, the extraordinary tanks arrived. They drove into the pit and worked in an orderly manner. The extraordinary inside the tanks attacked the few enemy sequence 5s, while the tanks used machine guns to attack the already seriously wounded extraordinary. The battle didn't last long. The gunfire and fighting sounds within the giant crater soon ceased. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the Remberg army's artillery positions launched a salvo, turning the town of Corridor behind Feneport's army into ruins. All the dug positions, bunkers, and other structures there were filled in by the artillery fire. The fleeing Feneport army was pushed down row after row by the shockwave. Prince Sunia, who was watching the battle from the mountaintop, had one thought: after this battle, Maximilian will officially be incorporated into Remberg. Chapter 439, Chapter 438 Searching for Roselle's ninth tomb. Prince Runasunia, who was watching the battle from the mountaintop, was somewhat shocked by the war before him. As a demigod, facing the tank or infantry formations of the Lemberg army alone would be no challenge for him. He could even destroy these formations single-handedly. The problem is, the Lemberg army will absolutely not give him that opportunity. Below the level of demigod, even someone as powerful as Sequence 5 can only survive the bombardment of the Spirit Wave Cannon. They do possess bizarre and extraordinary abilities, but the range of the Spirit Wave Cannon is too far. Sequence 5 can't effectively strike tanks that are several kilometers or even tens of kilometers away. This is where things get awkward. Once the demigod is tied up, the Lemberg army can unleash astonishing fighting power. Prince Sunia took a deep breath, intending to report everything he had seen that day to the royal family and file a report with the Ministry of Defense. He could sense that the war had changed from this day forward. Meanwhile, Odis was already calculating the losses of the battle. Alas, 1 tank was destroyed. That's nearly 2,000 pounds. And the repair and replacement of hundreds of extraordinary puppets will cost tens of thousands of pounds. This made him sigh. War really burns through money. On another mountain peak on the border. Today, not only were representatives of the royal family of Rouen invited to watch the game, but also Sofia Castilla of Feneport. This is a female angel from Feneport, but she wasn't invited by Odis. Rather, she was sent by the Feneport royal family to cover for this war. He did not make a move because he sensed that Lemberg also had an angel at the enemy's command post. It would be troublesome if it escalated into a battle between angels, because the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess is not very supportive of Feneport's invasion war, while the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is very supportive of Remberg's expansion. Therefore, Fenerbahce can no longer compete with Rembrandt for angels. Fortunately, 4 of the 5 demigods in this battle withdrew, and the opposing angels did not pursue them, so Sophia did not intend to take action. Seeing the large number of Feneport soldiers surrendering, Sophia turned and left. This war should wake up the diehards in the country. Today's Remberg is not the Remberg of the past. There is another mountain peak. A general from the Intis Republic Army, along with the Deputy Minister of Defense, observed the entire battle. The general remarked, in less than an hour, Feneport's northern army was finished. As the iron-blooded knight spoke, he couldn't help but look toward the direction of the Lemberg army's temporary command post, as if something there was attracting him. The Deputy Minister, stroking his chin, said, "We should persuade those members of Parliament to find a way to purchase a batch of advanced weapons from Rembrandt." He said with some helplessness, "If we fight an army like this, we may only have one option, to fight them with demigods." This deputy minister, who came from a staff background, keenly realized that Feneport's army had made a huge mistake by not using its superior strength to suppress Remberg's army. Although they have already transferred 3 demigods from the capital to participate in the war, it is not enough. They should concentrate all the demigods in the country. As long as even one demigod is not tied down, the outcome of this war will be rewritten. This is also Feneport's tragedy, proving that they have no other options in conventional warfare. They might even have to resort to desperate measures to gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, the deputy minister smiled, for this was also a tragedy for Intis. Currently, the Republic of Intis has more demigods than Beilenberg, but what about later? Following Remberg's expansion strategy, he could unify the central and southern countries within 1 or 2 years. That would not only be a tragedy for Fenaport, but also for the Republic of Intis. The streets and alleys of Backlund. Newsboys shouted, "Extra! Extra!" Remenberg has once again defeated Army Group Fenaport the North, achieving a great victory. The workers and civilians were discussing the war taking place in the western part of the northern continent. They were all puzzled as to how Lenberg's military strength had suddenly become so strong. Before this, anyone with even a little military knowledge knew that the combined military forces of all the countries in the central and southern states could only barely hold off Fenaport's northern and eastern army groups, while Fenaport's army still had spare capacity. So at the beginning, almost everyone thought that the Remberg battlefield, which started in the south-central region, would be able to hold back a portion of Fenerbah's army at best. However, in the past 2 months, Remberg's fighting strength has repeatedly refreshed people's understanding of this small country in central and southern China. Today, all the major newspapers in Dalian are about to sell out again. Sadrak Palace. Odis has just finalized a cooperation agreement with Prince Sunia regarding the extraordinary realm. In the next 3 months, Remberg will export 50 portable spirit wave cannons to Rune at a price of £10,000 each. Simultaneously, there was also a transaction involving extraordinary machine guns and extraordinary puppets. The total trade value of this arms deal would reach an astonishing 10.0 million ranking. Because of the current financial difficulties in Luen, of the £1 million payment, £300,000 will be paid in cash, while the remaining £700,000 will be paid in gold and various industrial raw materials. With the extraordinary negotiations concluded successfully, the other negotiations also proceeded very smoothly. The two countries will reopen their markets to each other. Before that, such a reciprocal agreement would have put Remberg at a disadvantage because the Kingdom of Rune has a larger industrial scale and a greater advantage in the competition for industrial products. But things are different now. The two sides are truly mutually benefiting because Remberg will basically stop producing ordinary industrial products and instead focus on producing extraordinary tools and supplies. In addition to meeting the needs of its own people, these supplies will be dumped in large quantities in Rune. The previous economic situation has suddenly reversed, and Rembrandt will have the advantage in the future. As for the assets of the Rune merchants confiscated by the Remberg government, they do not need to be returned now. However, Remberg promised that after the war, it would open up investment opportunities in extraordinary technology to Rune. Prime Minister Rune agreed without hesitation. To them, the factories run by Rune merchants in Lundberg were insignificant compared to the technology to acquire extraordinary technology. As for military matters, Odis rejected the proposal to form a military alliance, but he indicated that Lenberg would send troops to the Republic of Intis after the fighting in the central and southern regions ended. The next day's newspapers reported that President Odis Gard had agreed to launch a military strike against Intis after the domestic problems were resolved. Because of this news, the Intis army, which had a huge advantage on the western front of Rune, did not continue to advance in the following week. Instead, it adjusted its strategy and left an army group behind to guard against a surprise attack from Remberg. The price Rune paid for this was that the previous 300,000 rubles of military aid were given to Runeberg free of charge, and he would not ask for it back. In addition, there are tax incentives for factories and businesses built by Rembrandt in loan. After a series of negotiations, Odis held a ball to entertain some of his good friends in Backlund, as well as the Rune officials who had participated in the negotiations. The number of people was not large, and it was not very lively, but some substantial cooperation was achieved. This was more of a grassroots cooperation. For example, several nobles, including Earl Hall, hoped to send an inspection team to investigate the market potential of the extraordinary tools that Odis had mentioned and to learn how to use them. Odis warmly welcomed this and promised to provide food, lodging, and round-trip tickets. Today, Odis was busy discussing cooperation with the nobles of Rune and didn't even have time to say a few words to Audrey. The two said a brief goodbye as the ball was about to end, because Odis would be embarking on his return journey tomorrow. The following day at Backlund Station, the scene was once again spectacular, with King Govington II and Prime Minister Lone both coming to bid farewell to Odis. After a grand farewell ceremony, Odis boarded the train for his return journey, concluding his state visit. Fearing another accident involving President Reinberg, William I escorted him directly to the border between the two countries after his train left Backlund, a journey that would normally take 2 days and 1 night, but was completed in just a few minutes. After entering Remberg, Odis began to deal with domestic affairs, the first being the issue of the tens of thousands of prisoners of war in Fenaport. That crushing defeat caused many of Fenaport's soldiers to break down in tears and completely lose their will to fight. As a result, the Remberg army captured a large number of prisoners. Since the Remberg soldiers were insufficient, they had to immediately reorganize the previously surrendered Massey army and put them in charge of guarding the tens of thousands of prisoners. After 2 wars, there were over 100,000 prisoners of war, and Mashi's meager food reserves wouldn't last long. So as soon as Odis returned home, he contacted the Church of the Earth Mother and asked them to take the prisoners back. Remberg would still provide them with rations for their return. The Church of Mother Earth was naturally very pleased and quickly sent an archbishop to discuss the matter. As for the tens of thousands of prisoners originally from Masic, those who wanted to go home were given travel expenses, while those who wanted to continue serving were reorganized and sent to rebuild Corridor. In short, they were given something to do. At the same time, Odis transferred 20,000 ordinary soldiers from Lemberg to Moss to stabilize the situation. The roles of the various armies in Remmenberg have now been largely defined. The 3 regiments under the command of the Red Angels are primarily responsible for offensive missions, while the previous 100,000 Remmenberg troops and the current tens of thousands of Maximilian troops are mainly responsible for domestic security and construction. The State Guard was completely disbanded, and Odis reclaimed military power from the state government. Odis and his party received a warm welcome upon their return to Azhara. Odis had returned with a great deal of success, and many Remberg residents considered it a huge victory in Remberg's diplomatic history. At the same time, Odis's domestic reputation was higher than before, previously, although mainstream media had praised the president and his new policies, but some people who had lost their original interests and status secretly hoped that the so-called new policies would fail. But things are different now. No one speaks ill of President Remberg anymore because he made the people of Remberg feel like citizens of a great power. Riding on his high reputation, Odis carried out sweeping administrative reforms, reducing the original 22 cantons of Remberg to 6, and the original more than a dozen cantons of Masi to 4. The large number of government employees laid off were stuffed into newly established state-owned enterprises and the Remberg Reconstruction Committee. This department not only coordinates the renovation of factories nationwide, but also prepares for the next phase of construction plans. After Odis returns, the second round of reconstruction work will begin. Most daily necessities will be imported from Rune. A large number of projects involving extraordinary tools and supplies will be launched, such as engineering supplies like extraordinary crushers, extraordinary horses, extraordinary jackhammers, and extraordinary cranes, as well as household items like extraordinary refrigerators, extraordinary stoves, and extraordinary lamps. Furthermore, Odis specifically instructed a car factory to produce civilian vehicles as soon as possible. In short, with a steady stream of weapons orders, the Remberg government had money, so it used this money to carry out the next phase of reconstruction and construction. Other tasks, including the construction of new railways, were to be coordinated by the Remberg Reconstruction Committee. Therefore, this department needs a large number of people, which can absorb a large number of government employees who have been laid off, in order to prevent mass incidents. After assigning a series of new tasks in Azhara, Odis traveled by train to Gothic, meeting with numerous officials, workers, and farmers along the way, patiently explaining to them the future development plans for Remmenberg. This was an unprecedented move by the previous king and other high-ranking political figures in the country, such as the Minister of the Interior. Those summoned not only felt extremely honored, but the president's strategic vision was also reaffirmed through their words. This method was much more effective than newspapers. The workers and farmers who were summoned immediately became celebrities in the surrounding area, and many people traveled dozens of miles just to hear what the president had to say to them. After entering Masic, Odis mainly summoned local officials, and his current requirement for them was to stabilize the newly occupied area. After the reconstruction work in the 6 cantons of Remberg was basically completed, the same reconstruction would be carried out here. At the same time, Odis instructed them to stabilize the lower classes, to get farmers to support Remberg by distributing land, and to get citizens and workers to support Remberg by providing work relief jobs. Humans are profit-driven creatures. If Remberg provides them with a better life, most people will be willing to admit that they are Remberg people. Even if there are some diehards, since the Mascherano royal family and nobility have collapsed, they have no appeal and therefore no opposition will emerge. The key issue is that once people's lives improve, no one supports those diehards anymore. After arriving in Gothic, Odis summoned representatives from all sectors of the city society and promised them that 60 additional seats would be added to the Remberg Council, with all 60 seats to be filled by representatives from the Masi region. This can be considered a form of political appeasement, or to put it bluntly, a form of political bribery. This series of measures brought Rembrandt to an unprecedented state of stability, and the society as a whole appeared to be thriving due to the large number of new jobs and new employment opportunities. Odis, however, hoped the war would continue because according to the laws of modern economics, if no place consumes large quantities of industrial products, there will be severe overcapacity every 10 years or so, followed by an economic crisis. Because this is an era dominated by the extraordinary, the 7 gods have a nuclear effect on each other, so countries cannot frequently use war to shift their conflicts. The bitter fruits of the economic crisis can only be absorbed domestically, such as a large number of unemployed people and a large number of people living in poverty. This is also unavoidable for state capitalism economies. Once investment reaches a certain scale, overcapacity is inevitable. But these are not things to consider now, because the war will continue for more than half a year, during which time Remberg's income will be quite considerable, and once the extraordinary industrial system begins to exert its strength, it will also be able to generate huge profits. We'll talk about things a few years from now. After the domestic situation stabilized, Odis and Bernadette began preparing for their trip to the Misty Sea. Bernadette's Dawn was the first to enter the Misty Sea, while Odis, while handling government affairs, was also reading a large amount of Roselle's diary, mainly the section describing Roselle's voyage. Sometimes Bernadette would have Odis read parts of it to her, thankfully at sea, so there wouldn't be any scenes involving a noble lady, or a witch. However, Odis also had to filter some of Roselle's complaints. Based on the descriptions in the diary, a general route was quickly established. Bernadette first boarded the Dawn to verify the route they had pieced together according to the contents of the diary. After working in Azhara for a few more days, Odis boarded the Dawn. However, before he boarded the ship, he sent Constantine secretly to Azhara to ensure that there were 2 angels in the country. After boarding the ship, the waiter arranged for Odis's room to be opposite the captain's cabin. Odis complained a couple of times about this, feeling that he was also a captain and should live in the captain's cabin. Bernadette replied, "There's a sofa in the captain's cabin." Odis laughed and said, "Didn't you even consider letting me sleep in the bed?" Bernadette waved her hand, "We'll talk about it later." Then she added, "You can come to my captain's cabin anytime." The waiter standing nearby felt he couldn't bear to listen any longer, but leaving like that would be very impolite. Odis was fairly satisfied with the result. The two have already had all the intimate contact they should have, and it's become commonplace, but they haven't taken the final step yet. Odis knows very well that this final step will most likely have to be taken after she meets Lao Huang. Sailing on the high seas can be quite tedious, but fortunately there are extraordinary messengers who can deliver all the political matters in Remberg that Odis needs to resolve to the Dawn on the same day. Odis has now officially made the Bluebird his messenger. He has bound the Bluebird to the wilderness of knowledge. Summoning his messenger is equivalent to using the power of the wilderness of knowledge to perform a mysterious reenactment. The object of reproduction is the Bluebird. Whenever someone summons Odis Gard's messenger, the wilderness of knowledge can recreate a Bluebird beside that person. As they got closer to their goal, Bernadette lost more and more desire to chat, so aside from handling domestic affairs, Odis spent the rest of her time chatting and drinking with the crew of the Dawn. Because of her identity as the captain's man, most people treated Odis with flattery, and in just about a week, Odis seemed to be familiar with everyone on the ship. The deeper they went into the Misty Sea, the thicker the fog became. Sometimes, the fog would last all night. Odis even felt that the Misty Sea at night was as quiet as the world of the dead. The Dawn seemed to have become a ghost ship, wandering on the endless sea. Only when the sun rises the following day will the thick fog at sea dissipate, and visibility at sea will improve. After sailing through the Misty Sea for several more days, sometimes even during the day there would be dense fog, and within the fog, the shadows of some islands would appear, or some huge human figures that seemed to be able to touch the sky would appear. Roselle mentioned in his diary that these islands generally harbored very strange dangers. He had once piloted the Black Throne to try and approach those islands, but they encountered some danger while still some distance away. This forced them to stop exploring those islands. He couldn't figure out what the giant shadows were. He had tried to chase them, but after sailing for most of the day until the fog cleared, he hadn't found any trace of the giants. At the time, Odis didn't feel anything when she read the diary, but now that she has actually experienced it, she wonders if it was the power of the grey fog that projected some scenes from the gaps in history into the real world. The exact situation will likely only be known after Klein takes possession of the Source Castle. However, unlike Roselle, Odis wouldn't be reckless enough to investigate these islands and the giant figures, he would avoid them whenever possible. Fortunately, these dangers lurking in the fog won't come knocking on our door. As long as we stay on course, we won't lose our way. From the crew, Odis heard that many ghost ships and strange monsters roamed the depths of the Misty Sea. At first, Odis remained vigilant, until one night, a ghost ship approached the Dawn. Just as Odis was about to explore, the other party sped away. Odis then realized that after his ascension to Angeliism, he had passed the stage of being careful of this kind of monster, that kind of danger. Now, he needed to be careful of those monsters and dangers. Until the weather suddenly turned volatile, Odis realized that they were not far from their goal. Russell described in his diary how they suddenly encountered severe weather and struggled against it. We found that special island. The climate of Misty Sea is generally mild, and apart from the frequent fog, extreme weather is rare. In Odis's view, this was actually the strangest thing about the Misty Sea, because it was much larger than the raging sea. Theoretically, even if the weather wasn't as bad as the raging sea, there should still be typhoons or similar weather. But the reality is that the climate here is very stable. The danger of the sea area lies in the fact that it is easy to get lost here. Most of the ships that explored the sea area in the past never returned, and then those ships would often appear in people's sight in all sorts of incredible ways. It's as if their exploration continues, but the target of their exploration has become the human world. As a result, all the major powers abandoned their plans to explore the Misty Sea, so this vast sea area is currently far less developed than the Raging Sea and the Sunia Sea. At this moment, Odis looked at the unusually extreme weather and thought to himself, I don't know whether to say that old Huang was young and naive back then, or just carefree. Such an abnormal climate must contain great danger. Even Odis, who had become an angel, would have avoided it if she hadn't known that the target island was there. However, he then recalled that Roselle had encountered the Door in the Misty Sea and also in the treasures of the Tudor Empire. He encountered the jade pendant of the Celestial Maiden, which might have given him a false sense of security. After experiencing danger, he might be able to reach the western continent. Odis, of course, didn't have to fight the storm on deck. He and Bernadette were in the captain's cabin, discussing matters after landing on the island. Although Roselle recorded her arrival in her diary, she did not devote much space to describing the situation on the island. From the few words in the diary, Odis and Bernadette could easily guess that the island was very dangerous, because Roselle's 4 horsemen, Grimm, had died there. At the same time, Odis also knew that Roselle had also been secretly contaminated, but he did not realize it at the time and still regarded this place as a secret base. After discussing several contingency plans for dealing with danger, all the two could do now was wait patiently and not interfere too much with the situation of the dawn. After a long silence, Odis suddenly asked, "What would you most like to say to your father after you see him?" "I don't know either." Bernadette suddenly smiled helplessly. "What about you? What do you most want to say?" Odis laughed and said, "I will tell him loudly, I want to marry your daughter, wish us happiness." Bernadette simply smiled without commenting, and after a long pause she asked, "What if my father disagrees?" "What else could I say?" "I could only tell him to wait to hold his grandson." This made Bernadette a little embarrassed, but she quickly composed herself. "I can't say that, it might affect his mood." She felt this topic was no longer suitable for discussion, and instead asked, "Are you confident you can seal the pollution from my father's body?" "I'll have to go there and see how things go before I can say anything," Odis said frankly. That was, after all, the corruption of the fallen mother goddess, and it wasn't something that could be easily resolved. At this point, Odis stood up and said, "I have a feeling we'll find that island soon. I need to go back and make the final preparations." Bernadette hummed in agreement. Odis returned to his room and entered the wilderness of knowledge. He planned to use the properties of the Duke of Entropy within that level 0 sealed artifact to seal the pollution within Roselle's body. Just as he had envisioned, after becoming an angel, he had no need for level 0 sealed artifacts, so he might as well just shatter them and use them here. If a better method is found in the future, this extraordinary property can be recycled. Odis had already prepared the characteristics of the Duke of Entropy in advance, and he also collected the characteristics of Sequence 9 to Sequence 3 that had been crushed. At this time, Odis came to the central processing unit, and entered the sage time again to communicate with the Celestial Master. The fishpond was still like a traditional Chinese ink painting, and on that stubborn rock, Odis said to the Taoist priest who was sitting cross-legged watching, "We are about to reach the island where Roselle's last mausoleum was built." The Celestial Master opened his eyes and said, "I can feel it." Knowing why Odis was looking for him, he paused for a moment and then said, "Since I knew in advance that Roselle would be corrupted, of course I would make some preparations in advance. So in the feature I gave Adam, I left a backdoor, which you can think of as raw code. It won't show up under normal circumstances, but when needed, you can use the raw code as a starting point to continue writing." Odis pondered for a moment and then asked, "What exactly is its function?" "You have not yet embraced the uniqueness of the Hermit and are unaware of the core authority of that path," the Celestial Master said. "After you become the Hermit, you can continue with those original codes to cover Russell's part about pollution. However, you need to use the position of wilderness of knowledge to complete this process, which is equivalent to a relatively thorough sealing. After becoming part of the Old Ones, you can use those source codes to rewrite the corruption of the fallen mother goddess and turn that corruption into Roselle's controllable abilities. In that case, although the pollution will still be there, it will not cause much harm to Russell." Odis was taken aback. "You can do it like that?" He paused for a moment and then said, "I remember that one of the powers of the fallen mother goddess is immortality, so I thought there was no way to completely solve the problem." The Celestial Master smiled and said, "The fallen mother goddess is the immortal, which is something that no one can change. But no one has stipulated that the corruption of the immortal cannot be used. If done properly, pollution can also be seen as a special kind of ability. However, this requires advanced planning and sufficient space. I do have the status for now, but I lack the power. I can only wait until you become an Old One before I can completely solve the problem." Odis nodded, "Okay. This arrangement is also the best. If Roselle were to regain his freedom now, Odis would not know how to deal with this guy all the time." Just as Odis was about to leave, the Celestial Master said again, "In addition, I have other arrangements. Although I don't know if they will succeed, I will descend upon that island when the time is right." Odis paused for a moment before asking, "You want to return to the real world completely?" "No," the Celestial Master said, "it's not appropriate for me to get involved in the war in the northern continent right now, but since you've been promoted to angel, my foundation in the real world is stronger now, allowing me to do things covertly." Odis thought to himself, I have a feeling that those old bastards are up to something again. Having left the wise man's time, Odis returned to the real world and continued to wait. After an unknown amount of time, the storm finally subsided. In the distance, some dark outlines appeared, and as the dawn approached, Odis and Bernadette came into view of a sizable island. Chapter 440, Chapter 439 Uncle Roselle, rest assured to leave your daughter to me. On the island before Odis and Bernadette, there were towering, deep green trees that gave Odis the illusion that they had shrouded the mountain peaks. The Dawn docked some distance from the island. After ordering the crew to stand by on board, Odis and Bernadette disembarked together. Odis raised his hand, and a phantom light fell on the two people, making them invisible. Bernadette then summoned an invisible servant and placed a peeping eye on it, letting it scout ahead and share the invisible servant's vision with Odis. Upon entering the forest, Odis, who had used a silencing spell, looked at the treetops and couldn't help but say, "It's too quiet here." This vast forest was devoid of birdsong, the roars of wild animals, and even insects. It seemed as if no living creatures existed there. Bernadette also said, "It seems that the situation here has changed a lot over the past 100 years. According to Russell's diary, there were many extraordinary creatures that had become extinct in the outside world, and it was said to be quite lively." Odis said, "Let's be careful." Then he added, "But there's no need to worry too much, the Lord of Mysteries will be watching this place. This time, there is a genuine, hidden presence watching over this place, and the Celestial Master can, to some extent, be equated with the Lord of Mysteries." Bernadette was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the Lord of Mysteries was going to give up his own self? Odis had only briefly discussed this issue with Bernadette before, because it involved some higher beings, so Odis did not continue to talk about it, and Bernadette did not ask about it again. Now is not the time to talk about this. Having such a high-level being watching over us does make us feel relatively at ease. The two continued to follow the invisible servant at a distance, when suddenly, the view opened up before them, and the huge trees ahead suddenly became sparse. Not far ahead, there was a vast open space where countless creatures were crawling. Among them were red dragons with flames flowing from their skin, tree men with burls serving as eyes and fissures as mouths, demons, giants, and feathered serpents. They are indeed extraordinary creatures that have become extinct in the outside world. There were also some humans and normal animals, all facing one direction, with their upper bodies or heads prostrate, seemingly worshipping some unknown being, and none of them made a sound. At this moment, Bernadette whispered, "I know 4 of those 5 people, Green, Uncle William, and they are all my father's men. Are they worshipping Emperor Roselle, who is currently in a state of seeking resurrection?" Odis looked at the 5 people and asked, "Why are there 5 people?" "The secret seeker approach is quite sensitive to numbers," Odis said. "I remember it was mentioned in the diary as the 4 horsemen. But we saw 5 people." Bernadette also noticed something amiss. She carefully observed the 5th person and recalled the figure in a portrait. "That's Benjamin." She was familiar with William and Edwards, but didn't know Green much, and had never met Benjamin. Odis recalled, members of the Abraham family who helped the Great discover the island. "That makes sense." Bernadette then asked, "But why are they all here?" Odis thought for a moment before saying, "On this island, it's best not to mention the one who polluted this place, the one who corrupted your father's existence. It's also best not to mention his authority. Think about it again based on our previous conversation." On the way to the island, Odis told Bernadette everything she knew about the fallen mother goddess. Bernadette then thought back and realized that this might be what is called rebirth. The two did not proceed forward, but cautiously waited for their prayer to end. A few minutes later, the creatures all straightened up at the same time, and the entire primeval forest seemed to come alive all at once. In the blink of an eye, the creatures all disappeared. Bernadette memorized the direction the humans had left in, then manipulated the invisible servants to look at the spot where they were worshipping. She saw a huge rock there, on which sat a simple stool made of dark red wood. Odis said, "It's best not to go and observe that place. While angels can effectively avoid being contaminated by the old ones or the pillars, that is only when angels try to avoid direct contact with beings of that level. If they actively approach them, they will still be contaminated." Bernadette then suggested, "Let's go see some of my father's men, perhaps we can get some clues from them." Odis nodded in agreement. Bernadette then headed toward Edwards, whom she had been in contact with the most, and entered the woods again. Soon they discovered one pale corpse after another among the trees. Some of them were dragons, some were phoenixes, and some were demon wolves. At first glance, the 2 of them seemed to have arrived at a huge graveyard. Bernadette took a deep breath and said, "If it weren't for the power of prophecy, I would have thought that these skeletons were worshipping the divine stool on that giant rock just now." The moment they saw the graveyard, their prophetic abilities activated automatically. They saw a vision, extraordinary beings giving birth to offspring before their deaths, leaving their exceptional characteristics to them, while they themselves struggled to find an unclaimed spot in this area of the primeval forest, where they quietly died, gradually decaying into bones. Bernadette noticed a black stone pillar deep within the cemetery. So she manipulated the invisible servants to approach the stone pillar, and only after getting close did they realize how enormous the stone pillar was. It is as thick as 5 or 6 people could hug, and 30 or 40 meters high. Its surface is covered with ring-shaped weathering marks, like wearing an ill-fitting ring. Odis knew that this stone pillar must be related to the fallen mother goddess, so she was reluctant to go near this graveyard. But he also knew that with the protection provided by the current barrier, there was no danger in staying around here for a while. Bernadette then noticed, the remains around the stone pillar are not too badly decayed. Odis grunted in response and watched his surroundings with great vigilance. In fact, the two people's true forms were still quite far from the graveyard. After being promoted to angels, their ability to control invisible servants underwent another qualitative change, such as reaching an astonishing distance of tens of kilometers. If there were some ritual magic, this distance could actually be extended to the entire continent, but that would require a stable spiritual support point, such as a believer who prays incessantly on the other side of the continent, or someone performing a secret ritual. Just then, the two heard a rustling sound, like a breeze passing through the leaves. Those were the sounds coming from around the invisible servants, not from Odis and Bernadette. Bernadette once again directed the invisible servant to look at the black stone pillar. Pieces of decaying flesh around the pillar fell away one by one, and new flesh grew out. This change lasted for less than 10 seconds before stopping, and a small number of the remains showed no signs of decay, appearing as if they had just died. The next second, a mutated curly-haired baboon and an 8-legged wolf wobbled to their feet. Their fur is slightly white, their skin is a little dry, and their eyes are wooden and indifferent. Then, the two creatures, which were already dead, each determined their own direction and left the graveyard in different directions. Bernadette's gaze froze for a moment, finally understanding why the creatures on this island struggled to reach this area before they died, and why they had to die here. She remarked, "Here, death doesn't connect to eternal sleep, but to a new beginning." Bernadette was a little confused as to whether this was the authority of the pillar called Fallen Mother Goddess or the Black Emperor approach that distorted the underlying logic around her. Odis said, "This new beginning is more bizarre than the living dead or anything like that. Everyone knows that zombies have no consciousness and only obey the summoner's commands, but who knows what kind of monster is inside these reborn creatures?" Bernadette said, "Let's move on." Her spirituality realized that she couldn't let the invisible servant stay there and continue to be affected by the next tide-like new beginning. Otherwise, it would likely develop some strange will and might even come alive. With this prediction, Bernadette was able to discern that it was the influence of the Fallen Mother Goddess authority, not the Black Emperor authority. Of course, it could also be the combined effect of both types of authority. The invisible servants continued forward, and Odis and Bernadette simply bypassed the graveyard and the black stone pillars. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the invisible servant saw a wooden house. Odis remembered what happened next. The invisible servant found Edwards in the cabin, and the old man with all white hair, an aged face, and extremely cold eyes, after looking at the invisible servant for a few seconds, actually realized that the invisible servant's master was, "Your Highness." Bernadette paused for 2 seconds before responding. She was very experienced in handling extraordinary events and chatted with Edwards as before. Edwards warned Bernadette to be wary of Green and William, as he felt that these once reliable companions had become strange. For example, he had attended the funerals of these good friends, but they had all come back to life. Bernadette and Odis exchanged glances and realized that Edwards was acting strangely, but of course they couldn't provoke him at this moment. Bernadette then asked Edwards to take her to her father's tomb, so the two of them lagged far behind, and soon a magnificent, deep black tomb came into view. Its shape is that of a pyramid, with part of it hidden inside the mountain, giving it a magnificent appearance. The surrounding giant trees concealed its presence well. It's not that the trees were taller than the mausoleum, but rather that the combined protection of the mountains and trees made the mausoleum seem to blend into its surroundings. However, there was no vegetation or even a single weed around the mausoleum. The peeping eye on the invisible servant reveals that the mausoleum is inscribed with various characters and symbols, and the huge stone gate, which is about 20 or 30 meters high, is carved with the civil code promulgated by Russell. Odis thought to himself, this proves the stupidity of George III and the lone royal family. The Black Emperor's ascension ceremony did not need to bankrupt so many families, impoverish so many people, or cause so many deaths. This could very well be a positive and uplifting process, or even a process that promotes social development. However, Odis then realized that it was also possible that the royal family members simply did not care about the fate of ordinary people, believing that as long as it was convenient for everyone to be promoted, there was no need to care about the issue of social development. It was only then that Bernadette reminded Edwards, "Do you remember the years you spent in Remmenburg?" After Roselle was assassinated at White Maple Palace, the Edwards family fled to Remberg, where Edwards lived for some time before his death. Edwards was visibly taken aback. "I remember, I seemed to be dead." At this moment, his expression became very complicated. While still somewhat blank, his face was filled with disbelief. Then Edwards raised the axe in his hand, and the wolf slammed it down on its own head, as if trying to stop bad thoughts from popping into its mind. Drops of milky white brain matter dripped down the axe's edge. He said to Bernadette's invisible servant, "Don't come near me." Edwards then turned around and walked step by step into the woods. Bernadette took a deep breath. She could choose to continue hiding it, but she felt that would be too disrespectful to the knight who was once famous throughout the northern continent. Bernadette then had the invisible servant say to Edwards's retreating figure, "Your descendants are doing very well and have achieved a certain level of success." Despite suffering a severe head injury, Edwards, who was still walking briskly, paused briefly before continuing on his way. Odis waited quietly for Bernadette for a few seconds until she composed herself before discussing with her, "The island's forces haven't discovered us yet. I suggest we sneak in quietly." Bernadette nodded. "Okay." The invisible servant was still leading the way. As they left the woods and entered the empty area before the mausoleum, Bernadette clearly felt that the invisible servant's spirituality seemed to have become stronger. She carefully observed her surroundings while keeping an eye on the state of the invisible servant. When the invisible servant reached the enormous stone gate, Bernadette said, "It can't get in." However, the two did not immediately join the invisible servants, but instead cautiously approached the open space in front of the mausoleum. Just as they had guessed, their own spirituality grew rapidly, becoming more abundant than ever before. At the same time, their hair and nails were growing rapidly. Bernadette's bun was coming undone because of her longer hair, and Odis also got a head of long hair. They monitored their condition and, seeing nothing unusual, continued forward. The two of them used teleportation to reach the entrance of the mausoleum. Because it involved high-level pollution, they did not use their prophetic abilities. They only sensed through their spiritual perception that the next action was dangerous, but it seemed acceptable. So the two of them transformed into streams of information, passed through the stone gate, and entered the mausoleum. They stood inside the stone gate, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The mausoleum was empty, with nothing but dark walls and a central platform. On the high platform, there was a chair that seemed to be prepared for a giant. It was made of black iron, with complex and twisted strange patterns engraved on its surface, and the top of the backrest extended upwards into the shape of a crown. At this moment, there was no one on this huge chair, it seemed to be waiting for its emperor to return. Just as the two were about to tentatively explore forward and approach the high platform, they suddenly found that their bodies were completely unable to move. Immediately afterwards, Odis felt as if her ears, eyes, and even teeth had their own thoughts and made their own sounds. The empty mausoleum was filled with giggling laughter or wailing cries. These sounds echoed within the mausoleum, sending chills down one's spine. Odis cursed inwardly, "Damn it," and said, "This is a bit scary." As he spoke, he pulled out a stream of information from his body, which was the rebirth of his various organs. If extraordinary beings below the level of angels were to stay here for even a short while, they would be corrupted by the power of new life. The two of them easily resolved the abnormality on their bodies and then walked towards the huge chair on the high platform. As soon as they stepped onto the platform, a gust of cold wind blew towards them, making their scalps tingle again. The moment Odis opened the Eye of Secrets, he saw a dark figure on one side of the enormous throne. The dark figure raised a hand, and Odis's thought of speaking was suddenly distorted into listening attentively. Bernadette also saw the dark figure, and she immediately recreated the dark red spear of Longinus. However, as she directed the spear to thrust forward, the spear, which exuded an aura of destruction, kept retreating. At this moment, Odis was finally able to open his mouth, that is, the target. Odis originally intended to say, "That is your father," but halfway through, he suddenly realized that his words were about to be distorted and might become, "That is your son," or, "That is your daughter," so he temporarily changed it to self-proclaimed. Bernadette paused for a moment, her intuition seemingly sensing something. Seeing that the black shadow didn't attack, she immediately said in fluent Mandarin, "Hometown." The shadowy figure paused abruptly, looked at Bernadette, and then repeated in a hoarse voice, "Homeland." The voice hesitated for a moment, then, as if remembering something, it abruptly took a few steps back, "Leave." Immediately afterwards, two slits appeared on his face, as if two asymmetrical eyes had grown out. But those eyes had no pupils, they were entirely bloodshot. Then another crack appeared on his shoulder, filled with the same pure crimson light. The shadowy figure's voice was tinged with obvious pain, "Get out of here." Bernadette gazed at the black figure, her expression revealing an unconcealable sorrow. She could sense that it was her father, the man who called himself Caesar, Russell Gustav. At this moment, more cracks appeared on Roselle's body, as if something glowing red inside him was struggling to tear his flesh apart and come out. The next second, Roselle used the Black Emperor's ability to make his black figure become much more illusory, seemingly turning into some kind of illusion. This made him feel as if he were isolated in another world, with an invisible barrier between him and reality. The frequency of the crimson cracks on his body has decreased, and the cracks that appeared before are slowly healing under the influence of abilities such as distortion and alteration. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Roselle, having recovered, laboriously raised his head and smiled at Bernadette. You've truly become a big shot in the mystical world, able to do it yourself. Just then, he suddenly looked at Odis. Who are you? Odis smiled and said, the one who came to help you alleviate your pain. Roselle seemed to realize something. You are Odis, Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. A pagoda to suppress the river demon. Uncle, it's chicken stew with mushrooms now. Russell took a sudden step forward. You're the one. Because his movements were too fast, the cracks that had just disappeared reappeared. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the crimson light within his body. Bernadette grabbed Odis's hand and said somewhat urgently, think of something quickly. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Odis used his eye of secrets to carefully examine the surrounding situation, then raised his hand and mobilized the power of the wilderness of knowledge. With a thought, he set up an array, using a ceiling formation to greatly reduce the power of the newborn in the surrounding area. The cracks in Roselle's body seemed to have suddenly lost their support and healed instantly. Outside the mausoleum, the whole island seemed to tremble, all the trees shook, and all the animals roared. In the animal graveyard, a layer of green moss grew on the black stone pillar. On the high platform inside the mausoleum, Odis smiled and said, you two chat first, I'll go set up a magic circle. Wait a minute. Roselle, who hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time, called out to Odis, you're a man. Odis touched her long hair. I usually keep my hair short. In my prophecy, Bernadette's closest transmigrator is a man. Although Roselle's head was a complete black shadow, and his expression could not be seen, Odis could feel the emotion of, my cabbage has been eaten by a pig. Odis scratched his head and smiled, did your humanity suddenly take over? Get out. Roselle roared in exasperation. I actually left you a treasure. I should have left you a bunch of curses. From the moment Roselle stopped Odis and said, wait a minute, they began speaking in Mandarin. Although Bernadette couldn't understand, she could still sense that her father seemed very angry. She quickly replied, Father. I've grown up now. Roselle took a few steps back, seemingly powerless, and sat down on the enormous throne. Then, with a pained expression, he said to his daughter, do you know that he is from the same generation as your father? He could be your uncle. Odis raised her hand slightly and said, I should clarify this point, I'm a member of Generation Z. The two of them started chatting in Intis. Bullshit. Roselle said mercilessly, when the post-00S generation transmigrated, they were still high school students. They hadn't experienced the harsh realities of society, and it's unknown whether they could survive in this dangerous world. Odis smiled and said, to correct you, I'm a freshman in college, but my age doesn't affect my genius in artificial intelligence. Roselle paused for a moment, then asked hesitantly, Fong Tianshi. Yes, that's the name. For Odis, her Chinese name was already quite unfamiliar. Russell had seen the news before he traveled through time, didn't you die in the fire? Odis simply said, that's when I traveled through time. Russell paused for a moment, then said, he really is a Gen Z. Moreover, he was an outstanding post-00S student. He remembered reading in the news that he was a high school student who had made breakthrough progress in artificial intelligence research. Odis smiled and said, Uncle Roselle, you must be in your 30s. Russell cleared his throat, Odis said, my parents are a few years older than you, so it's normal for them to call you uncle. All right. Roselle sighed. You've passed the age hurdle, but I don't know what kind of person you are. That goes without saying, Odis smiled. He's known as honest and reliable young man. Although Bernadette didn't know what honest and reliable young man meant, she still smiled and said, Father, he is very talented and hardworking, and is an excellent young man. Russell waved his hand, okay. You've never praised your father like that before. Then he asked Odis, what did your parents do after you traveled through time? Odis said, my parents passed away 4 years ago. That's such a wonderful thing. Roselle couldn't hide the joy in his voice, because it meant that his daughter wouldn't have to deal with mother-in-law issues. Roselle then asked, you're an angel now, aren't you? Have you joined some secret organization? They are angels now, Odis said. They have established their own organization. Russell smiled and said, not bad, young man, you have guts. He paused, then said, then you. Only then did Roselle realize that he might have been a bit long-winded. What did you mean by saying you were going to set up a magic circle? Odis said, I just observed the surrounding situation and your condition. Using a magic array can help suppress the pollution in your body, but the effect of that magic array can only be achieved on this high platform. Roselle was visibly taken aback. A magic circle can have such an effect. Do you know who corrupted me? I know, Odis replied. Don't worry, I've been studying magic arrays for many years, trust my expertise. However, it also requires an extraordinary characteristic at the angel level to provide power support for the magic circle. In addition, the wilderness of knowledge is needed to provide support in terms of status. Russell nodded, that's more like it. Bernadette, who was standing nearby, asked, isn't there a better way? I need to be promoted before I can find a better method, Odis said. It's hard to say right now. However, I estimate that there will be an opportunity in the future for Emperor Rosel's uncle Rosel to leave this mausoleum and move freely outside. Now is not the time to explain the Celestial Master's arrangements. Bernadette nodded. I understand. So Odis took out the spiritual materials she had prepared in advance. You guys chat, I'm going downstairs to draw a magic circle. This ritual must be performed using materials rich in spiritual energy. Odis teleported from below the platform, and Rosel looked at Bernadette. Let me see what my little princess looks like now. Bernadette's eyes immediately reddened. Daddy. She had waited far too long for that, Dad, and felt guilty and regretful. I blame myself for not thinking about it back then. There must be a reason for my father's sudden change in temperament. I regret leaving my father when he needed me most. As Odis listened to the father and daughter's conversation, he slowed down his movements, hoping to give them some time. After a few minutes, Odis suddenly straightened his head and looked towards the massive stone gate. His intuition told him that danger was imminent. He guessed that when he used the seal on Faz earlier, the island's power sensed the aura of the wilderness of knowledge. Odis then quickened his pace and swiftly completed the magic circle. Then, while retrieving the characteristics of the Duke of Entropy from the wilderness of knowledge, he replied from the high platform, it's getting more and more dangerous outside. Let's come back after our abilities have improved again. Bernadette also sensed the growing danger outside. She looked at the black figure on the enormous throne with some reluctance and said, Father. Go, child, said Rosel's shadow. If this spell is effective, then I won't have to go through all this trouble and pain. Then he said seriously to Odis, protect her. If you're a fickle person, I won't forgive you. Don't worry about leaving Bernadette in my care. I'll treat her well, Odis said. Russell raised his hand, I really want to beat you up. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to puncture his lungs. Odis smiled, took Bernadette and flew away from the high platform in the center of the mausoleum. After taking a deep breath, he once again mobilized the power of the wilderness of knowledge and poured it into the magic he had just drawn. The surrounding mystical symbols suddenly emitted a bright, holy light, forming phantom images that floated up. Odis held up the extraordinary properties of the Duke of Entropy in his hand, and these properties slowly rose up, coming from the very center of the high platform. Immediately afterwards, a semicircular light black film formed around the platform, completely isolating it from the outside world. Rosel, seated on the enormous throne, stretched his hands, surprisingly finding himself completely unaffected by the corruption that had tormented him at that moment. That kid's philosophy is truly bizarre. Chapter 441, Chapter 440 The Trap Set for the Fallen Mother Goddess. Outside the magic circle set up by Odis using the wilderness of knowledge, Bernadette looked at her father, who stood alone on the high platform, her eyes red, unable to suppress her grief. Rosel, inside the magic circle, waved his hand, let's go, it's getting more and more dangerous outside. At this time, Emperor Rosel was more like an old father staying at home, sending his children out to make their way in the world. Bernadette took a deep breath and transformed into a stream of information, leaving the mausoleum. Odis was about to follow when Rosel suddenly said in Mandarin, focus on your business and don't mess around outside. Odis nodded, don't worry, I don't like witches. You son of a bitch. Rosel roared in fury. Don't read my diary. Odis smiled and waved his hand, then transformed into a stream of information and followed closely behind. Upon exiting the stone gate of the mausoleum, Odis saw that the tall trees outside seemed to have suddenly come to life, struggling to uproot themselves and rushing towards them. All the extraordinary creatures on the island were also heading this way, as if to surround Odis and Bernadette. Just as the two were about to escape the island in their mythical creature forms, they suddenly felt a gaze from high above. That gaze was filled with malice, making Odis and Bernadette feel uneasy. At the same time, they each felt an evil thought arising in their hearts, to attack their partner, turn them into an information stream, and mix them into their own information stream, so that they could completely merge with each other and never have to separate again. This wicked thought severely affected Odis and Bernadette's thinking. They even felt as if the other was releasing enormous malice, while at the same time feeling somewhat unable to distinguish which of their own thoughts were correct. This made what should have been a simple escape somewhat complicated, requiring both of them to devote a great deal of energy to dealing with the suddenly appearing consciousness. To prevent this consciousness from undergoing a mutation and completely suppressing one's own main consciousness. To this end, Odis borrowed the power of the wilderness of knowledge to protect her spiritual body. As soon as the power of the higher level appeared, that consciousness was immediately suppressed. However, Odis could not help Bernadette because he could freely use the power of the wilderness of knowledge, but for Bernadette, this power was a high-level form of pollution. After a moment's thought, Odis suddenly broke free from his mythical creature state, drew the Staff of Gus, and suddenly, the surrounding seawater surged, forming giant waves as high as mountains, which crashed onto the island at an extremely fast speed. Mysterious reappearance, annihilation flood. The massive flood swept up tall trees, tearing them into pieces in the raging torrent. The extraordinary creatures tried to use their abilities to break free from the flood's hold, but they discovered that this flood was different from normal water. Its torrents seemed to wash away all their extraordinary characteristics, greatly suppressing their extraordinary abilities. Thus, enormous and extraordinary creatures such as dire wolves, giants, feathered serpents, and phoenixes were drawn into whirlpools and struggled to avoid drowning. Their once indifferent faces were now filled with fear. They sensed the coming of the end times. The dawn was not greatly affected by the massive flood because it served as an ark in the flood. Two other places were unaffected by the flood, Russell's mausoleum and the massive black stone pillar. The floodwaters, seemingly possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, bypassed these two places, forming a high wall of water around them, giving them a somewhat sacred appearance. This immediately focused the gaze on Odis, who tried to fight back with the power of the wilderness of knowledge, and then said to Bernadette, "You go first, I'll follow later." Bernadette could sense that Odis was protected by a mysterious power, so she did not act recklessly. Taking advantage of the weakening of the extra consciousness within her, she immediately used the information flow method to leave this place first. Whoosh! As the floodwaters receded, broken trees and animal carcasses littered the island, and the extraordinary creatures seemed to have escaped death. He lay on the ground, panting. The entire island no longer resembles its former vibrant self. As Odis resisted that gaze, he looked at the massive black stone pillar. He knew very well that it was the key to the fallen mother goddess being able to descend her power upon this island. Odis raised the staff of Gus and was about to recreate Gong when he suddenly discovered that lush branches and flowers were growing on the staff, and the staff instantly turned into a bunch of plants. The spirituality that Odis infused into the staff became the nutrients that nourished the plants. Moreover, the staff of Gus seemed to have its own thoughts and was no longer willing to obey Odis's commands, which prevented Odis from using her reappearance ability. Moreover, because the vines on the staff were wrapped around Odis's hand, Odis was unable to get rid of the staff and could only fight against the consciousness generated by the staff of Gus. At that moment, Odis felt all the sounds around him disappear, the air around him seemed to change, and then a holy and clear light appeared in the sky. Bernadette, upon returning to the dawn, immediately issued the order to leave the area. At that moment, her spirit seemed to sense something and she saw a sacred cloud suddenly appear in the sky. It had a clear light that brought peace to the heart and seemed to be spreading the light of reason. Soon, a man dressed in exotic clothing appeared in the radiance, with a long black beard and a gentle face. Bernadette felt a strange, indescribable feeling towards this being. He seemed sacred, yet lacked the aloofness of a deity. He exuded authority, yet didn't instill much pressure, as if he were one with his surroundings. What kind of deity is that? Bernadette heard a sailor ask at that moment. Bernadette's eyebrows twitched, and she was about to reprimand her subordinates for not paying attention to this great figure. But when she glanced at her subordinates, she was surprised to find that their spiritual bodies had not changed. In other words, this extremely high-ranking being had not brought madness and chaos to the extraordinary beings below the level of demigod. Bernadette thought to herself, is this the Lord of Mysteries? Odis looked up at the Celestial Master, and the pressure on him lessened as soon as the other appeared. This made Odis remark that the Celestial Master's entrance was quite impressive. At this moment, some soft flesh resembling marine creatures suddenly grew on the black stone pillar covered with moss. These soft fleshes formed a sphere at the top of the stone pillar, and it grinned and said to the Celestial Master, "You really did not perish completely." The Celestial Master smiled and said, "Your expectations have been dashed." The soft, round ball of flesh said again, "It's no use. Even if you destroy this island, you won't be able to cleanse Roselle of the pollution, and it won't harm me either. Looks like you're not in a good state either. You've waited so long, only to suddenly show up for something so meaningless." The Celestial Master smiled warmly. "I've said before that you don't actually have any villainous qualities, especially when it comes to languages, you don't have a talent for that." Instead of arguing with the Celestial Master, the sphere grinned and said, "I'm starting to look forward to your scheme. So, what are you planning to do? It's been a long time since I've encountered a worthy opponent." The Celestial Master said, "The barrier that was originally created has developed many cracks, and even many holes. And since the real world doesn't have the old days, it can only defend against your attacks according to my previous design, but it can't fill in those cracks and holes." The sphere laughed and said, "So you're going to come back and help those 7 little guys from the real world plug those holes? Although I've been detached from worldly affairs for a long time, I still wouldn't do something so foolish," the Celestial Master said. "Your symbolic meaning is quite good, you possess the abilities of immortality and rebirth. Although you are no longer a complete pillar, I believe your authority should be able to heal the cracks and holes in the barrier." The sphere paused visibly again, then asked, "Are you kidding me?" It can be sensed that the Celestial Master's current power seems to be somewhat like that of a dual-path angel king. In terms of rank, he is slightly stronger than a true god, but far inferior to half of the old ones. If he were not inside the barrier, he would be no match for the fallen mother goddess. Odis realized that the celestial master might have found a way to force the fallen mother goddess to do so. Because he knew very well that he would only reveal some of his key plans to the public when he was absolutely certain of success. But he had absolutely no idea what the specific method was. The celestial master's smile was already quite gentle. I have no intention of discussing this with you. At that moment, with a wave of his hand, a stream of information consisting of 0 and 1 suddenly shot out from Roselle's tomb and wrapped around the giant pillar. At this moment, a memory suddenly appeared in Odis's mind. He suddenly realized that in order to prevent any accidents from happening to the plan, the celestial master had not told him the whole content of the plan at all. The original history is that the fallen mother goddess corrupted the island and used Mr. Dor to give certain hints to the descendants of Abraham's family, allowing Benjamin Abraham to contact Mr. Dor with Russell in the Misty Sea. Then, she lured Russell to the island and took the opportunity to corrupt Russell. Then, once Roselle becomes the Black Emperor, the corruption of the fallen mother goddess will rapidly spread and, through Roselle's resurrection, descend upon the real world. But Roselle realized this, so he stopped the resurrection process and began a tug-of-war with the other party in the mausoleum. The Celestial Master was well aware of this history, so when he used the characteristics of the Knowledge Emperor to add the original code into Russell's body, he did it very obviously. Even Russell might have noticed it, though he would most likely have assumed it was the divinity inherent in the Knowledge Emperor that was altering him. The key is that this arrangement is very sophisticated, and even if Roselle notices it, he can't change anything. At the same time, the fallen mother goddess would also be able to detect this relatively easily. So after Roselle built a mausoleum on this island, the fallen mother goddess has descended many powers on this island in the last 100 years to study the original code in Roselle's body. Therefore, the black stone pillar in front of Odis possessed a certain degree of life, and could even influence the extraordinary beings at the level of angels around it, which is something that does not exist in history. It is also an important part of the Celestial Master project. The original code within Emperor Roselle's body can not only be rewritten to address his corruption, but there is also a code that will affect whoever studies it. The stream of information that flew out of Roselle's tomb was specifically prepared for the fallen mother goddess. However, the fallen mother goddess remained relatively calm at this moment. After all, the power on this island was at most an avatar. As she said, even if the island were destroyed, it would not have any impact on her main body. The information flow wrapped around the black stone pillar suddenly expanded and turned into an information cluster. Soon the black stone pillar was transformed into a warm and smooth column-shaped black jade. The spherical creature was still there. Because it only had power slightly higher than that of a Sequence 2 angel, it was completely unable to stop the Celestial Master's series of operations, so it simply did not resist and treated itself as a spectator. Even now, he still doesn't know what the Celestial Master is trying to do. Odis noticed that the modified black jade was emitting a very special spiritual signal, as if whispers were constantly telling him to look at something. Immediately afterwards, the black jade formed a strange attraction and tension, and these two forces actually existed on the same object at the same time. This was achieved by using the abilities of the Perfect One to reshape the original black stone pillar. At that moment, the angel said to the sky, "We may begin." Suddenly, Adam appeared in the sky, dressed in a simple priest's robe, with a silver cross around his neck, and in his hand, a simple, thick, and historically significant stone slab. The second blasphemous stone tablet. At that moment, the stone slab suddenly emitted a faint light, and behind Adam appeared a very ethereal and illusory ocean, which seemed to contain infinite possibilities and infinite beauty. He hasn't become a god yet, so establishing a connection with the Chaos Sea is still somewhat difficult. But that was enough. Adam raised his hand, and all the clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a terrifying face high in the sky, yet within that face shone a faint maternal glow. That was the fallen mother goddess watching all of this. Between that face and the real world, there seems to be a transparent film. At this moment, some small cracks have appeared on that film, as if the face is about to split open. Adam used the second blasphemous tablet to carve a special path in the astral plane, establishing a faint, unique connection between the location of the fallen mother goddess and the island. Because the island already had the arrangement of the fallen mother goddess, this special connection was prepared for the fallen mother goddess. At this moment, the gazes in the starry sky were drawn over. They all noticed the actions of the Celestial Master and Adam and wanted to see what they were up to. The fallen mother goddess certainly sensed that special connection, which meant that more power could be sent to that island, but she did not do so. He had suffered too many losses at the hands of the sage and the ancient sun god before, and he would not easily act according to their wishes. In any case, he had already decided to give up the clone on the island, as long as it did not affect his main body. Just then, the Celestial Master reappeared, a simple, ancient tower in the color of red copper. The tower was not large, and it was covered with ancient inscriptions, as if it contained endless power. Mysterious reappearance, Haotian Tower. The brass-colored tower is upside down, with its base facing the sky. The fallen mother had a bad feeling and immediately retreated, but the Haotian Tower generated a huge suction force, pulling her outside the barrier. Then, a power representing new life and immortality was sucked from the astral plane into the real world. That power comes from the fallen mother goddess herself. In addition to suppressing monsters and gods, the Haotian Tower also has the ability to absorb stars and transform the sun and moon. At this moment, this ability was used to draw the power from the fallen mother goddess to the island in the real world and pour it into that giant pillar that looked like black jade. The fallen mother goddess swayed her enormous, monstrous yet aesthetically pleasing body, easily resisting the powerful suction and regaining her freedom. Up to this point, the actions of the celestial master and Adam had little impact on him. On the contrary, they allowed him to project more of his power into the real world. Other beings from the past gathered here, hoping to project more power into the real world through this channel. Unfortunately, that passage was specifically set up for the fallen mother goddess, and unless the fallen mother goddess is driven away, the sleeves have no way to replace this pillar. But the fallen mother goddess felt no joy, for he knew he needed to leave as soon as possible. However, the Haotian Tower, which the celestial master had recreated using the wilderness of knowledge status, temporarily held him captive, though it couldn't restrict his movements. But they can only orbit around Earth's celestial plane. Somewhere in the astral plane lies the divine realm of the goddess of night. In a field where all she could see were deep sleep flowers and night-blooming herbs, the goddess of night, who was watching the barrier, suddenly noticed the strange behavior of the outer gods. I know that the time I've been waiting for over 1,000 years has finally arrived. Prior to this, the location of the target had already been determined by believers in the starry sky. Or rather, the main purpose of the goddess of night coming to the astral plane was to use her dark authority to secretly search for traces of those targets in the dark universe. At this moment, a tower made of books appeared on the edge of his divine kingdom. On each book in the tower was a bronze eye, which became darker and darker as you went up. The outer gods, who were observing the real world, were now focused on the celestial master and Adam, which gave the goddess of night and the god of knowledge and wisdom a brief period of freedom to move around. The goddess of the night, whose exact face was obscured, suddenly sprouted 2 arms covered in short black hair from under her armpits. One arm held a heavy giant scythe, while the other held a miniature red moon. The next instant, the figures of the 2 gods vanished into the dark divine realm. Almost instantly, they appeared beside a planet deep in the universe. This planetary system has no stars, but the planets and asteroids function in an orderly manner, as if there is a gravitational source that allows them to function properly. The moment the 2 deities appeared, the goddess of night raised her hand, and the entire galaxy vanished, entering the hidden world. Only then did one of the planets suddenly realize what was happening, and a crackling sound suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, which quickly spread in all directions. It turns out that this planet is actually a life form, a star dragon that serves as an archangel to the superstar overlord. There is no sound in space. That buzzing sound is a high-frequency electromagnetic signal. And sweeping in all directions was a massive electromagnetic storm. The space around the hit planets and asteroids became distorted, and all the laws of physics went out of control. The violent electromagnetic storm rushed toward the goddess of night and the god of knowledge. The god of knowledge outlined a series of mystical symbols in front of him, which crashed into the electromagnetic storm. Many key points that formed this destructive electromagnetic storm disappeared, and the entire storm vanished without a trace. The goddess of night gripped her giant scythe tightly, stepped forward, and swung it at the fleeing star dragon. Yes. He is on the run. Despite possessing enormous life force and immense vitality, it was clear that in the presence of 2 true gods, the only way to save one's life was to escape the hidden world as quickly as possible and immediately pray to the superstar ruler. But the goddess of night had no intention of giving her opponent such a chance. The giant scythe in her hand became enormous the moment it was swung out, so enormous that it seemed capable of shattering a planet. There was no sound in space, only an eerie silence. The giant scythe slashed across the planet, carving out its blood-red core, without making a sound. But a mournful cry echoed in the hidden space. The star dragon felt as if death had just brushed past its body, and its life was rapidly slipping away. The scorching star core and the magma in the Earth's mantle dimmed at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The enormous life form died, and its spirit was quickly sent to the underworld. The next second, the hidden space was deactivated, and the original location of the star dragon was now just a desolate planetary remnant. Their power did not come from a gift, within them lay a genuine sequence 1 attribute. The god of knowledge and wisdom withdrew his attribute, and the 2 of them vanished from space. The 2 deities' actions were not yet over, as if they had rehearsed countless times, they immediately appeared in another corner of the universe. This planetary system appears to be relatively normal, with stars, planets, and asteroids. However, each solid planet is covered with a layer of rust-colored material, and the life on them struggles with illness every moment. From birth, they are tormented by illness. Growth and aging occur simultaneously in the same organism at the same time. Before it loses its life, its body has already begun to rot. On gas giants, you can also see obvious iron-gray plates, as if the planets are sick. In the tranquil asteroid belt, a dark iron-colored monster, roughly humanoid in shape, sitting on a stone chair, suddenly opened its eyes. In space, where there is no gravity, it is impossible to tell whether one is head up, feet down, or lying flat. In other words, it is impossible to describe one's posture using planetary habits. This is a time giant who serves the decaying king, roughly equivalent to a sequence 2. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the two gods attacking. But then she closed her eyes again, as the goddess of the night dragged her into sleep. The surroundings were endless darkness, and everything that happened here seemed to go unnoticed by anyone. Mysterious symbols reappeared before the god of knowledge, while simultaneously, atop a tower composed of thick books. A bronze eye appeared, emitting a penetrating gaze that seemed to see through everything before it. The mysterious symbols instantly transformed into javelins radiating sunlight, precisely piercing every weak point of the Giant of Time. The Giant of Time did not react in any way and was purified on the stone chair, with his spirit and the surrounding natural spirits all being taken away. Then, the goddess of night waved her hand, and a black iron-colored metal object flew out from the other party. This metal object was constantly emitting a tormenting pathogen and a decaying aura. If it was not sealed, even the goddess of night and the god of knowledge would get sick and show obvious signs of decay. Upon reaching the goddess of the night, the metal object instantly transformed into a slender black sword, which, under the goddess's seal, they looked much more well-behaved. This Giant of Time has no special characteristics, his abilities and status are all bestowed by the decaying king. Its duty is to guard a special sealed artifact for the declining monarch. He thought his hiding place was very well hidden, but the goddess of the night still found him. Or rather, the more hidden his hiding place was, the easier it was for the goddess to find him. The next second, the figures of the two true gods disappeared, and they instantly returned to the astral plane on Earth. Having obtained what they needed, the two gods returned to their respective divine kingdoms. In that field full of deep-sleeping flowers and night-blooming herbs, the goddess of night silently gazed at the barrier before her, as if she had always stood guard, as if she had never left. Because it was done in secret, the action just now did not attract the attention of any person or deity. Looking at the vast starry sky, the corners of the goddess of the night's lips curled up slightly on her face, which seemed to be veiled by a black gauze. People only remember him as secret, but few remember that he is also darkness, which is what the star card represents. This is because he has been using the uniqueness of the moon pathway to deceive the world. In addition, since the fourth epoch, the celestial master has been tampering with underlying knowledge, making most people and extraordinary individuals accustomed to associating the goddess of the night with the crimson moon and secrets. Only some old folks from before the quaternary period remember that the goddess of night is the star, is darkness. In the seemingly boundless starry sky, in the deep darkness, the goddess of the night can quietly wield her power. They quietly observed the outer gods, keeping a close eye on the targets in the plan. This was his main purpose in coming to the astral plane. However, he wouldn't look into the past, because it would be too easy to discover. In this respect, the goddess of the night has been very patient, focusing on doing this one thing for over 1,000 years. The Misty Sea, on an island where Roselle's last mausoleum was built. The celestial master focused intently on controlling the Hautian Tower, absorbing the power of the fallen mother goddess into the real world and directing this power onto the giant pillar that resembled black jade. In an instant, the vegetation around the giant pillar burst forth with vitality, and soon a small, dense forest grew. Odis heard a distinct "yu" sound coming from the black jade pillar, followed by a bright radiance that shot straight into the sky and merged into the barrier. On the barrier, those tiny cracks were actually slowly healing. On the black jade-like stone pillar, the fleshy ball was rapidly withering away, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's no use. When it's time to break, the barrier will still break." The celestial master smiled and said, "Of course I know, but before it breaks, the barrier will be very strong. The 7 righteous gods only need to guard it in the astral plane. There is no need to keep supplying power to the barrier." As he spoke, the Hautian Tower that had reappeared disappeared. The black giant pillar that the fallen mother goddess had personally arranged, after being modified by the celestial master, had established a new connection with the fallen mother goddess and would continuously draw power from her to repair and support the barrier. Previously, the fallen mother goddess had dreamed of being able to smoothly send power into the barrier, but now, she couldn't even sever her connection with the black stone pillar. Although this power was insignificant to him, its level was high enough that it could better maintain the barrier than the power of the 7 gods. But no matter how tight the barrier was, the special passage open for the fallen mother goddess remained open. Adam's power was still relatively weak at this time, so the channel he created was also relatively narrow, and the fallen mother goddess could not descend too much power at once. Everything is just right. If the fallen mother goddess did not want her power to be used by the celestial master, she would have no choice but to flee far away and hide in the depths of the universe. As long as the distance was far enough, the black jade-like stone pillar would not be able to absorb her power. However, the fallen mother goddess would never leave at such a critical moment. The celestial master watched as the fleshy ball on the stone pillar dried up and fell off. He smiled slightly, exchanged a glance with Adam, and then disappeared into the air. Adam put away the blasphemous tablet and disappeared from the sky. Between the sky and the ground, the clear energy from the island continuously flows towards the barrier high in the sky. Chapter 442, Chapter 441 Devil's Island. Odis watched as the celestial master and Adam left one after the other before transforming into a stream of information and catching up with the dawn. At this point, the dawn was already some distance from the island, but it could still be clearly seen that a vibrant force was rushing into the air, its destination unknown. Most of the crew members still looked bewildered, not knowing what had just happened. As soon as Odis stepped onto the deck, Bernadette immediately stepped forward and asked, "Was that the deity just now, the Lord of Mysteries?" She remembered encountering 3 angels from the church during an operation on the raging sea, and later meeting Adam as well. At that time, Odis had summoned a majestic being, and Bernadette had always thought that was the Lord of Mysteries, but seeing the celestial master today, she felt that the 2 gods gave off completely different vibes. When Odis heard the question, he remembered that this was actually the first time the celestial master had made a public appearance in the real world. After becoming the celestial master, he seemed to have gone to the western continent. The key to the celestial master's image differs somewhat from that of the Lord of Mysteries, because the Lord of Mysteries is Odis in disguise. After becoming an angel, his reaction speed was already very fast, and in an instant he had found a reasonable excuse. Yes, this being has different forms. Bernadette nodded. It didn't seem too difficult to understand that a deity could have different appearances. Then Bernadette asked, "What exactly happened just now? Why is there a force on the island that keeps shooting into the sky like that?" Odis glanced at the crew members who were listening intently and smiled. There was a high level of pollution on that island. The Lord of Mysteries and another god worked together to remove the pollution, but it can't be cleaned up in a short time. The pollution needs to be continuously sent into space. What you are seeing is actually some pollution. If you get close to that pollution, serious mutations will occur, and it will immediately get out of control. The crew nodded repeatedly, feeling that the island was too dangerous. And since it involved the gods' plans, they shouldn't ask too many questions. Odis added, "Everyone must keep today's events a secret and not tell anyone else what happened here." The crew readily agreed, having no doubt about Odis's words. As the dawn sailed back into the stormy waters, Odis and Bernadette returned to the captain's cabin. Bernadette said to Odis, "Now you can tell me, right? What exactly happened?" "Nothing can be hidden from you," Odis said with a smile. Bernadette laughed along, knowing that Odis was saying it to her on purpose, but she was still very happy, feeling that Odis wouldn't hide anything from her. "I just received some information myself. When the original creator fell into slumber, he created a barrier around the real world," Odis explained. This barrier not only separated the real world, but also the astral plane and the spirit world, creating a relatively independent region. This protects us from the corruption of the gods above in the starry sky. This is very important because since the ancient sun god and the sage fell one after another, there is no longer a level above the gods in the real world. Without this barrier, the advanced characteristics of the real world would have been taken away by those extraterrestrial gods in the starry sky long ago. Bernadette frowned slightly, her usually imposing brow furrowing. Outer gods. There are many beings in the cosmos who are above the divine. She paused for a moment and then asked, "The 7 gods went to the astral plane, not to fight against these outer gods, right?" Odis snapped his fingers. "Brilliant." He said, "At the end of the 4th age, with the fall of the sage, the battle between the 7 gods, the god of death, and the primordial which became extremely fierce, causing some damage to the barrier. Therefore, the 7 gods must go to the astral plane and continuously supply power to the barrier. This is why they rarely descend into the real world after the 5th age." Odiston paused for a moment and then said, "And in the starry sky, there seem to be as many as 8 or 9 outer gods spying on the real world. They have been taking advantage of opportunities to corrupt the extraordinary beings in the real world. Your father was corrupted by one of the most powerful and troublesome outer gods, and the island was covered in corruption. Because Uncle Roselle the Great Roselle was once promoted to Emperor of Knowledge, that characteristic is closely related to Lord of Mysteries, and the clue to that characteristic was provided to him by Adam, so both Lord of Mysteries and Adam noticed the corruption in your father. So they devised this plan today, creating a special passage between the astral plane and the real world, pulling a portion of the other side's power into the real world, and after transformation, using it to support the barrier. This will greatly reduce the pressure on the 7 gods. After a period of time, when the power of the barrier has recovered, the 7 gods may even be able to descend without any pressure. Odis estimated that this was preparation for the War of the Gods to take place next year. He remembered that although the War of the Gods didn't last long, the barrier was further damaged because no one was left to guard the astral plane. After the war, the 7 gods became 6, and one less god was providing power to the barrier. In addition, the barrier had vulnerabilities. The outer gods' power projected into the real world suddenly increased, and extraordinary cases involving the outer gods also suddenly increased. Now, the fallen mother goddess is helping to guard the barrier. It sounds ridiculous, but it really happened. It's true that those old guys are the ones who dare to think and act. At least Odis would never have come up with such a brilliant idea. Bernadette was surprised to find that there were so many beings above the gods in the starry sky, while there were none in the real world. She pondered for a moment before asking, the Lord of Mysteries and Adam aren't exactly true gods, are they? How could they possibly make a being above the divine obediently provide power to the barrier according to their wishes? No, that's not it, Odis said. First of all, the power provided by that outer god is like being bitten by a mosquito, it doesn't cause much of a loss. Secondly, this was achieved through his own arrangements. From my observation, if that outer god were to leave the real world, this plan would fail. This was actually done by the Lord of Mysteries and Adam, who knew from their understanding of that outer god that the other would not leave the real world when the barrier was about to break. It can only be said that this is a trick, not that the outer god had no room to resist. Bernadette slowly nodded, then asked with a somewhat dim look in her eyes, you just said that the outer god who corrupted my father is the most powerful and troublesome one in the starry sky. Don't worry too much, Odis comforted him. I once spoke with the Lord of Mysteries about this matter. He said that in the future, if we can successfully defeat the hidden sage and obtain his unique and extraordinary characteristics, I can suppress your father's corruption to a controllable level. At that time, your father will even be able to leave the mausoleum and move freely in the outside world. Bernadette took a deep breath and suddenly said to Odis, thank you. Odis smiled and said, you don't need to be so polite with me. I will definitely try my best to help you solve this problem, but it will take time. Bernadette nodded, I want to be alone for a while. Odis said, all right. He hurried out of the captain's cabin, and as he closed the door, he heard Bernadette humming a song from the Common Era. Odis had originally planned to return to Azhara immediately, but now he changed his mind. He decided to spend more time talking to Bernadette on the dawn and wait until she was in a better mood before making any further plans. Back in the room prepared for him, Odis reviewed everything he had just witnessed. With the Celestial Master present, he felt that the apocalypse was not so urgent or so terrifying. At the same time, he realized that, also because of the presence of the Celestial Master, he was losing his god's perspective, and the world was becoming a place he no longer recognized. Moreover, he believed that during the God War next year, the Celestial Master and his friends might cause trouble again. It's certain that the Goddess of the Night will win the War of Gods, but who knows what other changes might occur in the outcome of the war. As he pondered, Odis, feeling somewhat tired, took a short rest. When he woke up, it was already late at night. The sea had become very calm, which surprised him. It had taken him 3 whole days to sail through stormy waters on his way to the island where Emperor Rosel's last mausoleum was located. And now, only about half a day later, the storm has disappeared. Odis, sensing something, went up to the deck and indeed saw Bernadette standing at the bow of the ship. Fog has rolled in again at sea, reducing visibility to a limited extent, all that can be seen are rolling plumes of fog. The Dawn sailed silently forward, as if it were the only ship left on the sea. Bernadette, still looking ahead, said, perhaps after the pollution from that above the gods disappears, the abnormal weather in the nearby seas will not be so extreme. Odis grunted, in this awful weather, it feels like a ghost ship could come sailing up at any moment. Such words are taboo on ordinary ships, but on a ship with 2 angels, all ghost ships, please come aboard. Odis stepped forward and embraced Bernadette from behind. Bernadette took his hand and leaned closer to him. Looking at the scene before him, and with the excellent view from the bow of the ship, Odis suddenly recalled a classic scene from a classic movie about a shipwreck. He smiled, then thought of a movie about pirates, and said, let me tell you a story about Captain Jack Sparrow and the Black Pearl. Bernadette nestled in Odis's arms, okay. Odis cleared his throat before saying, on the high seas, there is said to be a cursed ship. As they were talking, Odis and Bernadette sensed that several crew members were listening quietly behind them, so they turned around, their backs to the ship, and naturally let go of each other's hands. Bernadette is, after all, the captain of this ship and needs absolute authority. Being nestled in a man's arms would damage her image. Among the crew members behind, the bosun on duty smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, gentlemen, Mr. Gar's story was just too fascinating. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. It's all right, Odis smiled. I'll continue my story. Where were we? Oh, right, the moonlight shone on the Black Pearl, and the governor's daughter, Elizabeth, saw that the entire crew of the Black Pearl were monsters dressed in shabby clothes, with rotting flesh and bones exposed to the air. Even the crew members, who had experienced many extraordinary battles, couldn't help but take a deep breath upon hearing this, as if they were surrounded by a bunch of skeletal monsters. Odis's narration was very relatable. It turns out that the curse of the Black Pearl turned the ship's crew into immortal monsters. They couldn't feel the wind and rain at sea, nor taste the food. They plundered like demons. At that moment, the bosun suddenly pointed at Odis, evil, the devil. Odis laughed and said, "This interaction was quite good, even I was momentarily stunned." Then, the other crew members also showed surprised expressions, pointing at Odis and Bernadette, monster demon. Odis was taken aback, then immediately understood. Looking back, he saw an island not far in front of the Dawn. On that island, many gaunt, scaly humanoid monsters were jumping into the sea and swimming toward the Dawn. If you don't look closely, those monsters really do resemble the ones described in Odis's story, the ones with the tattered clothes. A monster with rotting flesh and exposed bones. Behind those monsters, two enormous demons were driving them away. That was a true demon, with two curved goat horns on its head covered with mysterious patterns, and a pair of bat-like wings on its back, wreathed in pale blue flames. Odis and Bernadette's first reaction was surprise, because the two angels had no idea how the island had suddenly appeared. This is terrifying, because even if it's a sneak attack by a true god, as angels, their spirituality can react in advance. However, the reason there is no reaction is very likely that the spirit has been disturbed. Just then, the mist suddenly dissipated, and a crimson moon appeared in the sky. Odis glanced at it briefly and roughly understood that it must be the power from the stars that had affected their spiritual judgment, so he quietly sent the Dawn to sail near the island. Aming aming. The roars of wolves echoed across the island as a group of werewolves transformed under the moonlight and raced toward the Dawn. Bernadette reacted, hard to port. With a wave of her hand, a white crown appeared on her head, and a large white banner appeared behind her. Fairy tale magic, the Snow Queen. The shore of the island was instantly covered with white frost, which then covered the seashore, freezing the monsters that had jumped into the water and were swimming rapidly toward them. Odis flew into the air, where a young man emitting light, an old man with a long beard, and a middle-aged man surrounded by lightning appeared before him. They were devouring the humanoid figures of light and shadow. The young man devouring the light and shadow and the middle-aged man covered in lightning suddenly stopped, turning their heads to look at the demons and werewolves, as if glaring at these ants who had discovered their secrets. Immediately afterwards, beams of blazing white light and streaks of lightning shot out from their bodies, instantly transforming the entire space into a clear sky on one side and a dense cloud cover on the other. The scorching light purified the monsters, and chilling lightning bolts rained down, bombarding the demons and werewolves. Suddenly, the howls of werewolves struck by lightning and the cries of demons filled the air on the shore. In the sea, the monsters, frozen by Bernadette, were struck by beams of blazing white light, causing their bodies to melt like burning candles, while the seawater boiled due to the intense heat of the sun. Under the attack of the two sages, the monsters either ran away or died, and were defeated before they could even swim to the vicinity of the Dawn. Odis observed that many of the demons and werewolves killed by lightning on the shore were beginning to aggregate extraordinary physical characteristics. However, neither of them risked landing on the island to retrieve anything. Instead, they used their extraordinary abilities to get the Dawn away from the island as quickly as possible. The bow of the Dawn cleaved through the waves with a whoosh, and soon the island disappeared from sight. Just as Odis and Bernadette were about to discuss their experience, their spiritual senses were suddenly activated, and they looked ahead of the Dawn to see another island appear. On the shore, they could vaguely see demons driving away monsters. Odis hissed, "Ghost Island." He glanced again at the crimson moon in the sky. To dare to approach the island of two angels like this, he must have received support or instructions from some being in the starry sky. Considering that they had just encountered demons and werewolves, Odis had some doubts. Was the Dawn being targeted by the Mother Tree of Desire? Furthermore, there is the crimson moon, indicating that the fallen mother goddess also provided some assistance. Bernadette immediately ordered, "Lower anchor. It's not a good idea to move forward until we figure out what's going on." Odis said, "It seems we should go and explore." Bernadette hummed in agreement, indicating that she thought so too. In general, when you encounter such a situation, you can only leave after you figure out what's going on. If we wait until dawn tomorrow, there is a certain probability that we can sail away from this island, but there are still several hours until dawn, and we are in a very passive position while waiting, not knowing what kind of extraordinary attack we might encounter. Bernadette ordered her subordinates to stay behind, then briefly discussed the matter with Odis. The two of them then transformed into a stream of information and flew towards the island. They easily dispatched the two demons on the shore, along with the monsters they were driving. The two landed on the ground and looked around. The extraordinary characteristics of those demons began to emerge, but they still maintained their demonic form. Upon seeing those monsters, Odis frowned. He realized that they were not monsters at all, but humans who had been tortured beyond recognition. Of course, they are no longer purely human, but rather humans whose inner evil has been fully unleashed, and who have become completely corrupted. Conceptually, they are still human, but in reality, they are monsters. That's strange, Odis said. I read in your father's diary that the entrance to the abyss in reality is indeed in the Sea of Mist, but it shouldn't be around here. He paused for a moment and then said, however, it's also possible that they were demons attracted by the abyss, who couldn't find the entrance to the abyss, but instead occupied this island. Bernadette, who was on guard in midair, reminded us, we just encountered some werewolves. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, still not understanding what was going on, and could only put away the extraordinary properties extracted from the two demons. Let's go inside the island and take a look. The island was larger than I had imagined. In the moonlight, it seemed to stretch on forever. There were many fires inside the island, suggesting the presence of some indigenous tribes. Odis estimated that these humans, who had been tortured into monsters, must have once been natives of this island. The two quickly flew toward the firelight and discovered that several villages were holding bonfire parties at the same time. People were singing and dancing around the bonfires, and they looked like normal indigenous people. Odis and Bernadette used their invisibility abilities to arrive at one of the villages, where they listened to the native shaman chanting in a language they couldn't understand and watched the ordinary natives dancing excitedly. Although it seemed normal, it always gave people a sense of unreality. Odis was not sure why she had such feelings, but she always felt that they were not celebrating for something serious. So Odis raised his hand, and a stream of information swiftly flowed into the wizard's head. Then, the stream of information flew out of the wizard's head and returned to Odis's side. Immediately afterwards, this stream of information, which had become much longer, flowed into Odis's palm. This is a flexible application of the sage's abilities. The principle is to use a special information stream to fly into the target's head, search for the required information, and then return to Odis's body in the form of an information stream. This way, you can obtain the information you need from the other party's memories. Odis had only had this idea before, but today was the first time he used it, and the effect was very good. Although he couldn't understand the language of the wizard, he basically understood why they were having a bonfire party. It turned out that their god had just sent down a divine message, saying that important guests would be arriving tonight, and that they should dance in front of the bonfire, revel in the festivities, show their enthusiasm, and properly entertain their guests. Odis then relayed this message to Bernadette, sharing the information with her. The two exchanged a glance, clearly recognizing them as the guests their deity had spoken of. Odis simply maintained a connection with the wilderness of knowledge so that he could immediately stop any contamination. Phew. Just then, the campfire seemed to be blown up by a hurricane, the flames suddenly rose higher, and all the natives stopped moving. Then, led by a masked wizard, they worshipped a thick wooden stake. Odis then noticed the wooden stake. He examined it closely and saw that it was just an ordinary piece of wood standing upright. There's nothing particularly special about it. After a few seconds of quiet worship, the natives suddenly stood up, and many of them let out wild roars. Then they pounced on each other and began to bite each other. Soon, many people were covered in blood and gore. The scene of tearing apart was so cruel that even Odis, who had witnessed the carnage of battle, couldn't help but frown. Glug. At this moment, Odis's intestines started to rumble. He was hungry. After becoming an angel, he doesn't feel hungry even if he doesn't eat for several days. The last time he ate was at noon, only a few hours ago. Then, Odis saw the natives tearing at each other on the ground and actually thought they looked quite delicious. Bernadette said, appetite. Odis glanced at the wood on the altar. This does resemble the authority of an entity above the gods. The mother tree of desire represents all desires. Odis said, let's go and take a look at other villages. Soon they arrived at the neighboring village, which was like a grand party with constant moans of pleasure. Appetite and libido are the easiest to stimulate. Odis was also awakened by the scene before her, a desire deep within her genes. He couldn't help but glance at Bernadette, and saw that her cheeks were also slightly flushed and her eyes were full of affection. He tried his best to control himself and didn't come over to hug Odis. We can't read any further, Odis suddenly said. Their goal is to arouse our desires. Bernadette hummed in agreement, and the two quickly moved away from the indigenous villages and onto the beach. After enjoying the cool sea breeze for a while, the scorching heat seemed to disappear. Odis said, let's not go to the center of the island for now. He had a premonition that the root of the problem could be found deep within the island, and that he could find the clue to leave. But at the same time, it is also very dangerous there, especially since that mother tree of desire had just aroused the desires of the two people, making it even more dangerous. Bernadette suggested, we can search along the coast for other demons and see if we can get any more information from them. Good. So the two men walked along the coast and soon they saw a tree covered with many iron spikes, on which hung many natives, some with their limbs nailed to the tree, and others with their shoulders nailed to the tree. The key point is that they did not die, each of them was emitting faint groans. Blood flowed down the iron spikes and onto the tree, staining the bark a dark purple. Odis frowned slightly, raised his hand, and the iron spikes transformed into a stream of information, causing the natives nailed to the trees to roll to the ground. He glanced at the large tree whose leaves had turned red, then a gust of wind blew, carrying away the natives and setting the tree ablaze. Amidst the raging flames, a stench filled the air, as if a rotting corpse was burning. The firelight attracted some werewolves and zombies. Odis charged forward, and the werewolves and zombies turned into streams of information, their internal properties rolling off and falling to the ground. Putting aside those traits, Odis continued forward and saw many natives tied to wooden stakes. They had all been brutally murdered, some had their bellies ripped open, some had their heads ripped off, and some had their blood drained. Judging from their pained expressions, they must have endured inhuman torture before they died. Odis's expression gradually darkened, and he set fire to the house, burning it all down. He said to Bernadette, "Fortunately, there was that initial barrier, otherwise, the people of the North and South continents would be in the same miserable state as the natives of this island." Odis had always thought he was well aware of the dangers posed by the outer gods, but only today did he realize that he hadn't been so clear-headed before, he had simply disliked them out of habit. After witnessing the plight of these natives today, his attitude toward outer gods became very firm and clear: Earth must never fall into the hands of outer gods. But for now, we need to get out of here first. The two continued their search and encountered several more groups of demons, along with monsters being driven by them. After circling the island, the two gained a general understanding of its situation. The outer perimeter of the island was inhabited by many demons, werewolves, and undead, but the number of demons far exceeded the number of werewolves and undead. Through the information obtained from these demons, werewolves, and undead, Odis learned that there were many native villages on the island, each with a tall, thick, uncarved wooden log standing in it. Odis was able to basically determine that it represented the Mother Tree of Desire. However, the power that can be projected into the real world is very limited. If it were to take on a concrete form, it would likely be noticed by the 7 gods of the astral plane, who would then send people to clean up the area. These demons and other monsters with extraordinary characteristics were attracted by some kind of force before they came to this island. They may still be extraordinary beings through the pathways of prisoner and criminal, but after arriving here, under the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire, they have completely transformed into monsters and can no longer revert to their human form. At the same time, their thinking gradually became confused and was subject to a certain degree of mental pollution. As an angel, Odis was not afraid of this kind of mental pollution, but she could not glean much useful information from those chaotic thoughts. They seemed to be restricted by some force, only able to move along the island's coast, capturing the natives who came to the beach, and then turning them into monsters or torturing them. Furthermore, in the demons' minds, the indigenous villages seem to have a rather unique area. They don't know exactly what's there, but they often feel the malice or the power of desire emanating from it. Sometimes the seawater in the surrounding area or the streams on the island would turn into blood, allowing them to bathe in it freely. The demons felt that the power inside the island was both familiar and strange. They enjoyed the nourishment that power gave them, but after each enjoyment, their mental state became increasingly indifferent, to the point that they no longer recognized themselves. This was all the information gathered after the circumnavigation. Odis glanced inside the island, but couldn't see anything. All I knew was that it was a very unusual place. Chapter 443, Chapter 442 Battle against the Blood Duke. Odis and Bernadette realized that they needed to go to the innermost part of the island to find out how to get out. But one thing is certain, it's extremely dangerous there. Odis guessed that there might be a high-level demon inside, but she didn't know if it was sealed there or corrupted by the Mother Tree of Desire, and in such a bad state that it couldn't leave. They couldn't even leave the center of the island. Odis analyzed, as far as I know, the ancient god Demon King, who has existed since the Second Age, has not only the uniqueness of the Abyss pathway, but also 2 Sequence 1 characteristics of the Abyss pathway within his body. And the angels from the 3 demon families all seem to be Sequence 2. In other words, there is a Sequence 1 property of this pathway that is very likely not in the hands of the Demon King and his subordinates. Of course, it's also possible that everything on this island was part of the Demon King's plan, which was discovered by the Mother Tree of Desire and destroyed, resulting in its current state. In any case, we will most likely encounter a Sequence 2 level demon, and there is a certain probability that we will encounter a Sequence 1 level demon. Even without Bernadette using Pale Death, the two of them were confident they could handle a Sequence 1. As for the pollution above the gods on the island, it would hardly pollute the 2 angels, Odis and Bernadette, and Odis could also use the wilderness of knowledge to create some barrier. The only problem now, Bernadette said, is that we need to find a way to avoid being exploited by that high demon for our desires. For me, Pale Death would be a good solution to this problem. What do you plan to do? Just now, the Mother Tree of Desire sent down a divine oracle, instructing the natives to warmly welcome the guests, which was clearly intended to arouse the desires of Odis and Bernadette, creating an opportunity for the demons. By the 5th Age, high-ranking demons were rarely seen. Bernadette had only seen one demon angel from afar and had never actually fought it. The highest-ranking demon Odis had ever seen was the Undying King. Although I chatted with Fabdi, it was someone relaying a message for Fabdi, we didn't actually meet in person. Therefore, the abilities of the angel level in the demon pathway can only be inferred from the abilities of sequences such as Demon and Apostle of Desire, as well as from the names of potions. What's most striking about this approach, besides its demonic form, is the manipulation and ignition of desire by the Apostles of Desire. Upon reaching the level of an angel, these abilities will undergo a qualitative change. Odis and Bernadette already had a good understanding of each other, and when they heard the other say this, they understood what the other meant. So he said, Demon Pathway Sequence 2 is called Blood Duke, Sequence 3 is called The Speaker, and Sequence 4. Call it Devil. The Devil has a high IQ and is very cunning, but if it is in a sealed state or in a bad state, as long as it does not believe any promises made by the other party, even its high IQ will not be of much use. The Speaker can obviously use speech to launch mental attacks, while the Blood Duke may be able to manipulate blood. Angels should be able to wield certain authority, and this authority should be related to fallenness. Odis pondered for a moment, then said, as for how to control desires, wait a moment, I will pray to the Lord of Mysteries for power. His idea was to go to the wilderness of knowledge and ask a celestial master to grant him a certain degree of divinity in order to suppress his human nature. As long as his human nature was weakened, his desires would also decrease. Whether this approach will work or not, we need to discuss it with the celestial master in the wilderness of knowledge before we can reach a conclusion. Bernadette nodded, observing the surroundings and keeping watch for Odis. Odis made a praying gesture, quickly entered the wilderness of knowledge, and used the central processing unit to enter sage time. The celestial master remained seated on the stubborn rock in the center of the pond. Odis jumped onto the rock and briefly explained to him that he was about to fight against demons and angels, and also mentioned his idea of borrowing divinity. The long-bearded celestial master glanced at Odis before saying, even in divinity, there is desire. Here's what I'll teach you, when you're fighting demons, just use your spirituality to activate it. Odis smiled, surprised by this unexpected good news. Okay. As soon as the celestial master reached out, Odis immediately squatted down and let the other person tap his forehead with their finger. Instantly, Odis felt a strange flow of information enter her brain, then completely merge with her memories and thoughts, as if it had always been a part of her. Then Odis asked, do you have any advice for the upcoming battle? The celestial master said, the method I teach you can also suppress the depravity of your heart. Odis resisted the urge to scratch his head. He really wanted to ask, does this method still exist? And how many are left? However, now is not the time to discuss this. Odis immediately exited wise man's time and returned to the real world. Taking a deep breath, Odis said to Bernadette, all right, let's go. As he spoke, a stream of information appeared in Odis's palm and floated to Bernadette's side. Bernadette glanced at the stream of information carefully and hummed in agreement. This was actually the two of them discussing specific tactics. If they were to describe it aloud, the demons would likely overhear them. The two of them used a teleport technique to arrive at the center of the island. Unlike other parts of the island, this place is extremely desolate, with almost no vegetation. The ground was dark red, and there was a faint smell of blood, as if blood had been spilled here before. Odis and Bernadette looked behind them. It seemed there was a line behind them that prohibited biological activity and plant growth. The other side of the line is lush with vegetation, but this side is suddenly desolate. They did not rush forward. After observing carefully, they used their flying magic to fly close to the ground and explore ahead. Following the spiritual guidance, they soon flew into a wide valley and saw many stone statues of demons. These stone statues depict various scenes. Some are demons tearing at ordinary humans, some are demons dragging struggling humans forward, and some are two demons tearing at humans. And that's not all. As you go deeper into the valley, more stone statues appear. It's as if there was once a civilization here that worshipped demons and created many stone statues of them. This valley is very, very long, and because of the mountains, you can't see the end. Both of them were very patient, exploring forward at a leisurely pace. Just as they reached the end of the group of stone statues, the two people suddenly seemed to sense something and simultaneously elevated their positions. He stopped moving forward and stared silently at the bend in the valley ahead. The next second, a surge of blood flowed out from the valley in front of them. The bright red blood was like a fierce river, which shocked Odis and Bernadette, as if it would wash away all their kindness, optimism, and positive emotions. The torrent of blood flowed silently, surging and turbulent in this direction. Odis and Bernadette slowly sank, as if their hearts and bodies were being affected by the surging blood, slowly falling towards an unseen abyss. Fortunately, their level was high enough and their spiritual bodies were strong enough that they quickly regained their composure and slowly rose up again. The surging blood washed over the demon statues on the ground, their eyes glowing crimson. For a moment, Odis and Bernadette seemed to hear the demons' laughter and the cries of humans in agony. There are also seductive whispers from the devil. Although you can't hear what he's saying, the first impression is that he trusts you completely, that he's considering things from your perspective, and that his advice is genuinely helping you. The blood flow was only a small trickle, and it stopped after it passed. However, the red light in the statue's eyes flickered for a while before disappearing, and the mournful sounds rang out for a while before fading away. The feeling of falling that Odis and Bernadette had been experiencing disappeared, and they suddenly understood why the streams on the island and the surrounding sea often turned blood red. The source of this phenomenon was here. Odis guessed that there was most likely a blood duke ahead of the valley. After a short rest, the two continued on their way. Turning the corner of the mountain pass, the sight before them stunned Odis and Bernadette, the hillsides and valley floor. There are sharp, blood-red rocks, and two huge stone statues in the distance. Suddenly, a tall cliff appeared behind the stone statue, with two stone doors carved with mystical patterns and symbols. It was eerily quiet here, a kind of quiet that sent shivers down your spine. After flying forward for a distance, Odis whispered, "The stone statues are not demons, they are devils." In a broad sense, both demons and devils represent evil and depravity, but devils are more cunning and more destructive. In this mysterious world, the two also have some differences in appearance. Odis had previously learned that the devil's horns are longer, its wings are wider, and it has a long tail. Sometimes it also holds a black steel fork in its hand. Odis once speculated that it might be the image of a high-ranking demon, a manifestation of a qualitative change in the demon. Bernadette nodded. This could mean that the power in the valley behind the statue is about to become more advanced. Continuing onward, a soft whisper emerged from the quiet valley. The voice was mysterious and melodious. Even if they don't understand what the other person is saying, they will still listen attentively. Odis and Bernadette knew very well that these were seductive words, and if they listened carefully, they might be influenced by each other. The two of them focused their minds and tried not to get distracted. With their combined mental strength, they could withstand the current language. They carefully passed the two enormous devil statues, and the valley behind them widened considerably, becoming a small basin. There were many animal skeletons on the ground, as well as many corpses of extraordinary beings. They were identified as extraordinary beings because they had extraordinary characteristics around their bodies. Odis looked at the stone door, about to study the mystical symbols on it, but his gaze couldn't help but fall back down to look at those extraordinary characteristics. Those characteristics, the more you look at them, the more endearing they become, as if beckoning to Odis, "Take me away quickly. I am your treasure." As Odis reached out to summon these properties, his reason forcefully suppressed the thought. He took a deep breath and used his spirituality to activate the flow of information given to him by the celestial master. Instantly, Odis's body shimmered with a clear light. He suddenly opened his mouth, and his tongue and vocal cords involuntarily uttered 8 words, "Gain and loss are impermanent, the way is natural." The sound of these 8 words was very powerful, as if a powerful person suddenly became clear-headed and ignored all the desires in front of them. Bernadette, who was standing to the side, felt a great sense of peace even though she couldn't understand what Odis was saying. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that although he hadn't immediately put away those extraordinary properties, a greedy thought had arisen in his mind because of them. However, his rationality made him temporarily ignore those characteristics and investigate the 2 stone doors first. However, the slight greed that arose in him was guided and exploited by a high-ranking demon from who knows where, leading him to do something contrary to his own thoughts. In this respect, Bernadette is doing better than Oedipus. She has now completely placed herself in a state of abstinence. I never even considered hiding those extraordinary characteristics. As Odis continued flying toward the stone gate, he lamented, "My fondness for extraordinary qualities is definitely my Achilles heel." To put it bluntly, it was all about greed. For a long time after Odis arrived, he struggled to make a living. Later, because his extraordinary experiments were very expensive, he often worried about money. At that time, Odis had a concept in his mind that hard currency in this world had extraordinary characteristics and was more valuable than gold. Even after he became a demigod and basically no longer needed to worry about money, he still habitually cleaned up the battlefield after extraordinary battles, not even letting go of the low-sequence characteristics. Bernadette, however, was different. Although she ran away from home, she also took with her a great deal of wealth that Russell had prepared for her, and she never had to worry about money afterward. Thinking of this, Odis composed herself, fearing that she might become jealous again and be used by her enemies. A clear light continued to emanate from his body. The power he had just possessed would last for a while. Flying to the stone gate, Odis saw that the writing on it was very peculiar, even sensing that it was filled with malice. It can lead to all sorts of evil thoughts. Demon script, Odis said. He looked at the massive stone gate. Perhaps this island was once the territory of the Demon King. During the Second Age, one of the 8 ancient gods, the Demon King, had his own kingdom, and demons were the rulers of that kingdom. Even in the early tertiary period, the realm of demons still existed. This kingdom perished under the blows of the ancient sun and its church. It seems that around this time, the Demon King Fabudi moved the entrance to the abyss, to the depths of the misty sea, leaving the demons with their last resting place. Ancient demons were different from modern demons. Most demons in those days were born demons and did not have human form. Modern demons, on the other hand, are basically humans who have undergone a transformation by consuming magical potions, thus acquiring human form. Unable to hide themselves in the human world, the ancient demons had no choice but to flee into the abyss. From that time onwards, Fabdi rarely appeared. Therefore, Odis speculated that perhaps this island was once the territory of demons. Although they all fled into the abyss, it seems that this place has never been discovered by the subordinates of the ancient sun god, so these statues and stone gates are still very well preserved. As for the high-ranking demon here, he may have been hiding here since ancient times, or he may have come here later because he was in poor condition or was influenced by the Mother of Desire. After exchanging glances with Bernadette, Odis raised his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the massive stone gate, causing the two gates to slowly open on their own. The two quickly retreated, but no high-ranking demons rushed out, nor did any blood flow out. Inside, there was only a tall, dark corridor, and deep within the corridor, a voice seemed to be calling softly, making Odis and Bernadette want to go in and explore. Bernadette moved a little closer to Odis, and the clear light emanating from Odis brought her greater peace of mind. There's no need to struggle against the effects of that call. After waiting for a while, nothing changed. This made Odis and Bernadette frown. Could it be that the high-level demons here were in such a bad state that they couldn't launch an attack on their own initiative? Or were they under a tight seal? But if the seal is still very tight, how did the blood from earlier, and the language that has been there all along, break through the seal? Both of them had a premonition that the cave in front of them was very dangerous. They did not intend to explore it immediately, but instead decided to send the invisible servant to scout ahead first. So Odis summoned an invisible servant and watched it enter the door, but once inside, he could no longer sense the invisible servant. Odis then realized that it was the power of corruption that had caused the invisible servant to betray him. This is a bit troublesome. I have no choice but to go in and explore on my own. Otherwise, if we keep going like this, I don't know how long it will take. So the two of them followed their prearranged tactics, with Odis in front and Bernadette a few dozen meters behind, and arrived at the stone gate. Odis was on high alert. Just as he was about to step into the stone gate, a black figure suddenly attacked him. Odis immediately transformed into a stream of information, quickly dodging the attack and instantly simulating a purifying light to retaliate. Bernadette, who was behind, was also on guard, ready to launch a second attack on the dark figure at any moment. But they soon discovered that the shadowy figure had been purified. Odis realized that it might be an invisible servant after its fall. After observing it for a while and confirming that it had been purified, Odis continued forward. Just as they were about to step into the stone gate, another dark figure attacked. Odis responded cautiously, quickly transforming the information into a stream and retaliating with purifying light. But this time, the purifying light suddenly turned into a black light and attacked Bernadette. The information flow formed by Odis seems to have its own ideas, as if it wants to escape the original body and form a separate entity. This is the power of degradation. Every message contained the idea of betraying Odis. The shadowy figure that attacked Odis then transformed into a being with two horns on its head and a long tail. However, his other physical characteristics indicate that he is a handsome human male. He wore an ancient-style robe, a wicked smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with an evil, blood-red light. This is a blood-stained duke. He opened his mouth and said in a very magnetic and pleasant voice, "You all stopped wanting to serve this consciousness, didn't you? Come on, you are free. You can roam freely in this world without being restricted by anyone's consciousness anymore." Odis was originally able to completely suppress the outflow of those information streams, but after the other party's voice came, those streams of information struggled and were about to escape Odis's control if he was not careful. For an angel on the peeping to the secrets path, the flow of information out of their control means that they will have difficulty controlling the form of mythical creatures and may immediately lose control. Bernadette, who was attacked by the black light, was about to support Odis after dodging the black light when suddenly her spirit sensed danger and immediately put on the pale death. The next second, a demon shrouded in dark red mist appeared not far behind her. The image of this demon is very similar to the stone statues we saw before. It has a long tail and long ram horns, a very strong physique, and is holding a steel fork. This is also a blood duke. The dark red mist seemed to be a personification of desire. If Bernadette hadn't immediately donned the pale death, she would have inevitably been affected, generating a certain desire that would be instantly ignited by the other party. In that instant, Odis immediately realized that this was a trap. To be precise, the moment we saw this enormous stone gate, we were essentially walking into their trap. Here, whispers can be heard, and desires can be manipulated without warning, all to create the illusion that the real danger lies inside the stone gate, that the source of danger can only reveal a small portion of its power to the outside. That's not actually the case. These two blood dukes have a wide range of activities, and their condition is better than Odis had previously guessed. Of course, our current state may also be an illusion. Otherwise, it's really hard to understand why two Blood Dukes would appear on such a deserted island. Having thought this through, Odis stopped thinking about it, because now was not the time to ponder this, but to find a way to get out of the current passive situation as soon as possible. He once again activated the method passed down to him by the Celestial Master, dodging the attacks of the Blood Duke while shouting in a majestic tone, "Gain and loss are impermanent, the way of nature is to follow." The clear light emanating from Odis's body became even brighter, and the streams of information that were trying to escape from his body seemed to have suddenly become calm, free of all their chaotic thoughts. At this moment, an exaggerated pale blue greatsword appeared in the hand of the human form Blood Duke. This greatsword, carrying an aura of decadence and the disturbance of desire, was swung towards Odis. If it weren't for the constant counterforce of the clear light emanating from Odis's body, his condition would have been uncontrollably affected even without stabbing him. At the same time, Odis felt the blood in his body congealing and then flowing like a torrent, which also affected his condition. In fact, Odis is currently in the state of an information mass, and from a physical perspective, she has no blood at all. However, what the Blood Duke constantly affects is not Odis's physical blood. Meanwhile, Bernadette, adorned with pale death, was fighting another Blood Duke. Because the opponent had a clear home field advantage, the battle was evenly matched, and Bernadette was unable to help Odis, who had fallen into the opponent's trap. Odis knew very well that the great sword of corruption and desire, in his opponent's hand, as well as his control over blood, were like two millstones constantly wearing him down, and that his condition would only get worse if things continued this way. So he decided to take a risk. When the opponent's greatsword came down, he no longer dodged, but instead used the Gus staff to recreate a handsome young man with an oriental charm. He had a flame-like mark on his forehead, wore a red robe, held a long spear, wore a golden bracelet on his wrist, and had a red ribbon floating around his body. He stood on two wheels of fire. Mysterious reappearance, Neza is born. At the same time, the Blood Duke's greatsword struck Odis's information stream, splitting it into two smaller streams. The Neza who reappeared suddenly had his spear burst into purple flames, and the spearhead turned the color of blood and rust. He thrust his sword toward the Blood Duke. Blood Duke quickly dodged, and although he managed to avoid it, the spear still pierced a hole in his chest. Even without piercing, a spear can injure a target. A large amount of blood gushed out, turning the surrounding valley into a blood pit. The Neza who reappeared at the angel level was much more ferocious than the one at sequence 3. He not only disappeared after being stabbed once, but at the same time he stabbed, the Hun Tian Ling had already floated over and wrapped around the Blood Duke. At this moment, the golden bracelet on Neza's wrist suddenly grew larger and smashed towards Blood Duke, hitting him squarely on the forehead and causing his brains to splatter. At this point, Neza, still somewhat unsatisfied, disappeared into thin air. With a thud, Blood Duke floated into the blood pit on the ground, his eyes lifeless, as if he were already dead. Theoretically speaking, he was already dead. His spirit was smashed out of his body by the Qianquan ring. When the attack that left the Blood Duke helpless disappeared, his spirit was able to return to his body and quickly retrieve his brain matter and brain. Before he could close the skull, he immediately summoned the pale blue greatsword again and thrust it toward Odis. Because the Blood Duke sensed through his spirituality that an even more deadly danger was approaching. At this point, Odis was no longer in the form of a mythical creature, but had reverted to human form. However, there was always a small gap in the middle of his body, making him look as if he could split open at any moment. This is the price I paid for taking that sword from the Blood Duke. My body can't fully recover right away, and I can only wait until the battle is over to completely cleanse myself of the corruption and desire. At this moment, Odis raised the Staff of Gus high with both hands, and a sun-emitting brilliant light leaped out from the head of the staff, turning the entire island from midnight to noon. Mysterious reappearance, 10 suns in the sky. Whether it's the statue of the devil or those of demons, they all can't help but raise their stone hands, as if hoping to block out the dazzling sunlight. The island's inhabitants, who were tearing at and entangled with each other, and releasing all sorts of other desires, stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, as if suddenly awakening. The crew of the Dawn, far away on the island, saw the sun rising in the sky and marveled at the power of the battle at the angel level. The Blood Duke, who was fighting Bernadette, had his dark red mist representing desire thin out considerably under the influence of the sun. Bernadette felt a sliver of warmth returning to her body, which was gradually stiffening and growing cold under the influence of pale death. Meanwhile, the Blood Duke, who was fighting Odis, dared not look directly at Odis in the dazzling sunlight, and the closer he got to Odis, the weaker the greatsword in his hand, which represented corruption and desire, became. On the other hand, Odis, bathed in the brilliant sunlight, still looked as if he could split open at any moment, but he had clearly taken the initiative. With Odis's ascension, the 10 suns in the sky he recreated was more powerful than before, with a wider range of sunlight coverage. Moreover, Odis had tested it and found that after the upgrade, he could reproduce 10 suns and exert the most basic ability of this power. However, there is still potential to be tapped into this ability, but that will require further general improvement. Just as the Blood Prince was about to pierce Odis's clothes and hair turned golden, looking as if they were burning with golden flames. The staff of Gus then emitted a golden light, and a second sun appeared above Odis. Golden flames ignited on the Blood Duke's body, seemingly draining him of much of his power, rendering him powerless to continue attacking Odis. The demon statues in the valley were also set ablaze, emitting mournful cries of agony. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shone from Odis's eyes, amplified by the staff of Gus. A third sun was formed, which looked like a phantom light and quickly flew into the air. Immediately, beams of light with purifying power descended, and whether it was the two enormous demon statues or the other demon statues, they all let out screams and struggled to escape. However, because they were unable to move easily, under the illumination of the purifying light and the burning of the golden flames, some blood-red liquid flowed from the eyes and mouths of the stone statues. As their cries grew weaker, the stone statues eventually collapsed one by one. At this moment, as Odis breathed, bursts of light also shot out, and the head of the Gus staff shone brightly once again, forming a fourth sun, a blazing white sphere of light that spun rapidly above Odis's head. As it spun, clusters of blazing white flames fell, dispersing immediately upon hitting the ground. A white flame ignited. The blood on the ground evaporated rapidly under the burning and purification of these four suns, and the stones in the originally dark red valley. Their original colors gradually became apparent. The island under the sun seemed to have suddenly entered the sweltering heat of summer. The blazing sunlight left no place for evil and depravity to hide. Odis's main target, the Blood Duke, was finally ignited by the blazing white flames. At this moment, the Blood Duke no longer had any intention of fighting against Odis. However, instead of running away, he placed his great sword on the ground, and then, like a spring, large amounts of blood gushed out from the ground, extinguishing the flames on his body. Clearly, they intend to counter Odis's ability and retaliate after this round of sun attack ends. The abilities of the sun pathway can indeed inflict additional damage on extraordinary individuals of the demon pathway, but this depends on the level. At the Blood Duke level, although it can still inflict additional damage, it is no longer afraid of sunlight and can fight normally under the sun. Just like the purifying light that Odis had previously simulated, it all fell into corruption under the other party's authority, betrayed Odis, and turned into a black light. They can even use their authority to ignore the additional harm. However, if Blood Duke had known there would be 6 more rounds of suns to come, he wouldn't have stubbornly resisted like this. Odis's attack continued, his gaze replaced by sunlight. A huge pale yellow orb emerged from the Gus staff, forming the 5th sun, a huge pale yellow orb. It was like a giant eye, indifferently watching the Blood Duke bathing in the pool of blood on the ground. With a whoosh, the blood, no longer under the control of the Blood Duke, flowed away along the valley. The Blood Duke gripped the greatsword tightly in his hand with some surprise, feeling his power severely weakened. Because the 5th round of sun can suppress all extraordinary qualities under sunlight, just as it would dispel extraordinary characteristics from the body of an extraordinary person. Odis's hand suddenly emitted a blazing white light, and a white sphere of light shot out from the Gus staff. This was the 6th sun. After rising into the air, it launched more than a dozen blazing white javelins towards the Blood Duke. The Blood Duke wielded his great sword, either ramming away the blazing white javelin or turning them into. Degeneration is no longer under Odis's control. However, 3 more blazing white javelins pierced the Blood Duke's shoulder, chest, and thigh respectively. Pank. With 3 muffled thuds, the 3 blazing white javelins blasted 3 holes in the Blood Duke's body. Moreover, the 3 wounds were surrounded by a layer of golden light, and although no blood flowed out, they were continuously evaporating the depravity and evil within the Blood Duke. At this point, the Blood Duke already had 4 holes in his body, and his skull could fall off at any moment. He was in fact seriously injured. Taking a deep breath, knowing he couldn't fight it any longer, he suddenly turned into a pool of black liquid and quickly fled towards the huge stone gate. At this moment, a red light suddenly appeared on Odis's chest and abdomen, and this light quickly entered the Gus staff. Immediately afterward, a 7th sun sprang from the head of the Gus staff. It was entirely red, staining the entire island crimson, and then a series of red fireballs fell down. Boom. Boom. Fireballs exploded one after another, blasting and shattering the rocks in the valley, sending them flying far away. The black liquid that Blood Duke had turned into was also hit several times by the explosions. Large craters were blasted into the ground between him and the stone gate, and the blasted land quickly dried up, as if all the moisture around the craters had been lost in an instant. Even the Blood Duke was parched, as if every small step forward caused a large amount of water to evaporate from his body. He somewhat regretted not escaping when he was still in better condition. At this moment, a white sun that was not very bright and not very large shot out from the Gus staff. This sun did not rise into the sky, but instead circled around Odis. As if in a ball of light, Odis raised his hand, and a tremendous force pulled at the Blood Duke, preventing Shio from entering the massive stone gate. The eighth sun has the ability of gravity, which can make the gravity in a certain area around it extremely abnormal. Then Odis used gravity to close the two huge stone doors, completely blocking the Blood Duke's retreat. The Blood Prince struggled forward, but seemed to have lost all leverage, unsure of where to draw strength to maintain his current position. No matter how hard he tried, he was slowly drifting toward Odis. At this moment, a dense, solid sunlight suddenly appeared on the head of the Staff of Gus in Odis's hand. This sunlight formed an orange-yellow sun that revolved around Odis. The sun suddenly contracted, and then exploded. The ninth sun represents the end of a star's life and can unleash a small portion of the power of a supernova explosion on its target. The next instant, the pool of black liquid on the ground where the Blood Duke was lying exploded with a poof, and then shockwaves spread out and compressed the black liquid, which had turned into droplets, layer by layer. It created a huge crater in the ground. Even the surrounding mountains shifted due to the immense tension. Fortunately, the attack only happened once. The Blood Duke used his ability to control bodily fluids to gradually reassemble his body. Before he could even catch his breath, a bright ray of sunlight rose into the sky, and the Blood Duke saw a beautiful nebula. Then a tremendous force struck, turning the nebula into a ball. The 10th sun represents the power of fusion, the beginning of a star. Chapter 444, Chapter 443, a Level 0 sealed artifact seized. Odis was using 10 suns in the sky to deal with the Blood Prince. When the 10th sun appeared, the Blood Prince was completely rolled into a small ball and finally disappeared from normal sight. Soon, the Blood Duke felt an unprecedented heat and saw the brightest light. The fusion process was complete, and every microscopic particle in the Blood Duke was affected, all irresistibly moving towards aggregation. But soon, the power of this aggregation disappeared, and the Blood Duke was restored. He was still that handsome human, but he knew very well that his body had completely broken down. A spurt of blood suddenly shot out from his chest, followed by another spurt from his shoulder, then his thighs, back, and head. Soon, his entire body seemed to have turned into a showerhead, with large amounts of blood gushing out from his body, making him look like a fountain. When all 10 suns appeared, the power of all the suns underwent a qualitative change, continuously burning and purifying all the depravity and evil on earth. Even Bernadette felt immense pressure from the pale death she wore on her face, so she had to take off the mask and find a place to hide from the scorching sun. Meanwhile, the Blood Duke, who was fighting her, immediately turned into a ball of black liquid and took the opportunity to escape. The indigenous people in the distance began to worship the sun, and their spirits were gradually becoming clear. Phew! The sturdy logs erected in each village suddenly burst into flames, and as they burned, it seemed as if there were resentful roars. The crew of the Dawn were completely stunned by what they saw. Several suns were spinning in the sky, a truly breathtaking sight. Bathed in sunlight, Odis saw the Blood Duke's body rapidly disintegrate, with copious amounts of blood gushing out. The entire valley was turned into a sea of blood. But soon, the massive amount of blood, imbued with the aura of decadence, was evaporated by the sun, leaving nothing behind. Odis breathed a slight sigh of relief and finally stopped infusing spiritual energy into the Staff of Gus, and the reappeared sun disappeared into the sky. But the surrounding sunlight kept the entire island bright for a long time before it finally disappeared completely. Odis looked at the ground beneath his feet, and reached one hand deep into the wilderness of knowledge. Ah! Suddenly, a pitiful scream rang out from the indigenous village. Odis immediately teleported to the indigenous village, where he saw that all the villagers were dead, blood flowing from their eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouths. The blood pooled together and formed a liquid humanoid figure with curved ram horns and a long tail, which was none other than the Blood Duke who had fought Odis earlier. As an angel, of course I wouldn't just die like that. But at this moment, the Blood Prince was very weak. He raised his head, which was made of blood, glanced at Odis in the sky, and prepared to escape into the abyss by relying on the evil in the hearts of the natives in other villages. The abyss has two entrances, one in the real world and the other in people's hearts. In the human heart, all depravity and evil are the entrance to the abyss. Once the process of entering the abyss begins, Odis cannot stop it, for he cannot eliminate the evil in people's hearts. But at this moment, Odis takes out his hand from the wilderness of knowledge, and in his hand is a grape leaf that radiates pure light. This grape leaf was obtained by Odis when she was playing the role of a wizard. It was the purest thing in the world, something that demons hated, cursed, and feared. Of course, this object doesn't necessarily have to look like a grape leaf, it could be anything in nature. They appear when the world is filled with evil and depravity, and they are things that occur with very low probability. At the time, Odis, who was still Sequence 7, used it to severely injure the Apostle of Desire, who wanted to assassinate Duke Negan. At this moment, Odis took out the grape leaf, and the Blood Duke was first surprised, then couldn't help but tremble. This grape leaf has no distinction of levels, it can be used to purify any demon. However, who uses the grape leaf is crucial. When Odis was only sequence 7, he lacked spirituality and was therefore unable to use the grape leaf to kill the Apostle of Desire. If one had sufficient spirituality, the Apostle of Desire would have been no match for him. At this point, Odis was already sequence 2 and no longer needed to worry about spirituality. He raised the grape leaf high, and a clear, bright light fell from it, instantly silencing all evil thoughts on the entire island. The Blood Prince belatedly realized that his escape to the abyss had come to an end. He desperately wanted to escape, but helplessly discovered that he was not only weak, but most of his ability to escape had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the clear light on the grape leaf suddenly formed a long sword, which pierced the top of the Blood Duke's head and pierced through the Blood Duke. Ah! The weakened Blood Prince let out a mournful cry, which eventually turned into one of resentment and frustration. Shio was unwilling to be killed like this and regretted not escaping beforehand. A clear light emanated from his body, purifying him from the inside out, and eventually turning into a mass of black blood. The pool of black blood merged with the ornaments hanging around the necks of the indigenous corpses nearby, forming a blood-red seal. Inside the abyss. It was a canyon with steep, black cliffs, the bottom of which was nowhere in sight, and the end nowhere in sight. The cliffs are not made of stone, but of black solid lines. Their surfaces are so sticky that they seem ready to flow down the cliff face at any moment. At this moment, the abyss was quiet. Under the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire, the environment here had undergone tremendous changes, and even demons could no longer survive here. Pfft. Suddenly, 2 hands reached out from the black cliff and parted a section of it. Ah! Amidst painful roars, a rather handsome man with curved goat horns and a long tail emerged from within. This is the Blood Duke who fought against Odis. Then, on the surrounding cliff face, the black solid suddenly bulged up and sprouted leaves with teeth, branches with tongues, and flowers with black hairs. The Mother Tree of Desire hopes to use the remnant soul of the Blood Duke to compete for the characteristics of sequence level 2. At this time, on the island where Odis was located. Just as he was about to examine the level 0 sealed item, he suddenly sensed something and quickly put the accessory into the wilderness of knowledge. Where the Blood Duke had just died, a small gushing stream of blood appeared again. As the bright red blood gushed out, a tree full of bones, fur, and internal organs grew. Odis sensed the malice emanating from the repulsive tree and quickly moved away. The tree swayed as if searching for something but ultimately found nothing and quickly withered away. In the abyss. Amidst the Blood Duke's incessant, agonizing screams, he felt no sense of where his own unique characteristics had gone. Therefore, the process of retaking it would be impossible. The tree on the cliff face with its teeth-like leaves and tongue on its trunk also withered quickly and ceased its efforts. The roar of the Blood Duke gradually weakened, his eyes became unfocused, and he strode forward, beginning to wander in the abyss. In fact, he can no longer be called the Blood Duke because he has lost his special characteristics, his strength has been downgraded, and his spirit body is already very incomplete, making it impossible to make any effort to resurrect him. He became a demon who wandered the abyss driven by instinct. If he hadn't long ago believed in the Mother Tree of Desire, he wouldn't even have been able to survive in the abyss. Once Odis was on the island, after confirming that the Blood Duke had no other plans for resurrection, he used teleportation to meet up with Bernadette. Even if there were other arrangements, Odis didn't need to worry about them. After all, the other party had already lost the characteristics of an angel, and even if he were resurrected, he could not become the Blood Duke again. After reuniting with Bernadette and learning that another Blood Duke had escaped, Odis first tore out several streams of information that had completely degenerated and turned entirely black from her body. After those information streams were destroyed, Odis's body was pieced together to form a complete human body. After adjusting his state, he asked, since these 2 Blood Dukes were able to leave without being sealed, and their condition is still acceptable, why hide on this island? At this point, the 2 of them looked at the 2 tall stone gates together. The answer to this question is clearly inside the stone gate. Odis opened the stone door again, and the deep, high corridor appeared before the 2 of them. The 2 people could still sense the strong malice within, but it didn't seem dangerous anymore. Clearly, the danger just now mainly came from those 2 Blood Dukes. So Odis summoned another, invisible servant, to scout ahead. This time, after the invisible servant entered the grand corridor, it was not influenced by the corruption authority and did not betray Odis. Instead, it obediently scouted ahead. Odis then sent the invisible servants forward to explore, and soon some murals began to appear on both sides of the stone wall. These murals were simple and ancient, and had a strong sense of age. While Odis was still outside the stone gate, he shared the invisible servant's view with Bernadette and ordered the invisible servant to stop in front of the murals and take a closer look at them. The murals depict scenes of demons ruling the human world. The initial murals and the stone statues in the valley depicted a scene that was a glorious history for the demons, but a tragic world for humans. Although Odis disdained the universal values prevalent in the northern and southern continents, he also found it difficult to imagine what a country with evil and depravity as its main values would be like. As you continue looking, the murals gradually begin to depict demons battling other races, and then flags appear. Those flags had 3 sides, some of which were in the shape of goat horns, a mystical symbol representing the devil in modern occultism. Some are goat horns with pentagrams. When Odis was researching magic circles, he discovered that pentagram magic circles seem to have been invaded by demons. Magic circles that summon demons are usually pentagrams. A typical pentagram consists of a 5-pointed star surrounded by a circle. Write the name of the demon to be summoned inside the pentagram, preferably using demon script. Draw corresponding directional symbols and mystical symbols between the pentagram and the circle to establish a mystical connection with the demon, and place sacrificial offerings or write down the offerings you are willing to provide in front of the pentagram. The directly in front position differs depending on the family of demons being summoned. This is crucial. If the direction is confused, the summoner's position can easily become the position for placing offerings. Write your request in respectful words on the outside of the circle, and you've completed a magic circle for summoning demons. This is the simplest summoning circle. To summon a high-level demon, the circle needs to be much more complex. In addition to the pentagram and the circle, 5 smaller pentagrams need to be drawn. The positions of these 5 pentagrams, as well as the directional symbols and mystical symbols drawn around them, will also be different for each demon. The outermost part of the magic circle still needs to be a circle. Such a magic array can typically occupy the space of an ordinary bedroom. Currently, the pentagram has become a symbol of demons, while the magic circles used by humans are mostly hexagrams, with hexagrams, octagons, and quintagons being used less frequently. There is another flag, next to an evil face, with an unequal scale. It represents a cunning demon that forces people to engage in unjust transactions willingly. Odis guessed, these 3 flags may represent 3 demon families. During the 4th epoch, the 3 demon families operated as secret organizations in the northern continent. Odis remembered that every empire had tried to win over these 3 demon families. Because these 3 families represent 3 angels. Bernadette slowly nodded, indicating her agreement with Odis's view. She pondered for a moment, then asked, could those 2 blood dukes from earlier be angels from the Andrirad and Belial families? By the 5th era, these 2 families had gradually become vassals of the Snow family, and their angels seemed to have vanished suddenly. Odis once told Bernadette that when he was playing the role of a wizard, he encountered members of the demon family and learned that all 3 demon families were now tormented by the curse of the Demon King. Bernadette's speculation was actually about whether the angels of these 2 families had been hiding here from the curse all along. As for why this place can be a refuge from the curse, it may be because this place was once an important stronghold of the demon kingdom, and the environment is special. It's also possible that the Mother Tree of Desire protects them here, helping them avoid the curse. Odis said, that guess is quite reasonable. He directed the invisible servant to continue looking behind, and in the murals behind, the invisible servant saw a demon sitting on a throne with an evil smile. That was Fabdi, the Demon King. Although it was just an ordinary portrait, Odis and Bernadette could tell at a glance that it was Fabdi. Because the true God is one, even an ordinary portrait can be transformed by the description of that God. At this moment, Odis discovered that the invisible servant was growing ram horns on its head and bat wings on its back. Just by glancing at the image of the Demon King, weak creatures will begin the process of transforming into demons. Odis quickly ended the summoning of the invisible servant, forcibly halting its transformation into a demon. Then Odis summoned another, invisible servant, to continue exploring ahead, but this time he dared not let it look at the murals, and just kept walking forward. Currently, Odis controls the invisible servants, at a distance of tens of kilometers, enough to circle the island without any problem. Soon the invisible servants passed through the area where the murals were located, and the tall corridor came to an end. In front of the invisible servants appeared a spacious hall. The hall was empty, with a row of ancient stone braziers on each side. The stone pillars supporting the braziers were carved with many mystical symbols that exuded an evil aura. Inside the hall, there is a tall throne, seemingly prepared for giants. There seemed to be a black object on the throne, but the invisible servant could not see what it was. Odis was about to command the invisible servant to take a look when he suddenly discovered that the invisible servant had become very hungry and was devouring Odis's spirituality along its mystical connection with him. Odis severed his connection with the invisible servant once more. That hall seems to be polluted by the Mother Tree of Desire. He paused for a moment and then said, apart from the unknown black object on the throne, there is no other danger inside. After we go inside, I will use the power granted to me by the Lord of Mysteries to create a shield that can effectively block the corruption of the Mother Tree of Desire. Bernadette nodded, indicating that she would stay by his side. After a brief preparation, the two immediately began their operation. They hurried to the area of the murals and saw the one depicting the Demon King. As angels, they will not be affected by simply looking at the murals. Odis noticed that there was a box on each side of the Demon King's chair in the mural. One box had a curved goat horn carved on it, while the other was completely blank. Bernadette also noticed the two boxes. The box next to the Demon King must be very important. So they continued reading, but what followed was a description of the battle between demons and extraordinary beings, and the Demon King and the two boxes did not reappear. The two had no choice but to continue walking forward, and arrived at the entrance of the spacious hall. Odis set up an array with a single thought, creating an illusory protective shield. Using himself as a medium, he carried the power of the wilderness of knowledge, forming a protective array that could effectively prevent contamination from external gods. Then, the two stepped into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, the protective magic circle reacted, with streaks of black appearing continuously on the transparent, illusory magic circle. Odis said, besides the pollution of desire, this hall is also filled with evil, filth, and depravity. He looked toward the throne inside the hall. The source of corruption and defilement is right there. The protective array set up by Odis can effectively block these pollutants and their effects, so the two of them don't need to spend any energy fighting against them. They didn't get a good look at what the thing on the throne looked like. It seemed small, as if it were enveloped in a black mist. Odis and Bernadette tacitly refrained from using their prying eyes to observe, and instead strode forward toward the throne. When they reached roughly the center of the hall, Odis realized, it's a box with goat horns carved on it. In the center of the throne was one of the boxes they had just seen in the mural. The two looked at each other, both curious about what was inside the box. Because their spirits did not sense any danger, the two continued forward and finally saw the box from which black mist was constantly billowing out. Even with the high-level protective array created by Odis, they could still sense the aura of corruption and filth within the mist. Odis drew the Gus staff from his waist, extended it outside the protective magic circle, and used the staff to pry open the box. Inside the box was a mass of black liquid that was slowly flowing. Although it seemed dangerous at first glance, Odis and Bernadette were immediately drawn to its allure. They had to concentrate to resist the urge to pick up the stone box and drink it. Odis immediately realized, this is a Sequence 1 property of the Demon Pathway. Within the Demon King are two Sequence 1 Filthy King traits of the Demon Pathway, and a third Sequence 1. Its unique characteristics seem to have never appeared in the extraordinary world before, yet it was unexpected that it was also in the hands of the Demon King. But why is this trait present here? Why didn't those two Blood Dukes use this trait to advance their ranks? Odis pondered for a moment before saying, it's certain that this characteristic has been targeted by the Mother Tree of Desire. I suggest that it is safer to offer it as a sacrifice to the Lord of Mysteries. No matter who controls it, it could be under the watchful eye of the Mother Tree of Desire. Although there is a barrier between them, simply glancing at them will not cause them any contamination, but being targeted by an outer god is definitely not a good thing. The Mother Tree of Desire will surely try its best to corrupt them. Bernadette had no objection. Okay. So Odis used the Staff of Gus to cover the box again, directly covering the entrance to the Wilderland of Knowledge with the characteristics of the defiled king, and placed it into the Wilderland of Knowledge in this way. Then the filth and decadent influence in the hall disappeared, leaving only the pollution of the Mother Tree of Desire. Odis and Bernadette left without lingering and immediately closed the two massive stone doors. To prevent the island's natives from opening the stone gate, Odis used witchcraft to blast open the mountains on both sides, causing a large amount of soil and rocks to slide down and completely cover the massive stone gate. Then they returned to the dawn and continued their voyage. The island indeed became farther and farther away, and they did not circle back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Odis and Bernadette then discussed the gains from this battle. Although the two are close, it's best to clarify ownership when it comes to Level 0 sealed artifacts. First of all, the Level 0 sealed artifact of the Blood Duke belongs to Odis, since Odis himself killed the Blood Duke. As for the Filthy King, attribute of the Series 1 item, it was discovered through joint exploration by the two individuals. However, Bernadette was of little use, and Odis had come to help her find her father and successfully sealed away Emperor Roselle, giving him an environment where he could remain clear-headed and no longer have to fight against pollution. Therefore, Bernadette also relinquished her share of ownership. Odis did not stand on ceremony, for his spiritual premonition was that this extraordinary quality would be of great use. After distributing the spoils, Odis asked the question that had been bothering him. In the mural, there are two boxes next to the Demon King. The box with the goat horn symbol contains a description of the Filthy King's characteristics. So what's in the other box? The other box had no markings at all. After the two of them pondered it together, Bernadette said, could it be a Sequence 1 feature of the Prisoner Pathway? I remember the mythical creature form of the Prisoner Pathway is nothingness, representing the source of all curses and spirits. Odis was taken aback. How come I remember the mythical creature from that path was a giant rag doll? He remembered Klein's messenger, who used the phrase, yesterday reappeared, describing a giant rag doll wrapped in vines and adorned with many strange occult symbols. That rag doll is just the outward appearance, Bernadette explained. Or perhaps the giant rag doll is the angel's bondage and prison, and the spirit trapped inside this giant rag doll is the true mythical creature. I've heard that the mythical creatures of this path have certain differences in their outward appearance. Each angel looks different. Odis nodded, thinking to himself, even though I have gained so much knowledge from the wilderness of knowledge, there are still many ambiguities in my knowledge of the mystical. This reminded him of what the Celestial Master had told him. Only after becoming the Emperor of Knowledge could he obtain all the mystical knowledge in the wilderness of knowledge, at which point he would be practically omniscient. But before that, there are still unknown aspects in the field of occultism. Just as Odis thought of this, she felt her spirit become more active, and the mental shock and physical fatigue she had suffered in the battle vanished instantly. Adi immediately realized that he had just unintentionally performed a role. Bernadette noticed Odis was in a daze and asked, "What's wrong?" Odis paused for a moment before saying, "My potion has been partially digested." He had completely digested the matter of the potion and it wasn't appropriate to tell anyone, so this was the only thing he could say. Bernadette immediately said, then quickly summarized the rules of acting. As a fellow sage, Bernadette knew very well how difficult it was to digest the potion at the level of an angel. Odis agreed and returned to his room, soon understanding what was going on. The wise man would admit his ignorance. Although wise men appear to be intelligent, calm, and highly learned, able to foresee the future and always guide people in the right direction. However, there are times when he is unfamiliar with certain areas, and he doesn't know everything. At this point, the true wise person is one who dares to admit their ignorance. Thinking of this, Odis couldn't help but smile wryly. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but rather that he was quite versatile in the field of mysticism. In other words, the opportunities to play this role are very, very rare. Taking a deep breath, a somewhat tired Odis lay down on the bed to rest for a while. The spiritual and vibrant feeling he experienced today made him feel that he should take the initiative to act. Even though his humanity had an absolute advantage, acting would allow him to maintain an excellent state, which would be helpful for his future ascension and eventual godhood. But we'll think about how to play the role later. For now, let's go to the knowledge wilderness and take a look at today's spoils. Upon entering the wilderness of knowledge, Odis was surprised to see the Celestial Master deep in thought, staring at the characteristics of the filthy king. Odis was taken aback, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as if someone had trespassed on his private territory. But upon reflection, I realized that I was the intruder, since the Celestial Master had been living here for thousands of years. He smiled and asked, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." While the extraordinary properties of Sequence 1 can be used as a level 0 seal item in certain situations, the negative effects are too strong. Most of the time, having Sequence 1 properties through another pathway will be a burden. So if the Celestial Master really wanted it, he would indeed give it to him, but Odis would then ask the Celestial Master for a few more methods similar to the Taoist natural mantra. It should have a greater purpose, the Celestial Master said. Just leave it here in the wilderness of knowledge for now. Perhaps it won't be long before someone comes to you asking for it. Odis was taken aback. Did you foresee something? Prophecy is not omnipotent, the Celestial Master said. Sometimes reasonable guesses are more convincing than prophecies. Moreover, one's own plans for the future are the best predictions. Odis thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "That makes a lot of sense." Then he asked, "Who do you think will come knocking? The Demon King? Or the leader of the Rose School? What plans have you made for the future?" The Celestial Master smiled at Odis, said nothing, and returned to the central processing unit. Odis sighed helplessly. That charlatan really deserves a beating. He glanced at the Sequence 1 item, then waved his hand, sending it floating to the shelf over there. Then he looked at the level 0 sealed artifact. Using the Wilderness of Knowledge rank, Odis learned that the main abilities of this sealed artifact were, it could control the target's bodily fluids, causing the target's blood flow to accelerate or coagulate. By controlling the target's endocrine system, it could induce different desires in the target, and then detonate them. It could corrupt the target. It could control magma and manipulate fireballs with a sulfurous smell, and it could create a giant sword with the abilities of corruption and desire. This made Odis sigh with relief, thankful that the Celestial Master had provided assistance beforehand. Otherwise, the ability to create and then ignite desires alone would have made it difficult for Odis to guard against such a rule-breaking act. The negative effects of the sealed artifact are, you will hear some words from the stars. Holders below the angel level have a considerable chance of being corrupted, while holders of the angel level and above do not need to worry about this. It is difficult to suppress one's own desires, and with the increase of use, one will gradually indulge and go crazy, eventually losing all reason. Once used, one will often hear a devouring word of unknown origin, which will make the holder involuntarily move closer to the abyss and begin to fall from the depths of their heart. Odis frowned. The negative effects of this sealed artifact were rather strong. These are all negative effects that are difficult to get rid of and avoid. Especially the last negative effect. Once used, one must constantly fight against corruption. Even if one gains the upper hand in corruption, it will greatly affect the state of an extraordinary being. Odis then used the position of Wilderness of Knowledge to seal it accordingly. After being promoted to Angel, Odis can use the Wilderness of Knowledge to seal level 0 sealed items. After sealing, the negative effects of this level 0 sealed item, which is comparable to the Blood Duke, are not significantly improved, but it has 1 minute of safe usage time. As long as it is used for less than 1 minute, you will not suffer from those negative effects. After each use, you need to rest for 3 hours before you can get another 1 minute of usage time. For a level 0 sealed item, 1 minute is usually enough, because battles between angels rarely last too long. Unless, like in tonight's battle, Odis gradually gained a huge advantage, allowing him to trap and kill his opponent. Most of the time, the difference between angels is not significant, and the weaker party can always find a way to escape. Finally, it came time for naming. Following naming conventions, Odis named the sealed object Blood Necklace. After putting the sealed artifact away, Odis returned to the real world and lay down on her bed to truly rest. The next day, Odis noticed that Bernadette was in much better spirits. Clearly, last night's battle was a good way for Bernadette to release her pent-up frustration. So Odis decided to return to Azhara first. He had been away from Azhara for more than 10 days and needed to go back for a meeting and make an appearance. Bernadette, however, planned to stay on the ship for a few more days. Odis returned to Azhara and immediately got to work, holding a small meeting with several key subordinates. Then I arrived at the Remberg Institute. A few days ago, in a letter from the director, Bivis, to Odis, he said that the institute had recently achieved results in many research projects. The tasks that Odis had assigned were now being completed in batches, as if they had been sprayed out simultaneously. Led by Bevis, Odis first visited several civilian projects, including several prototypes of the spirit-driven car that had already been manufactured. According to Odis's idea, among the prototypes were buses, large and small trucks, and private cars. Odis was very satisfied with the prototype. It not only met his requirements but also matched Remberg's aesthetic and had the characteristics of the era. Afterwards, he visited several civilian projects. Although they were slightly different from Odis's impressions, he did not point them out. After all, these were extraordinary technologies, powered by spiritual energy, unlike the electrical appliances he was familiar with. Finally, Bivis led Odis to the mountaintop next to the research institute. Odis saw 2 objects, one large and one small, parked on a hardened ground the size of a football field. They looked like airplanes, but they were different from the airplanes Odis was familiar with. They had wings and tails, but not as long as Odis remembered. Their bellies looked rather large. Bivis smiled and said, "Based on the aerodynamic data you provided, we have built 2 prototypes. The smaller one is equipped with a smart cube, which can be given specific commands to destroy enemy targets within 300 kilometers on its own, and can also carry out reconnaissance missions. Its primary means of attack is extraordinary bombs, and it can carry around 60 at a time, enough to destroy a not-so-long street." Odis exclaimed, "Drones." He never imagined that drones would be the first technology to be developed. However, Odis immediately realized that this was not surprising, since he had invented the smart cube long ago, and developing drones was a natural progression. In other words, it's not scientific, but it's very mystical. Bivis paused for a moment, then asked, what? "It's nothing," Odis said immediately. "Have you simulated a confrontation between this aircraft and an extraordinary being?" "Yes," Bivis said. "No extraordinary beings below the level of demigod can do anything about it. Even extraordinary beings who can teleport or fly cannot control it. Because its flight altitude is generally several hundred meters, while the attack range of the extraordinary abilities of a Sequence 5 level extraordinary person is basically only a dozen meters. Moreover, its flight speed is extremely fast, you can't catch up with it even if you use flash or fly. But if we were to fight against a demigod level extraordinary being, we would have little chance of winning." Odis nodded. "That's already very good. He created these things not to fight against the demigods of the enemy, but to destroy the will to resist of the ordinary people of the enemy. Demigods still need to be dealt with by demigods." Odis then looked at the large airplane next to him. Bivis continued, "This is a 6-seat aircraft we manufactured, also piloted by the smart cube. If seats are installed, it can carry 6 adults. If the seats are removed, it can be fully loaded with ammunition." Odis thought to himself, "This sounds very dangerous, as if they might drop the passengers like bombs at any moment." Bivis continued, "This aircraft can fly at an altitude of 8,000 to 10,000 meters. At this altitude, it can completely evade the detection and tracking of most of the Saints' spiritual beings. It has a strong penetration capability and can destroy military targets in the enemy's rear." Odis was quite satisfied with this, then he glanced at the open space around him. "Where's the runway?" Bivis was taken aback again. "What runway? How did he fly?" "Of course, we'll use the levitation array and anti-gravity array you provided," Bivis said. Odis smiled. "Vertical takeoff and landing, huh?" Chapter 445, Chapter 444 Information Exchange at the Tarot Meeting. Odis looked at the two planes in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, when it comes to practical skills, we have to look to the extraordinary individuals who follow the general knowledge path. Two prototypes were produced so quickly, and the welding on the surface of the prototypes was also very beautiful, unlike the classic airplanes that Odis remembered, which were covered with rivets. Bevis didn't understand what the president meant by vertical takeoff and landing, and thinking he had misunderstood the president, he asked somewhat anxiously, "Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied." Odis smiled. "Let them fly and see." "Okay." Under Bevis's command, the anti-gravity array on the ground of the aircraft was first revealed and activated. Then, the smart cube on the aircraft would automatically activate the levitation array inside the fuselage. The two planes slowly rose, and then rose faster and faster. The smaller plane reached its jet altitude first, and suddenly a bright white flame shot out from its tail, propelling the plane forward rapidly. This once again made Odis sigh inwardly. It's a jet plane right from the start. After a sudden acceleration, the small plane was quickly pulled up, and with the help of its wings, it flew to an altitude of several hundred meters and began to circle. After the small plane circled twice, the tail of the large plane began to spew flames. Its ascent was slower, but it kept climbing and soon reached the height that Odis could see at his limit. Ordinary people, or even extraordinary beings below the level of demigods, would not pay any attention to flying objects at this altitude. It continued to rise until it reached the clouds and disappeared from sight completely. Odis nodded in satisfaction. "Not only will the members of this project team receive bonuses, but I will also give them a raise. Give them extraordinary characteristics." He smiled and glanced at Bevis. "You are also preparing for the ceremony of ascending to Sequence 5. The research results you have made during this period are enough for you to obtain a Sequence 5 level trait." Bevis rubbed his hands together with joy. This was a chance to advance to Sequence 5. Even after the war began and all the major official extraordinary organizations were recruiting, such an opportunity was still very rare. Afterwards, accompanied by Bevis, Odis visited several military research projects and immediately ordered the Ministry of Finance to allocate funds to the Research Institute, award bonuses to the project leaders and researchers, and provide them with extraordinary benefits. Finally, Odis assigned some new tasks, such as extraordinary warships and levitation trains, all of which were large-scale extraordinary equipment. After the tour, Odis convened a meeting of the main officials of the Ministry of Industry to deploy the weapons that needed to be mass-produced as soon as possible. At this time, the entire Remburg was gathering strength, preparing to fight another battle with the Kingdom of Feniport, so as to take the opportunity to unify the central and southern kingdoms. Feniport also seemed to have realized Lenberg's strategic intentions, and began to reinforce their eastern army group, and began to send demigods and extraordinary beings to the defense zone of the eastern theater. Just then, the new year was about to arrive, but this new year was very depressing for the people of the entire northern continent. Many people lost their families in the war, and rising prices of necessities, especially food, bankrupted many families during this cold winter, forcing them into homelessness. After leaving the Research Institute, Odis inspected the progress of the modified factories and new construction projects in various places, and returned to Azhara on the day before the new year. The people of Azhara are still busy with numerous construction and production tasks, and they may not have much time to rest this year. Odis returned to the presidential palace, dealt with a few backlog documents, and then went back to his room. Today is Monday, the day for the tarot meeting. As usual, Odis lay down in his armchair beforehand. At 3 o'clock sharp, his vision was covered by grey mist, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the magnificent Hall of Giants, beside the bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." With Miss Justice's greeting, the tarot session officially began. After the greetings, everyone looked at Mr. the Hanged Man. In recent tarot gatherings, everyone has wanted to discuss the new situation of the current war, so after the gathering begins, everyone often hopes that the members who are directly or indirectly involved in the war will speak first. Alger the Hanged Man was a Tarot Society member who directly participated in the war. He led his ghost ship and his men to fight against the navy of the Fusak Empire in the Sunia Sea. "I heard that Rune's ironclad fleet and the main fleet of the Fusak Empire engaged in a fierce naval battle last week," Alger spoke first. The advantage of the ironclads gave Rune a certain victory, but it is said that one ironclad was damaged and needs major repairs. At this point, he leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Without extraordinary power, the ironclad warships would have an even greater advantage. Even sailing battleships were no match for them. The fool, Klein, also agreed with this view. Overall, Rune's technological advantage was weakened in the face of extraordinary power. Otherwise, given the tonnage of Rune's 2 ironclad ships, they could have easily fought their way in and out of the sailing battle fleet without suffering too much damage. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Odis out of the corner of his eye. Klein felt that Odis's development strategy was correct. Since extraordinary power existed in this world, the focus should be on developing extraordinary technology, rather than simply using extraordinary power or merely emphasizing scientific and technological research. Combining them together doesn't seem to create any conflict. Audrey, sitting opposite Alger, asked with some curiosity, Mr. Hangman, how did your battle last week go? Was it relatively smooth? I attacked a port on the island of Sonia, Alger smiled. The haul was quite substantial. He was also commended by the Archbishop. Leonard, nicknamed Star, paused for a moment, you're still active around Sonia Island. Moon Emlyn also said, this must be very dangerous, right? Klein watched their discussion quietly, but he had a different opinion. Alger the Hangman laughed, on the contrary, most of the Fussac Empire's navy is currently fighting against the Rune Navy, and the battle is very intense. As long as my attacks are not too frequent and I don't inflict too much damage on them at once, they won't send their fleets to deal with me. Because it's not worth it. You all know that the Sunia Sea is also very large. They would need to send at least 8 warships to complete a comprehensive search or set up a trap to deal with me. These 8 warships, along with their corresponding auxiliary ships, make up 2 fleets. At present, it is a very important fighting force for the front line of naval warfare. This analysis left Leonard and the others stunned. About 2 weeks earlier, when the Hangman said he was going to rush behind enemy lines and wage guerrilla warfare in the Sunia Sea, they were worried for him. Unexpectedly, Mr. Hangman made his decision after careful consideration. Then Alger said to the world, there are indeed some elven ruins on Sonia Island. How can I find targets that will be helpful to me? At the Tarot meeting 2 days ago, the world told the Hangman that he could go to the ruins of the elven race to search, as there might be clues to his ascension to demigodhood. Klein had considered this question long ago, and he manipulated the world to say, follow the guidance of the spirit. Then he chuckled hoarsely and said, this is no joke, because the extraordinary characteristics of the ocean singer within you will definitely connect with some elven ruins. This connection is between characteristics of the same path, between higher-level characteristics and lower-level characteristics. If you feel it carefully, the spiritual realm should be able to provide some guidance. Alger nodded, finding the analysis quite reasonable. Odis then thought, Alger's advancement characteristics did not come from Shada's, and whether he could establish a connection with the Queen of Calamity was still unknown. Thinking of this, he said, I will provide you with an extraordinary item that should be of help to you. You can use elf hair and blood to create an extraordinary item, which makes it relatively easy to establish a connection with high-level elves, or more specifically, the remnant soul of the Queen of Calamity. Alger, the Hangman, immediately asked, what payment should I make? Odis thought for a moment, let's accumulate them first, and I'll let you know when I need more people. For him, such extraordinary items were not difficult to make, and the blood and hair of the elves were easy to obtain. Currently, in addition to Elf Island having become an autonomous state of Remberg, the actions of Shadas and Mobert have also yielded new results, with 4 islands inhabited by elves expressing their willingness to submit to Remberg. This immediately added 6 or 7 mid-sequence extraordinaries to Lenberg. They have each sent several low-sequence extraordinaries, firstly to visit Cruise Island, and secondly to conduct official extraordinary training. Once the training is completed, they will be immediately transferred to Lenberg to become official extraordinaries. Alger, who had already served as a henchman for the Hermits and reaped considerable benefits, immediately replied, no problem. At this point, Leonard asked with some curiosity, the Hermit, I've heard that during the battle between Remberg and Masic, many elves appeared among the extraordinary beings on Remberg's side. Yes, Odis said. Currently, the elven race is an important part of the Lenberg extraordinaries. He smiled and said, of course, this has also brought some trouble. The Hangman Alger then said, I've also heard some discussions within the church. If we weren't fighting the Fussac Empire right now, the Storm Church would definitely launch a retaliatory attack on Lenberg. He paused for a moment and then said, I've heard that the elves have some methods to conceal their physical characteristics. Why don't they use them? Odis said bluntly, it was I who didn't let them use it. Since they have openly acknowledged that they are citizens of Remberg, there is no need to hide it like this. As for the Storm Church's protests, they are indeed the main trouble at the moment, but they shouldn't last too long, because after Lenberg and Feniport engage in a new round of war, the news that Lenberg has 3 angels will be confirmed. At most, the Church of Storms will only protest verbally. Klein thought to himself, there are probably more than 3 angels, aren't there? He had already sensed at the Tarot meeting more than a month ago that Odis had been elevated to the status of an angel. At the same time, Klein can confirm that Bernadette had already been elevated to angel before the destruction of George III's tomb, and was now a new noble in Remenberg. 2 other dukes were also conferred titles at the same time, Stiano and Constantine. Constantine Klein knew this, he was an elven prince who had lived from the Second Age to the present, and was certainly an angel. As for Duchess Stiano, Klein guessed she was probably Odis's messenger. With 4 known angels, the protection of the Lord of Mysteries, and the support of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, this high-level extraordinary being's configuration is in no way weaker than that of the 4 great nations. The other members, except for the priestess Catlia, were all taken aback. They all knew there were angels in Lenpo, but they didn't expect there to be as many as 3. Leonard thought to himself, no wonder Mascherano's country fell in just a few days. Of course, dealing with a country like this probably doesn't even require sending angels. The other members also felt that they could pray for the kingdom of Fenipot. Even Audrey, the justice, inwardly lamented, Remberg's strength has been severely underestimated. Currently, many people in the lone aristocratic circle still believe that Loenberg annexed Mascherano by chance or through trickery. In their view, Lenberg's strength was only slightly better than before, and it could barely withstand the attack of the kingdom of Feniport on its own. The nobles also believed that President Remberg's policies had seriously affected the normal functioning of Remberg society. Currently, under President Remberg's oppressive rule with the military, social contradictions could be temporarily masked, but if the war ended, Remberg might split apart. But that's not actually the case. Based on Audrey's observations at recent gatherings, Odis seems to have been actively preparing for battle. Prepare to take the initiative. Contrary to outside speculation, Remberg has been trying to build a new defense system and protect itself. As for the current social system in Remberg, Audrey did not have an accurate judgment, but out of trust in Odis, Audrey believed that the social contradictions in Remberg were not as great as everyone said. Considering the current situation, Audrey believed that Remberg had the power to change the course of the world war in the future. Let's leave this topic for now. Leonard cleared his throat and continued, the war in Wintershire is still very intense, but we have received accurate information that the Fussac army has begun to quietly mobilize forces to Intersea County. I believe that in the near future, the battlefield in Wintershire will mainly be a battle between the Church of War and the extraordinary ones of the Church of Night. Currently, there are 3 battlefields in ruin. One is in Winter County, where the Amanda Mountains are the dividing line between the two countries. Between this east-west mountain range and the north-south Milminsk Mountains, there is a mountain pass tens of kilometers wide. The battle in Winter County mainly takes place in this mountain pass. Previously, both the Fussac Empire and the Kingdom of Rune had invested a large number of troops in the struggle for this mountain pass. This was because once the Fussac army completely occupied the mountain pass, they could invade the northern hinterland of Rune and would not encounter any further obstacles all the way to Tingen, where the Taysok River and the Hoy River meet. However, after fierce fighting, the Fussac army did not gain a clear advantage, so they decided to withdraw their forces from here and reinforce the Intersea County. However, the battle in Winter County will still be very intense, because the headquarters of the Church of the Goddess of Night is located in the Amanda Mountains, which is the main direction of the Church of War. Therefore, Leonard guessed that in the future, the battle will mainly be fought between the extraordinary beings of the two churches. Then Audrey spoke up, the pressure on the battlefield in the Intersea County is already very high. If the Fussac Empire sends reinforcements, the defense line in the Intersea County is likely to be breached. The Intersea County faces the most core industrial and population center of the Fussac Empire across the Intersea Sea. At the beginning of the war. For Rune, the situation on this battlefield is relatively optimistic, since the Fussac army needs to cross the Intersea and land before they can attack the Rune Kingdom's defenses. However, after the Republic of Intis entered the war, a large number of troops from the Intersea County were transferred to the Western Front, which gradually caused the Intersea County to lose its battlefield advantage and could only hold a few strongholds and some defensive lines. If Fussac's army continued its original offensive, this defensive line could still be held, however, the enemy was reinforcing its troops. The Kingdom of Rune had no soldiers to send, and the balance of the war was tilting. The priestess Katlia continued, the western battlefield of Rune is not optimistic either. Currently, the forces of the Republic of Intis are 3 times that of Rune's garrison, and the number of extraordinary beings below the demigod level is also 3 or 4 times that of Rune's garrison. The Remberg Ministry of Defense has assessed that the western front of Run may be completely lost in January or February. Odis paid close attention to the western battlefield of Rune and sent a large number of intelligence personnel and extraordinary individuals to gather intelligence. Katlia was in charge of this matter, so she was very clear about the situation in the western battlefield of Rune. Furthermore, she had already consulted with Odis, and was allowed to release some of the intelligence gathered by Lenberg in her assessment of the Rune battlefield at the Tarot meeting. Rune is also adopting a defensive strategy on the western front. They are currently fighting on the central plateau, but if the western defense line of the Rune Kingdom falls, Rune will not only have to withdraw from the central plateau, but the low-lying Tackwell plain will be completely exposed to the Republic of Intis. In other words, if the western defense line is breached, nearly half of Rune's territory will be in grave danger. Especially since those areas are major grain-producing regions, the price of grain in Backlund will rise sharply after the fall of those areas. With Katlia's speech over, everyone now has a basic understanding of the current situation on the northern continent. At this moment, Hugh, who had been listening in, spoke up. In the southern continent, the colonial armies of various countries have also engaged in a chaotic war. The Rune colonial army, which was originally stationed in the main cities of East Bayern, had a very clear advantage. However, with Rune withdrawing a large number of elite colonial troops to its homeland, the current situation in the war in the southern continent is not very optimistic for Rune. Although the battle in the southern continent will not affect the northern continent in the short term, if some cities in eastern Byran fall, the vast industrial system of the Kingdom of Rune would be unable to function due to a lack of sufficient raw materials. Several members of the Tarot Club in Rune fell silent. For Rune, the past week had been nothing but bad news. After a few seconds of silence, Emlyn, the moon, suddenly said to Odis, the Hermit, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Odis paused for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. So the fool set up a private space for them to talk, and listened at the head of the long bronze table. Emlyn cut to the chase, Mr. Hermit, does Remberg really intend to accept vampires as citizens of this country? Odis thought to himself, so that's what it was about. He had originally thought that Emlyn would talk to him about this matter immediately after being released, but he didn't expect that it would take him until now. Yes, he replied. You should have heard it just now, the elves are now an important fighting force in Lundberg. Emlyn then asked, if the vampires settle in Lundberg, will they also fight for Lundberg? That depends on your thoughts, Odis said. The main reason the elves joined Lundberg's extraordinary system is because their current leader was once a subordinate of the Lord of Mysteries, and they are willing to fight for him. Klein was taken aback when he heard this. Wasn't Prince Constantine one of the 10 pillars? How did he become a subordinate of the Lord of Mysteries? Unfortunately, Odis did not explain, but continued, if the vampires settle in Lundberg, they only need to abide by Lundberg's laws. However, you need to have designated personnel to communicate with the Lundberg government. If any extraordinary cases are suspected to be caused by vampires, Lundberg's official extraordinary individuals will immediately communicate with the vampires to understand the situation. Apart from that, unless you wish to join the official extraordinary, you can choose not to fight for Lundberg. Emlyn slowly nodded. The vampires had also heard that after the elves joined Lundberg, they would have to fight for Lundberg, so their contact with Odis was urgently stopped. The reason for reconsidering contact with Odis now is mainly because the vampires have obtained reliable intelligence that the extraordinary beings of the elven race have not been discriminated against, have received normal opportunities for advancement, and have confirmed that the characteristics of those advancements were provided by Odis. This restored some trust in Odis among the vampires, making them feel that he wasn't exploiting the elves. Emlyn thought for a moment and then asked, how can I reasonably establish a connection with you in the real world? Odis pondered for a moment before saying, the manager of the Backlund department store, in charge of the doll, toy, and sporting goods counters, was an intelligence agent I placed in Backlund back then. Emlyn was taken aback. How did the Hermit know that I like to buy and collect dolls? Odis continued, you can put on a show and report that you've discovered that the manager is from the Remberg branch, and then I'll have that intelligence officer try to recruit you, so that you can meet Rupert, the second mate of the Dawn Sword, through this spy. I will have Rupert make the necessary contact with you, and then Rupert will write to me, so that you can contact me through him in a way that will not arouse suspicion. Klein suddenly smiled from behind the grey fog. In his view, Odis would definitely make this meeting happen. Because once the vampires actually appeared in Lundberg in their public identities, the subsequent situation was no longer something the vampires could control. For example, the Rose School will likely come knocking, hoping to hunt down some of the characteristics of the pharmacist path. Given the conflict between Odis and the Rose School, she will undoubtedly use the pretext of protecting the vampires to attack the Rose School members. Will the vampires have to repay the favor later? In addition, the public must be very worried about vampires, but the Remberg government will definitely help explain to vampires and may even operate paid blood donation centers to supply blood to vampires. In Klein's view, supplying blood to the vampires through paid blood donations is far better than the vampires secretly attacking people and sucking their blood. The former is within a controllable range, while the latter is completely uncontrollable. When the time comes, will the vampires have to repay the favor? So even if Odis doesn't ask, the vampires will come knocking on her door to ask how they can help. After listening to Odis's words, Emlyn pondered for a moment. Although he still didn't understand why the Hermit knew he liked dolls, he had to admit that this way of contact wouldn't arouse the Marquis's suspicion, so he said, okay, I'll go to Backlund department store tomorrow morning or the day after tomorrow morning. Odis nodded. I'll write to Rupert after the tarot meeting. Currently, Rupert is the head of Odis's forces in Rune. His job includes, but is not limited to, gathering intelligence, setting up intelligence networks, and recruiting wild extraordinary individuals. After their private conversation, son Derek talked about how they established a permanent camp in Afternoon Town, near the Giant's Court. As for the next round of exploration of the Giant's Court, they planned to make thorough preparations before proceeding. Klein then manipulated the world to recount the situation in the eastern part of the Forsaken Lands, and the other members, including Derek, only then realized that the Forsaken Lands was actually so vast. After hearing the description of the world, Odis exclaimed, Silver City is lucky to be so close to the exit. Derek took a deep breath. He felt no joy, only an indescribable sense of sorrow. Because he could imagine the despair of other city-states, who, despite thousands of years of exploration and perseverance, were still very far from finding a way out of the real world. The conversation about the Forsaken Land then came to an end, and Hugh brought up again the war between Remberg and Fenipot in the territory of Massey. Although the war ended more than half a month ago, a lot of detailed intelligence is still being passed from Massey to intelligence agencies in other countries. However, none of this information was made public. In the immediate aftermath of the war, newspapers around the world were too conservative in their reporting, and there was a great deal of speculation involved. Taking Rune as an example, mainstream media reports said that Runeberg annihilated and captured 30,000 to 50,000 Feniport troops. Reporters and editors felt that this was to promote Rune's allies. Although the Feniport army was defeated, the losses could not have been that great. Hugh asked Odis for confirmation. It is said that the war in Massey completely crushed Feniport's entire northern army group, and captured 70 or 80,000 prisoners alone. That's about right, Odis said. The problem of the prisoners was only completely resolved 2 weeks ago. I had the Church of the Earth Mother take them all back. Hugh hesitated for a moment before asking, aren't you afraid they'll be rearmed? Odis laughed and said, you don't know the details of the battle, so you don't know that the fighting spirit of these prisoners was completely broken. Even if they were rearmed, they would run away immediately when they saw the Lenberg army again. None of them had ever seen a battlefield with hundreds of thousands of people fighting, so they couldn't imagine what the war must have been like. Odis continued, especially the tanks, when they were first deployed on the battlefield, demonstrated astonishing power, 70 tanks. They wiped out nearly 20,000 cavalry. From this day forward, the era of cavalry has come to a complete end. At this time, on the battlefield of the northern continent, cavalry was still widely used due to its high mobility, usually to bypass enemy lines and attack their logistical supplies. But with the advent of tanks, cavalry could neither escape nor win battles, making it pointless to continue maintaining such a high-consumption force. Hearing this, even Klein got goosebumps, 70 tanks. 20,000 cavalry. How can they possibly fight like this? He knew that tanks were the nemesis of cavalry, but he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. After his initial surprise, Hugh quickly asked, how badly were the tanks damaged? Odis smiled and said, one vehicle was lost. The casualty ratio is 1 to 20,000. The other members once again deeply understood what the Hermit meant when he repeatedly said, a new era has arrived. This was a weapon that they still couldn't comprehend, but that didn't stop it from completely breaking the backbone of Feniport's army. Alger remarked, the way war is going to change dramatically. Then he smiled and said, fortunately, you don't have a very strong naval force, otherwise the navies of various countries and pirates would gradually lose control of the ocean. Only after Rembrandt has its own outlet to the sea will I focus on building a powerful navy, Odis smiled. For now, it's enough to just keep the current colonies safe. Aside from sending some extraordinary forces to the colonies, Odis did not rush to incorporate them into a planned economy. Because Remberg currently only has one port of call, which is leased from loan, and it needs to follow a route originating in Remberg. The river that flows through the Ruin River into the sea maintains contact with the colonies. In Odis's view, under such circumstances, it would be better not to develop colonies, otherwise the wealth plundered from the colonies could be intercepted by Rune at any time. After becoming president, Odis ordered ships from Remberg on the southern continent to remain in Remberg port pending further orders, and that ships that had already departed should also arrive at Remberg port as soon as possible. Upon hearing Odis's words, the others recalled the map of the northern continent and realized that Lenberg was going to have to fight a battle with Feniport. This was because if this landlocked country wanted to find a way to the sea, it would have to go either east or south, and it would have to occupy a part of Feniport's territory to achieve that. Chapter 446, Chapter 445, The Demon King's Request. After the tarot session, Odis returned to the real world, rested for a while, and then got up to write a letter to Rupert, telling him that she was preparing to make natural contact with a vampire. For Odis, annexing the vampires was unrealistic, but he could have some of them fight for Lenberg. These long-lived creatures are too idle, we need to find them something to do. Odis then returned to his office to continue his official duties. Backlund Department Store. Emlyn, sporting a beard and a long-brimmed hat, strolled casually through the leisure department store area. He saw the manager entertaining guests, and the guy didn't look like a spy at all. Emlyn had previously purchased dolls from here and had also chatted with the manager. He seemed to know a lot about dolls, and we had a very pleasant conversation. Thinking of this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had hidden himself well and had not let the other party realize that he was a vampire. At that moment, the manager seemed to notice Emlyn's gaze and looked over in their direction. Emlyn quickly turned his head and continued walking forward. That evening, Odis did not have dinner at the presidential palace. Instead, he planned to go to Cruise Island to buy some barbecue and beer, which he would then enjoy in the warm sea breeze. Just then, his assistant Parada knocked on the door and came in. Mr. President, Mr. Jared says he has something urgent to report. Parada was a young man Odis brought from Trensis, whom Odis had specifically ordered to participate in the previous battle against Massel. Because of his extensive and extraordinary combat experience, he has accumulated enough merit to be promoted, and he is currently an interrogator. Odis deliberately kept him by his side so that he could report on the current developments in Remnantburg to the Trensalt family. I believe this family won't be content to remain anonymous forever. When the time is right, they can be a force to be used. Jared is one of the extraordinary captains protecting the presidential palace. Odis said, let him in. Mr. President, we suspect we've been attacked by a demon. Jared said as soon as he entered, please be careful. He roughly knew that the president was also an extraordinary being, and seemed quite powerful, but he wasn't sure what rank he was. In this situation, he should quickly report it and warn the other party to be careful. Odis immediately asked, were there any casualties? No, Jared said. It's just that one of the guards seems to have been disturbed by an unknown force and has become a chatterbox. I suspect he may have leaked some information about the presidential palace. Odis chuckled and said, since you're here, have a cup of tea. His voice wasn't loud, but all the extraordinary people in the entire presidential palace could hear it, while ordinary people couldn't, and they continued to leave work as usual. The demon had obviously greeted Odis by attacking members of the extraordinary guard. Since there were no casualties, the other party should have meant no harm, so Odis returned the greeting. Jared paused for a moment, realizing that the president seemed to know who the attackers were. After waiting a few seconds and seeing no response, Odis said again, I will be leaving Ashara in 10 minutes and will not be back until tomorrow. As he spoke, he waved to Jared and Parada, signaling them to go out first. The two exchanged a glance, closed the door, and stood quietly outside. Odis glanced at the clock and then sat back down in his chair. As time ticked by, 10 minutes passed. Odis got up to leave, but his intuition seemed to sense something and he looked toward the window. It was already dark outside, and the streetlights came on one after another. A black liquid, thicker than the normal darkness, appeared at the window and was about to flow into the president's office. Odis said somewhat impatiently, hurry up and come in. There's no need to dawdle and waste everyone's time. The black liquid paused for a moment, but continued to flow in, then formed a black human figure that bowed politely to Odis and said, President Gar, perhaps I should call you Your Highness. Odis smiled, clearly understanding that the other person was subtly implying, I know you are an angel. Odis sat down again, but showed no intention of letting the devil in front of him sit down. Which family are you from? The other party answered honestly, the North family. Odis asked, did the dark side of the universe send you here? Starting from the 5th age, the Demon King basically stopped directly responding to the prayers and requests of the demons, but at this time, the dark side of the universe appeared. Many extraordinary individuals who know about the dark side of the universe believe that the dark side of the universe is the Demon King Fabdi. Odis also thought that this was the case. The Demon King used his otherworldly authority to hide in the shadow of the 3 demon family members. Odis wasn't entirely sure of the exact details, but it was likely that they were hiding in the shadows, and had moved to a different, dark side of the universe. Using a pseudonym, they continued to control the blood worship cult. The devil said somewhat fanatically, it is an order personally given by the great king. He hopes to have a talk with you. The Demon King had been missing for a long time, and the sudden issuance of this command was enough to excite the devil. Odis laughed and said, Fabudi is quite aware of his situation. In the memories Odis gained after ascending to the angelic realm, the sage had contact with Fabdi during the 2nd and 3rd ages. They were neither friends nor enemies. In those memories, Fabudi was in a good state. He was an ancient god who was both very restrained and very cunning. This ancient god rarely did anything out of line. For example, he never challenged the authority of the ancient sun god, like other ancient gods. Therefore, the demon kingdom, which was more evil than the extraordinary forces established by giants and elves, was not eradicated until the 3rd age. Just like now, he directly speaks to Odis as the demon king, which shows great sincerity. Tell Fabdi that I do have something I want, Odis added. Think about what you'd like to trade with me before you come back to talk. Moreover, he can do it himself. As long as his subordinates don't commit crimes in Rembrandt, we can still talk. The devil replied, the Demon King says he has already decided on the terms of his deal with you. Odis paused for a moment, then thought for a while before saying, please have him come here to meet me in an hour. All right. The devil immediately took his leave, clearly eager to return and report to the Demon King. Odis did not linger and immediately reappeared as Suzaku, arriving at the cabin on Cruise Island. After exploring the area with her spiritual senses and confirming that it was safe, Odis entered the wilderness of knowledge and the inkwash pond in the sage's time. As soon as she entered, Odis said, Fabudi has come knocking on the door. He said to the celestial master sitting on the stubborn rock, although I didn't know what Fabudi used that filthy king characteristic for before, it was probably to fight against the mother tree of desire. Although I don't know what he wants to exchange with me, I plan to give him that characteristic. Then listen to his plan, and if it can help, then lend a hand. The Celestial Master glanced at Odis before saying, I suspect that the Demon King intends to use this characteristic to better evade the Mother Tree of Desire's surveillance and search. You need to ascertain one thing from Fabdi: does the uniqueness of the Abyss pathway contain the spiritual imprint of the Primordial God? Is it part of the Primordial God's resurrection plan? Odis paused for a moment. The Primordial God once intended to resurrect through the Abyss. Why this method? I don't know, the Celestial Master said. I only recently learned of this news myself, and I don't know the specific arrangements made by the Primordial God. Odis then asked, I'm going to talk to Fabdi in a little while. What are your specific plans? The Celestial Master did not answer immediately, but said, you need to confirm one more thing. Has the dark side of the universe been severely eroded by the Mother Tree of Desire? If that's really the case, we can try to use the spiritual imprint of the Primordial God to erode the Mother Tree of Desire in reverse. Odis exclaimed, you're ruthless. He felt he was still too naive. The Celestial Master smiled slightly. The situation is unclear now, and it's uncertain whether we can achieve this goal. If Fabdi truly has the arrangement of the Primordial God within him, Odis asked, could we, in our status, accomplish such a plan? At this moment, he realized that the Celestial Master hadn't deliberately concealed the truth about how to deal with the Defiled King characteristic. Rather, he hadn't had a concrete plan at that time. The Celestial Master pondered for a moment and said, I foresee that within 2 years at most, you will regain control of the uniqueness of the Hermit path. He paused for a moment, then added, Adam will be promoted in a few months. Odis understood what the other person meant. If he could grasp the uniqueness of the Hermit path, or if Adam became a god, he could accomplish such an operation. He said, I know what I'm doing. After we reach an agreement with Fabdi, we will discuss the specific plans. The Celestial Master nodded and entered a meditative state once more. Odis left this ink-painting-like space and returned to the real world, flying back to the presidential palace in Ashara to await Fabdi's arrival. The devil arrived almost exactly 1 hour after the agreed time. Odis glanced out the window and saw a phantom human figure standing in midair, neither too close nor too far away. Back in Sequence 7, Odis had seen Fabdi in this state. At that time, Odis could not see the appearance of this ancient god clearly, but could only see a figure there. The figure is still somewhat blurry. All that can be seen is that it is a thin, middle-aged man. Odis said, do you need this devil to convey what you want to say? At this moment, Fabudi is in a state that seems to be hidden in a space outside the real world, so he can only communicate with Odis through this demon. The devil said, the great king said, yes. Odis sat in his seat, stuffing tobacco into his pipe, and said, I'm curious about your current state. The dark side of the universe has been severely affected. Well, perhaps I'd better not mention his name directly. Do I mean that dark side of the universe has been corrupted by the outer god you've been hiding from? The devil was somewhat surprised, clearly unaware that the dark side of the universe had already been corrupted. He soon received Fabdi's instructions. The great king said, it seems you have recovered most of your memories. I guessed right, you are not a physical entity, but a simulation. After saying that, the devil carefully examined the angel in front of him, clearly surprised from the very beginning of the conversation. Odis smiled and said, things are far more complicated than you think, but your guess is largely correct. The devil scrutinized Odis again, as if to say, was it really a simulation? At that moment, he heard Fabdi's voice again, and immediately said, the king said, I thought you would be more curious about what I would offer you in exchange. Odis smiled and said, a deal is important, but before you do, you should always get to know the other party. Then he asked, is the arrangement of the primordial creator inside the body of the dark side of the universe or inside the body of the demon king? Finally, Odis said to the demon, you don't need to emphasize that it's the demon king every time, just relay it. If you want to say something specific, then state that it's your own thought. The devil nodded and said, yes, that's what I meant. He had no time to be surprised at this point, and after a pause, he said, it seems that the wise and learned sage has returned. Few people know that the primordial has made arrangements along the abyss pathway. Currently, the title of Demon King only has a certain symbolic meaning. My main authority and characteristics, which once belonged to me, are all in the dark side of the universe. Around the Second Era, I could clearly feel the influence of that outer god. As time went on, I also noticed that the original will seem to be able to awaken from depravity and filth at any time. The influence of that outer god is due to the unique characteristics of the abyss and the bound ones, which were torn off from that outer god by the first creator. This process happened thousands of years ago, so there are ways that can affect me. The influence of the original is because it once contained the shadow world, and it influenced me in reverse through the shadow world. At the end of the Fourth Age, the influence of the outer gods on the real world intensified, and I was more severely corrupted. Under the influence of this severe corruption, the corrupting authority caused me to fall and create a completely new self. I can only fight for control against that new self while keeping my main consciousness hidden in the shadow of the demon family members to avoid being completely corrupted and affected. At this point, the Demon King has become the dark side of the universe, the final battlefield in my tug-of-war with that outer god. I am already at a disadvantage, and on the eve of the apocalypse, I will completely lose myself, just like the bound god Thorsner. Odis was so engrossed in listening that he forgot to smoke his pipe. After a moment's thought, Odis said, "Your consciousness hidden in the shadows seems quite intact, as if it hasn't been greatly affected." The devil relayed, "This is because I made many preparations in advance. When I became an ancient god, there was no concept of the path to godhood, so I had 2 filthy king characteristics and 1 divine wrath characteristic. Only after I became a god did I obtain a 3rd filthy king characteristic. So I took advantage of this property and fell into a clone, which I made hide in the depths of the misty sea. Use the properties of the fog in the sea of fog to interfere with the gaze of the outer gods. The abyss path is somewhat special because the existence of a real abyss allows me to fall into a clone called Napladisli, which is a divine abomination of that divine evil, while I can still maintain my status as a true god. However, this arrangement also has drawbacks. After the dark side of the universe was severely eroded and affected by that outer god, the abyss in the real world has also been affected, and demons can no longer survive in it. With these 2 clones, my main consciousness has a foundation to exist in this world, so my will is relatively intact." Odis nodded, thinking to himself, indeed, he is a god who has lived for 4 centuries, having secretly made so many arrangements. The devil took a deep breath and continued to relay, but after Thorsner was controlled by that outer god, the location of Napladisli's clone was quickly discovered by the other party. On the other hand, that outer god bypassed me and quietly influenced Andrirad and Belial within the blood cult. They found my filthy king clone and killed it. Fortunately, the goddess of the night noticed this in time, helped me hide the clone of Napladisli, and put him into a deep sleep. In this way, although I can no longer fight against the mother tree of desire, I can maintain my consciousness for a long time and wait for the possible opportunity to reclaim my clone. Just yesterday, I sensed that defiled king characteristic, seemingly immersed in an ocean of spirit and knowledge, and I suspect it may have been obtained by you. Odis roughly understood, the 2 blood dukes guarding the filthy king trait were Andrirad and Belial. Why didn't they use that filthy king trait to advance? The devil relayed, that outer god hopes that when the time is right, he can reabsorb that characteristic, and with that characteristic, he might be able to draw me out from where I have been hiding. Odis hummed in agreement, then fell into a brief moment of contemplation. After a few seconds, he asked, "Is the connection between the dark side of the universe and that outer god very close?" "Yes." Odis smiled and then said, "Now let me hear what you intend to offer in exchange for the Sequence 1 level property." The devil relayed, "After obtaining this property, I can make the main consciousness of the Demon King reach the level of the Angel King. And it's about maintaining your own state, whether you're fighting the Hidden Sage or the God of Steam and Machines, I can help you. The key is that once this clone appears, it will definitely attract the power that outer god has accumulated in the real world, including Thorsner, who has been missing for a long time. If you are well prepared, I am willing to act as bait." Odis smiled, "That's all. It's not that I lack sincerity, but rather that I currently have nothing of note to offer." Odis fell into a brief moment of contemplation. The sudden silence made the devil very nervous. He knew very well that whether the great king could continue to be great depended on the angel's next decision. After thinking for a while, Odis said, "How about this? I'll treat it as a long-term investment. I can give you that feature, but not now, after I'm ready." "Good." Odis added, "I'll definitely use you as bait, but I'll guarantee your safety. If you die, I'll have a hard time getting my investment back. In addition, I will try my best to help you reclaim the uniqueness and Sequence 1 property of the Abyss pathway, as well as the uniqueness and a copy of the Sequence 1 property of adjacent pathways, and help you find the Shadow World when the time is right. If one day you are able to ascend to the old days, you must restrain all the demons and the extraordinary beings of the prisoner pathway." After a few seconds, the devil said, "I didn't even dare to think about that. I only thought about surviving as a filthy king. Odis laughed and said, "In my opinion, your feud with that outer god will keep you on our side. In the future, the pressure on the real world will be immense. After all, the 9 ancients are watching the real world from outside the barrier, and there may also be some outer gods taking advantage of the situation. If we can have one more person from the past, we will have a better chance of winning." The devil relayed, "I think I've seen that sage from back then again. Okay, I promise you. I don't think you need to worry about me being cunning in this regard, because I can only survive if the real world wins. Otherwise, you can still escape, but no matter where I run, I can be found immediately." Odis nodded and said, "After you have recovered to the level of the Angel King, you must obey my orders and not establish any more demon kingdoms. Do something worthwhile." "Good." Fabdi understood, of course, that Odis meant that he would remain Odis's subordinate until he became the old days. Fabdi had no objection to this, otherwise those transactions would have involved empty promises, making it difficult for anyone to make a Sequence 1 investment based on them. After finishing their business, the two exchanged contact information, and the devil who had relayed the message, along with Fabdi who was hiding in the shadows, left together. Odis sat in a chair and pondered for a while. He then came to Cruise Island for the second time. After confirming that the surrounding area was safe, Odis once again entered the Wilderland of Knowledge and relayed his conversation with Fabudi to the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master fell into deep thought, while Odis sat quietly to the side, also pondering some of the questions that had just come to mind. After a long pause, the Celestial Master suddenly said, "In the Western continent, many people have found a way to merge with the source matter, thus creating a very unique cultivation method. Their subordinates can obtain corresponding power through a method similar to blessing. But if one cannot comprehend how to align with the source essence, it will be difficult to obtain extraordinary power in one's lifetime. The shadow world is no exception. The one who controls this source is called the Master of the Dark Abode." Odis paused for a moment. Since the shadow world has consciousness, it's difficult for Fabudi to become part of the old ones. Not necessarily, the Celestial Master said with a smile. They can also try to merge with the Tao. There has been an arrangement between us for over 1,000 years, so the process of aligning with the Tao is very easy and does not generate any unnecessary consciousness. It is not impossible for two different consciousnesses to merge, but they may be like the evil spirit Red Angel, needing to discuss things first and have a common goal before taking action, otherwise they will hinder each other. The worst-case scenario is that they all want to devour each other, and whichever gains the upper hand in the struggle will become the dominant consciousness. Odis sighed and said, "The struggles at higher levels in the extraordinary realm are really troublesome. It's either fighting against competitors or against the consciousness of the primordial god or the celestial venerable. The Celestial Master replied, "It's not just in the extraordinary world, the struggles in the biological world are brutal." Odis smiled before saying, "We can talk about Fabudi's alignment with the shadow world later. In our conversation just now, were Fabudi's words true? Was my promise appropriate?" "It is basically true," the Celestial Master said. "It is very clear that beings who possess the wilderness of knowledge have extensive knowledge, which gives us extremely strong judgment. If we lie, we risk being exposed. However, there is one point he seems to have deliberately omitted. He did not mention the method of the struggle with the primordial god. Shio described it in a gentle, narrative style. Through my efforts and those of the ancient sun god, the primordial's series of arrangements through omniscience and omnipotence, and other means have been almost completely suppressed. According to my and Adam's plan and deduction, after the fall of the ancient sun god, the consciousness of the primordial god was probably divided into four. A consciousness, along with the divinity of the ancient sun god, entered Adam's body, and a consciousness existed within the true creator. One force seems to be hiding in the uniqueness of the sun pathway, another seems to be in the mirror world." The Celestial Master paused and then said, "Currently, the original consciousness within Adam has been completely resolved and sealed in the Travels of Grosser. During the Fourth Age, the original will within Adam was still quite evident. Or rather, at that time, the original was mainly resurrected through Adam's means. At that time, the true creator did not experience much mental pressure from the primordial god. Later, even when the true creator was severely injured by the six gods and had to hide in the Forsaken Land, the will of the primordial god did not affect his main consciousness. Therefore, we believe that, at least up to now, the original god has not used this method to resurrect. And Osiris doesn't seem to have any major problems right now. He should be able to suppress the primordial consciousness. As for the world in the mirror," the Celestial Master sighed, "the will of the primordial god in the mirror world is beyond our expectations. It seems that some crazy plan carried out by Chick and Tudor has awakened a part of the primordial will. Or perhaps they originally intended to acquire some of the characteristics of the original through mutual fusion, but the original did not respond, while the primordial awakened a certain consciousness along this path." Odis exclaimed, these two gods are insane." The Celestial Master smiled and said, "We only recently became aware of Fabudi's problems. Adam and the true creator seem to have sensed the primordial's use of the shadow world in the past, but they were not sure. It's confirmed now." His expression immediately turned serious as he said, "Considering that the other arrangements of the primordial god are currently in a relatively peaceful state, it is very likely that he has focused his main efforts on the dark side of the universe. Or perhaps Fabdi has always been using the primordial will to resist the erosion of the mother tree of desire." Odis nodded, "That's more reasonable. Otherwise, Fabregas wouldn't be performing so well. This can be seen in the case of bound god Torsner. As Fabdi said, the time it took to initially tear the characteristics of the demon and prisoner pathways from the mother tree of desire was relatively short, and the mother tree of desire could still establish some connection with these characteristics. It doesn't make sense that Bound God is completely under control while Fabdi is still in such good condition. It could be because Fabudi reached the level of a true god, or it could be due to prior arrangements. Even though Fabdi's level is slightly higher than Bound God, he still has 2 clones as anchors. But not to the point of being in such good condition. Then it's very likely that they had already put the original god in front of them as a shield. So Odis asked, will this affect our plans? After all, the Mother Tree of Desire and the will of the primordial god have been fighting for a long time, so if an anti-erosion is carried out, it should be able to prepare for it. The Celestial Master thought for a moment before saying, if the timing is right, it's not impossible. He paused for a moment, then added, but before that, it would be best to proactively engage with the dark side of the universe. The Celestial Master glanced at Odis. After you ascend to Sequence 1, you can try fighting the dark side of the universe and carefully observe its movements. Odis nodded, okay. Then he said, one last question, Mother Tree of Desire, knowing that the 2 angels, Andrerad and Belial, were unlikely to be a match for me and Bernadette, why did you still use the Devil's Island to attract our attention? Doesn't this mean giving Odis the characteristics of a filthy king? Chapter 447, Chapter 446 News from the Terransost Empire. In Odis's view, the Mother Tree of Desire, using the 2 Blood Dukes against him and Bernadette was a mission doomed to failure. Bernadette possesses Pale Death, making her far more powerful than a normal Sequence 2 angel. Odis can also unleash power approaching that of a Sequence 1 angel with the help of the power of the Wilderness of Knowledge and the Staff of Gus. The 2 Blood Dukes were certainly no match for them, but the Mother Tree of Desire still used the Devil's Island in the Misty Sea to lure Odis and Bernadette there, which was obviously somewhat illogical. After all, it's not easy for outer gods to accumulate even a little power in the real world. This sudden loss of a Sequence 1 trait and a Sequence 2 level henchman means they've lost that too. After hearing Odis's question, the Celestial Master smiled and said, with the barrier blocking them, the outer gods are actually quite slow to perceive the real world. When I attacked the fallen Mother Goddess before, the outer gods should have already noticed that the Sage's remnant soul had appeared and started to interfere in some affairs of the real world. Don't think they are omniscient and omnipotent, they do not have such authority or ability. When they encounter opponents, they also need to test each other, and they also make mistakes in judgment. For example, after you landed on the island you call Devil's Island, the Mother Tree of Desire has been trying to corrupt you. This is because she misjudged your situation, or rather, the outer gods now believe that you are most likely a follower of the Sage's remnant soul. Although they know that you have a close connection with the Sage's remnant soul, they are not sure about our status. So her main objective in this operation is to contaminate you, not to eliminate you. Furthermore, when she realized that she had made a mistake, she had prepared to transfer that filthy king characteristic to the abyss. Fabudi should have noticed the actions of the Mother Tree of Desire. Although Fabdi is unaware of the Mother Tree of Desire's plans, and does not know that she hopes to corrupt your actions, Fabdi is very clear that whatever the Mother Tree of Desire wants to do, we must do our best to stop it. Thanks to Fabdi's efforts, that characteristic did not go to the abyss. Fabudi must have sensed through the dark side of the universe that the Mother Tree of Desire had lost control over the characteristics of that filthy king. Odis nodded, that made sense. Otherwise, he would have suspected that the Mother Tree of Desire had some ulterior motive, deliberately sending him a defiled king. What are its characteristics? Then Odis asked with some curiosity, how do you know all this? The Celestial Master smiled and said, you may not have noticed, but a few of the intelligent puppets you used as workers are missing. I've reassigned them to gather intelligence on the North and South continents. He paused for a moment and then said, I said before that once you become an angel, I will have a basis for existence and be able to do more things on the North and South continents. Odis exclaimed, oh, to himself, thinking, I never imagined that intelligent puppets could be used like this. This is a completely enhanced version of invisible servants. After finishing their business, Odis left the wise man's time and returned to the real world. It was already past 10 p.m., and Odis had not yet had dinner. Although at his level, whether or not he ate dinner didn't really matter, eating was mainly for psychological comfort. So, as planned, he changed his appearance, went to the still bustling Cruise Island food court, ordered barbecue and beer, and took them back to his cabin to enjoy. After a good night's rest, Odis returned to Azhara and, as arranged by the Remberg government, delivered a speech in the capital square, wishing everyone a happy new year. In fact, Odis really wanted to give a live-stream speech using extraordinary technology, but the extraordinary industrial system was not yet fully built, and it was currently impossible to manufacture items like extraordinary film and television, so a live-stream speech was not possible. It would be worth considering importing a complete broadcasting system from Rune, but in Odis's opinion, the principle is so simple yet the system is so expensive, it's really unnecessary. So Odis used the traditional method, having reporters report on his speech in the form of a newspaper. After finishing his speech, Odis had nothing else to do, so he boarded the Suzaku and went aboard the Dawn. Bernadette was fishing on the deck when Odis found a seat next to her and glanced at the bucket beside her. Just started fishing, haven't caught anything yet. Bernadette took a deep breath, put away her fishing rod, and said, didn't you tell me that fishing can put you in a state of mental relaxation? Will it make you feel better? Why isn't it working? Odis smiled and said, this method depends on the situation. On a ship that is constantly moving forward, with sailors walking back and forth behind you, it is definitely difficult for you to calm down. As he spoke, he took the fishing rod, checked the bait, and then cast the line. Besides, this is just a way to practice calming the mind and focusing the spirit. It's not something that will work right away. Bernadette smiled and said, you have a point no matter what. In fact, as long as Odis was by her side, she felt much better, and any pressure she felt would disappear instantly. Odis looked at the sea and said, today is New Year's Day. Time flies, Bernadette exclaimed. This year has been so exciting. Last year, we left Backlund for disrupting the actions of the lone royal family and the witch cult during the New Year. After Bernadette said that, Odis also felt that this year had indeed been a bit long, but when he thought about his own growth, he was also a little frightened. In 1 year, it went from Sequence 7 to Sequence 2, undergoing 2 qualitative changes. However, Odis also knew very well that the reason why he could advance so quickly was mainly because after advancing to Sequence 4, he hardly needed to digest the magic potion and could continue to advance by simply playing a role. Odis didn't dwell on the question, but instead smiled at Bernadette and said, tell me your New Year's wish. Bernadette paused for a moment before saying, I haven't thought about wishes for a long time. She paused for a moment and then said, when I was investigating the cause of my father's death, I did have a wish that I could find out what really happened as soon as possible. Later it became a goal and a source of hope. When Bernadette finally found her father's last tomb by following the clues, she felt a sense of relief. But after the feelings of reluctance and sadness subsided, Bernadette suddenly felt very empty, as if she had lost her goals and something to rely on, which is why she felt somewhat lost. Odis also noticed the reason for Bernadette's disappointment. After thinking for a moment, he said, the renovation work at MAXS has officially begun. I've laid out a huge project, and it will require continuous and massive investments to achieve my goals. However, once everything is in place, the current investment will unleash tremendous potential. Odis smiled and said, you can go around and see for yourself, and experience the new system I'm implementing. He took a deep breath and said, there are currently many obstacles to this project, and I need your help. Bernadette glanced at Odis, then suddenly smiled and said, I will definitely help you. No, I should say it's about running our shared business. After all, you are as important to me as my father. She rarely made such declarations of affection, which immediately made Odis smile and say, then come back to Ashara with me tomorrow. We still have a lot to do. At that moment, the fishing rod suddenly moved. Odis pulled on her fishing rod, we'll have fresh fish tonight. The fish was quite large. Odis threw it into a bucket and carried it directly to the kitchen. Afterwards, Odis and Bernadette chatted for a while in the captain's cabin about Fabti. Odis did not mention the Celestial Master and his plans, but focused on Fabti's current state and his desire to obtain the Defiled King attribute. Bernadette clearly hadn't expected that the Sequence 1 characteristic would actually bring forth such an ancient god. As they chatted, it was time for dinner. The two of them ate grilled fish and toasted each other. We plan to welcome the new year together in this pleasant atmosphere. Odis then talked about his childhood, because his grandfather's family used to grow watermelons, so what he missed most was the taste of watermelons. At the time, I didn't think watermelons were anything special, I just thought they tasted familiar. After arriving in this mysterious world, Odis realized just how unique the watermelons from her hometown were. The watermelons in this world look similar to those in Odis's memory, but the rinds are incredibly thick. There were very few melons, so eating them wasn't very interesting. The key point is that it's very expensive, something only the nobility can afford, and even then, it's not something they can eat often. Odis said to Bernadette, once we've entered Feniport, we must get the bishops of the Church of the Earth Mother to study the matter of improving watermelon varieties. Bernadette laughed and said, now that you mention it, I'm curious too. What do watermelons with thin rinds look like? Just then, the two of them looked towards the front of the ship. Odis put down his wine glass. Even on New Year's Day, the ghost ship doesn't get a holiday. The two men sensed that a ghost ship was rapidly approaching the dawn. Just then, the whistle of the night watchman sounded outside, and the sailors and crew who were drinking and celebrating the New Year hurried to the deck. Odis and Bernadette also put down their wine glasses and went to the window of the captain's cabin to look at the scene ahead. Dense fog once again blanketed the sea. By this time, the dawn had already sailed away from the area with the densest fog, but there was still thick fog in the middle of the night. However, there are almost no foggy days during the day. Bernadette gently blew forward, and the air around the dawn immediately stirred, creating a strong gust of wind. The fog ahead suddenly churned up, and soon visibility improved, allowing a clear view of the ghost ship. Compared to the dawn, that ship was not very large and looked somewhat dilapidated. The key point was that the ship's main mast had been broken, but it was still sailing on the sea. Odis suddenly let out a. Bernadette was taken aback. You've seen this ghost ship before. I blew it up, Odis laughed. I'm the one who blew up its mast. He then explained, I encountered this ghost ship on my first night at sea. There is a high-ranking ghost at the bottom of this ship, who seems to be a member of the Trensalt family. Odis summoned a lord of the underworld, who severely damaged the ghost ship, allowing him and Bazel to escape. Sometimes, when the night was quiet, Odis would recall that dry-headed captain on the ship, and the mummies that crawled like geckos in the corridors and cabins. Odis was puzzled. Why did it suddenly come to me on its own? Didn't they realize the danger on the Dawn? At this moment, the gunners of the Dawn had already pushed the cannons out, ready to fire at any time. Odis smiled and said, how about we go take a look at that ship as a special New Year's program? Bernadette nodded without objection and said, okay. So she ordered her crew not to attack for the time being. Then the two people transformed into a stream of information and quickly appeared on the deck of the ghost ship. In Odis's memory, the large hole in the deck that led directly to the bottom of the ship had disappeared. He glanced at the captain's cabin again and saw that the mummified captain was still there, but he seemed to have completely lost his will and was just a walking corpse. At this moment, the dried corpse captain saw Odis and Bernadette and immediately froze, like a puppet with its strings cut. The other mummies were the same, as if they had instantly lost all life. Odis laughed and said, it seems the owner of this ship sensed that we have boarded. I know this place well, follow me. As he spoke, he led the way to the second deck of the ship. The place was still as oppressive as ever. The men who had hanged themselves or committed suicide in the original cabins were no longer in their original positions, but were all gathered together in one cabin, as if they were having a meeting. On the next level down, there were many more mummified corpses, like geckos, lying on the deck. But as soon as Odis came down, they trembled and scrambled to hide in the cabin. Odis exclaimed, it feels so good to be promoted to a higher sequence. The last time he came here, he had to be very careful, for fear of attracting the monster siege. Upon reaching the lowest level, many translucent ghosts were present, moving about in the corridors and cabins. They chatted amongst themselves, like a silent little neighborhood. Bernadette looked at the ghosts. Their condition is strange, as if they've been bound here by some force. And their remaining spirituality is providing energy to the ship. While directing several invisible servants to sweep away the dust of vengeful spirits, here, Odis said, the way this ghost ship exists seems to be somewhat unique. The person who designed it must be someone who understands ghosts very well and can utilize ghosts and certain rules of the underworld. The floor of this cabin is covered with a thin layer of vengeful dust, an extraordinary material of the middle sequence level. When Odis came last time, his strength was limited, so he couldn't stay here for too long and only took a little bit with him. Later, whenever I thought about this, I felt it was a great pity, and it was a waste to leave those gold pounds on such a ghost ship. Now that we're back on this ship, of course we have to take everything with us. Bernadette thought about it carefully, but couldn't immediately recall a character like the one described by Odis. The arrival of the two angels caused the ghosts to quickly enter the cabin. Their avoidance is based on instinct. Although Odis and Bernadette haven't shown any malice yet, to these spirits, angels are powerful beings, like enormous beasts, even if they are herbivores. It also makes people afraid to get close. Guided by their spirit, Oedipus and Bernadette stopped in front of a wooden door. Oh dear. The wooden door opened, and in one corner of the room was a clump of feathers covered in yellow grime, resembling a large bird huddled in the corner. Amidst the feathers, a pair of indifferent eyes gazed toward the doorway. Those eyes were somewhat blank, only regaining focus after seeing Odis and Bernadette arrive. Odysseus immediately realized that the attack on the ship last time, or the lord he summoned from the underworld, had caused a problem with the ship's spirit-like state. The rules on this ship don't seem to have been set by the ship spirit, so even after the ship spirit malfunctioned, the ship continued to operate normally. It was also because the ship spirit was not in good condition that this ghost ship did not avoid the dawn like other ghost ships. At this moment, Odis and Bernadette both sensed a change in the surrounding rules, as if the power of the spirit world had increased. The eyes hidden in the feathers seemed to have regained some reason, and were carefully trying to distinguish Odis and Bernadette. Odis raised his hand, and several strings of data-like symbols surrounded the clump of feathers, making the target appear somewhat illusory and isolating it from the rules. The two angels then entered the room, and Odis asked, "What is your name?" The other party did not respond in any way. Bernadette summoned an invisible servant, and gave it a peeping eye, then opened the peeping eye to look at the clump of feathers. For a second or two, her eyes suddenly went blank, but she quickly regained her clarity. It's connected to a huge mausoleum. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and a scene appeared in front of the two of them. Just as Bernadette had said, it was a huge inverted pyramid, which looked quite spectacular. Odis glanced at the dirt on the feathers, frowned, and said, "I initially thought this would be a demigod of the arbitrator pathway, but I didn't expect it to be a demigod of the death pathway." Bernadette shook her head. "It doesn't seem like it. She took out pale death and put it on her face. The eyes in the feathers immediately became filled with awe and fear, a complete surrender and terror to the mask. This is an absolute suppression of the lower level by the higher level from the death pathway. Bernadette asked, "What's your name?" The feathers beneath its eyes suddenly stood up, revealing a crooked mouth, and it replied, "Collier Trenchorst. He is indeed a member of the Terransust family." Bernadette then asked, "Who designed this pattern of using spirits to power ghost ships?" In a terrible state, practically transformed into a monster, Collier spoke in a voice that was neither fully real nor fully authentic. "It is the great Night Emperor and Underworld Emperor. What?" Odis was taken aback and couldn't help but glance outside. When he first boarded the ship, he felt that the ghost ship had a very special pattern. It seemed to have a relatively unique order, and it was not just ghosts or ship spirits that were controlling the ship. However, he never expected that the design of this ship was actually established by two emperors during the Quaternary period. The key point is that Pluto also has the support of the true creator and has always been an ally of Black Emperor Solomon. Night Emperor, who betrayed Solomon, is in opposition to Pluto most of the time. Unexpectedly, they actually cooperated to build a ghost ship. Bernadette was also aware of this history, so she asked again, "When did you begin this collaboration?" "The final stages of the War of the Four Emperors." Collier answered honestly, "After the fall of the Blood Emperor." Odis smiled and said, "It was just a guess before. After the northern continent is reunified, the main conflict will change from the conflict between the four emperors to the conflict between the Night Emperor and the six gods. Now it seems that this guess is quite reasonable. After all the enemies were eliminated, Night Emperor was no longer willing to be the puppet of the six gods. Therefore, the secret established contact with the Emperor of the Underworld. Later, the sage consulted with the Night Emperor about plugging the hole in the barrier. For the Night Emperor, it was like someone offering him a pillow when he was sleepy. Bernadette then asked, "Why did the Night Emperor and the Pluto Emperor build this ghost ship?" Collier replied, "This ghost ship wasn't built by the two great emperors who jointly constructed the Transmigrator Empire. This ship was transformed into a ghost ship through a ritual that invoked the Transmigrator Empire's power." Odis and Bernadette exchanged another glance. This was the second time they had been surprised. They hadn't expected that exploring a seemingly ordinary ghost ship would yield information about the Transmigrator Empire. This ship is one of the 7 great treasures of the sea. It is said that when the Transust Empire was destroyed, the nobles and people of the empire left the northern continent with a large amount of treasure on this ship and then disappeared on the vast sea. More than 1,000 years have passed, and people still occasionally see the ship. Although the eyewitnesses' descriptions of many details of the ship differ, the only thing they have in common is that it is a huge ship, comparable to a small city. Because of the use of pale death, Bernadette's life force was gradually fading, but she still asked methodically, "What is the current status of the Transmigrator Empire? Are there any passengers on board?" Collier said, "Yes." The mouth beneath the feathers paused for a moment before continuing. Both great emperors foresaw that their careers might suffer setbacks, so they made some preparations in advance and secretly established the empire together. The great Night Emperor exploited certain rules of the underworld, causing the spirits of the deceased members of the Transist and Eggers families to travel to the empire with their extraordinary characteristics, thus accumulating strength for their future restoration. The Empire Emperor established a deep connection between the empire and the underworld, turning the empire into an underworld that could exist in the real world and move around continuously. Unfortunately, before the ship was fully completed, His Majesty the Night Emperor perished, and the empire was hastily set sail. Only a portion of the members of the Transist and Eggers families would go to the empire after their deaths, and there was only a very small chance that they would carry their extraordinary characteristics with them. The current ruler of the empire is Prince Daniel. Odis exclaimed, "Just as the witnesses said, this truly is a moving city." He then added, "The Night Emperor and the Underworld Emperor should be glad that the empire was hastily set sail before it was even finished. Otherwise, it would have been easily discovered by the 7 gods that a large number of the extraordinary characteristics of the arbitrator and account holder channels flowed to the Transist Empire. In that case, all 7 gods will mobilize their forces to search, and the empire should be found very soon." Bernadette had also considered this, and she continued, "Why is the empire being converted into a ghost ship? Is it because the empire is full, and they have to use this method to arrange living places for the spirits of the 2 families?" Collier didn't hide anything. Some time ago, the great Night Emperor issued a decree that he saw an opportunity for resurrection and asked us to find something. It is said that as long as that thing is brought back to the Transist Empire, and the corresponding ceremony is performed, the Night Emperor will then be able to once again rule the northern continent. This answer once again surprised Odis and Bernadette, so Bernadette immediately asked, "What kind of thing is it?" Collier's feathers suddenly trembled, one, like a glass bottle. Sample. The feathers suddenly grew thicker, layer upon layer, and the other party seemed to have lost control all of a sudden. Bernadette did not react immediately. Instead, she stared at those increasingly confused eyes for a few more seconds before saying to Odis, "That's enough." Having anticipated this, Odis immediately simulated the light of purification. Currently, Odis's ability to simulate some common extraordinary abilities has reached a level of complete mastery. The corresponding Gar runes have completely turned into a blurry light, and he can simulate the ability he wants in less than half a second. Moreover, this purifying light was extremely thick, completely enveloping Collier, who only let out a muffled groan. There were no other sounds. 2 or 3 seconds later, Odis's purifying light gradually dissipated, and where Collier had been standing, only a few charred feather shafts remained. He was originally a spirit, and even though he was out of control, he was still a spirit, so that light of purification completely purified him. However, to Odis's surprise, it did not possess any extraordinary characteristics. Click. The bow suddenly broke off from the hull, leaving a large hole in which icy seawater poured in. Without Collier's ship spirit, the ghost ship immediately lost its balance and is rapidly disintegrating. The spirits that had been wandering around the lower decks of the ship quickly faded away and returned to the underworld. Odis and Bernadette immediately used their teleport ability to reach the board. Odis saw those gecko-like, dry monsters fall one by one from the corridors and cabins, as if they had lost all life. Meanwhile, the mummified captain and other living corpses on the deck also fell to the ground, their extraordinary properties rapidly escaping. Odis raised his hand and collected all these characteristics into the wilderness of knowledge. Odis and Bernadette then set the ghost ship ablaze before returning to the dawn. After glancing at the raging fire on the sea, Bernadette was about to return to the captain's cabin when Odis stopped her and briefly recounted their exploration to the crew waiting on deck. Bernadette paused for a moment, but did not stop her. After Odis finished speaking, the crew and sailors praised the captain and President Remenberg for their strength, and the atmosphere became lively. Everyone seemed quite happy. After Odis and Bernadette returned to the captain's cabin, the crew and sailors went back to the ship's cabin and began drinking and bragging about the captain and his companion's exploration. Back in the captain's cabin, Bernadette picked up her glass again. "Actually, you're more suited to be captain than I am." She hadn't noticed at all that the crew members were waiting for them to explain what the ghost ship was all about. Of course, it's okay not to tell them, since the captain's actions don't need to be reported to the crew. However, if we did, everyone's morale would be a bit low. The key is that it's the new year, and if everyone is in a low mood, it will be too boring. Odis laughed and said, "Perhaps it's because I used to be a nobody." Then he asked, "What is the Night Emperor looking for?" Bernadette had her invisible servant paint a slender-necked glass bottle on a canvas in front of the window, with what appeared to be a swirling cloud of mist inside. Odis paused. "I vaguely remember, not remember, but I feel like I've seen this bottle somewhere before. It seems to be connected to the uncertain mist. The uncertain mist?" Bernadette paused, then said, "You said it was an outer god, right?" "Yes." Odis nodded. "This reminds me that the Night Emperor did seem to have established some connection with the uncertain mist during the Fourth Epoch. In the Sage's plan, the uncertain fog is used to find the disordered kingdom, thus becoming the old days. Odis even has the memory of the specific operation process. The disordered kingdom is a special source material. The Celestial Venerable left a resurrection arrangement in the source material. During the Third Era, the Sage and the Ancient Sun God destroyed this arrangement and took the opportunity to pull a part of the disordered kingdom into the real world. It eventually transformed into a source substance like the River of Eternal Darkness, whose traces can be found in the real world. Chapter 448, Chapter 447 Reaching Home Run. During the Fourth Age, the Sages planned to make the Night King become the Old Ones to jointly resist the invasion of the Outer Gods. After Odispu ascended to become an angel, he possessed related memories. At that time, the Sage used the source matter on the uncertain mist and the part of the disordered kingdom that permeated from the western continent to give the Night Emperor the source matter that could be used to ascend to the past in an abstract sense. Since these two source substances are originally one, theoretically, it is possible to establish a close connection between their respective parts. Therefore, the disorderly kingdom of the Night Emperor is more like a patchwork, with considerable hidden dangers, and can only barely become a relic of the past. The Sage's original plan was that as long as the Night Emperor became the Old One in this way, they would devise a plan to eliminate the uncertain mist, strip away the source essence from the uncertain mist, and replenish it all to the Night Emperor, thus eliminating that hidden danger. Afterwards, while waiting for the seal on the western continent to be lifted, the Night Emperor will be able to replenish his source essence, possess a complete version of the disordered kingdom that even the uncertain mist has never had, and attempt to incorporate the extraordinary pathways within the uncertain mist. The plan was excellent, but after just the first step, the Sage had to fall into a deep sleep. When he awoke, the 6 gods had already killed the Night Emperor. In Odis's memory, there were also reasons why the 6 gods did what they did. In the Third Age, the Ancient Sun God was not a benevolent priest. The god of war was a giant, and the god of the dead was a feathered serpent. All of these were within the scope of the Church of the Sun God's attacks. The so-called confirmation of humanity's dominant position in the extraordinary realm is not as simple as just talking about it. It is through the organized cleansing and hunting of other extraordinary races by human extraordinary beings, especially those in the Church of the ancient Sun God, that they have achieved their dominant position. Even the goddess of night, who had cooperated with the ancient Sun God, was a demon wolf and for a time was not spared from being attacked by the kings of angels. The angel kings need no introduction. They have always been by the side of the ancient Sun God, working diligently and daring not to make any mistakes. This has instilled a collective sense of resistance towards the past, fearing that the Night Emperor might become the next ancient Sun God. So, taking advantage of the sages' weakness and the need for them to jointly resist the invasion of the outer gods, they sought an opportunity to kill the Night Emperor. However, these memories could not be explained too clearly to Bernadette. Odis could only give a general account of the relationship between the Night Emperor and the Uncertain Mist, as well as the fact that he had taken the initiative to contact the Uncertain Mist. Bernadette nodded. I see. She paused for a moment and guessed, so, the Night Emperor must have been corrupted by the Uncertain Mist. Is that why it issued such a mission? Odis thought for a moment but shook his head. I can't say for sure right now, but I can contact members of the Trentist family and ask them if they have any clues. Bernadette hummed in agreement, indicating that she was also curious to see if she could get any clues, and that if she could, she should let her know. Then Odis added, I'm curious, Collier acted like a demigod before, but why doesn't he have any extraordinary abilities after being purified? Bernadette thought for a moment before saying, perhaps the trait was revoked. She paused for a moment and then said, what I saw with the Eye of the Secret was that the inverted pyramid behind Collier should represent the Trentist Empire. Collier doesn't seem to be an isolated undead, but rather has a close connection with the Empire. Furthermore, considering that the Empire was built by the Night Emperor and the Underworld Emperor with the aim of using the Underworld to transfer the spirits and characteristics of the two families onto the Empire. So after Collier was purified, this mechanism may have been activated, and the characteristics were transferred to the Empire. Odis nodded slowly, feeling that the guess made a lot of sense. Then he smiled and praised, this guess is logically clear and reasonable. Most people don't have this level of understanding. Bernadette smiled and said, your praise is a bit much. It's illogical and unreasonable. Odis chuckled twice, I don't mean anything by it, I'm just simply expressing my thoughts. That topic was left at that point, and the two started talking about fun things from their childhood and interesting experiences, and the atmosphere gradually became warm again. After dinner, the two of them reclined together in armchairs, embracing each other, watching the thick fog on the sea, and continuing to chat idly. They would occasionally kiss and talk about things that only the two of them would discuss. They both enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere between them. Ding ding ding. As the midnight bells rang, Odis raised his hand and simulated fireballs that flew into the sky and exploded. Its shape looks a lot like fireworks. In an instant, the fireball dispersed the surrounding fog, illuminating the foggy sea surface and creating a magical beauty. Although the crew and sailors were mostly men, they all came out to watch the beautiful fireworks on New Year's Eve. Bernadette watched the fireworks and sighed, I thought I was way past the age of enjoying fireworks, but it turns out I just didn't have the right person to watch them with. Odis also remarked, I always thought that setting off fireworks for women was a very uncreative approach. But now I think fireworks are pretty good, and we can set off more so we can watch more of them. The last time he set off fireworks during Chinese New Year was when he was in junior high school. The two hugged each other again, watching the fireworks explode one by one, releasing their most dazzling light, but quickly fading away. The sky darkened again. The crew and sailors talked for a while before returning to their cabins, as the sea breeze was quite chilly. After that, the ship gradually quieted down, the New Year's Eve celebrations ended, and everyone went back to rest. At this moment, Odis noticed that Bernadette had not asked him to leave today. Normally, they would hug and chat for a long time like this, but when it got late at night, Bernadette would always let Odis go back to his room to rest. Odis seemed to understand something and kissed Bernadette's lips again, trying to take off her coat. Bernadette did not stop him, and Odis knew that he could stay in the captain's cabin to rest that night. They kissed passionately for a while, their breathing becoming somewhat heavy. They are now angels and can completely control their emotions in most situations, but if they choose not to control their emotions, they are just like normal people when they get emotional. The armchair was too cramped, so Odis carried Bernadette to the bed and slowly undressed her. As her perfect, fair figure appeared before him, Odis felt his hands tremble with excitement. Bernadette didn't seem too shy, she hooked her arms around Odis's neck and wrapped her legs around his waist. Odis quickly took off his clothes and kissed and embraced Bernadette. I know many people will curse, but if I write anything more detailed, it will definitely get censored. The next morning, Odis woke up in Bernadette's captain's cabin. He stared at the ceiling for a while before suddenly smiling, embracing Bernadette beside him, feeling the warmth and softness of her body. Bernadette woke up and turned around to hug Odis. Last night I was thinking, our ages are really complicated. I used to think I was over 100 years older than you, but I never imagined that you were actually several thousand years older than me. Odis replied, it's not complicated, our mental ages are about the same. Bernadette had previously discussed the concept of psychological age with Odis, especially since saints who follow the secret seeker path have lifespans of 200 or 300 years. Therefore, it is essential to choose a psychological age for oneself and continuously build one's mental foundation to believe that one is in that age group. Because they have a prime period of 100 or 200 years, their physical functions do not decline significantly during this stage. If the issue of psychological age is not handled properly in this state, it is easy to feel like you are still in your prime. However, he speaks and acts like an old man. After all, once a person has lived for 50 or 60 years and witnessed the hardships and coldness of human relationships, their mentality cannot be the same as that of a young person. If this state continues for a long time, it will definitely cause a serious psychological misalignment, which will in turn affect one's own state of mind. Therefore, Bernadette positioned her mental age as around 27 or 28 years old, and she has maintained this position quite well. Odis is now behaving at about the same age. Before he was promoted to angel, he always believed that he had transmigrated when he was around 20 years old and had spent 4 years in this world, so his mental age was probably around 23 or 24. After being promoted to angel, he inherited a large number of memories from the sage, which made him seem to have become very old. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind, and in the end, his mental age was about 27 or 28 years old. Therefore, when the two of them talked, they no longer had the naivety of teenagers, instead, they were relatively mature and composed, and I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Bernadette smiled and scratched Odis's chest with her finger, but you still look quite young. Odis pinched her incredibly supple waist, you're quite nice too. The two looked at each other and smiled. Although the two of them used to talk about almost everything, they rarely made jokes like this. But now it's different. After taking that final step, it's fun to tease each other occasionally. Then the two started talking about their plans for the new year. Bernadette asked, should we transfer more of the extraordinary ones from Elemental Dawn to Remberg? No need, Odis said. This year, there's a high probability of a large-scale naval battle with Fenaport. In another month or two, we'll need to borrow the shipyard on Lasha Island to begin mass production of warships. The extraordinary individuals of Elemental Dawn can continue to remain at sea, they will play an even greater role in the future. The main reason is that the shortage of extraordinary individuals in Remberg has been basically filled, and with the large-scale promotion of extraordinary individuals trained by Odis to Sequence 7, the number of extraordinary individuals at the grassroots level is already sufficient. Extraordinary individuals recruited from other factions, as well as wild extraordinary individuals recruited from elsewhere, can be used to wage extraordinary wars. The war in the north has now lasted for several months, prices have skyrocketed, and crime is rampant. Even the living conditions of wild extraordinary beings have become harsher. Some wild extraordinary beings who would not normally provoke each other may now fight tooth and nail for gold pounds. So now Bazel and Rupert's recruitment efforts are going very well, and they are sending Odis several wild extraordinary individuals every week. Odis was also very generous. After recruiting people, even if he couldn't arrange work immediately, he would pay them according to the official standards for extraordinary individuals. Moreover, he would provide room and board during the training period, and there would be single dormitories after they started working. Rather than risking their lives for the military, the wild extraordinary individuals preferred to join Remberg, a relatively stable state that had already won 2 consecutive battles. At this point, the two discussed the integration of their respective forces. Odis expressed her hope that the members of Elemental Dawn could leverage their strengths and take the lead in matters on the high seas. Bernadette understood Odis's implication, so she hummed in agreement and added, you can use the resources of the Lacha Islands at will. Odis kissed Bernadette on the forehead, then took a deep breath and said, this year is crucial. If we can defeat Fenaport, we will never again face a war that requires the entire nation's strength. If they win this war, Lenberg's strength will quickly surpass that of Fenaport, making it the 3rd largest country in the north. If handled properly, it's not impossible to destroy this country in the future. Bernadette patted Odis on the chest, have some confidence in yourself, you can do it. Odis chuckled and said, your encouragement is enough to help me overcome all difficulties. Then he sat up and said, but when it's time to work, we still have to go to work, and we have to make as many preparations as possible. As he put on his clothes, he said, you rest a little longer. I'll go back first, and we'll have lunch together. Bernadette lay on the bed watching Odis get dressed as if she were watching a performance. Okay. Odis dressed, went back and kissed Bernadette again, then summoned Suzaku and returned to Azhara's presidential palace. The presidential palace was extremely busy even during the New Year period this year, as a large amount of wealth poured in from the Kingdom of Rune and the Empire of Fuzak, allowing Odis to prepare for war at maximum intensity while renovating the former territory of Massey. Both tasks are very expensive, but the Remberg government's finances are currently quite optimistic. Odis was actually quite grateful for the war. To date, on the front lines of the war between the Kingdom of Rune and the Empire of Fuzak, roughly 1 in 9 guns is a semi-automatic rifle manufactured in Remberg. Moreover, both sides are making large-scale purchases, almost matching the amount produced by Remberg. The Extraordinary Machine Gun, Extraordinary Gatling Gun, and Spirit Wave Cannon are making even more money, and a batch has already been exported to Rune. When the contract was signed with Rune, Rune repeatedly stipulated that such weapons could not be sold to the Fuzak Empire and the Republic of Intis in any form. Currently, only Odis can manufacture these weapons, a fact that cannot be kept from Rune. Therefore, these extraordinary weapons are currently only exported to Rune, but they are more profitable than semi-automatic rifles. There wasn't much official business today. After having lunch with Bernadette, Odis attended a few more events. The president was busier than usual during the New Year period. After a few busy days, Odis finally called his assistant Parada on the morning of the 7th, contact Mr. Marco and tell him that I have something to discuss with him about the Trencust family, and ask him to come and meet with me as soon as possible. Marco was a demigod of the Trencust family. When Odis met him, he was being hunted down by the lone royal family. It was around that time that Odis took Palada, a clever-looking young man in his early 20s, under his wing, with him, hoping to develop a group of members of the Trensalt family to work for Remberg when the opportunity arose. Parada paused for a moment, then immediately said, I'll go right to Mr. Marco right away. Odis grunted in agreement and waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up. A little over an hour later, Parada returned and said, Mr. Marco said he'll be coming to Azhara tomorrow morning. Odis nodded, book me a private room at a high-end restaurant and have lunch with Mr. Palada at noon. Parada nodded and said, yes. Odis then went to the Remberg Research Institute, where a difficult technical problem had arisen in the research of the extraordinary rocket, and Odis intended to take a look. That afternoon, Odis stayed at the Research Institute, offering several suggestions to the rocket research team before returning to Azhara to have dinner with Bernadette and rest together. The two are now living together in Bernadette's villa with a small yard. Bernadette's current task is to help Odis examine some renovation projects and keep an eye on the shipyard renovation work on Cruz Island and Lasha Island. Occasionally there are some urgent matters to handle, but overall, the work is not very busy, so I return here early every day to wait for Odis to come back for dinner. This is a time for the two of them to completely relax and enjoy life. They are just like two ordinary people, sharing what happened at work that day, and sometimes going out to listen to a concert or watch a play. However, they have to change their appearance every time they go out to avoid causing inconvenience. Just last year, Bernadette had no idea that this peaceful life would be so appealing. Sometimes she even felt that she was about to succumb to this peaceful life and no longer want to face the bloodshed and turmoil of the extraordinary world. However, Odis said, many people live such peaceful and comfortable lives, but as advanced extraordinary beings, we should try our best to protect such lives for more people. Only then will our power have meaning. Otherwise, the world of extraordinary beings will only be filled with killing and fighting, and resisting madness and chaos, which is very meaningless. Bernadette thought Odis made a lot of sense, so she is now trying to draw strength from this ordinary life to improve her condition and make her life more meaningful. As for staying together at night, that's a natural thing to do, since once something like that happens, it'll happen many times. The next morning, the two went to work separately, looking forward to seeing each other again that evening. Around 10 o'clock, Palada came in and told Odis that Mr. Marco had arrived. Odis personally greeted him at the entrance of the presidential palace. Marco was accompanied by Palada's uncle, Mio. After exchanging a few polite words, Odis invited them to a reception room in the presidential palace. Marco, who looked very thin, first talked about the news he had seen in the newspaper last year. Remberg had achieved another great victory in the war against Fenaport. He congratulated Odis and then praised Odis's political acumen and military skills. Odis smiled and said, I have something else to discuss with you regarding the war with Fenaport. But let's wait a moment before discussing that. First, let's talk about why we suddenly contacted you. Marco nodded, looking at Odis with a serious expression. Odis said, I went to the Misty Sea some time ago because of some things. He recounted his encounter with the ghost ship to Marco and the others, and showed them a picture of the narrow-necked glass bottle, but he didn't provide much information about the uncertain mist. The more Marco listened, the more serious his expression became. Although he was in charge of the family's notes and documents, he was not clear about the details of the Trencist Empire. The fact that there was an imperial decree from the Night Emperor surprised him even more. Parada and his uncle Mio, who were standing nearby, were increasingly surprised as they listened. They never expected that President Remberg would provide such valuable intelligence to Mr. Marco. Finally, Odis said, half-jokingly, I discussed this matter with another learned demigod, who said that the narrow-necked glass bottle seems to be related to an evil god. I don't know the specifics of this matter, which is why I thought of contacting you to discuss it with you. Marco was silent for a moment before saying, I don't have many clues to offer you regarding this matter. In the family records I'm in charge of, the Empire is indeed mentioned many times, but there's never been a very detailed description. I only learned today that the ship was built by two emperors together. He paused for a moment, then added, however, I can assure you that it wasn't an order issued by His Majesty the Knight Emperor. Odis was taken aback, looking at the other person and waiting for his explanation. But Marco smiled helplessly. This involves a secret of our family, and it's really inconvenient for me to tell you. However, we are very grateful for the information you provided regarding the Empire, so I will thank you in another way. For example, gold pounds, gold, real estate, or even sealed items. As a family that existed for 2 centuries, although they began to be hunted down by the Church of the True God at the end of the 4th century, their accumulated wealth was still considerable. Odis did not ask any further questions, but smiled and said, I don't need gold pounds or seals right now. He seemed to ponder for a moment before saying, you can provide compensation in another form, which brings us to the war between Remberg and Fenaport. In fact, Odis had already thought it through. The reason he pretended to have just thought of this was to ensure that the process of winning over the Trensust family would leave no trace. Odiston paused for a moment and then said, although we won the 2 wars between Remberg and Fenaport, Fenaport did not use its full strength in those 2 wars. Their Eastern Army group did not participate in the war, but waited for the perfect opportunity to invade Rune or the central and southern countries. At this point, Odis said seriously, what I'm about to say must be kept a secret. Marco was taken aback, not expecting the other party to tell him some confidential matters. He immediately said, sure, we are allies, of course I will keep your secret. Odis hummed in agreement and said, in 2 or 3 months at most, Lenberg will have another conflict with Fenaport. Remberg's advantage is that our individual soldiers are highly capable. Even Fenaport's regular forces no longer dare to engage Remberg's army in a direct confrontation. However, Lenberg has a fatal weakness. I've only been in charge for a short time, and I haven't had enough time to develop many extraordinary individuals. Therefore, Remberg was at a disadvantage in extraordinary battles. He paused for a moment and then said, especially in battles between demigods, those below the demigod level can compensate with sealed artifacts or numbers. But enemies at the demigod level can only be dealt with by demigods. Even a sequence 5 with a level 1 sealed artifact is basically no match for a demigod, and using this method, unexpected events can easily occur, thus affecting the course of the battle. And sequence 5 also has its own enemies. Odis laughed and said, this is the most troublesome thing for me. The extraordinary power is obviously insufficient. No matter how you look at it, we are still missing a few demigod-level helpers. Marco listened quietly, showing no outward expression, but inwardly he was overjoyed. One of his purposes in coming to Remberg was to discuss with Odis the possibility of more members of the Trensalt family joining the Remberg official extraordinary organization. They listened to Parada's description of the war that had taken place in the past few years and roughly knew how powerful Remberg's new weapons were. They also heard that Odis had purged the nobles of Remnantburg and Mazik and possessed a large number of extraordinary traits from the arbitrator pathway, including no fewer than 6 saint-level traits. Odis is currently lacking extraordinary individuals, and the key is their generosity. Parada only participated in 1 war and was given the opportunity for promotion. At this time, the Terensust family was constantly worried about the characteristics that their members could use to promote them. The arbitrator pathway was a pathway controlled by the royal families of Lone and Fenaport, as well as the royal families and nobles of the central and southern kingdoms. These countries, by virtue of their dominance over the secular world, have virtually monopolized the characteristics and exceptional materials of this pathway, as well as crucial auxiliary materials. This made it increasingly difficult for members of the Trensust family to advance in their careers, so Marco hoped to negotiate with Odis to send a group of the family's extraordinary individuals to work in Remberg, thereby acquiring a group of extraordinary traits through the arbitrator pathway. This will result in a win-win situation. But what Marco didn't expect was that Odis would bring up this matter first. However, this was not surprising, as Lenberg's rise to power was too short-lived, and there simply wasn't enough time to accumulate enough demigods. At this point, Odis, having laid the groundwork, finally spoke, therefore, I hope the Trensust family will send your demigods. And some elite extraordinary individuals participated in the subsequent war. How about this be considered payment for the intelligence I provided? Odis smiled and said, of course, I know very well that the intelligence isn't enough to warrant you sending several demigods into battle. I can offer you another extraordinary trait, the Law Mage, as compensation, and all the spoils you obtain in battle are yours. The offer was quite generous, but Marco didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, I can't make this decision on my own. I need to discuss it with the other members of the family. How about I give you an answer in the next 2 or 3 days? Odis nodded, okay. Then he said to Parada, I'll give you a few days off to spend with Mr. Marco and your uncle, and take them around Ashara. Parada smiled and said, thank you, President. He was very keen for the 2 sides to reach this cooperation. During his time with Odis, he had come to greatly admire the president's political skills and his ability to manage his subordinates. He also firmly believed that Lenberg could achieve an even greater victory, which would allow him to continue to have the opportunity for promotion, and even the chance to gain more power. Moreover, he was quite familiar with his family's situation. If he hadn't become Odis's assistant and participated in the previous war against Veniport, he might have had to wait several more years for the opportunity to advance to Sequence 7. After finishing their business, the two chatted casually before going to the restaurant they had booked. The atmosphere was very pleasant throughout. In the afternoon, Odis had Parada receive Marco and Mio, while he continued working in the presidential office. Around 4 o'clock, since there was nothing else to do, Odis returned to her little home with Bernadette ahead of time. Bernadette has returned and is currently on the terrace drinking coffee and reading a book, as it's not yet dinner time. She glanced at Odis. Back so early? Nothing much, I came back early. Odis sat down next to Bernadette and said, I met with the Trencist family today. Odis had already discussed this matter, but at the time the two of them guessed that Marco and his group of Trencist members did not know the specific details of the Empire. In contrast, the members of the Empire were the core members of the Trensalt family. Both of them had checked the records. Collier said that Prince Dennis, the current ruler of the Empire, was once an angel of the royal family of Trencist during the Fourth Age. It's highly likely that he's a member who went to the Empire with his special characteristics. He's the true leader of this family right now and must know more inside information. Bernadette still asked, what did you find? Just as we suspected, Odis summarized his conversation with Marco, and concluded, why was he so sure that it wasn't the Knight Emperor's order? Bernadette pondered for a moment before guessing, perhaps they know the current state of the Knight Emperor. Chapter 449, Chapter 448 Incorporation of the Trensast family. When Odis spoke with Marco, the demigod of the Trensast family, he realized that the family members must have some knowledge of the Night King's situation, otherwise they wouldn't have been so certain in telling Odis that the order to find the narrow-necked glass bottle was not the Night King's will. Upon hearing Bernadette's guess, Odis laughed and said, that's what I think too. He took a deep breath, but the problem is, I'm also very curious about what state the Knight Emperor is in right now. Odis smiled and said, during the Fourth Age, the Knight Emperor jumped to the adjacent path of the gods, and his condition should be quite good among the four emperors. Since they could think of cooperating with the Emperor of the Underworld to leave a way out for the Trensast Empire and the royal family, they couldn't possibly not have thought of leaving a way out for themselves. He paused for a moment and then said, but in what way does he intend to be resurrected? The judge is not the Black Emperor, and doesn't seem to be a way to resurrect. The key question is that we cannot interrogate the members of the Trensalt family about this issue. Bernadette laughed and said, it's difficult for us to make reasonable guesses about matters of the gods. This reminded Odis, who said, that's true aloud, but in his heart he was thinking, I'll go to the wilderness of knowledge and ask the Celestial Master if he has any ideas. The two did not continue their conversation about the Knight Emperor. They lacked sufficient clues, so talking about it would be pointless, and their guesses didn't even have a general direction. They then discussed the issue of recruiting members of the Trenchhorst family, and Bernadette noticed, you revealed your hand to them right away. Aren't you afraid they'll ask for an exorbitant price? She paused for a moment before saying, this isn't like you. Odis laughed and said, they'll definitely ask for an exorbitant price. He laughed and said, negotiation is a matter of personal choice. When negotiating with an extraordinary family like this, you have to make sure they know your bottom line from the very beginning. I want them to ask for an exorbitant price and undermine their confidence as an extraordinary family, so that everyone can find their place when cooperating in the future. The Trensalt family is different from the Staiano family. The Staiano family has the messenger Elbera above them, so even if they have any ideas, they dare not show them. Over time, they realized that Odis hadn't treated them badly, so they stopped having any ulterior motives. The Trensalt family is different. As a former royal family, being appointed as an official extraordinary in Lenberg is a condescension for them. If they are not made to recognize their position from the start, it will cause a lot of trouble later. Odis was unwilling to actively suppress others, but he also knew very well that some things could only be achieved through certain means. It's beneficial for everyone. Bernadette nodded when she heard Odis say that, that's more like you. Odis smiled and then asked, what are we having for dinner tonight? Eat. Ugh, it's not good. Let's go to Cruise Island for barbecue instead. Bernadette was both amused and exasperated, I haven't even said what I want to eat yet. Just say you want barbecue. She paused for a moment, the newspaper said that eating barbecue is unhealthy. Odis was taken aback, you're worried about being unhealthy. Bernadette was also taken aback. She seriously wondered if she had been living a comfortable life for too long and her mind was not working properly. Just then, Odis's messenger, the bluebird, suddenly entered the room and delivered a letter to Odis, which was in its beak. Odis glanced at the envelope, it was from Rupert in Backlund. After glancing at the contents of the letter, Odis said with a hint of helplessness, the vampires are really slow. If it weren't for this letter, he would have almost forgotten that he had arranged to meet with the Moon Emlyn. More than a week has passed, and the vampires have finally decided to make contact with Rupert. If we're going to get to the main point, I don't know how long that will take. That evening, after having dinner with Bernadette on the island of Cruz, Odis lied and said she had other work to do. He went alone to the president's office lounge and entered the wilderness of knowledge to discuss the Night Emperor with the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master also said, there is a high probability that Terransost has a plan for resurrection. Odis asked, in what way will the arbitrator approach be revived? Could it be that they are building an order in advance that would be advantageous to their resurrection? Or are they carving out a space in the real world specifically for their resurrection? The worst approach would be to leave a strong spiritual residue on an object, waiting for the opportunity to be revived. However, Odis had considered all three methods, and they were all easy to discover, and the resurrected state would certainly be very poor. The Celestial Master suddenly smiled and said, have you forgotten that the Night Emperor's queen is the Blood Moon Queen? Odis slapped his thigh. How could I have forgotten about that? The lunar pathway, representing spirituality, life, and reproduction, offers more means of resurrection than the judgment pathway. 2 days later, in the presidential office in Rembrandt. As before, Odis warmly welcomed Marco. After everyone was seated in the sofa area, Odis asked with a smile, how is it? Remberg has changed a lot, hasn't it? Marco smiled and said, it's big, the changes are huge. In fact, he hadn't been wandering around as Hara at all these past few days. Instead, he had been staying at the hotel, discussing with the other demigods in his family how to negotiate with Odis. Odis smiled and asked, how are you considering the cooperation proposal I put forward earlier? Marco feigned difficulty and said, we discussed it and found that we couldn't mobilize too many elite demigod families to support Lenberg. Odis was visibly taken aback. What place would the Trensist family have that would require so many people? It mainly involves taking care of some of the family's businesses. I understand. Odis smiled. It's a real pity. In order to facilitate our cooperation, I rejected the cooperation intentions of some other forces. I should have discussed it with you in advance. Then he smiled and asked, have you been to the Remberg Museum? There are many interesting artifacts there. This time it was Marco's turn to be stunned. The so-called taking care of the family's business was just a pretext used to bargain. Who knew that Odis had no intention of bargaining at all, seemingly thinking that the cooperation was unnecessary. Standing behind him, Parada was anxiously trying to persuade Mr. Marco not to be too greedy in his negotiations with President Odis, because he knew very well that the demigods of the family were no match for Odis in negotiations. It wasn't Parada's personal worship of Odis that gave him such thoughts, but rather that his experience as Odis's assistant had broadened his horizons considerably, making him very aware of the family's internal problems. Moreover, Odis has always treated his allies well, and Palada really didn't want his family to lose this opportunity. However, his suggestion was not taken seriously, leaving Marco momentarily stunned. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Odis continued, the meatballs in Lundberg are very special. They are a mixture of beef, mutton, and pork, and have a special broth. They taste very good. You can ask Parada to take you to try them. Oh, right, there's also pickled herring, but not the kind the Fuzak people use. It's milder, but with a stronger spice flavor, and most importantly, it doesn't have that strong odor. Back when I was running Cruise Island, there was this guy from Fussack who opened a herring cannery on the dock, my god. That was a complete disaster. Marco grew increasingly tormented as he listened, and by this point, a bead of sweat had formed on his forehead. He forced a smile and replied, yes, those canned herring really do smell awful. He paused for a moment and asked, shouldn't we discuss the cooperation further? Oh, yes, we should definitely discuss it again. Odis crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa, seemingly distancing himself from Marco. I provided you with intelligence about the Treacherist Empire this time, so you should pay me a certain reward, both morally and logically. How about 3,000 pounds? For this level of intelligence, it's not much more than you asked for. Marco swallowed hard. He could sense the distance Odis was showing. This, please let me think about it. Odis laughed and said, your efficiency is too low. You, a demigod, can't even decide on a reward of 3,000 pounds. Marco smiled wryly and said, it is a bit low. Odis said, then you should go back and discuss it again. Once you've reached an agreement, talk to Afra. Afra is a demigod of the Stiano family and currently in charge of Azhara's official online organization. Marco was taken aback. Afra is. Odis simply said, a sequence 4. He then added, the desserts in Rembrandt are also quite good. In short, we're not going to talk about the main topic anymore. Marco had no choice. The negotiation skills they had discussed a couple of days ago were completely useless. He forced himself to chat for a while, then had to say goodbye and leave. As they were about to leave, Odis called out to Palada. After Marco and the others had all left, Odis said, "You must have been in a dilemma during this time." Parada felt as if the president had spoken out all the words he had in his heart. Odis smiled helplessly. "I didn't expect this situation. I originally thought the Trensalt family would be very interested in this cooperation." Just as Palada was about to speak, Odis raised her hand and said, "You and your uncle haven't seen each other for a long time. Spend the next few days chatting. You'll be back at work next week to continue your previous jobs." Parada understood the president's meaning. He wouldn't make things difficult for himself because of this matter. With mixed feelings, he said, "Yes." As soon as he left the presidential office and went down one flight of stairs, Marco, who was waiting there, immediately came up to him and whispered, "What did he say?" Parada said, "The president said that I should spend more time with you, as I will be going back to work next week." Marco was somewhat disappointed. This shouldn't be the case. Why would they refuse so decisively? Parada looked at the family demigod who seemed somewhat anxious, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. Back at the hotel, Marco quickly wrote to the other two demigods in his family, who were still waiting for the outcome of the negotiations. About half an hour later, the other two demigods arrived at the hotel using sealing artifacts. Upon meeting them, Maxi, the patriarch of the Turnsost family, immediately asked, "How did you negotiate? How could it have come to this?" The clan chief, with his white beard, was so excited as he spoke that his beard seemed to fly up. Marco, somewhat helplessly, described the negotiation process again. After the description was finished, the three demigods were stunned, as if they suddenly didn't know what to do. At this moment, Parada recalled the president's helpless expression, and he finally mustered up his courage and said, I have something to say. I hope to take you to see Remberg now, and also to see Cruise Island." The president's office. After seeing Marco and the others off, Odis stopped thinking about the matter. That afternoon, he arrived at the Raging Sea, an uninhabited island. In the distance of the island, a ship is moored, the ghost of the Dawnbreaker sword. Odis boarded the ghost and met Shadas and Mobert who were waiting there. Today, Shadas is to be elevated to demigod status. The elven race has sent a demigod to help Shadas prepare for the ceremony. Odis arrived here after Shadas's elevation to try to remove the magical item on her body that has the power of deception. The 5 characters, including Kalta, spent a long time in the travels of Grosser. After returning to the real world, without the protection of the imaginary power, the erosion of time would immediately turn them into a skeleton or a pile of bones. So Odis created a magical item for each of them, which contained the property of a fraudster, allowing them to deceive themselves and the imaginary power within them, thus enabling them to move freely in the real world. This magical item could very well become their weakness. If it is damaged or lost, they could die instantly. Odis had previously estimated that if they became demigods and possessed divinity, their existence might be recognized by the real world, making it unnecessary for them to wear that magical item. So Odis didn't come to help Shadaspas ascend, but to try to remove that magical item. After Siatas and the others were ready, she and the elven demigod landed on the deserted island. Although Mobert was very worried, he stayed on the ship. Because the ritual of ascending to the position of disaster priest would trigger earthquakes and tsunamis in the near sea, Mobert, despite being a sequence 5, was still in great danger to him due to such natural disasters. He did not want Shadas to be distracted during her ascension, so he stayed on the ship. After flying to the small island, Shatas tried to get herself into the best possible condition and then drank the potion. Her potion was made with extraordinary properties provided by Odis and auxiliary materials provided by the elves, as a reward for her and Mobert's communication with the elves scattered across the Raging Sea and the Misty Sea. As soon as Shadas finished taking the potion, Odis noticed an invisible ripple spreading outwards from beneath her feet toward the surface of the sea, causing the water to suddenly tremble noticeably. Immediately afterwards, a tsunami several meters high swept towards the island. The towering wall of water gave people a tremendous sense of oppression. Its flow speed did not seem very fast, but it had an unstoppable sense of despair. As the tsunami drew ever closer to Shadas, most of the vegetation on her island would be completely submerged. Shadas appeared incredibly small in the face of the tsunami. Seeing this, Mobert on the ship gripped the edge of the boat tightly, seemingly even more nervous than Shadas. Odis raised his hand, and an invisible force struck the giant wave generated by the tsunami, causing the tsunami heading towards the ship to disappear instantly. Don't be nervous, the demigods of the elven race should know very well how to protect the ascendants. At this moment, the elven demigod made his move. He couldn't allow the tsunami's power to weaken, as that would affect the ritual's effectiveness, but it could help the ascended ones withstand the tsunami's onslaught. However, this resistance needs to be balanced. Too much help is bad, because Shadas needs the tsunami's protection, but too little help would put Shadas in great danger. As Odis said, the elven demigod was very experienced, and the help he provided was neither too much nor too little. Shadas quickly regained consciousness and began to fight off the continuous tsunami on her own. The waves caused by the tsunami lasted for more than 20 minutes before finally subsiding. On the island where Odis ascended, apart from that small hill, all the plants and animals had been washed into the sea, leaving the entire island seemingly barren. Odis brought Moor to the island using flying magic and inquired about Odis's current condition. After confirming that the other party was in good condition, Odis, in accordance with their plan, set up an array with a thought, and placed a magic circle around Odis, but did not activate it with spiritual power. Odis would only infuse the magic circle with spiritual energy if Odis was in danger. Odis took a deep breath, took off the magical item that she had been wearing around her neck for nearly half a year, and tossed it to Moor. Afterwards, everyone was very nervous, quietly observing Odis's reaction, with only the sound of waves crashing against the shore. 1 second, 2 seconds, a dozen seconds later, Odis was perfectly normal. Odis smiled at her and said, "Congratulations, you no longer need to wear that magical item." Odis let out a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reborn. She gained recognition in the real world and no longer needed the help of magical items. Odis then said to Moor, "Your advancement traits are ready. You should start preparing as well. If you need my help, you can contact me." Moor stepped forward and took Odis's hand, finally putting his mind at ease. Then, he smiled happily and said to Odis, "Okay." Odis continued, "After completing the task of contacting the elven race, you must immediately go to Lundberg. They are currently lacking saints, and I have prepared a new task for you. Remberg, Tino Canton. This area was once part of the kingdom of Moss, but it is now a pilot farm in Remenberg." Parada, accompanied by the demigods of his family, arrived at the mountains of this state, from where they could clearly see 2 enormous pits on the distant plains. In many places at the bottom of the pit, the rocks are exposed, like a wound on this land where the bones are exposed. Parada said, "That's a remnant of the war between Lenberg and Fenaport. I was at the artillery position not far away, stopping Fenaport's extraordinary beings from attacking the machine guns. When I heard a Sequence 6 officer yell at us to lie down, I didn't react for a moment. But soon the huge shock wave crashed down, the earth trembled, and soil and rocks fell like rain, as if it were the end of the world." Marco and 2 other demigods recently visited the newly built factory area in southern Eshara. A vast expanse of brand new factory buildings was rising from the ground, and there were hundreds of thousands of workers on that huge construction site, creating a truly spectacular scene. Furthermore, the tools the workers were using were clearly extraordinary items. When Parada explained extraordinary technology to them, Marco and the other 2 suddenly felt as if they no longer recognized this world. They then took a teleportation array to the semi-automatic rifle production base in Watai State. They were somewhat surprised by the teleportation array, as they knew it was a rare and extraordinary magic array that had been lost for a long time. But what shocked them even more was that such a high-level magic array was used to transport various goods, and was not a passage reserved for extraordinary people and nobles. Upon arriving at the semi-automatic rifle factory in Vote State, Parada was the one who handled the guard posts and the interrogations by the extraordinary individuals. When the sentry soldiers and the extraordinary beings protecting the area saw Parada's credentials, they immediately became polite, and Parada also kept his distance, only looking from outside the workshop. This caused Marco and the others to exchange glances, realizing that President Lenberg had given Parada a very high position. The 3 demigods were somewhat surprised. After all, Polidas was not Odis's direct descendant, yet he still received such treatment. However, they were soon attracted by the production speed of the semi-automatic rifle factory. They watched as truckloads of parts were transported into the workshop and truckloads of guns and wooden crates were taken out. The 3 demigods were all silently calculating in their minds how much profit these factories could bring to Remberg. Afterwards, they took a teleportation array to Cruz Island, where they saw the island's prosperity, as well as giants and elves. By this time, they had fallen completely silent, simply listening quietly to Parada's explanation. The final stop was Tino, where they were now. It was only when Parada showed them the traces of the war that they truly understood the intensity of the battle. Parada continued, "I was shocked at the time, and had no idea what kind of weapon it was that could be so powerful. Of course, a demigod can easily create such an explosion, but how many demigods can a country have? At that time, I knew that under Mr. Gard's leadership, Remberg would become the world's leading power, and I could not miss such an opportunity." At this point, Parada looked at the 3 demigods behind him and his uncle Mio. "The family cannot miss such an opportunity either." Mio immediately reprimanded, "Watch your tone of voice." Maxi, who had a white beard, raised his hand and said, "We made a serious misjudgment before." He remarked, "Odis is more powerful than we imagined." "He is very powerful," Parada said. "At the same time, he is very friendly to his allies, like the Stiano family. Many members of this family that I know have been promoted after becoming official extraordinary in Remberg." He paused for a moment and said, "The president took the initiative to state his purpose from the beginning, and even told Mr. Marco about the military operation that Lenberg was preparing. This is a sign of respect for the Trensalt family. Maxi and the other two demigods smiled helplessly, but they gave an excuse such as the need to guard the family business. They want to gain more advantages in the negotiations. After glancing at the large crater in the distance, Maxi politely said to Parada, "Could you talk to the president and we renegotiate?" "I'll talk to him." Parada breathed a slight sigh of relief and then said, "We'll head back to Azhara now." Maxi immediately escorted Parada back to the presidential palace in Azhara. Parada jogged all the way, took a deep breath in front of the president's office to calm himself down, and then knocked on the door. Odis, who was drinking tea, glanced at Parada and said, "It's only Saturday today, why are you back already?" "Mr. President," Parada said earnestly, "I implore you to give the Trensaust family another chance. This time they are very sincere, and the patriarch will speak with you personally." Odis was visibly taken aback. "They've come to their senses. I've figured it out." Odis thought for a moment, then sighed and said, "All right, since you've put it that way, let them come again tomorrow morning." Parada said happily, "Thank you, Mr. President." Odis smiled to himself, thinking, "You have earned yourself the opportunity to advance to Sequence 6. On the second day of negotiations, Odis maintained that same enthusiasm but also a touch of awkwardness. However, the negotiations went very smoothly. Odis would arrange for them to fight against the corresponding demigods and other extraordinary beings of the sequence of Feniport after the extraordinary war began. All the spoils of war belong to the Trensaust family. Odis will not provide any reward and will only allow some of them to join the ranks of the extraordinary in Lenberg if they perform well in the battle. After the negotiations ended, the three demigods left the presidential palace and couldn't help but look at each other with wry smiles. The negotiations had completely robbed them of their law and order characteristics. Over the next 4 months, the decline of the Kingdom of Rune became increasingly apparent. Although the extraordinary weapons imported from Remnantburg inflicted heavy losses on the enemy, they only slowed their retreat. The first line to be breached was the western line of Rune. The military and extraordinary forces of the Republic of Intis were 3 times that of Rune, so it was quite remarkable that Rune had been able to hold out for so long. The entire western army group of Rune suffered heavy casualties in the continuous fighting, and only withdrew from its positions and important cities after it could no longer hold them. But it quickly turned into a rout, and the central plateau region controlled by Rune fell into the hands of the Republic of Intis. From then on, the Intis army could take advantage of the high ground and launch an attack on the plains from the heights. A few days later, the defensive line that Rune had set up on the southern coast of Jianhai was also breached. The fall of this defensive line is more devastating than that of the western line, because half of the industrial area of the Kingdom of Rune is located on the southern coast of the South Sea. The loss of this area means that half of Rune's most prized industrial system has been lost. The outcome of this war seems to be a foregone conclusion. It appears only a matter of time before the armies of the Fussac Empire and the Republic of Intis reach Backlund. At this time, the royal family of Lone appealed to Remberg for help, hoping that Remberg could delay the advance of the Republic of Intis. However, Remberg replied that due to the defeat of Rune, the Kingdom of Feniport had once again begun to reinforce its troops on the eastern front, preparing to invade Remberg from the Snasen region. They were unable to support Rune. Lenberg's reply to the Kingdom of Lone exaggerated the threat posed by Feniport's eastern army group. They were in a standoff, but after Feniport's army noticed that Remberg's army and the official extraordinary beings were beginning to gather in the Snasen region, they also began to gather, preparing for a decisive battle with Remberg. In the past few months, the attitude of the higher-ups in the Kingdom of Fenerbos toward Lumborg has changed considerably. The main reason for this change is that Lenberg has become stronger, threatening Feniport's dominance in the central and southern parts of the North Continent. They began to invest a great deal of extraordinary power in researching the Spirit Wave Cannon and the extraordinary machine gun, but after half a day of research, they haven't even figured out the most basic Gar runes and magic circles. Finally, through the Church of the Earth Mother, they obtained a Gar rune reference table, which enabled them to decipher the Gar runes. The Feniport royal family realized that at this rate, the country would perish before they could even develop the Spirit Wave Cannon. So while they were researching, they also began looking for other ways to purchase Lingbo cannons. They actually managed to buy one, not from Rembrandt, but from the Republic of Intis. When Rune's western army group was defeated, 2 Spirit Wave cannons were captured by the Intis army. Intis had many demigod craftsmen who quickly studied the principle of the Spirit Wave cannons, and then began to imitate them. Thus, on the western battlefield of the Kingdom of Rune, the first scene of Spirit Wave cannons exchanging fire appeared. Feniport spent a lot of money to buy one original Lingbo cannon and 2 replicas. During the test firing, Fenibot discovered that the replica of the Lingbo cannon was far inferior to the original in both power and accuracy. The demigods responsible for replicating this did not shy away from this point, and they also knew the reason. They did not know the formula for the spiritual materials in the Spirit Wave Cannon array. I've tried everything from divination to astrology, but I haven't been able to get any information. The demigod craftsmen greatly admired the inventor of this cannon, for it had so many complex magic arrays, each requiring different spiritual materials and different formulas. This shows that the inventor of the lingboat cannon has reached a very high level in his use of mystical symbols and extraordinary materials science, to the point that it makes people wonder if it was designed by the gods. After many twists and turns and spending a lot of money, Phenibut finally began to replicate the lingboat cannon. However, because Pheniport lacked demigod craftsmen, some key components of the spirit wave cannon had to be imported from Intis, which greatly limited the number of copies they could produce. However, a new round of confrontation has begun. They hope that by sending more than 20 replica lingboat cannons to the front line, they can achieve a surprise effect. Chapter 450, Chapter 449 Zarenberg's Second War of Expansion. 449 Zarenberg's Second War of Expansion. Pheniport, Snasen Region, Erikerberg. The fortress sentry, Bed, climbed the stairs of the watchtower step by step to relieve another sentry. Upon reaching the top of the brick watchtower, Bed and the sentry exchanged military salutes, and Bed stood at the post with his rifle slung over his shoulder. This watchtower is the tallest building in Araco, and the castle itself is situated on a relatively high point, offering a clear view of the mountains to the north of the Snasen region. There is another fortress in the mountains, facing this place from afar. That fortress belongs to Remberg. Recently, Bed has really enjoyed standing guard. It's early summer now, not too hot or too cold, and the breeze is very pleasant at the sentry post. Especially after Pheniport's army reinforced Arakar Castle several times recently, the already narrow fortress became somewhat crowded. Even at the base of this watchtower lived a platoon of soldiers. This made Bed even more eager to stand guard, at least it wasn't so crowded up there. Bedard had been in this fortress for 7 or 8 years, and in his memory, this was something that had never happened before. Previously, this fortress had at least 1 company of soldiers and at most 1 battalion of soldiers, but now it has at least 2 regiments. Bed also noted that a high proportion of the new reinforcements were officers. All of this started to change at the end of last year. Last winter, Bed and his men were surprised to find the Remberg flag flying over the fortress opposite them. Only then did they learn that Remberg had annexed Mazik. For the past few centuries, this place has been at the forefront of the struggle against Mascherano. The sudden shift of the target to Lenberg gave Bed a bad feeling. A week later, they received some more news, the veracity of which could not be confirmed. Lenberg had defeated Pheniport's army of over 100,000. At first, the soldiers of Erikerberg did not believe it. After all, Pheniport was much stronger than Lundberg, which was the consensus of everyone. But soon some defeated soldiers from the battlefield fled over the mountains and came here, confirming the news of Pheniport's defeat. The soldiers, their eyes bloodshot and faces blank, described how Lenberg had created a new weapon that wiped out Pheniport's most elite cavalry in a single volley, and destroyed a city in another. Because the roads to the west were blocked by Remberg, they fled from the mountains and fields to this place, hoping to return home from here. However, the fortress commander received orders to execute these deserters. The higher-ups said that these people fled to Erikerberg because they were afraid of fighting, and that their words were all lies. But when Bed saw that the deserters remained expressionless even when facing the gun barrels, Bed basically believed their story. Because deserters who are afraid of fighting will definitely be afraid of death, their reaction shows that they have been utterly desperate on the battlefield, or have seen things more terrible than death. After that, Army Group East began to reinforce Fort Araco, and by then the facts were clear. Bedell applied for a transfer multiple times, but was unsuccessful. 4 or 5 months passed in this state of anxiety. Everyone said that after Rembrandt annexed Maxis, it would take several years to digest the situation before war would break out. By then, they had already retired. Just as he was thinking this, Bed saw what looked like several figures moving quickly on the distant mountain. He paused for a moment, picked up the binoculars and looked inside, then slowly opened his mouth wide. Bed saw soldiers dressed in Lenberg uniforms running forward in an exaggerated manner, as if they were jumping 5 or 6 meters. The key point is that they still persevered despite the heavy burden. On the road in the valley, a dozen or so Remberg's new weapon, the tank, were advancing in this direction. At this moment, Bed finally realized what was happening and rang the bronze bell on the watchtower. The Rembergers are charging. The Rembergers are charging. The next instant, a man in his 30s suddenly appeared next to Bed. Bed immediately recognized him as the new fortress commander, Colonel Connolly. At that moment, Colonel Connery was observing the enemy situation through his binoculars. After only 2 or 3 seconds, the enemy lowered his glasses and said, "Retreat." Bed thought he'd misheard, "Retreat, retreat." At this moment, Connery shouted, "Retreat. Forget the ordinary soldiers, extraordinary soldiers, retreat as fast as you can." The next second, Connery was already outside the fortress gates, shouting orders for the extraordinary ones to retreat. Surprised, Bed scrambled out of the room. Because the attack on Remberg was so sudden, and the order to retreat was also so sudden, when the Remberg soldiers entered the fortress, 1/3 of the soldiers still did not know what was going on. Caught completely off guard, they immediately chose to surrender. Dozens of kilometers away, in the forward command post in Remberg, the evil Red Angel with a red flag between his brows sneered after receiving the news from Erikoberg, not too stupid. The Ministry of Defense in Fenaport has been studying the 2 previous wars with Remberg for the past few months. Ultimately, they also discovered that Lenberg's biggest weakness was its lack of extraordinary power. Therefore, the strategy against Fenapon is to concentrate the extraordinary forces as much as possible, wait for an opportunity to fight Remberg's army, or use the extraordinary forces to launch a surprise attack on Remberg's army. This effectively avoids fighting the extraordinary troops of the Remberg army, which Fenaport also finds very troublesome. Ordinary soldiers would certainly be no match for them if they encountered them in the wild. In this battle, the only role of the army, composed of hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, was probably to hold the city. By relying on the city walls and fortifications, they could also hold off the offensive of the extraordinary army of Remberg. However, if they suffer heavy casualties in the battle, they will likely collapse quickly, which will also cause a lot of trouble. Just as Fenaport's Ministry of Defense was debating whether to withdraw ordinary soldiers, Fort Araker was attacked by Lenberg. It would be too late for the ordinary troops to retreat now, so they were immediately assigned defensive duties. The core of Fenaport's military operation was concentration and defense. All the troops and extraordinary individuals abandoned some strongholds and concentrated in Nyrok, their largest city in the east. This city was originally Fenapot's forward base for attacking Lone, and after thousands of years of development and construction, it has become a large city. In addition to the large number of troops stationed here, there are also many merchants, military families, and other residents living here. War is about to begin, and the residents here are fleeing west and south. At the same time, this is also the headquarters of the Eastern Army Group. At this time, Dmitri, as the supreme commander of the front line, kept sending people to drive away the ordinary people. Only when the ordinary people left could the city become a military city, and there would be no need to divert forces to protect these ordinary people. The entire city of Nylek is divided into the East City and the West City. The East City is a huge fortress with solid walls and a wide and deep moat. Every house in the city is a fortress, and if the outer city falls, street fighting can continue. Before the war with Remberg last year, the strongest fortifications in Nyrok were in the east, but after Remberg annexed Maisie, Fenaport quickly mobilized a large amount of resources to strengthen the walls and fortifications in the north. The western part of the city was previously inhabited by ordinary people. Now, a large number of troops are stationed here, and they have begun to build a lot of temporary fortifications, turning it into part of the military city. This time, the Fenaports were determined to take a defensive stance. As long as Nylek was in Fenaport's hands, the Remberg army would be unable to advance eastward or southward. While Fenaba had consolidated its forces and was building extensive fortifications in the western part of the city, the fully mechanized Remberg army arrived. Tanks and troop carriers came to a stop on the plain north of Nylek. Their orderly formations and fully mechanized equipment prompted Fenaport soldiers to climb the city walls to take a look. Most of the soldiers had never seen a tank before, and when they saw the strange equipment of the Remnantberg army, they didn't even know what to say. The extraordinary puppet soldiers began to set up camp in an orderly manner. They did not actually need a large camp. The extraordinary puppet did not need to live in tents. The tents were mainly for the use of the accompanying extraordinary ones and for storing ammunition and supplies. The command center of the Red Angel Evil Spirit was the first tent to be erected. He sat in the tent, quietly watching the impregnable city several kilometers away. Suddenly, the Red Angel Evil Spirit looked at the advisors. Since the president sent you idiots to my place for further training, let me see your level. From left to right, tell me how this war should be fought. The male officer in his 30s on the far left said, we can try bombarding them continuously with the Lingbo cannon first, and then use tanks to break through the enemy's defenses. Are your ears on your ass? The Evil Spirit Red Angel said rudely. I asked you to talk about strategy, who are you talking about tactics for? The male officer opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back, because before they came, the president had repeatedly warned them that the commander-in-chief had a bad temper, and that they should not argue with him, ignore the sarcastic remarks, and just listen carefully. At this moment, another officer in his 20s quickly said, I think we can besiege the city. After all, they have over 100,000 men, plus some logistical support troops, so there are now over 200,000 people in this city. If we besiege them for a few months, they will definitely surrender. The Evil Spirit Red Angel suddenly laughed, you're a spy sent by Fenaport, aren't you? If we use your strategy, Remberg will fall in 2 months at most. The officer who had spoken earlier paused for a moment, why? Lenberg is clearly the one attacking now. Go back and read the newspapers more, said the Evil Spirit Red Angel. If we don't take this city within a week, the northern part of Remberg will certainly be attacked by the Republic of Intis. Because they already have an absolute advantage in the western battlefield of Rune, enough to send several divisions back to reinforce them. In their view, this is a good opportunity to attack Rembrandt from both the north and the south. The officers were taken aback, not expecting Remmenberg to be facing such a dire situation. At this moment, another officer said, "In that case, we should take advantage of our superior mobility and quickly attack Feneport's capital." At this time, Fenerbahce's capital was weak, which was precisely. The evil spirit, Red Angel, waved its hand irritably. "Why should I listen to your pig-like speech?" The officers looked rather grim as they stared at the commander, eager to know what kind of strategy and tactics wouldn't be foolish. Seeing their defiant looks, the evil spirit, Red Angel, suddenly laughed. "The reason I agreed to teach you what war is," President Gar said, "is because although he is terrible at tactics, he understands war. Listen carefully, the meaning of war is to deplete the enemy's manpower to the greatest extent possible. Once the enemy's strength is defeated and their confidence is lost, then this country is doomed." The officers' expressions gradually shifted from anger to surprise, and then to attentive listening. These few words gave them a new perspective on war. Medici looked at Nylok in the distance and said, "The president understands this very well, so he gave me 6.5 of the 7 legions, as well as 90% of the nation's extraordinary forces. You want me to use these forces to launch a surprise attack on the weak points of Feneport's forces?" The officer who had just suggested attacking the capital, Feneport, gave an awkward laugh. They then realized that Medici addressed others by their first names or with phrases like "hey" or "that guy," but only when addressing the president would he use "President" or "President Gar." It is evident that the commander-in-chief also has considerable respect for the president. Their intuition was correct. Medici did indeed admire Odis, and the reason he respected Odis was not only because Odis possessed a high level of strategic vision, but also because his courage was admirable. In this war, not only was most of Remberg's armed forces under Medici's command, but all of Remberg's extraordinary forces also had to obey Medici, including Remberg's 4 angels and the 14 demigods that Odis had painstakingly assembled. Lemberg's elite forces have been mobilized in full force, leaving only 1 sequence 7 and a few low-sequence extraordinary individuals in the entire Azhara. The last time Medici commanded so many extraordinary forces was during the battle against the Byron Empire in the 4th epoch. Whether or not there is trust is a secondary issue. Odis's actions demonstrate his determination for this battle. The Red Angel, evil spirit, admired Odis's vision and ability to act. Ordinary rulers would seek stability and, even if they made up their minds, would lack such initiative, thus losing strategic opportunities. Odis understood a fundamental truth: some strategic opportunities, once lost, will never return. It was precisely because of his basic respect for Odis that Medici was willing to waste words with these officers. He continued, "Many people think that war is about intrigue and trickery. But in the face of absolute power, there is not much room for conspiracy and trickery. Our current extraordinary puppet army has an absolute advantage, but the power of the extraordinary is somewhat insufficient." The Red Angel demon looked at the staff officers and said, "Now that's what you call strategic analysis." The staff officers nodded repeatedly, regretting that they hadn't had time to grab a pen and notebook, otherwise they would have definitely written down what they had just said. At this point, one of the staff officers asked, "So what tactics should we adopt now?" The Red Angel, evil spirit, chuckled, "Am I your father? Do I have to think for you too? Think about it yourself." For the next week, the Remnantberg army took no action. The 2 armies, one inside the city and the other outside, engaged in a strange standoff. The key point is that the Remnantberg army didn't even besiege the city, which is very strange. Although the city of Nylek has stockpiled a large amount of supplies, enough to hold out for half a year, there is no need to transport supplies from the rear to the city now. But the Lenberg army didn't even make a token attempt to surround the area, which is very suspicious. Feneport's army had over 100,000 elite troops, as well as a numerically superior number of extraordinary individuals, but Marshal Dmitri, the commander-in-chief at the front, dared not leave the city to launch any attacks. He always felt that the camp in Remberg was beckoning him, "Come on, come and ambush me." In general, a sneak attack under these circumstances will most likely result in a successful ambush. Marshal Dmitri pondered for a long time before ordering his adjutant to send a telegram to the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Intis. "We have held back the Remberg army for a week, and it is expected that the war will not end in the short term. We can quickly attack the northern part of Remberg. Since testing the waters with Feneport's power is too risky, it would be better to test them with the power of our allies." Upon receiving Nylok's telegram and confirming the intelligence recently provided by his agents, the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Intis immediately ordered the 10 divisions assembled north of Remberg to cautiously advance towards Remberg. At the same time, the Republic of Intis declared war on Remberg. In fact, the militaries of Feneport and Intis had already expressed their intention to cooperate several months ago. Intis, Remberg's northern neighbor, also realized that Remberg had become quite powerful and planned to try to strangle it before it could fully rise to power. Furthermore, Intis has now gained a significant advantage on the battlefield of Rune, and can mobilize an army of around 100,000 men, along with a large number of extraordinary individuals, to wage war against Runeberg. That's why they didn't hesitate to declare war while Remnantberg's main force was fighting in the south. Or perhaps they've wanted to declare war for a long time but haven't had the right opportunity. But the people in the Intis Ministry of Defense weren't stupid either. Their intelligence personnel sent back real-time information about the Remberg and Phenobot armies every day. They also knew that the armies of these two countries had not fired a single bullet so far, which was why they had to proceed cautiously. If the Remberg army were to withdraw, they would immediately establish positions and prepare to hold them. At that point, Nyrok's commander, Phenoport, would have an overwhelming advantage, and they would attack Remberg's troops left in the south. At that time, Rembrandt's advantage will gradually diminish. However, as soon as the army of the Republic of Intis entered Remberg, they discovered something was wrong. There was not a single person in either the border city or the countryside. Moreover, all the valuables that could be taken away were taken, leaving only items that could not be moved. The Intis army immediately halted its advance, a situation that caught them somewhat off guard, and they instinctively suspected that it was a conspiracy by Remmenberg. Intis's invasion of the northern border of Remmenberg was indeed the situation Odis had hoped for. This not only means that a potential enemy has surfaced, but also that Lenberg is now legally entitled to participate in the war between Intis and Rune, and not in a war that Intis initiated. Just as the Intis army crossed the border between the two countries, the Red Angel, evil spirit outside Narok City, upon receiving news from the north, immediately jumped up from its chair. Shio had been idle for several days, just waiting for Intis to send troops. In reality, the game of war often boils down to the commander's control over the war. Whoever has stronger control wins. If Intis continues not to send troops, then Intis's side becomes an unknown factor, a variable on the battlefield. However, as soon as the other party makes a move, the unknown becomes known, and the final variable is within a controllable range. Even if Intis reacts immediately and rushes towards Azhara at full speed, and is unable to send reinforcements to the north, the entire war is still under Medici's control. Since all the conditions are now known, all that's left is to deal with them step by step. Medici then issued a series of orders: Air Corps, take off immediately with full loads of bombs and reach the airspace over Nylok within 1 hour. The Rocket Force Corps is preparing to launch the Frost Bomb, and will arrive at the designated location within 1 hour to stand by. Notify the entire army to prepare for battle within 1 hour. In particular, the president was notified to come to the battlefield with those dukes. After giving the order, Medici looked at the distant city of Nyrok and smiled, saying, Intis has lost its last chance to strike at Lenberg. If Intis chooses to conquer Azhara as quickly as possible now, Lenberg may have to pay a huge price to win this war. Because in that case, the military forces remaining in Remmenberg would be unable to stop the Intis army, and Intis would seize some of the equipment from Remmenberg's extraordinary factory, which would be a great loss for Remmenberg. But now Intis's army is advancing cautiously, which will give Medici enough time. Gothic, south of Remberg, was once the capital of the Masjid Kingdom. However, it is now a political and military stronghold in the south of Rembrandt. In a hill south of Gothic, there was a secret project being built entirely by soldiers, and no one knew what was going to be built there. Just today, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly came from there, and then Gotley and the others saw that sky birds were flying up. For a moment, people around Gotley stopped and watched as the big birds flew higher and higher. The new weapon, the airplane, was secretly transported to Gotterdel. The current Air Force Corps has only about 60 aircraft. The aircraft that took off this time were mainly large aircraft with strong endurance. They will pass through the clouds, reach the airspace above Nylek within the specified time, and circle and wait in a wide valley on the southern border of Remberg. Flynn, the shepherd, was leisurely herding his flock of sheep grazing on the pasture when he saw dozens of enormous vehicles drive in. Flynn was stunned, for he had never seen anything so large, and what's more, they were moving in a suspended state, like monsters from church texts. These monsters have metal shells and don't even avoid small trees, they simply crash into them. Flynn finally came to his senses and, without even thinking about his flock, dropped the whip and ran away. This area used to be the border of Mascherano, but now it has become the border of Remmenberg. News from these sleeping villages was severely delayed. They were notified only half a month after Rembrandt annexed Maxis. When the soldiers suddenly appeared, Flynn thought they were there to steal his things. But soon, two extraordinary puppet soldiers caught up in a military vehicle. When Flynn heard someone shout, "Stop," he immediately stopped and raised his hands. "Don't shoot, I'll give you all the sheep." The hover car stopped behind Flynn, and a soldier wearing a Rembrandt uniform, who was at least 1.9 meters tall and carrying a gun at an angle, got off. The extraordinary puppet soldier said, "From now on, this is a military control zone, and you cannot leave until our military operation is over. Please fence off your sheep immediately to avoid economic losses." Flynn stared blankly at the gun in his hand, not quite understanding what the other party meant. "Are you going to conscript me to dig trenches?" "No," said the extraordinary puppet soldier. "You just need to stay in this valley and not interfere with our military operations. However, judging from the direction and speed your flock is currently running, they will scatter if you don't stop them soon." Flynn understood that his flock was about to scatter. He hurried after the flock of sheep, and only after he had herded them all together did Flynn notice that the Lenberg soldier was still following behind him at a leisurely pace. Recalling the conversation, Flynn finally realized that as long as he didn't leave the valley, he would be safe. Only then did Flynn dare to look at the enormous creatures in the valley. By then, the military monsters had landed on the ground, and the area behind them slowly rose up, revealing rows of metal pipes. At that moment, the soldiers were stuffing rockets into those tubes. Flynn, who had never seen rockets before, forced a smile and asked, "Sir, what are those long tubes that the soldiers are holding?" The extraordinary puppet soldier cautiously observed his surroundings and said, "Your authority is insufficient, I cannot explain this to you." Flynn scratched his head, feeling that the Lenberg soldier was quite polite, but his words were a bit strange. At this point, all the rocket launchers had completed their loading. Flynn clearly didn't hear any officer give a loud order, but all the soldiers responsible for loading seemed to have received a unified command and retreated to the side. Finally, the angle of the rocket launcher was slightly adjusted, and after another half-minute, the rocket was ignited. With a sharp whistling sound, rockets were launched at extremely high speeds, flying into the sky to Flynn's astonishment, and then flying south at high altitude. Flynn had never heard such a howling sound before. It was somewhat like the roar of a dragon in a puppet show, giving Flynn a thrilling feeling. When the intense howling stopped, a cloud of smoke and dust spread across the valley. The sheep, startled, began to run wildly again, but Flynn found that he had been sitting on the ground in his surprise and was unable to chase after the sheep for a moment. He couldn't understand at all what kind of weapon it was. Outside the city of Nilek, the attack by Remnantburg began suddenly. The Lenberg army's 2 artillery positions began bombarding Nyrok with more than 300 Lingpa cannons. If these shells landed, they might cause a local earthquake. However, all of these cannonballs were blocked by Fenneport's 5 demigods. A single saint could withstand the bombardment of 20 or 30 spirit wave cannons. However, more than 300 spirit wave cannons have long exceeded the limit of a saint. Moreover, the blocking process can only be completed before the shells land. Once a large number of shells explode, even the saint has to run. On the watchtower of Nilek, Marshal Dmitri smiled slightly and said to his staff, "As long as we have the spirit wave cannon, 1 or 10 cannons are about the same in effect. They would all be stopped by the enemy's demigods." At this moment, a subordinate came to report, "Marshal, the Lingbo cannon has completed aiming." Dmitri said, "Launch immediately." Although Fenneport's spirit wave cannon was a copy and its accuracy and power could not compare with the original, it was still much more powerful than a cannon, enough for Remmenberg to send out a demigod to stop it. Artillery positions in Remberg. At this time, all the artillerymen were replaced by extraordinary puppet soldiers. The commander of the artillery position was an extraordinary puppet with 12 wisdom cubes that could even perform strategic-level calculations. It saw more than 20 white dots of light flying out from the city and shouted, "Neutron cannon, prepare. Fire." The neutron cannon was a new weapon used by the Remberg army, named by Odis. It is called this because this weapon plays a similar role to the neutron in the process of nuclear fission. The neutron cannon is different from traditional cannons. It consists of 3 parts, an operating console, a smart radar, and a cannon platform. None of these 3 structures are large, they can all fit on a large table. A square radar the size of a chair and a turret the size of a medium-sized safe were placed in front, while the control panel was placed in the back. They were connected by crystal tubes that allowed spiritual energy to spread rapidly, and an extraordinary puppet swiftly completed the target search and shell launch process. After the target was identified, the spiritual energy around the circular, metal mesh turret suddenly intensified, and a thin beam of light shot out from the center. The light was very thin, thinner than a hair, but the human eye could still detect it. The light was so fast that it vanished in an instant, but the human eye could still catch it. The thin, fast beam of light arrived first and struck a spirit wave cannon projectile that resembled a point of light. The light spots from the spirit wave cannon instantly dissipated, and a rich spiritual energy spread through the air. This process is similar to the role of the neutron in a nuclear fission reaction. A neutron breaks the nucleus of a uranium atom into 2 or more smaller atoms. Therefore, Odis named this weapon the neutron cannon. However, after the destruction process was over, there was no further reaction. The highly concentrated spiritual energy of the spirit wave cannon projectile completely dispersed, failing to reach the critical point of explosion, thus becoming a dud. Chapter 451, Chapter 450 Medici can still lift a sword. Odis had long heard that the Republic of Intis had copied the Lingbo cannon, so he created a neutron cannon specifically to counter the Lingbo cannon. The powerful spirit wave cannon shell, after being pierced by the neutron cannon shell, transformed into a spiritual wind that blew in all directions. Inside Nilek City, the high-ranking officers of the Kingdom of Fenneport were stunned. Why didn't the cannonballs of the spirit wave cannon explode? They then launched a second and a third time, but neither of them exploded. This is strange. They originally planned to use the lingbow cannon to catch the enemy off guard, but it had no effect at all. Just as Marshal Dmitri, the frontline commander of Fenaport, was considering whether to send extraordinary ones to attack the enemy's artillery positions, the spirituality of the extraordinary ones in the city seemed to be simultaneously stirred, and they all looked north. There came streaks of light like shooting stars, drawing terrifying lines across the sky as the first batch of rocket shells rained down. At this point, the Remburg artillery ceased its bombardment. The demigods in Narok City all had a bad feeling. Marshal Dmitri was the first to react, immediately raising his hand and saying, "No flying objects are allowed to fall here." The other demigods also reacted one after another, quickly setting up bans for flying objects to fall throughout the city. An invisible barrier formed several hundred meters above the city of Nilek. One rocket after another fell like meteors, but after hitting the barrier, they seemed to sink into the mud and quickly lost their speed. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that these meteor-like objects would actually be physical entities, unlike the projectiles of the spirit wave cannon, which were composed entirely of points of light made of spiritual energy. They were metal cylinders with conical heads, about 2 or 3 meters long, and covered with Gar runes. But before they could get a closer look, the metal cylinders exploded. The color of their explosions wasn't the orange or red of flames, but blue. The explosion covered a large area, turning the entire sky blue and temporarily blocking out sunlight. After Marshal Dmitri and the other demigods launched the new weapon, they immediately exiled the incoming rockets. However, unlike the lingbow cannon projectiles, these rockets exploded as soon as they came into contact with the extraordinary power. Because there are 2 firing pins inside the rocket, one is a real firing pin and the other is an extraordinary firing pin. The former will cause the rocket to explode immediately upon landing, while the latter will explode immediately upon encountering an extraordinary force. The demigods' abilities ranged from a few hundred meters to several kilometers, and the first batch of rockets exploded at this location. Marshal Dmitri breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy's new weapon was still easy to block with his extraordinary abilities. At that moment, a white snowflake drifted down before Marshal Dmitri's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a dense flurry of snowflakes began to fall. It's snowing. It snowed in early summer. Marshal Dmitri, seeing the still lingering blue explosion, immediately understood that was a high-yield ice bomb. He had certainly heard of President Reinbug's invention of the ice bomb, but the blast radius of ordinary ice bombs was only a few meters to a dozen meters, while the blast radius of these large bombs reached a terrifying 100 meters. After the ice-type rocket exploded, the temperature in midair dropped drastically, causing it to snow. Immediately afterward, Master Dmitri felt a chill on the top of his head. The explosion, occurring hundreds of meters in the air, not only caused snow to fall but also absorbed a large amount of heat, causing the temperature in the air above Nilek City to plummet. And now, the heat of Nilek City is also being drawn into the air. The temperature in the city suddenly changed from early summer to early winter. At that moment, the familiar whistling sound rang out again, and streaks of rockets flew toward them like streaks of light. The second wave of rockets has arrived. Marshal Dmitri seemed to understand the enemy's intentions. Fair. Quickly send a few demigods into the air and make sure to stop those bombs several kilometers away. Upon hearing the order, the demigod named Fel roughly understood the enemy's intentions. He immediately led 3 other demigods into the air and flew towards the bombs. But they soon discovered that the bombs were very fast, and they only managed to stop a portion of them. About half of the bombs still flew over Nilek and exploded there. After the bombs exploded, the temperature in Nilek plummeted again, and hail began to fall from the sky. The temperature in the city suddenly went from early winter to deep winter. The soldiers were shivering from the cold and went to look for winter clothes. Dmitri, feeling the chill, issued a decree: it is early summer, not winter. The temperature within a 3-kilometer radius around him suddenly rose. The other demigods who acted as arbitrators also issued corresponding laws, and the temperature in the entire city of Narok rose. At that moment, the third batch of rockets was launched. However, this time Fel and his men were on guard and had already flown to a location more than 10 kilometers away from Nilek City. Just as they were about to stop the rockets again, Remburg's demigod intervened. Captivity. The 4 voices of imprisonment rang out almost simultaneously, coming from 3 demigods of the Trencist family and an elven demigod who possessed the seal of the Law Mage. After destroying the royal families of 2 small kingdoms in the south, Odis possessed 6 extraordinary characteristics at the demigod level through the arbitrator pathway. After being shattered, these characteristics were divided into 8 pieces. Since they weren't needed immediately, Odis simply turned them into sealing artifacts. Odis equipped each of the 14 demigods who participated in the battle today with a level 1 sealing artifact. At this moment, the 4 demigods who attacked Fenapot were 3 demigods from the Terransost Empire, 4 demigods from the Elven race, and 1 demigod from the Elemental Dawn. The Red Angel evil spirit sent 8 demigods at once, determined to first eliminate 1 to 3 enemy demigods while using rockets to hold back some of the demigods in Feniport City. Medici's tactic for these 8 demigods was to have 3 demigods hold off 3 enemy demigods while the other 5 attacked 1 enemy demigod. Afterwards, 6 demigods attacked 1 enemy demigod, and 7 demigods attacked 1 enemy demigod. The evil spirit Red Angel knew very well that it didn't matter whether or not the soldiers of Feniport were killed in this battle, or even whether or not the city of Narok was captured, but it was essential to severely injure the extraordinary beings of Feniport, especially the extraordinary beings at the demigod level. Therefore, all of Medici's plans so far have been aimed at dealing with the enemy's demigod. When the enemy first sent 4 demigods out of the city to block the rockets, the Red Angel demon breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had already seized the initiative on the battlefield. After the 4 demigods of Feniport were imprisoned, the 3 demigods of the Trencist family immediately went to hold off the other 3 demigods, while the 4 elven demigods immediately surrounded and attacked one of the lawmasters. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning and hurricanes swept through. The demigod of Elemental Dawn was also using the ability of Mystic Reappearance to attack the enemy. While a dozen or so demigods were engaged in a fierce battle, hundreds of rockets flew past them with sharp whistling sounds. Marshal Dimitri and Nilek quickly shouted, "Friends of the Moss Ascetic Order, hurry to the city gates to provide aid." The Moors Penitentiary secretly made contact with Feniport and mobilized all its forces for this war, preparing to cripple the demigods of Remberg. This is why the Red Angel evil spirit felt so much pressure. The 14 demigods that Odis gave him this time were enough to counter the extraordinary power of Feniport. As a major power in the world, Feniport has more than a dozen demigods, but they simply cannot bring these demigods together. For example, the colonies in the southern continent need demigods, the safe passages in the raging sea need demigods, and the security of the capital city needs demigods. Even royal palaces need demigods. Therefore, the help provided by the Moors Penitentiary is very important. At this time, in Narok City, enough demigods through the arbitrator pathway must be left to withstand those powerful bombs. Marshal Dimitri can only rely on the demigods of the Moors Penitentiary for assistance. The demigods of the Moors Penitentiary did not have the same strong execution ability as the demigods of Feniport. After receiving the order, they first gathered together before immediately leaving the city. In just a few seconds, a lawmaster had already been killed outside the city. This ascetic order of Moors has mobilized 9 demigods, who are currently 9 of the 10 pillars. Since Katlia left the ascetic order of Moors, the 10 pillars were severely understaffed. So, the president of the ascetic order of Moors, Toriopo, transferred several demigods from the Utopia to fill the vacancies of the 10 pillars. As soon as they left the city, hundreds of rockets exploded in midair over Nilek, causing the city's temperature to plummet once again. Marshal Dimitri and the other demigods tried their best to maintain the temperature, but it still dropped to below -10 degrees Celsius. Even though they were wearing cotton-padded clothes, the soldiers were still shivering from the cold. Thanks to the efforts of several demigods, the temperature began to rise again. Just then, a pale blue snowflake landed not far from Dimitri. He had never seen a snowflake of this color before. The moment the snowflakes landed, the ground, covering several square meters, was immediately covered with white frost. Marshal Dimitri was stunned for a moment, not understanding what kind of extraordinary attack this was. Actually, the temperature in midair became extremely low, causing the oxygen and nitrogen in the air to solidify and turn into blue snowflakes, which then fell to the ground. At this moment, the entire sky turned pale blue, and countless pale blue snowflakes fell. The first snowflakes fell on many soldiers, who were immediately frostbitten, and the spots where the snowflakes landed froze solid. Dimitri and others immediately exiled these pale blue snowflakes. Although the snowflakes disappeared, the low temperature that followed them reached the ground, and in an instant, all the buildings. A layer of white frost appeared on them. Although most people went into shelters or military camps, a large number of people still suffered from frostbite. Some ordinary people who failed to hide suffered from hypothermia and lost their lives in just a few seconds. Many low-sequence extraordinary beings also suffer from severe frostbite, while those of sequence 7 to sequence 5 have some abilities that can resist the cold, so they are in a better situation. Dimitri and the others were covered in snow-white hair and clothes, but as demigods, the sub-zero temperatures had little effect on them. However, they currently have no good solutions and can only set up some laws or prohibit the temperature from continuing to drop to allow the temperature in the city to rise slowly. But then, the whistling sound rang out again. The fourth batch of rockets has arrived. Dimitri frowned, his frost-covered brows furrowing as he looked out of the city. He discovered that no one was stopping this batch of rockets. Let's go back to about half a minute ago. 9 demigods from the Moors Penitentiary rushed to the outskirts of the city to provide support. Just as they were about to join the melee among the demigods, 3 Lenberg demigods appeared in front of them to block their way. These 3 demigods are the deputy leader of the Elemental Dawn, and 2 demigods from the Styano family. The temporary leader of the Moss Ascetic Order was Master of Prophecy, Odis, who shouted, 3 against 1, end the battle quickly. As soon as he gave the order, Odis rushed toward Raymond, the deputy leader of Elemental Dawn. But at that moment, several illusory blue stones suddenly appeared around Odis, and Odis, who was in the middle of the boulders, faintly heard a violent wind. He suddenly looked behind him. This was the ability of mysterious reappearance, and the attack came from behind him. Rosalind Ray, holding up the staff of Goose, smiled and said, from this moment forward, the 3 of us are withdrawing from the Moss Ascetic Order. She was the one who attacked Odis just now. She recreated the legendary wind stone of the Sunia Sea, which is said to always produce extremely destructive hurricanes in its center. After Rosalind finished speaking, a hurricane with streaks of blue wind blades immediately blew up from the middle of the wind stone. Rosalind, Vincent, and another like-minded member of the 10 Pillars immediately began attacking the other 10 Pillars members around them. The divisions within the Moor's penitentiary have been brewing for a long time. Rosalind and others represent those who are still willing to practice asceticism, while the other members have been influenced by the hidden sage, with some devoutly believing in this evil god and others beginning to worship the outer god. Rosalind had encountered their corruption before, but fortunately, Odis was able to project power through the staff of Gus and save Rosalind's life. From then on, the Lord of Mysteries established contact with Rosalind. Later, Odis used his identities as the Lord of Mysteries and Messenger of God to help Rosalind resolve her inner conflicts and offered many valuable suggestions. About 7 or 8 months ago, he successfully turned Rosalind against him. However, Odis had previously kept Rosalind infiltrated into the Moor's penitentiary, but now there was no point in continuing to infiltrate her. So he made a pact with Rosalind to revolt after the battle began. With Raymond and 2 other demigods joining Rosalind and 2 others, the battlefield situation suddenly became 6 against 6. From within the raging hurricane came Odis's voice, the guild master prophesied your betrayal. As he spoke, the surrounding hurricane and the illusory wind stones transformed into streams of illusory information. Rosalind frowned and saw the long-necked silver water bottle in Odis's hand. Its surface was covered with dense bumps, and each bump had a thin crack, inside which it seemed as if eyeballs were moving. This is a level 0 sealed artifact from the Moss Ascetic Order, titled Destined Madness, which corresponds to Sequence 2, Sage of the Secret Seeker pathway. Odis held the water bottle in both hands and chuckled, the guild master ordered me to kill you. As they spoke, all the eyes on the water bottles turned to Rosalind. She tried to dodge, but her body still began to transform into a stream of information. Distortion. Rosalind's transformation into an information flow was distorted onto another member of the 10 Pillars. Change opponents. Dick, the patriarch of the Stiano family, said as he came over to fight Odis, you have a sage, and we have a sage too. The president predicted that Rosalind would be in danger, so he told me to be ready to help at any time. Could it be that your sages did not prophesy that even in the hands of the demigod Lenberg, there were level 0 sealed artifacts? The level 0 sealed artifact in his hand was a sealed artifact controlled by the family, corresponding to the Sequence 2 Duke of Entropy of the Lawyer Path. During the second wave of demigod battles, another demigod from Feniport was killed. Just then, the 4th wave of rockets arrived on the battlefield, and Fenipot's demigods were all tied up. No one could stop them. Numerous rockets exploded over Nilek. The temperature dropped sharply again. Meanwhile, some chaos broke out in the Remberg military camp. Let's go back to about half a minute ago. The Red Angels, evil spirits in the Remberg barracks, are constantly watching the battlefields inside and outside the city. Around him were the last 3 demigods on Lenberg's side, Shadas and Mobert, and Katlia. Although the current battle situation has not yet shown a significant advantage, it is generally favorable for Remberg. The tactics of the Red Angel, evil spirit, will only widen this advantage further. The next minute will be crucial. If 2 more enemy demigods are killed within that minute, then the outcome of the demigod battle will be a foregone conclusion. Or it might force the enemy's angels to make the first move, in which case this advantage will continue. Just then, the tent suddenly collapsed as if it had come to life, as if it were trying to trap several demigods and several staff officers inside. Mobert raised his hand towards the tent, stealing the life and spirit that the tent had acquired. He looked outside and said, "Puppet." At that moment, a large number of extraordinary puppets entered standby mode. This was due to the anti-manipulation magic circle designed by Odis. More than half a year ago, on his way to take up his post in Watai, Odis was assassinated by the Rose School. At the time, the assassin was carrying a level 1 sealed artifact comparable to a puppet and had attempted to control an extraordinary puppet. After that, Odis designed a corresponding anti-manipulation setting. When the extraordinary puppet detects an action outside of the command, it will immediately put itself into the rock machine state and then wait for the operator to restart it before it can be restored. After Mobert made his move, Shadas immediately took the bow and arrow from her back and shot an arrow in the center of the military camp. Instantly, bolts of lightning struck around the arrow. Forced by the lightning attack, the two puppets hiding nearby immediately moved. As soon as they moved, Shadas and Mobert spotted them and rushed out to fight them. The Red Angel, evil spirit, silently watched the battle unfold before it. They are not under Fenopot's command. According to the intelligence Odis obtained, there are still several demigods in Narok City who have not yet made a move, but they are not demigods of the Rose School. If the demigods of the Rose School were under Fenoport's command, they would have used their ability to travel through the spirit world to find out where the rockets came from, instead of attacking the Remnantburg army's camp. Just as the evil spirit Red Angel predicted, the Rose School saw this as a good opportunity to take revenge on Odis, so they sent 4 demigods to act. Before they came, they had done their research and knew that the regular forces of the Lenberg army were composed of extraordinary puppets, making this a battlefield designed for them. They originally thought that by controlling those extraordinary puppets to attack the extraordinary beings of Lenberg, or to attack each other, they could inflict huge losses on the Lenberg army. As a result, those extraordinary puppets suddenly stopped moving. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Just then, a phantom ball of yarn suddenly appeared in Gadria's hand. She tossed it forward, and the ball of yarn seemed to roll into a phantom space on its own. Soon, it rolled to an old man with dark skin and sparse white hair. That was Jax, the silent disciple, who was secretly preparing to curse Katlia and the evil spirit Red Angel. Seeing that his whereabouts had been exposed, he immediately possessed Katlia. Suddenly, Gadria stared blankly ahead, and Jax's illusory figure immediately appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Gadria's figure flickered, and she transformed into an ancient full-length mirror. Fairy tale magic, the magic mirror. The next instant, Katlia appeared not far away. After briefly trapping Jax in the magic mirror, she used the magic mirror to send the silent apostle into the dangerous area of the mirror world. Just then, Katlia's eyes fell upon a middle-aged man with a gaunt face, deep-set eyes, and a sinister, priestly air. That was another silent disciple, Zartwin, who possessed Katlia while she was focused on dealing with Jax. Just then, a phantom fireball hurtled towards Katlia. Zatwin's spirit immediately sensed the deadly danger and left Katlia's body, appearing outside the tent. The Red Angel demon annihilated the illusory fireballs, reached out its right hand and pulled a rusty, blood-stained longsword from its chest, and chuckled, "You didn't think I couldn't wield a sword anymore, did you?" After saying this, he rushed out like a streak of light and thrust his sword at Zatwin. Zatwin felt as if he were being watched by a ferocious beast, and while opening his mouth to utter curses, he fled as fast as he could. The evil spirit Red Angel let out a maniacal laugh, its sword piercing through the curses without slowing down, pinning Zatwin, who was using mirror jump to escape, into the mirror of an troop carrier. Phew! The troop carrier was instantly engulfed in intense flames, and Zatwin's agonizing screams could be heard through the mirror. Just then, the Red Angel evil spirit was moved and looked at Narok, who was reflecting a blue light. He laughed and said, "Fenoport lost." The 4th batch of rockets pierced the air at extremely high speeds, flying towards Nilek with a piercing whistling sound. Like the previous 3 batches, they were blocked by extraordinary abilities and exploded before reaching Nilek City. The temperature above the city plummeted again, and clusters of blue clouds that looked quite magical appeared. Another wave of low temperatures is sweeping towards the ground. Marshal Dmitri, whose body was covered with a layer of frost, squinted at the sky. When the temperature dropped, at least tens of thousands of soldiers would freeze to death on the spot, and the rest would all lose their fighting ability. As for the extraordinary ones, perhaps those at Sequence 5 can continue to fight, while those at Sequence 6 will only have the ability to protect themselves. As for Sequences 7 and below, some will also be frozen to death. Just then, a female figure dressed in a knightly outfit in the style of Fenoport appeared in midair. She waved her hand at the low temperature in midair, "Exile." That was Sophia Castile, the angel of the Fenoport royal family. At the level of an angel, she could exile conceptual things like low temperatures. It was as if a phantom wind was blowing, carrying the low temperature into a space outside the real world. The low temperature in the air quickly disappeared, but suddenly dark clouds gathered, and streaks of eerie white lightning flew towards Sophia. Sophia split the lightning bolts outside Nilok City. She looked up and saw a man with long black hair, an exotic and handsome appearance, and 2 pointed ears in the dark clouds. That was Prince Constantine of the elf race. Then, amidst lightning and thunder, gusts of icy hurricane swept towards Sophia. Taking advantage of the ongoing battle between the 2 angels, Marshal Dmitri addressed the still chilly city of Narok, "While the high-level fighting continues, retreat eastward from here. Evacuate as many as you can. The damage caused by Rembrandt's extraordinary weaponry has far exceeded everyone's expectations. The fact that the Spirit Wave Cannon attack requires the intervention of a demigod to block it is still within an acceptable range, since every major power's military has multiple demigods. However, today's rocket artillery attack has completely changed the scale of this extraordinary war, because rocket artillery attacks require angels to deal with, and even demigods can only hold them off for a while. Although there has been no direct conflict with Remberg's soldiers, and they haven't even met the extraordinary beings below the level of demigods, for Fenaport, this war is already unwinnable. The only thing Marshal Dimitri can do now is to try to evacuate the extraordinary individuals from the city and leave some living forces for Fenaport. The mass evacuation within the city began. Although it was called a mass evacuation, it was mostly extraordinary individuals who were rapidly leaving, as ordinary soldiers had already gathered together, huddled in their barracks or rooms, and no one dared to go out. It's so cold outside, half the people in the room might freeze to death if the door is opened. Among the hundreds of extraordinary individuals, a few possessed sealed artifacts that allowed them to enter and leave the spirit realm. They had just entered the spirit realm when they saw a hazy light. Within that hazy light, there seemed to be a fascinating source of knowledge, causing them to stop in their tracks and silently gaze at the light. Their gaze was so focused that they didn't even realize they were starting to lose control and their bodies were turning into monsters. They didn't even notice the extraordinary properties being released from their bodies. That ball of light was Elabella in her mythical form. The few who escaped to the spirit world were all extraordinary beings below the level of demigods. Caught completely off guard, they witnessed the mythical creature's state, causing them to lose control. Elabella then arrived in the real world, and the extraordinary individuals who had just escaped the city immediately felt their strength being drained away. In fact, this was a sign that life force was being drained. At this moment, a stream of information flew in from mid-air and reproduced a huge illusory book above the heads of the extraordinary beings in Fenaport. The book opened, emitting clusters of bright light that blocked the life-absorbing power of Elbra in mid-air. This stream of information was the angel Lydia Austin of the Ascetic Order of Morse, and what was reproduced was the Book of Wisdom. This angel joined the Order of Moses during the Fourth Age, when he was still a demigod and had seen the Book of Wisdom of the Sages. The clear light emanating from the book represents boundless knowledge, as if infinite possibilities exist within it. Without a doubt, Rhea came to help Fenaport, and the battle between the angels began. Meanwhile, the battle of demigods outside the city took another turn, with another demigod being killed on Fenaport's side. Marshal Dimitri had abandoned the ordinary soldiers in the city. He cried out, "Friends of the Steam Church! It's time to make a move." In the war that took place in the Snasen region, Fenaport did not receive the support of the Church of Mother Earth. The Church's clergy and extraordinary beings even withdrew from the region in advance. Similarly, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom also showed great restraint, only verbally supporting Remberg's expansion, but did not send any extraordinary beings to the Snasen region. The Fenaport royal family dared not say anything about this, but when the Steam Church approached them with the idea of cooperation, they naturally agreed immediately. Marshal Dimitri had originally intended to use these demigods to play a crucial role, but now he had to leave the city to provide relief. Because 3 of the 4 demigods who left the city in the first round have already died. The 4th one is currently injured in the attack of 8 enemy demigods and may not be able to get there in time to provide support. After all, it's 8 against 1. So, Archmage Dimitri led 5 demigods from Fenaport, along with 4 demigods sent by the Steam Church, for a total of 10. The 3 demigods went out of the city together, wanting to see if they could still kill 1 or 2 enemy demigods in the demigod battle. Chapter 452, Chapter 451 Remberg achieves total victory. In the northern continent, the war in the Snasen region of the Kingdom of Fenaport reached its most intense stage. Naval battles have also begun near Cruz Island in the eastern part of the Raging Sea. The Fenaport Navy dispatched its main fleet to attack the island teeming with pirates and natives, while the armed forces on Cruz Island consisted of the town's guard formed by the mayor. Those on the other side of Lighthouse Hill were mostly extraordinary puppets. The security team is still maintaining order on the island, since there are so many pirates on the island now, and they might take advantage of the chaos to loot. The Fenaport Navy deployed over 100 warships this time, with its main battleships being sailing battleships over 100 meters long, as well as second-class battleships, cruisers, and supply ships, creating a vast and imposing fleet of sails. However, the Fenaport Navy did not want to fight this war because even though they had so many warships, they only had 3 lingbow cannons, which were still imitations. After noticing the approaching enemy warships, the lingbow cannon on the mountaintop of Cruz Island removed its camouflage, forming 2 large artillery positions. If you want to land in Port Town or Plain Town, you will have to endure several waves of artillery fire. Otherwise, if they were to land from the other 2 directions, they would have to enter the deep mountains and jungles first, and the Marines would be unlikely to be a match for Remberg's extraordinary soldiers. Fortunately, the 2 demigods in the Navy were not conscripted to the battlefield on the northern continent. The naval admiral hoped to withstand the bombardment of the Spirit Wave cannon, and then land at Port Town and Plain Town. Once a large number of extraordinary individuals from the Navy land, the extraordinary soldiers on the front lines will be relatively easier to deal with. The lingbow cannon on Cruise Island began firing, but instead of targeting the enemy warships, it fired into the waters surrounding the fleet. Boom. Boom. The explosion at sea first caught the attention of the pirates on the island, who saw a massive explosion on the surface of the sea, followed by a huge column of water. Then came the astonishing sound of the explosion. The massive wave created by the explosion instantly capsized 2 enemy ships. This gave the pirates a concrete understanding of the power of the lingbow cannon, deterring those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal something. I immediately retracted the idea. The current military commander on Cruise Island is Bosun Selena, who has now been promoted to Windclad and has come up with a plan to use the waves to attack enemy ships. Because there were demigods in the fleet, the lingbow cannon shells had no chance of hitting the enemy fleet. This tactic was very effective. Huge waves crashed against the Fenaport Navy's fleet, which stretched for several nautical miles. The 2 demigods of the Fenaport Navy were somewhat overwhelmed, and 2 ships capsized after the first wave arrived. Seeing that this method worked, Selena immediately launched a second round of shelling. A law mage from the enemy fleet decided to launch a preemptive attack, arriving from the spirit world at the artillery position on Cruise Island. Once the lingbow cannon is destroyed, the rest will be easy. But just as he destroyed a spirit wave cannon, a thick bolt of lightning struck him. The law mage quickly dodged and soon found the attacker. That's the iceberg general, Edwina, with her delicate oval face and scholarly demeanor. The law master was initially surprised. When did Edwina become a demigod? He then immediately signaled to another demigod in the fleet, asking him to come to their aid. Edwina's presence here is not surprising, given her close collaboration with the former, mysterious admiral. The law master planned to hold off Edwina himself, while another demigod in the fleet destroyed all the spirit wave cannons here. Just as another demigod, the fallen earl, used his ability to distort distance to reach the artillery position, a pure yet thick beam of purifying light descended, blocking the fallen earl. The ascetic snowman appeared at the artillery position, having already been promoted to sequence 4, the one without darkness. The trait used for the ascension was obtained by Odis during his second entry into the ruins of the War of the Gods, and Snowman himself knew about the ritual, so he was the 3rd man in the book to be universally ascended to demigod status. Odis left him on the island because he prophesied that the enemy would send 2 demigods, which Edwina alone could not handle. Cruise Island is currently Odis's largest base at sea, where he has accumulated a great deal of wealth and established effective rule. The key is that this is crucial for future expansion of power at sea. It is an extremely important island that cannot be compromised. Therefore, even though the demigods in the Snasen region are also under strain, Snowman was still left behind. At this moment, the 3rd round of bombardment began. Unfortunately, Selena was unaware that the 2 enemy demigods had already landed. Otherwise, she would have ordered the cannons to be fired at the enemy fleet. The middle sequence, extraordinary beings in the fleet had no way to withstand the attack of dozens of spirit wave cannons. However, without the protection of the demigod, the shockwave and huge waves generated by the exaggerated explosion of dozens of spirit wave cannon shells capsized 9 warships, including 1 sailing battleship. On Cruise Island, all that could be seen were violent explosions around the fleet, but the fleet itself seemed to be experiencing a massive hurricane followed by a tsunami with walls of water over 20 meters high. The key point is that this hurricane and tsunami both occurred on a small scale, and there was no way to avoid them. The 2 naval demigods at the artillery position also realized this, so after their plan failed, they immediately began to take turns covering the retreat. They need to leave quickly, otherwise the Navy will suffer even greater losses. Back in the fleet, the Law Master, who is now the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, sighed as he looked at Cruise Island not far away. The advent of the lingbow cannon completely changed the way warfare was conducted. Without the lingbow cannon, with its abnormally long range, the entire fleet's firepower would have had an overwhelming advantage over Cruise Island, allowing them to bombard the island relentlessly before calmly landing on it. But now, those cannons have become mere decorations. The naval battle that took place on Cruise Island began and ended just as abruptly. East of Fenaport, in the Snasen region. The Red Angel, evil spirit, continued to observe the battle between the demigods outside the city. After burning Zatwin to death with little effort, the Rose School demigods immediately withdrew. For them, today was just a sneak attack. Since they failed, and there was a powerful figure like the Red Angel, evil spirit in the Remberg camp, they should leave quickly to avoid causing greater losses. Medici then ordered Shadas and Mobert to immediately go to the demigod battlefield to provide support. At this point, the battlefield had become 16 against 16, with 32 demigods engaging in a chaotic battle in midair outside the city. Currently, there has never been a battle involving demigods of this magnitude on the battlefields of the Kingdom of Rune. The Red Angel, evil spirit, is very familiar with extraordinary battles. In battles between beings below the level of demigod, a sealed artifact with special abilities or an extraordinary performance by a sequence 5 can potentially turn the tide of the battle. But in battles at the demigod level, there are few shortcuts. In the end, it basically comes down to who has more demigods and whose demigods are in better condition. This is also why the northern continent has maintained a relatively stable situation over the past 1,000 years. Without enough demigods, if you can't win, you can't win. Individual willpower simply cannot bridge the gap created by demigods. Therefore, in battles at the demigod level, there are not many tactics available, and strength is the only true measure of victory. However, against a seasoned opponent like the Red Angel Demon, there is still some room for maneuver. Just like at the beginning of the war, he used the extraordinary rocket to hold off 6 demigods of Fenoport. They concluded that Nilek City would definitely send several demigods to try to intercept the second wave of rockets. It doesn't matter if they don't leave the city, we can just freeze Nilek completely, which will force out their angels. There was always room for maneuver, and it was precisely because the Red Angel Evil Spirit seized this opportunity that it managed to kill 4 of the opponent's demigods in the initial battle. This is crucial. If those 4 demigods hadn't died, even if the Red Angel Evil Spirit and Katlia charged forward together, they probably wouldn't have had the advantage. There is a high possibility that casualties will occur due to the numerical advantage of the enemy demigods. Once casualties occur, the battle at the demigod level will undoubtedly be lost, and the war will be lost. Because Remenberg launched this war with the aim of striking the enemy's elite forces, but this objective was not achieved, and he himself suffered casualties. From a war perspective, this can be considered a defeat. Now that the enemy has lost 4 demigods, the Red Angel Evil Spirit can quietly observe the battle over there. As soon as it finds the right opportunity, it will immediately bring Katlia into the battle and can completely eliminate a few more enemy demigods. Ultimately, it was Marshal Dmitri, the commander on Fenoport's side, who had never commanded such a large-scale and extraordinary battle before. He didn't even realize that he was in a very dangerous situation. Whenever he had commanded a large-scale extraordinary battle, he would never lead a group to support the demigods of the Moor's penitentiary, but would instead cover the rapid evacuation of those few hundred extraordinary individuals. Marshal Dmitri may have realized this by now, but it's too late, they've already been tied down. Immediately, the evil spirit Red Angel ordered the planes already circling high in the sky to bomb the hundreds of extraordinary beings who were evacuating. He ordered the tank regiment to give chase immediately, while the extraordinary troop carriers carried the extraordinary individuals to intercept them ahead. These hundreds of extraordinary individuals absolutely cannot be let go. Without them, Fenoport would have no future. Everything is under the control of the evil spirit Red Angel. Only then did Medici look up at the battlefield between the angels high in the sky. High in the sky, the battle between the 4 angels continues. However, the 2 angels of Fenoport, who had lived for over 1,000 years, realized that continuing the war was pointless. When Remenberg's extraordinary rocket forced Sophia out, and when the 3rd demigod died, they had already lost. The battle is still ongoing for 2 reasons. Firstly, due to Dimitri's command error, and secondly, because the 2 angels also believe they should provide cover for the hundreds of extraordinary individuals who left the city, and try to get as many extraordinary individuals back as possible. Then Fenoport's Hand of Order, James I, intervened, separating the extraordinary beings who had left the city into separate spaces. James intended to send them over 100 kilometers away. But at that moment, the space in front of James I became somewhat strange, and he immediately stopped what he was doing. Bernadette, bearing the mark of pale death, appeared before him and opened a vast passage to the underworld before the first king of Fenoport. By sending those people away, James I was essentially sending them to the underworld. James dared not be careless. The silver-white sword of order appeared in his hand, and he slashed downwards with this one-handed straight sword. Bernadette was divided into a separate space. But then a pale flame appeared on the spiritual barrier that was separating Bernadette, burning a hole in it. The appearance of that flame filled the surroundings with an aura of death, as if the power used by James I was gradually dying. Just as these 2 sequence 1s and quasi-sequence 1s began to clash, a stream of information suddenly appeared and rushed toward Bernadette. That was Toriopo, the head of the Moss Ascetic Order, who planned to ambush Bernadette. But when Toriopo approached Bernadette, he suddenly broke free from his mythical creature form and became a pale-faced man in his 40s. James I, who was fighting Bernadette, thought that the powerful ability of the Master of the Moors required him to leave his mythical creature state to use. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Toriopo suddenly gave a very gentle smile, looked up at the sky, and flew into the air with a very graceful posture. A man dressed in an ancient robe exuded an indescribable beauty. The next second, a young man dressed in Remberg-style riding clothes appeared in the sky above Toriopo. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He was none other than Odis, the current president of Remberg. Suddenly, a pale blue 2-handed greatsword appeared in his hand, which required both hands to grip tightly, and he thrust it toward the rising Toriopo. Just now, Toriopo suddenly broke out of his mythical creature state and made feminine movements. This was all due to an ability that Odis had developed, mystic reappearance, air flying to the moon. It looked like a goddess of beauty running towards the moon. However, Odis found it a bit strange, since the essence and characteristics of the fallen mother goddess were only torn into the real world when the original creator last awoke. How could the characteristics of a goddess of beauty exist on Earth in the ancient times of the Common Era? However, he then thought that the fallen mother goddess only needed one of the characteristics of the goddess of beauty, and perhaps she had given other characteristics to some intelligent beings to achieve certain purposes. In short, Chang'e Flying to the Moon is a story with strong mystical elements, and it seems to be quite different from the legend. This ability will send the target soaring into the beautiful sky and completely immersing them in it for 1 to 3 seconds. In the context of a battle between angels, this amount of time is more than enough to accomplish many things. Upon seeing that Toriopo had been hit, Odis immediately put on the blood necklace, summoned a two-handed greatsword imbued with the aura of corruption and desire, and thrust it at Toriopo. Toriopo's spiritual senses were under great threat. In a fierce struggle, it regained some consciousness and returned to the state of a mythical creature. In that instant, its consciousness returned, and it immediately made a dodging motion. However, it was still grazed by the two-handed greatsword in Odis's hand, and a gap immediately appeared in that stream of information. Several streams of information suddenly fell into new consciousness, hoping to leave Toriopo and venture out on their own. Toriopo is trying his best to suppress it, and it won't affect him for the time being. However, Odis had already gained the upper hand in their battle, and then Odis recreated the Feast of Betrayal. However, unlike the previous Banquet of Betrayal, this reappearance highlights betrayal with wind angels, pure white angels and cherubim tearing at a huge light and shadow. They seemed to sense Toriopo's gaze, looked at the leader of the Moss Ascetic Order, and revealed an evil smile, but this time they did not attack Toriopo. Within Toriopo's body, the several streams of information that had gained new consciousness seemed to be receiving some kind of help and encouragement, causing more information to fall and betray their original nature. Odis calmly drew his Gus staff, intending to recreate Xing Tian and continue attacking Toriopo, whose condition was now clearly poor. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly flew toward Odis. The beam of light, accompanied by a violent impact, made the air rustle and hiss. This is Melanie Whitaker, an angel from the Steam Church, whose purpose is to attack the angels of Remberg and stop Remberg's expansion. Not only did the Republic of Intis feel threatened by Lenberg, but the Steam Church did as well. So this time, they not only sent 4 demigods, but also an angel to help Fenaport. Just as Odis was about to dodge, the light suddenly turned around, flew away for a while, and then transformed into a woman who was about 30 years old, with a robust and slightly plump build. Melanie looked somewhat bewildered, as if she had lost sight of her target. At that moment, an old man with a long beard appeared not far from Melanie. He had an ordinary appearance and a kind smile on his face. He was none other than Hermes the Insightful One. This is an outside aid that Odis brought in, for now, it's still called an outside aid. Odis was well aware of the conspiracy between Fenaport and the Steam Church. This was not due to the efforts of his intelligence network, but rather because there was a demigod in the upper echelons of the Steam Church who was in charge of personnel changes and wielded a Gus staff. Odis often used the perspective of that staff to learn about the recent activities of the Steam Church. He estimated that the god of steam and machinery was unaware of the connection between the wilderness of knowledge and the staff of Goose, or that he had a reckless subordinate who was actually wearing the staff of Goose. The second possibility is more likely, because devout believers would not bring weapons when praying to the gods, so the god of steam would not normally know that one of his important subordinates possessed a staff of Gus. The demigod worked as a high-level clerk and rarely encountered danger, which meant he would almost never pray to the god of steam for power while wielding the staff of Gus in battle. After all, the god of steam does not have the authority to be omniscient, and it is not impossible that he has not yet discovered this great spy. Hermes just attacked Melanie's mental body with a mental storm, leaving him in a state of confusion for a short time, so he abandoned the attack midway. With Hermes blocking his way, Odis was able to focus on dealing with Toriopo, and he recreated the Xingtian dance with axe and shield. With a single axe stroke, the data stream belonging to Toriopo was split in two. Then Odis stepped forward and raised the staff of Gus. It was still morning, but the light of dusk suddenly filled the surrounding air. As dusk fell, a Cyclops appeared, clad in tattered armor and wielding a giant sword. Mystery reappears, the Giant King's charge. The Giant King, who reappeared, suddenly picked up his longsword and charged towards Toriopo. The charge seemed to shatter the surrounding light, causing it to become distorted. Toriopo tried to dodge, but found that no matter how he tried, he couldn't escape the opponent's greatsword. In the blink of an eye, the impact of the King of Giants shattered the seemingly empty information flow into 7 or 8 fragments. Odis is currently able to recreate some scenes at the level of true gods, but it is best not to recreate a righteous god who is currently in good condition, otherwise it will easily attract the attention of the god being recreated. However, this was of course no challenge for Odis, he could simply recreate the ancient gods. Fabudi and Lilith can also reproduce in the same way. Fabudi is not in a good state and rarely pays attention to this kind of reproduce ability. Besides, they have a deal with each other now, so it doesn't matter if they are being watched. Lilith, on the other hand, will pretend not to notice even if she does. Therefore, Odis is already quite powerful on her own, even without the help of the wilderness of knowledge. It is one of the top sequence 2s. However, Odis was able to maintain the upper hand in his battle against Toriopo mainly because he seized the initiative and gained a significant advantage from the beginning. If this advantage is not broken, it will continue indefinitely. After the giant king that Odis disappeared, he once again used the blood necklace to summon the two-handed greatsword with the abilities of corruption and desire, and threw the greatsword directly into the middle of Toriopo's several small streams of information. Just as those information streams were about to converge, a tremendous repulsive force seemed to appear, and they separated again. One of the data streams suddenly formed the shape of a mouth, emitting a painful roar. How could the head of the Moss Ascetic not have any depraved emotions or desires after serving an evil god for so long? Moreover, it was the fallen mother goddess who gave the hidden sage a new life, and Toriopo had already been indirectly affected. The two-handed greatsword formed from the blood necklace amplified these depravities and desires, and now showed signs of spiraling out of control. Just as Odis was preparing for her final blow, a massive torrent of information suddenly appeared beside her like a gushing spring. And immediately, like a raging storm, it surrounded Odis. Odis's heart tightened. He felt a higher level of suppression once again. This torrent of information was the hidden sage. Before him, even a sequence 2-level angel could not enter the state of a mythical creature. Just as the flood of information was about to engulf Odis, Odis suddenly smiled and said, "Did you really think I was completely unprepared?" Behind Odis, a bright, clear light appeared, and within the light appeared an old man wearing a hood, holding a lantern in one hand and a cane in the other, as if representing the wisest being in the world. The oppressive feeling of being in a high position that Odis had been experiencing vanished instantly. He transformed into a stream of information and escaped the encirclement of the hidden sage. Upon seeing the figure before him, the hidden sage uttered a surprised voice amidst the torrent of information, "Lord of Mysteries." The other angels nearby were puzzled. What was so strange about this? They all knew that Odis was originally a follower of the Lord of Mysteries. Elbera, Constantine, and Hermes were not surprised. In their view, it was not unusual for a wise man to have both a divine and a human side. As expected, the three old subordinates guessed correctly. The Lord of Mysteries, at that moment, was actually the Celestial Master in disguise. Odis had previously discussed with the Celestial Master the matter of dealing with the hidden sages. The Celestial Master clearly stated that they could not confront the hidden sages directly because they were originally part of the sages, and it would be easy for them to resonate with each other, affecting the Celestial Master's current advantage in terms of consciousness. So Odis came up with the idea of having the Celestial Master appear under the guise of the Lord of Mysteries. The Lord of Mysteries is neither the Celestial Master nor the sage. This is a character created by Odis, and he will not resonate with the hidden sage. Of course, this will seriously affect the level of the Celestial Master. Those who only possess the dual path sequence 1 level may not be able to easily intercept and block the hidden sage like Adam, but they can still stand their ground and block it. Of all the angels present, only the hidden sage knew that the Lord of Mysteries was Odis. With the Celestial Master confronting the hidden sage, Odis finally withdrew and returned to his own battlefield. The pale blue greatsword in the center of Toriopo's body was still there, and the president of the Ascetic Order of Moors still had not been able to complete the fusion of his body. It started to get out of control. The few small streams of information were gradually covered by brown fur, and each of them emitted a beast-like roar. Odis sheathed her two-handed greatsword and quickly put the blood necklace, whose safety time was about to expire, back into the wilderness of knowledge. Those streams of information finally converged, but even if they did, they would only form a monster. Odis gripped the Staff of Gus tightly with both hands, and suddenly clusters of starlight emerged from the staff's head. These starlight quickly coalesced into a long, straight sword that shimmered with starlight. With a flick of his long sword, a massive beam of starlight fell from the sky, striking the monster that had just coalesced and was now composed of brown fur and streams of information. With Toriopo's roar, his physical body was instantly crushed by starlight, and his spirit was also covered by starlight and quickly dispersed. The starlight disappeared, leaving only an extraordinary quality at the sage level. Odis withdrew her special abilities and looked at the battle between the other angels. The moment that Lord of Mysteries appeared, James I issued the order to retreat. Angels can easily extricate themselves, but demigods do not. The red angel, evil spirit, seized the opportunity and charged forward with Catlia. At this time, the demigods on Feniport's side were only interested in retreating and had no intention of fighting. As a result, under the command of the evil spirit, Red Angel, they successively killed the enemy's demigods. Under the protection of angels such as James I, the demigods were able to escape. But in that short period of time, 3 demigods from Feniport's side were killed. By the time Odis killed Toriopo, the higher-level enemies had already fled. However, those extraordinary beings below the level of demigods were not so lucky. From the moment they left the city, they were bombed by planes in the clouds. To their dismay, the planes were flying at altitudes of several hundred meters, which was far beyond their reach. However, the planes were faster than the running Sequence 5, and kept circling to bomb. At that time, people had no experience in avoiding bombing, and they were foolishly bombed twice before they realized they needed to scatter. However, their life force had been drained by El Bella, and even those at Sequence 5 were panting after running for a while. Many extraordinary individuals fell behind and died in the machine gun fire of the pursuing tanks. They split into small teams and ran as fast as they could, hoping to escape in this way. However, very quickly, high-speed troop carriers carrying a large number of Lenberg extraordinaries flanked from the flank, and the two sides engaged in fierce combat. At this point, the extraordinary aircraft in the sky stopped bombing, the large aircraft began to return to base, and the small aircraft circled around to scout the movements of the extraordinaries in Feniport and guide the extraordinaries on the ground to their targets. The extraordinary in Remnantburg can summon troop transports at any time and can hover and fly even in places without roads, while the extraordinary in Feniborg can only run on 2 legs. The battle lasted about half an hour, and most of the enemies were eliminated. Those who managed to escape were pursued by a small team of tanks and several times the number of extraordinary individuals. It was estimated that this chase would continue for another day or two, but out of several hundred extraordinary individuals, no more than 10 would survive. Sequence 5 opponents are the primary targets of the remnant Beyonders. Their survival rate is actually low, while Sequence 6 or 7 opponents are more likely to survive. The probability of escaping is actually higher. The battle is now essentially over, and the Battle of Narok is destined to be recorded in history. From this day forward, extraordinary weapons can hold off several demigods, which will further tilt the balance of war toward the side with stronger extraordinary weapons. The form of warfare has undergone a fundamental change, and traditional tactics and strategies have been rendered obsolete by the times. Chapter 453, Chapter 452 discussing Remnantburg's victory at the Taro meeting. The Battle of Nylk is over. Remberg has achieved remarkable results. First, President Odis killed the head of the Moor's penitentiary, and by the 5th age, very few angels had fallen. In a typical war, only 1 or 2 demigods are deployed, along with other extraordinary beings from other levels. However, the sheer number and caliber of the extraordinary individuals deployed in the Battle of Narok broke records since the 5th age. As the victors, under the command of the evil spirit Red Angel, they killed 6 demigods from the kingdom of Feniport, as well as a demigod from the Moss Penitentiary Order. The losses among those below the demigod level in Feniport were even greater. It can be said that this battle shook the foundation of the country and severely damaged Feniport. Even though James I and Sophia both escaped, they only managed to preserve the lower limit of the country. This is still a major power in the northern continent, but its influence will rapidly diminish because the 2 angels can only remain in the country, in the capital, to prevent Odis from leading the other angels to attack Fenipot City. But what about their navy? What about their colonies? With 6 demigods gone, the daily battles and duels often suffer losses due to the lack of their assistance, leaving them with no choice but to shrink their sphere of influence. Therefore, in the next month or 2, Fenerbahce international standing will gradually decline, from 3rd to 5th. On the contrary, Remnantburg rose from 5th to 4th place after winning the war. In terms of angelic level power, Lenberg could actually rank 1st. However, the number of extraordinary individuals at other levels still needs to be increased. Before this world war, no country had 14 demigods, but after the war began, every country had several, or even a dozen, extraordinary individuals who were promoted to demigods. For example, in the Fuzak Empire, members of their royal family need to launch a large-scale war to advance to demigod status or to Sequence 3. Previously, the only way to achieve general promotion was through colonial wars in the southern continent, and the opportunities for general promotion were not many. Now, with Rune and Fursak on 2 fronts, their Sequence 5 and Sequence 4 have gained a lot of opportunities for general upgrades. After the battle in the Snasen region, Odis first distributed rewards, and another batch of extraordinary individuals were given the opportunity to advance. Among them, 2 Sequence 5s obtained the extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 4 and can prepare for the ritual. In the near future, the number of demigods that Remberg can control will increase. 2 more Sequence 4s have acquired the extraordinary traits of Sequence 3s, which will further increase the overall strength of the demigods in the future. In this battle, the one who deserves the most credit is undoubtedly the Red Angel, Evil Spirit, a fact that Odis is well aware of. He has already set his sights on a weather sorcerer from the Fuzak Empire. The reason for the delay in taking action is simply because they do not want to affect the current battle situation. The Red Angel, Evil Spirit was well aware of this, and decided that it wouldn't be too late to make a move until at least after Fussak and Intis had fought their way to Backlund. Finally, Odis settled Rosalind and the other 2 demigods, along with their subordinates, and allowed them to rest in Remnantburg. To avoid retaliation from the Moss Ascetic Order, they planned to return to the southern continent after the battle in the northern continent ended and develop their influence there. Only after completing the extraordinary trait rewards did the Red Angel evil spirit send ground troops into Nilek City. By burning flames in the streets, the localized low temperatures in the city were quickly dispelled, and most of the ordinary soldiers suffering from frostbite received treatment. Although there were sporadic firefights, there were no casualties. After all, in this state, the Fenaport soldiers had little will to fight, they fired purely out of fear of the Remberg soldiers. Without suffering any losses, the major eastern city of Fenerba was captured by Remberg. Moreover, Fenerbahce was powerless to take it back at this point. After a brief rest, the Red Angel evil spirit led most of the extraordinary forces and extraordinary legions to continue its southward march. Not long after the war ended, Odis arrived at the northern border of Remberg and easily killed a demigod of the Republic of Intis. At this time, the Intis army that launched the surprise attack on Remberg had not yet obtained the final results of the Battle of Nyrok, but the commander in charge of the operation immediately realized that the Angels of Remberg had withdrawn from the southern battlefield. So he ordered an immediate retreat. He had originally planned to loot, but now there was no time for that, and they quickly withdrew back to the territory of the Republic of Intis. While the Intis army was retreating, a portion of the Lundberg extraordinaries had already rushed back to Ashara and, with more than 1,000 extraordinary puppet soldiers, stationed themselves on the northern border. The people who were evacuated from the border in advance have all returned to their homes. But this did not mean the war was over. The army of the Red Angels, riding high on their victory, continued to advance southward. The kingdom of Seagull on the southern coast immediately surrendered, but Odis did not accept their surrender and continued to purge the royal family and the extraordinary members of the nobility. Then, under the pretext of protecting the security of small countries, Odis forcibly sent troops to more than a dozen other small countries and systematically purged the extraordinary individuals in these countries. The purge plan was devised before the Battle of Nyrok began, so although the purge process seemed like a very complicated and troublesome task, it was orderly despite the chaos, and the main targets were all eliminated by the official extraordinary beings of Remberg. Of course, some fled, but those who fled could only curse Reynoldsburg and vent their anger. There was no possibility of restoring the country. In order to temporarily stabilize the situation in these small countries, Odis had the Remnantburg royal family bestow titles upon a new batch of counts and viscounts, all of whom were nobles from the newly conquered territories. They were given titles, but no land. The Remberg government promised to pay them a salary. For the time being, they can retain their original fiefdoms. Without the support of the extraordinary individuals, the nobles dared not say anything. They were already quite fortunate to retain their original fiefdoms and properties. Odis did this because Remnantburg's administrative power was insufficient to bring all the newly occupied territories into the planned economy at once. Therefore, to avoid social unrest, the best approach is to maintain the status quo and digest the Snasen region of Fenaport first, then it will be their turn. After this series of actions were completed, another month and a half had passed. It was now midsummer, and this world war. It has been going on for 10 months. Inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa in Backlund, Audrey saw a newspaper report that Rembrandt was expanding the port it had just acquired on the southern coast of the northern continent. Over the past month, the focus of newspaper coverage has shifted from the domestic battlefields to the Reynoldsburg front. From Remberg's great victory in the Snasen region, capturing over 100,000 Fenaport soldiers and completely crushing Fenaport's eastern army group, to Remberg's army capturing the capital of Seagull in just 3 days. Then the Remberg army split its forces in the capital Seagull and launched attacks from other cities in Remberg, capturing port cities and forcibly stationing troops in other small countries. Remberg reunited the north and south of the continent, which had been divided for centuries, with incredible speed. The great success of their ally, Lenberg, in the military operation greatly boosted the morale of the Kingdom of Rune, at least giving the people of Backlund a glimmer of hope. The general public believed that although the war in Lone was losing ground, their ally, Lenberg, would definitely send reinforcements to Lone. As Audrey was lost in thought, a servant came to invite her to lunch at the dining room. Upon arriving at the spacious and luxurious dining room, Countess Catherine was already there. The two chatted briefly about the mass incident caused by the food shortage in Backlund. At this moment, Earl Hall and his eldest son, Hilbert, chatted as they went to the restaurant for a meal. The family's conversation then turned to Remberg, with Hilbert remarking, "No one expected that Remberg could suddenly unleash such formidable strength. This is not the first time he has expressed his feelings about this." Count Hall took a sip of his pre-dinner drink and said, "It is indeed a low-probability event." At least before the Battle of Nyrok, most people in Backlund were not optimistic about Lundberg. Hilbert glanced at his father before saying, "Could Lenberg's sudden rise to power be related to their current policies?" Earl Hall sighed and said, "The gentlemen of Backlund are unwilling to admit this, because those policies have harmed the interests of the nobles." By saying this, he was essentially admitting that he thought the same thing. At this point, Audrey said, "Could it also be related to those new inventions in Remnantburg? Odis and the priestess have been very busy lately and haven't attended the tarot meeting for several weeks. Audrey has also not received any first-hand information about the Narok campaign. However, she noted that in interviews conducted by Run reporters with some senior military officers and dignitaries in Eulenburg, the president's newly invented weapons played a significant role in the battle. Earl Hall took a sip of soup and smiled. I've also noticed that the newspapers have mentioned those new weapons many times. I wonder if we could buy some of these new weapons. At this point, he suddenly shook his head, feeling that even with those new weapons, there was no way to reverse Rune's decline. The Republic of Intis has now reached the Balkis Mountains in eastern Backlund, less than 100 kilometers from Backlund. Fortunately, the Balkis Mountains act as a barrier, allowing Rune to hold out for a while longer. Meanwhile, the Fusak Imperial Army, which had completely shattered the coastal defenses, was advancing south along the Taysok River and was less than 100 kilometers from Backlund. Under such circumstances, no new weapon can play a significant role. Hilbert then said, now a crucial question is, will Lenberg support Rune? This is also what Audrey is most concerned about, but unfortunately she can't ask Odis in person recently. At this moment, Earl Hall smiled helplessly and said, is Rune still worth supporting? Hibbert and Audrey were both stunned. It seemed that there was indeed no value in providing support, and under normal circumstances, Lenberg would have tried his best to distance himself from Rune, to avoid future repercussions from Intis and Fusak. On the Blue Avenger in the Suanya Sea, Alger, who had been fighting a guerrilla war at sea, received a newspaper from a week ago. He did manage to see some newspapers from the Fusak Empire, but he didn't quite believe some of the reports in them. In fact, Alger was starting to doubt the newspapers of the Kingdom of Rune. He simply couldn't understand where Lundberg got so much extraordinary power that it could defeat Feneport's Eastern Army group head-on. He later discovered that the newspapers of the Fusak Empire had stopped reporting on the war between Remberg and Fenepot, and he gradually came to believe that Remberg had indeed achieved a great victory. However, the extent of the victory is still unclear, since newspapers don't report the losses suffered by the extraordinary in Feneport. Alger glanced at the newspaper again. If, as the newspaper said, he had unified the central and southern countries, then Feneport's extraordinary power had been defeated this time. Then he realized that tomorrow was Monday, the day of the Tarot meeting. He wondered if the Hermit and the Priestess would attend this time, and if they could obtain any detailed information about the Narok campaign. Monday, August 5th. The Lenberg government announced news that surprised politicians across the northern continent. Lenberg would deploy 2 to 3 legions within the next month to support its ally, the Kingdom of Rune. Politicians wondered if the victory at the Battle of Nyrok had led President Reinberg to overestimate his own strength. Even if they achieved a great victory, it would be impossible for them to stop the attacks of Intis and Fusak on their own. Not to mention Intis and Fusak, who are currently on the offensive, even Rune was stunned. The Ministry of Defense had long since stopped asking Remberg for help, believing that in the current situation, no country would support Rune. The happiest people were probably Feneport, who were now more eager than anyone to see Remberg send reinforcements to Lone as soon as possible. Then Intis and Fusak joined forces to defeat the combined forces of Rune and Lenberg, and then gave Lenberg a vicious lesson. Although Remenberg could potentially mobilize 5 angels by requesting external assistance, both Intis and Fusak have the support of the Church. This means that the Church's angels will be ready to support the front lines at any time. The Church of the Eternal Sun, the Church of the God of War, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, each supporting 1 angel, plus the 2 angels each from the Intis and Fusak empires, have as many angels as the allied forces of Lundberg and Rune can muster. The key issue is that other forces are also attacking Rune, such as the Rose School. This secretive organization has 1 Sequence 1 member and 2 Sequence 2 members. After Rune transferred a large number of colonial troops from the southern continent, the local resistance began to frequently attack important cities in East Byron. The Angels of the Rose School also became active, frequently committing bloody massacres. This forced Rune's 2 angels to constantly travel between the northern and southern continents, dealing with angels from different factions. The Church of Storms and the Church of the Goddess of Night do support Rune, but one church is fighting against the Church of the Eternal Sun and the other against the Church of the God of War, so neither is likely to send an ambassador to rescue Rune's colonies. Overall, with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom clearly wary of the Church of the Earth Mother and unlikely to participate in the battle for Rune, the combined forces of Lundberg and Rune are at a disadvantage. So at this moment, all the politicians in the northern continent couldn't understand why Lenberg would do this. Had President Lenberg gone mad? Of course, Odis didn't go mad. He knew very well that this world war would end in a little over a month, and then it would be time to divide up the spoils of victory. Before the war ended, he naturally had to send troops to Rune to make an appearance, so that he could gain more benefits in future negotiations. Of course, Odis couldn't tell anyone about this consideration. He could only say that he judged that there was still a chance for a turnaround in the battle against Rune. Fortunately, Remberg's military and strategic victories over the past year have made Odis's prestige in Remberg so high that no one dares to contradict him, so no one questioned his decision. If you don't understand why the president made this decision, it means you don't have a good enough understanding of the international situation. The correct judgment was not made. At this point, we must first carry out the president's orders. If we don't understand now, we will understand later. The angels in the country had no objection to Odis's decision. Bernadette definitely supported Odis, and Constantine and Elbera never questioned the sage's foresight. Even the evil spirit Red Angel was somewhat surprised by this decision and merely went to ask Odis why he made such a judgment. Odis answered simply, God's war. He didn't say much, but the evil spirit Red Angel immediately understood that the final outcome of this war would depend on the result of the divine war, and Odis judged that Night Goddess would ultimately win. After that, the Red Angel evil spirit had no further questions, he still trusted Odis's vision and judgment. Medici then began to personally prepare for the aid to Rune. On the afternoon of the day the aid to the Kingdom of Rune was announced, Odis finally had some free time, so he arrived early at his lounge to wait for the tarot meeting to begin. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was covered by the grey fog. When he came to his senses, he was already in the Giant's Hall, on one side of the bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey's unwavering greeting marked the official start of the tarot session. At this point, the other members' eyes were shining. Although the priestess still did not attend the meeting, the Hermit finally did, and they could finally get first-hand information about the Battle of Narok. After the greetings, the Fool, Klein, said, "You may begin." Then everyone looked at the Hermit, Odis. Odis paused slightly. Does everyone want to know about the war between Remberg and Fenipot? Hugh, who has now become a mid-level judge in MI9, nodded first. Although MI9 has received a steady stream of intelligence about the Battle of Nilek over the past month, they have found it still impossible to reconstruct the entire course of the war. They knew very well that they lacked the most crucial information, the battle process between demigods and angels. All the members, including Klein, found it hard to believe how Lenberg had won the war. Odis smiled and said, "All right, everyone, feel free to ask any questions you may have." Hugh was the first to ask, how many demigods and angels did Remenberg and Fenipot each deploy in this battle? What was the general course of the battle like? Odis did a quick calculation and said, at the beginning of the battle, Lenberg managed to gather 14 demigods from various sources, while Feniport had 23 demigods. For demigods from the Rose School also raided Remberg's camp, but they only fought briefly before leaving. The main fighting was done by the other demigods. What? 14. Klein wanted to grab Odis by the collar and ask, where did you get so many demigods? Where did Remenberg get so many demigods? Answer me. The other members were also shocked that Lenberg was able to send out 14 demigods. They had thought that this battle, which represented the fate of the two countries, would definitely involve multiple demigods, but they did not expect that the number of demigods would be so large. Although the Hermit said he pieced things together from various sources, he still needed a place to gather them. Suddenly, all the members had a completely new understanding of this war. At the same time, everyone was very curious. From the perspective of demigod-level power, Feniport had a clear advantage, so how did they fail? Odis continued, oh, right, at the same time as the Battle of Nilek City, a small-scale naval battle also took place on Cruz Island. Both sides sent 2 demigods each, and after a standoff, the Feniport navy withdrew. However, when they left behind 12 warships. Odis said, however, the main battlefield is still around Nelek City. The Red Angel evil spirit used the attack on Nelek City to hold back 6 enemy demigods, and when 4 enemy demigods came out of the city to fight, it killed 4 enemy demigods with an absolute advantage at the beginning of the war. On the other hand, I had already turned 3 of the enemy's demigods to the other side in advance, so when the demigod war broke out, the situation had already reversed. Remberg had 17 demigods on his side, while Feniport only had 16 left, and he finally won the victory. Sitting opposite Odis, Hugh realized that the war was very dangerous, and that Lenberg had only won by a narrow margin. The reason we were able to gain this slight advantage was firstly because we used appropriate tactics, and secondly because we made sufficient preparations before the battle. This indirectly shows that Remenberg's victory in this war was by no means accidental or lucky. Odis continued, as for the battles at the angelic level, I won't announce the exact numbers yet, you'll all find out later. However, the angels that both sides have dispatched are the limit of what they can invite or receive from their allies. The Lord of Mysteries and the Hidden Sage also made their moves, ultimately giving the Warrenberg faction, at the angelic level, a slight advantage and becoming the final turning point of the entire war. The other members were taken aback. It wasn't surprising that the Lord of Mysteries would participate in the battle, but they didn't expect the Hidden Sage to do so. Klein and the others then realized that the Hidden Sage had formed an alliance with the Kingdom of Feniport. Such an alliance makes perfect sense, as the Moss Ascetic Order should be more eager than the Kingdom of Feniport to curb Remberg's expansion. However, neither the God of Knowledge and Wisdom nor the Earth Mother Goddess has commented on this, which is quite intriguing. At this moment, Leonard, the star with a lazy demeanor, asked the Hermit, I have received news that Lenberg has reached some kind of agreement with the Church of the Earth Mother, which is why the Church of the Earth Mother has not intervened in the war in Narok City. Is this news true? Odis also heard the news. His first reaction was that it was strange. After all, this was a secret agreement between him and the Church of the Earth Mother. Why was the Church of the Earth Mother quietly publicizing this matter? But Odis soon realized that this was the Church of the Earth Mother stating its position. There was no agreement between them and the Church of Knowledge, but rather an agreement directly with Remberg. Or rather, this is the Earth Mother Goddess making a statement. She always stands in opposition to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. With the War of Gods approaching, it's natural to keep making our stance clear. At this time, during the Tarot meeting, Leonard asked about this matter, and Odis smiled and said, yes, this agreement was reached about a year ago. The other members then realized that the game of this extraordinary war had begun long ago. Without the support of the Church of the Earth Mother, the Kingdom of Feniport is at a disadvantage in terms of angelic power. The key point is that this means the Kingdom of Feniport has lost its legitimacy over the Snasen region, since the current monarchy is basically based on divine right. If the Church no longer supports the Kingdom of Feniport's rule in the Snasen region, it is tantamount to saying that the Church will no longer protect the Kingdom of Feniport's rights in this area, and whoever defeats them will own this territory. Leonard then asked, why would the Church of Mother Earth support Lenberg? As an official extraordinary being, Leonard believed that the interests of the Church were deeply intertwined with the secular regime supported by the gods. The Church of Mother Earth has no reason to abandon the Kingdom of Feniport, which it has supported for over 1,000 years, in order to help a nation within the diocese of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Odis was well aware of this. According to the memories he gained after becoming an angel, the sage knew that the ancient sun god and the goddess of night had conspired to switch the goddess of harvest. In the third and fourth ages, he had also used the special connection between the Mother Earth Goddess and the fallen Mother Goddess to devise a plan against the fallen Mother Goddess. Everyone was an acquaintance, and before the fourth age, both the Earth Mother Goddess and the God of War were on the side that followed orders. Because if it were only the suppression from the ancient sun god, these gods could find a place to hide and secretly develop their own power. If they offend the sages again, they will face attacks from two beings above the divine level, which would be unbearable for them. Therefore, the situation at that time was quite complicated. The gods both fought and cooperated. As long as the gods such as the Earth Mother Goddess were willing to fight against the external gods, the ancient sun god would also give them some leeway. Odis estimated that the Mother Earth recognized him and knew that he was a wise man, so she did not want to have a falling out with him and thus gave up the parish in the Snasen region. Of course, they did not come away empty-handed, because Odis was now not only preparing to support Rune, but also planning a naval battle against Feniport and defeating the 10 divisions left by the Republic of Intis on the Lenberg border. Everything is just as Odis predicted. For its own security reasons, the Republic of Intis will definitely send troops to guard against Lenberg, and may even declare war and launch an attack when the time is right. At this point, Lenberg would have a reason to attack the Republic of Intis. Of course, given the backdrop of this world war, Remberg didn't need a reason to attack Intis. However, to facilitate future negotiations, it's best to find a plausible reason. Odis's target was the province of Olay, south of Intis, so he promised the Church of the Earth Mother that the Church would gain missionary rights in the province in the future. At the same time, Odis promised the Church of Knowledge that they would obtain missionary rights in the Snasen region. Therefore, in this war, the Earth Mother Goddess Church remained neutral, while the Knowledge Church supported Remnantburg. This is why Odis was so bold as to mobilize almost all of his forces to the battlefield. The Knowledge Church would help defend the homeland. If the army of the Republic of Intis had continued its southward advance, it would certainly have been thwarted by the Church of Knowledge. At this moment, Leonard asked the tarot player why he had received the support of the Earth Mother Goddess. Odis pondered for a moment and then smiled and said, the agreement I made with the Earth Mother Goddess means they won't suffer any losses. But he didn't specify what the agreement was. Thirdly, the Earth Mother cult is somewhat at a disadvantage in this agreement. After all, the Snasen region has. It has always been a diocese of the Earth Mother Goddess Church, while the province of Olay has always been a diocese of the Eternal Sun Church and the Real Gas Church, and the goal is to redevelop believers there. However, the old province is larger in area and has a larger population, which can be considered a kind of compensation. Leonard heard Odis's answer, then thought back and realized that the information he had received did not contain the specific terms of the deal between the Earth Mother Goddess Church and Lenberg. Obviously, it was a secret agreement that the Hermit could not disclose, so he did not ask any further questions. Through the question and answer session between the two, the other members further realized that the Hermit had made comprehensive preparations for this war and had started very early on, gradually causing Porter in the prison to lose his advantage. After Mr. Starr finished asking his questions, Audrey, the Justice, posed her own. Mr. Hermit, I saw on the paper that Remnantburg used many new weapons in this war. Could you tell us roughly what kind of weapons they were? Airplanes and rockets. Odis didn't hide anything about this. Fool, Klein was stunned for a moment. You actually managed to build an airplane. Without aviation fuel, how did you get it to fly? But he immediately realized that Odis must have created an extraordinary aircraft, which, although very unscientific, was very mystical. As for the rocket launcher, Klein thought, you don't intend to name it Katyusha, do you?